to. Whoa. Okay. And then they said they were legendary dogs. Can you believe it?
I can't.
Yeah. Oh, hey, didn't see you there. You please do the intro.
Okay. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Pokémon European International Championships.
That was amazing. Thank you very much. Hi, everybody. I am Jake, a.k.a. Spraggles, your resident content cowboy here, ye to the ha, and I am joined by three incredible casters. We are going to be talking about what you are going to be seeing not only today, but throughout this weekend for all of our games. I'm going to be talking a little bit about Pokemon Unite, and Necra, you're going to be talking about VGC.
That's right. So excited to be here for another Pokemon European International Championships. This hall looks amazing. I can't wait to see the competitors that are here at one of the biggest tournaments we have ever had give it all they've got this weekend.
Yeah, Inadequates for Go. How you doing, buddy?
All good. I'm so excited. We've never had a tournament this size for Pokemon Go. It's going to be a great weekend.
And Omni Joe, gamer names all around everyone. Omni Joe, how are you?
Oh, I'm so excited as well. Also feeling a little bit nostalgic, actually, because we started these international championships in 2016 here in London, and it feels like we've got 10 times bigger. There's more games on show. There's just so much more here. We can barely see the end of the hall. It was like a small town when it started. Now it's like an entire city going on out there.
Yeah, there's so much cool stuff. We have Sandshrew Skee Ball, which my co-caster Zoinks is very excited about. He won't stop talking about it. I know there's Pokopia out there somewhere, which I really want to get to, and they keep telling me, no, you have to do this job right now. But I am excited about this because it's a great time to talk about our games, what people we're going to see this weekend, what teams we're going to be watching. So why don't we start with VGC and talk a little bit about that?
I would love to. We've got three incredible players that we want to highlight here. As we jump back into Regulation F, we really are looking for those players that are going to be great at being able to use those legendary Pokemon and also some of those balance teams. So as we take a look at our players to watch, I think these are going to be names that you are very familiar with. One, Wolf Glick, world champion from 2016, as well as multi-international champion from NAIC, as well as EUIC. So he's definitely somebody that we've been keeping our eyes on. Yuma Kinagawa also joins the international champion list as the international champion from the Latin America International Championships just a couple of months ago, and another multi-time international champion, Marco Silva from Italy, the strongest region in the world right now for the Pokemon video game, and he's at the helm there with an international championship win from just this last season.
I think one of the most memorable moments was Wolfie's speech last year. I always get it wrong, but it's like, but it wasn't enough. Was
yeah, exactly. I mean, it's the fact that he's the EUIC reigning champion, I think that's also a reason why there are so many eyes on him right now. But you know, that's not the only games that we're featuring here, and I know you've got some really great players ahead of us too.
Yeah, Pokemon Go, like I said, the largest tournament we've had so far, and we have some of the biggest superstars attending here. We also play in a special format as well. If you've been playing the Go Bell League at home, you probably have seen these Pokemon and the format we were playing in as well. If you take a look at the players that we have world champions, we have international champions. Let's start off with Beelzeboy on the left, our 2025 world champion from India. We don't see these players as much from that region, but he's here to show us all. Reminder that the last two world champions have been from the APAC region, so I have high expectations here. And then second, we have Patuman, top 3 at 3 international championships in a row and second place at the last world championships. Patuman is the kind of player that can say, I'm here only for first place. If you know, he might actually have said something like that. And you know what? He is the kind of player that can do that. And then the third player that we have here, Nighttime Clasher, the last LEIC champion. The LEIC was also played in a special format for Pokemon Go. Usually at the regional championships, we played this in the Open Grade League, but now we have restricted formats. And Nighttime Clasher, the thing about Nighttime Clasher is he's from North America. He doesn't win championships there, he wins them out of region. And that makes him extra scary for the Europe International Championship.
I mean, listen, sometimes it's all about that growth mindset and also when your back is against a wall in unfamiliar territory,
Absolutely.
right? But what do they feed you guys on the Go side? I feel like all of you, especially yourself included, being a multi-time regional champion, it's like you all are winners.
They just feed us passion for the game. That's why we love to yap about it. We also like to play
it.
Joe, give it to me. TCG.
Well, we're deep into the Phantasmal Flames format, which means every competitor out there at this point has had hundreds of hours of testing with their specific deck as well as within this format. So it really feels like the players who can get those tweaks correct this weekend are going to have the best profit. So I've picked out a few players here, some great players to watch within the entire globe, actually. Starting off with, who could forget Tord Reklev? I mean, this player has freakish results, 5-time international winner, but at EUIC it's extra special. He's got 2 wins here in this very hall, and his worst ever result at the EUIC, since it began, by the way, was top 32. So he is absolutely absurd and is always a player to watch no matter what, but finds the EUIC extra special. Moving on to Ryuki Okada, the defending champion that we have right now. What's so interesting about Ryuki is that every regional win and international win that he's had over the last couple of seasons, it's all been with different archetypes. So he seems to be a player that can really turn his hand to anything if he can get that metagame call right. And I think that's so interesting for this weekend specifically, because we've had so much time, a narrative forming around the top 4 decks in the game. And whenever you see that metagame narrow, it's players like Ryuki who can cash in and capitalize with some really interesting picks. And Brent Tonneson, probably the strongest player yet to win an international championships. He's got 6 regional wins under his belt. He's coming off from last week getting a top 4 in Sydney. So he is really hungry to get that victory under his belt. He was also playing the Gardevoir archetype, which he's won 2 regionals previously with. I have to bet that he's going to be playing that this weekend, and that always gives him a great chance for the competition.
That's always exciting to have a player who's right there, winning a lot, but still doesn't have that championship yet, and they could get it this weekend. Really exciting stuff.
Yeah, I mean, he's come so close. He's had finals, he's had multiple top cuts at internationals, and he seems to be knocking on that door constantly. It's only a matter of time.
Amazing. I want to talk a little bit about Pokemon Unite here. We have such an exciting format this weekend. We have map rotation in our game. We've got 3 big bosses in the center right now. We've got Rayquaza, Groudon, Kyogre, and the teams are going to cycle through these maps throughout this event, which I think is really cool, very different for a lot of our competition. But we have some incredible teams to watch here. Taking a look from North America, we have Dignitas, Root Dig, Ender up on the screen right there. This team is incredible. They are undefeated in our region right now. They are region maxing, absolutely spiking cortisol from every team that they run into. An incredible squad. Then right next to them, we have Peru Unite, your world champions. They are amazing, frame mogging everyone out there right now. And they are not undefeated in their, this is normal talk. Everyone speaks like this now.
Are you sure?
Everyone talks like this now. They are incredible. They are the world champs, but they are not undefeated. They're an extremely difficult competition there in LATAM, but they do so well here at EUIC. They won it 1 year, second another year. They're a great team to watch. And then, of course, we have the home region heroes in BH3 Esport, an incredible squad. Yeah, they're loving them here in the front row. They're absolutely European maxing right now, and I think a lot of these teams are poised to win this whole thing. These are 3 great ones to watch, but we have so many good squads. We have evil geniuses here. We have teams from all over our regions that we cover, so I am very excited to see how this weekend plays out. I know that the map rotation, all of our teams working on their drafting is going to be extremely important. I mean, if you don't deep lock in and you don't draft max, you will spike the cortisol and you will lose these games, guaranteed.
Okay, it took me the 4th time that you made up a word involving maxing that I realized that you were playing an or maxing. So like, I've got it. I'm hip with the kids too.
Yeah, your ascension rank is extremely high right now. No question about it. No question about it. We've got some incredible drops for our games that we want to talk about. Just for watching, you are going to be rewarded. So let's get into that. VGC, I know you have some exciting stuff coming up.
So excited about this one because we are giving away Hisuian Typhlosion from Yuma Kinagawa's winning team from LAIC. So please use the code EUIC26 Heatwave. Make sure you get a copy of this Pokemon in your game. I love that we get a chance to highlight our international and world champions every single season by distributing one of the Pokemon that they use to be able to get themselves that international champion. And it comes in fully teched out with the item, the move set, the Terra type that trainer actually used. So it's battle ready and ready for you to use.
Amazing. What do we got going on with Go?
Yeah, for Pokemon Go, if you watch 30 minutes on the Pokemon Go channel, you get many items. Amongst them is an Elite Charge Gem, a pretty rare item that you can use on your Pokemon to get a legacy attack. But you won't need this for this Dugong, inspired by the win of Nighttime Clasher at the LAIC. This Dugong comes with the Charge Stack Ice Wind. You don't want to miss out on that. This is a legacy Charge Stack. You otherwise would need to use that Elite Charge Gem. You don't need to do that now. And this Pokemon has been a staple in PvP for a long time, and it will be for a much longer time as well.
Amazing, and I know you've got some great stuff for TCG. Honestly, I'm pretty envious. These are some incredible drops.
We're absolutely spoiled if you're going to be watching the TCG. There's so many reasons to already, but straight away you can pick up some Ascended Heroes boosters as well, using EYC 26 Ascended Heroes. This is the new set just on the horizon, where there's a lot of different cards coming out, some really interesting Mega Evolution Pokemon, as well as that Pokepad, my favorite trainer, that's going to be really taking over the game over the next couple of years, honestly. So get yourself on the ladder, get testing that new format straight away, make sure you start picking up some Ascended Heroes boosters. That's the first one on the list, but I've got plenty more for you to get your hands on as well. You can also start improving your looks. You can get your jacket on, you can get your new deck box, your new sleeves, your coin. You can kit it out with the fantastic Mega Charizard X. Amazing flex for your accounts. Watch and earn those Twitch drops throughout the entire stream, and you're going to be treated really nicely. And then my personal 2 picks for this tournament are going to be this N Zoroark EX and the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. I think they're kind of on the fringes right now. They're not going to be the most popular picks in the room, but I think they have really good metagame placement. So these are ones to watch this weekend, but they also vastly improve in the Ascended Heroes metagame as well because of those new inclusions. The Grimmsnarl archetype gains an extra 10 hit points on a Snow Run, which is great. The N Zoroark gains an N's Zekrom that can attack with as well. So if you get those cards, get those special illustration rares, which look so good, they're also going to put you in good stead for next format.
Amazing. And just for watching Pokemon Unite over on the Pokemon Unite Twitch, we've got some great rewards for you. A platinum emblem for watching on our Twitch. And we have a sticker. If you enter the code EUIC2026, you will get this right now. You can throw that up on your trainer card and let everyone know that you are watching here live. I guess technically you can do that right away and you don't have to be watching live, but still, you should be watching live. I think it's pretty dang important. I know soon this show is going to kick off, and I cannot wait for people to see it because it's pretty hype. Before we do that, I want to talk real quick about maybe what you guys are most excited about this weekend. I know for me, they've got Pokopia out there on the floor that I really want to play. I've been trying to get to it, so that's like up there for me as #1. What about you, Necra?
Oh, it would be so nice to be able to check out that demo, but there's so much else to do inside the hall. There's a pin trading place that you can go, collect new ones. Like, I love how blinged out all of you are. I think I maybe missed the memo personally. So maybe I've got to hit up the pin trading and get a couple of things there, make sure that I can be just as swanky. But I think outside of that, for VGC in particular, this is a format that we have played quite a bit now. And I think a lot of people are looking and hoping to see what is going to be the next innovation that we can actually make to just kind of spice it up a little bit. So I think we will get a chance to see something like that this weekend. And Joe, I kind of expect that you're kind of feeling the same way about your format.
I feel like innovation is the key word that I'm really latching on to this weekend as well, because whenever there seems to be a narrative forming and it feels like the hive mind is all sort of in agreement with one thing, that's when you can completely pivot, turn a direction, turn a lot of heads, and surprise a field. And with thousands of players out there, with the majority of the metagame going to be playing just one of these 4 decks, I feel like that's a great time for you to innovate with your own deck choice, whether it's tech inclusions to gain an edge where you'd otherwise feel unfavored, or to bring something completely new. That's what I've got my eye out for this weekend in TCG.
Yeah, I feel like for us, I don't think there's as much innovation in our meta that we have this time, because the meta is very condensed. So you're going to see a lot of the same Pokemon, but you'll never know. I would love to be proven wrong, that someone brings something like, and I'm like, what? And they just win it. Imagine.
Honestly, sometimes I feel that way every time I look at your broadcast, because I'm like, whoa, those are Pokemon we don't get a chance to see in the VGC or even in the TCG. I look at Budu being such a prominent Pokemon. I'm like, but it's so cute. How is it so, impactful?
I mean, sometimes it can win games completely on its own. Interesting about Go as well, I know that dragons are really like sort of taking over. That's a theme for this weekend for you, isn't it?
Yeah, dragons are a thing. Unfortunately, my favorite dragon, Giratina, won't be in the format. but there will be a lot of Kingdra. Now I have a question for you as well, as we are on the topic of those specific Pokemon. In any of your games, Charge-a-Bug, has that been a successful Pokemon?
No.
That has been a
We've
go.
had like a Charge-a-Bug game mode that was very fun, but this is one of my favorite things about talking to each game is at some point you'll go, oh yeah, you know, Psyduck, it's completely broken. Everyone's like, Psyduck? Like, yeah, and Unite, completely broken. And that's really exciting to hear from each game, like what Pokemon shine there. And I think it's really cool that as a franchise, it's not just that Mewtwo is good, even though I think Mewtwo's maybe good all the time, everywhere.
Maybe not so much in VGC anymore.
Amazing. I would love that for us.
It is because we have some really cool things to enjoy, but hopefully that just makes everyone excited to go check out all the different streams that are happening here at EUIC. There's a lot to be able to take in, and I think especially on Sunday when we get a chance to crown the champions and every single game is going to be really amazing. So please tune in.
All right, well, I hope you guys enjoyed this pre-show. We are going to get this thing kicked off here in just 1 second. So for VGC, Go, TCG, and Unite, I cannot wait for this weekend. Get ready for it. Thank you guys very much. Let's get on with the show.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers, and welcome to the 2026 Pokemon European International Championships!
We hope you enjoyed that quick journey back to the games where it all started.
We wouldn't be here today if it weren't for the games that introduced Pokemon battles to the world and led us all to this moment.
So let's hear it one more time for Look Mum No Computer and the Manchester Video Game Orchestra!
And now now here we are, almost 30 years later, and still going as strong as ever with over 7,000 competitors here in London.
We've got 3 days of intense battles lined up as our trainers compete for their share of over $500,000 in prizing.
As well as their invitations to the World Championships and Pokemon XP in San Francisco this August.
And of course, the coveted title of EUIC Champion, a title that very few people get to earn. But we've got more than a few trainers here that will be battling it out over the next couple of days as we look to find our finalists.
Where they'll take to the stage on Championship Sunday in order to face their final opponent as we crown our champions.
So let's hear it for the Pokemon trading card game.
Pokemon video game.
Pokemon Go!
And finally, Pokemon Unite. Well, it sounds to me like everybody's fired up.
And ready to go.
So there's one final thing left to say, and that is good luck, trainers.
And let the games begin.
Welcome to the 2026 Pokemon European International Championships. We're back in London, where thousands of the world's best trainers have come to battle for the title of EUIC Champion. Two-time world champions Luminosity Gaming continued their epic season-long IC sweep with a decisive victory in London.
To the middle, and Luminosity Gaming is going to stop them, and they're going to win the AL's Cup.
Hatterman is the reigning European International Champion, and his dominance continued through the 2025 season, finishing third at the North American International Championships and claiming second place at the 2025 World Championships. Look at it go! Give it up for Hatterman! Ryuki Okada demonstrated absolute mastery of the game. His precise decision-making and unwavering composure laid the foundation for an inevitable victory, crowning him last year's international champion.
And now we've come to London and won the whole thing.
Longtime VGC legend Wolf Blick barreled through the competition and added an EUIC win to his historic career.
International Championship and becomes your 2025 European International Champion.
Here we go! Welcome to the 2026 Pokemon European International Championships. Let the games begin.
Indeed, we are ready for the games to begin here at the largest international championship that we've had so far in London, the European International Championships. I'm Amanda, also known as Lumberger, here alongside Speediest Chief 2, and we are so excited to be here.
I'm so excited, Amanda. What a wave of nostalgia was that introduction. What a performance. Every single moment just came rushing back to me, and I cannot wait to make new memories here in the Excel Center in London. We have some incredible competitors, Amanda. We've got an exciting meta as well. I cannot wait to get into this.
I mean, there are so many things that these players are going to be playing for, but a main thing is going to be those championship points. Look at this. First place gets 500 points, but that is not it. Look at so many of these different things that you can get. And just as a reminder, the first through fourth place finishers get those direct qualifications for the World Championships.
Exactly right. And with the introduction of championship points coming to Pokemon Go, this season feels more like a marathon. You have to continue competing, continue sharpening your skills against the best trainers in the world, and try to make sure that you are in that threshold when the World's qualifications come due. But I'll tell you what, Amanda, for a lot of people, this might be their first ever Pokemon Go tournament that they've seen. Let's take a quick look at the format.
Let's dive into the format for Pokémon Go at the 2026 Pokémon European International Championships. Trainers have traveled far and wide to compete for their share of over $500,000 in prizes and the ultimate title of Pokémon Go EUIC Champion. The competition takes place over 3 days, battling in a double elimination bracket using a greatly limited format. Only 3 trainers will remain to compete on Championship Sunday. Matches are best of 3 until the end of the bracket. Winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals are all played as a best of 5 series. Each match follows the Bring 6 Pick 3 format, where trainers craft a team of 6 Pokemon, but only bring 3 into each game. The trainers are bringing their all to the play tables this weekend, and we will soon see who will claim the trophy and title of EUIC Champion. Let's get this tournament started.
What an incredible slate of competitors we have here. What an exciting format is double elimination. But Amanda, these trainers, they want the trophy. They want to hoist it up on stage on Sunday, but there are also so many other things to earn through competition. First place will take home $5,000. That's going to be an incredible prize, and there's a lot more to earn below that as well.
Absolutely. Not only points, not only prestige, but look at these prizes here. At the biggest tournament that we have, there's going to be a lot of chunks of change to being able to throw around here. But of course, everyone wants to be able to take that home, that top prize, to be able to call themselves the champion.
Exactly, a lot on the line here, but I will say we returned to London. This is, I think, our 4th or 5th time in a row that we've been here for the European Internationals. And when I woke up this morning, it's a bit foggy, a bit misty, very quiet, very calm. Kind of what you expect from London. We got some forecasts for you on what's going to happen inside the venue as well. And I'm really excited to take a look here at the meta, because this is a limited format similar to what LAIC was in the fact that you only have certain typings, certain Pokemon allowed. Let's dive right in, Amanda. What's the #1 pick trainers should look out for?
Everyone should be being able to have this Pokemon or be able to counter it on their team. Spidops is definitely the best of class for the bug typing there. It will most likely be running that fast attack of Bug Bite, and it has 2 debuffing charge attacks with Lunge and Rock Tomb.
I think that the switch timer is going to be very important here at the European Internationals. You're going to want to get your debuffs in, swap out and clear those. But let's move on to something that's going to be very reliable. That is Dunsparce, a rollout user and a normal type Pokemon. It's got Drill Run, it's got Rock Slide. That's probably what we're going to see this weekend, but it's so reliable and it can help you counter things like Spidops.
I think we're going to see so many bug type Pokemon being able to throw some fast attacks with that rollout. We're going to see probably a lot of rollout users, but Dunsparce will be a tried and true one that will be there throughout the entire weekend. But another one, this is actually the first time I think we're going to be able to see it in a championship format, is that Grimmsnarl.
Amanda, you and I had a great time in the Go Wild area in Las Vegas. We picked up some Impidimps, we evolved those up. We're ready for the Grimmsnarl to take over the meta here. An important distinction I want to make is that while Dark type Pokemon are allowed, this is the only Dark and Fairy type Pokemon in the meta. So it's got a very unique set of resistances, and it can hit really hard. Amanda, I've heard a lot of trainers are thinking about Power Up Punch on this Pokemon.
I think a lot of times players are opting for Foul Play or Flavor, but Power Up Punch allows you to boost it up a little bit more. But on to our last category of Dragon type Pokemon, we can't forget about Jirachi, because you can either be running it with that fast attack with Dragon damage, or you can be running it with a Poison type damage, which is a little bit more interesting in the meta.
Exactly. I think Dragon Tail is really superb. You get to that Aqua Tail in only 9 turns. It's blazingly fast, and it can provide you a lot of flexible coverage. But I'll tell you what, Amanda, those are the safe picks. That's what we expect to see, what we think is going to come. Let's take a little bit of a walk on the risky side. Let's see what trainers might be bringing to shake up this meta. And the first pick that stands out, it's sweeping the nation. It's Tyranitar.
Tyranitar with its Rock and Dark typing, and it's going to be normally running Dragon Breath as a fast attack to be able to do some damage to those Dragon type Pokemon that are everywhere. But guess what? It's not going to take that really heavy damage from that Dragon Breath back, because that's not its typing.
Exactly. I think Tyranitar is one of the best ways to stop Kingdra if you do not have a Grimmsnarl on your team. But as our description says, make sure to keep a shield in your back pocket. Let's talk about Milotic, a water-type Pokemon, but it does have access to some great coverage. It's got Dragon Tail, it's got Wrap, it's got Surf. There's a lot of utility here in this Pokemon. Honestly, Amanda, in my practice, I'm not super impressed with it, but I have seen some top trainers that have it on their team.
I agree with you, and I think that sometimes you just need someone who knows how to drive that car, right? Saying, I know that I can be able to make this Pokemon work, and watch me do it here on a big stage. We're going to see plenty of unique picks, I think, even in this limited meta.
We saw a Patoman featured in our trailer here for EUIC. He was last year's international champion, and I had a chance to interview Maxi, our Birmingham regional champion. But Amanda, our roster for this event has exploded. Over 500 trainers have signed up. 80% of them from EU. We've narrowed it down to just 3. Tell us about it.
You did say Patoman earlier on. He is definitely a trainer to be watching because he's been doing so well throughout not only regional competitions but international championships. Stone Collection also, he's been making his way to NA, showing what Europe can prove, and PvP David winning one of the first events for Europe in this season. And if we go ahead and take a look at the European leaderboards, you can kind of see how these players are doing throughout the season as they've been gaining those championship points.
So many standout names here. You look at Galaxica Bolton, the Superior Master. He won't be bringing Superior to this competition because it is a limited format. Tonton Batuz, a former EUIC champion, is also here. Emmy Weedle won the World Championships in this very venue 4 years ago. So the amount of talent is absolutely stacked, and anyone could take it.
We did see Colin Six at the top of that meta with a lot of championship points, and that's because he went over to North America. Well, now it's North America's turn to be coming over here because there are a ton of really great trainers, and these are just a few that you should be watching this weekend.
You cannot talk about NA PvP without mentioning Out of Pocket. But guess what? The first trainer to ever win an international championship from outside of a region is Nighttime Clasher, and he's here as well. And don't forget about Kelsey K and her Guzzlord. Her Dragon type damage is just absolutely unmatched. But let's check out the leaderboards here. Some familiar names and some new ones.
Another thing I want to point about Nighttime Clasher is he was the first trainer to win a European regional out of region as well. He's back in Europe, so we could definitely be wondering, will he be able to not only take another international championship, will he be once again taking it away from Europe? Only time will tell, but he is ready and prepped.
You know those leaderboards are crazy stacked when former world champion It's Axon is on that second half towards the bottom, but I'm sure he's going to want to earn a lot of points here at the internationals, and that's a great place to do it too because the point awards are massive.
There are so many trainers here. We just showed Europe, we just showed North America, but guess what? There are still other people who are going to be here. Let's talk about the Latin American region here, and let's start off with Zardy.
Absolutely. Zardy is an incredible trainer. He was a staple of the early championship series, winning with awesome Pokemon like Shadow Dragonair. He's back and he's in top form, already winning an event this season. LNDS Hard Jeff, a former LAIC champion, also finished top 4 at the World Championships. He is so legit. And then Ashton Ash, one of the best trainers from Mexico. I think this might be his breakthrough tournament.
And you're looking at some champions there, and also someone who's been consistently doing well, consistently top cutting. This could be that breakout moment. Going ahead and looking at this leaderboard, there are many of these trainers that are here, potentially being able to boost them even farther on this leaderboard, maybe even taking home a new title.
Exactly. I wanted to shout out to Korlash Kanan, as well as over there on the right side, Andy Kobe, a very talented trainer who just picked up his first victory, if I'm not mistaken. But so many talented trainers from LATAM. Like I said, about 80% of the trainers came from the Europe region, but I do think there is a strong chance that we have an upset here, and the crown goes out of the area.
Well, it could. You know what I really liked was in the photos, you know, Zardy had a dragon.
Yeah.
There's dragons in this meta, and in Umbreon, there's a dark types in this meta with Hard Jeff. But let's see if what Oceania wants to cook up, see if they have anything interesting there. We definitely have a Pokeball, and there is going to be some really great trainers coming all the way across the pond.
Exactly. We recognize these names. Rick Flareon, a very impressive trainer, and we see Jumothy as well. Jumothy, I think, is in better form than he's ever been as a competitor. Already won 2 events this season and is absolutely cleaning house. I think he wants to add another trophy to his cabinet.
Yeah, back-to-back wins. They're putting him at that top of that leaderboard there for the Oceania region. But guess what? There are quite a few other people saying, we are ready to play. We want more games. And it looks like they might be able to get it here this weekend. And I'm so excited to see how many different trainers are in this event. not only from Europe, but as we can see, it just keeps getting larger and larger. Trainers keep coming over from all over, and they still have one more region we want to talk about.
Exactly. Let's go ahead and shine a spotlight here on APAC trainers to watch. Luminous, one of the best trainers from Japan, is always competing at a high level in the PJCS, and we have another world champion.
Who was that in the middle?
I don't know if you've heard of him. Let me introduce you. This is Beelzebub, your reigning world champion. Just took the crown in Anaheim a few short months ago. He's back. Now he's in London, and he wants to add an IC trophy to his resume.
And of course, we can't forget about Charming Pori either, doing incredibly well. And a lot of these trainers, they're actually on a different system. So if they win these events, they can still get that direct qualification for Worlds by placing within that top 4. So it's very interesting and perhaps a different way to be able to get that competition.
Well, our trainers competing here want to win. They want that Worlds qualification.
Absolutely.
That's what they're really competing here for. But everyone at home can get in on the action. If you're a fan of the video game, check out this drop. We have the Hisuian Typhlosion and a Yuma's photo right next to it. Make sure to pick up that Pokemon, use that code EUIC26 Heatwave, and add it to your roster. These drops are so sick.
You know what's so cool about it is Typhlosion has had a lot of success in our game. It's really cool to see Hisuian Typhlosion do well, but if you are not interested in this, guess what? We still have more things to come across the different channels. So this is going to be for the video, or for the card game, I'm sorry.
Yes.
You can watch and earn Twitch drops if you're watching their channel.
This is for TCG Live. You can get the deck box, the sleeves, the jacket, and the emblem. I gotta be honest.
That's a lot of swag.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Amanda, right now. This might be the most elite batch of drops of any of the games. I do think that these drops are insane, but you're here for Pokemon Go,
Absolutely.
and we are not going to leave you empty-handed. We do have Nighttime Clashers, Dugong, an elite Charge TM, but also it's kind of in fine print. You got to zoom in there. 20 Charge TMs, 20 Fast TMs, and Seal Candy XL.
There's going to be a lot of things that you can be able to do, and this is really cool because I think maybe people who watched LEIC was like, Dugong, I never even thought about that Pokemon. Now you have a chance to have your own. So go ahead and make sure that you're paying attention within the channel of how to connect your account so you are able to get these drops. I'm going to go ahead and let you know, using exclamation point drops, it's not going to do anything.
Sorry, Amanda. I was paying attention.
I'm so sorry.
But we got some breaking news. We have all of the teams entered into our systems. We can actually look at the usage here.
Let's go, let's go.
Let's go. Let's see what trainers are bringing here to the tournament. There's been speculation, there's been talk, but the chatter stops here. Licky, 57.8%, followed by Shadow Drapion and Spidops.
Wow, okay, so I will say, when everyone was kind of estimating what Pokemon would be in the meta, I was guaranteed that Spidops was going to be in that top slot. But Licky is potentially one of the safest swaps in this meta right now because it's normally using Rollout as a fast attack, but there's a potential that you can be running Hyper Beam as one of its charge attacks, and that can flip some even bad matchups for it because it's just a heavy-hitting normal attack.
It's strong, but it leaves you very vulnerable to things like Spiritomb, so that's going to be a really interesting tell as we look at these trainers' teams and how they develop. But one thing I want to mention, Amanda, during the pre-show, I asked everybody, what would be the most popular Dragon-type Pokemon? I asked Kingdra, Swilus, or Dragalge. Where is Dragalge on this chart?
Absolutely nowhere. You know, we even picked it. We thought this could be the top of class Pokemon, but nowhere in sight. And potential problem with the Dragalge, looking back on it, is it loses to the other dragons.
You're
so
right.
if you know that you're going to be facing a lot of different dragons, maybe that versatility of being able to run a poison type attack or a dragon type attack is not the best for it anymore.
I agree. There are some familiar picks here. I like the Ariados. That's a Pokemon that a lot of trainers have had success with, like Boom20 and PvP David are very efficient with that Pokemon. Tell me about Shadow Beedrill, Amanda. You knew it was coming.
I did. I love Shadow Beedrill. I have to confess, I've been practicing this meta a little bit, scrimming with some people, and my Spidops was not ready yet because it was a Pokemon that was a little bit more difficult for me to personally find. So I opted to use another Bug Bite user in that Shadow Beedrill, and maybe some of the other Pokemon trainers are choosing to do the same, or maybe they're going incredibly risky and going double Bug Bite users with a Spidops and a Shadow Beedrill on the team.
Well, speaking of double Bug Bite users, I've heard even triple Bug-type movesets are in play. Triple the bug action, maybe a Bug Bite, Fell Stinger, X Scissor Beedrill?
Could be.
These trainers might be cooking those up.
Well, we'll have to see because this is going to be open team sheets. So once the trainers exchange their team sheets, see what they're playing against, they will actually already know what the movesets are going to be. And so will you at home. So you'll be able to see what the Pokemon trainers are bringing. And then we can maybe find out a little bit why they're bringing what they did and opting for which movesets. Is it going to be a power-up Punch Grimmsnarl? Is it going to be on Play Rough?
I got to be honest, Amanda, we have a lot of predictions, and we just got hit with a hard dose of reality on that usage. But let's go back to prediction land and talk about some Pokemon that we think will be successful. Actually, let's see how we stacked up against what the top usage is. Tell me about what you see here.
Well, I mean, let's go ahead and look at Fareed's first. Well, open up that show for us with the hosting. All Shadows. He's thinking that Shadows are going to be the thing. I picked 2 Shadows on my team. We talked a little bit about the Beedrill. Shadow Drapion was the 2nd overall for day 1 usage. Double counters those normal type Pokemon pretty well, being able to use low kick as his fast attack. And then Fur just seems like one of the best in the game currently, but I don't know. I don't really see it up there very much either.
Yeah, well, I tried to go a little bit spicier on my side. I've got Swilus, I've got Shadow Venomoth. Everybody's attention's on Spidops and the Beedrill, but what about the other Poison Bug type in Shadow Venomoth? I also have Obstagoon, which I think, to your point, is a great counter for all these normal type Pokemon that we're seeing across the meta. It can also use Night Slash into the Ghost types. It's got enormous coverage. And then Kricketune, at some point, everybody, I don't care if it's today, it might be Saturday, it might be Sunday morning when you're watching the Grand Finals, you need to open your Pokemon Go app, turn on the sound, and listen to Kricketune. It's got the best call of any Pokemon in the entire game. Send it.
And of course, if you took a screenshot of that, you probably noticed that Inadequence and Marto Galde there with some picks of their own. I'm sure they will be able to talk through that with that high competitor knowledge later on. So I'm really excited to see whose picks are going to be, you know, the most showcased. Sure, day 1 usage kind of gives you a snapshot of what you're going to see. But that is out of all of the competitors. Over 500 competitors signed up for Pokemon Go. So that means that this was just day 1. Day 2, it gets a little bit smaller. It gets a little more condensed, maybe a little bit more finesse in the team composition. So we should take another screenshot then and see how much has actually changed.
Well, to add on to your point, there's a lot of Pokemon that are popular, but then there are some Pokemon that just totally outperform. And one of those picks historically in competitive Pokemon Go has been Dugong. You don't see Dugong very often on that high usage for day number 1, but by day number 2, you've got several trainers with it in Top Cut when they are competing in the Open Great League. So even though Dugong is not going to be on your screens for this event, make sure to claim those drops, pick up your own Dugong, and add it to your roster, because when Open Great League rolls back around, it will be very useful.
Absolutely. And let us know in the chat which Pokemon that you were, or were you even surprised about that top 12 usage? What do you think is going to be the most viable Pokemon, the one that's going to be the one that's on everyone's team here doing well at EUIC?
Yeah, Drampa believers, rise up. We need you. We need you in the chat. So let us know if you are hoping Drampa will succeed, or if some other Pokemon you think will climb to the top. I don't know if I'm a Frostlass believer, man. I'm going to be honest. I'm a Frostlass doubter.
Wow, Frostlass is one of my favorite Pokemon in general. I don't get to see it played very often, so I think that there's actually going to be quite a few, and we'll just have to see how viable it will become. Already mark his words. He said he wasn't a Melodic believer. It's in that top 12 for day 1, and now Frostlass. So we'll keep a running tally.
Yeah, we'll see. You know, some Pokemon just really capture your attention. They hit you with a hard-hitting charge attack, and you say, all right, this Pokemon's the real deal. Some are just solid, reliable. Milotic might be one of those Pokemon that's just super reliable and super durable, but I don't know. We're going to find out as this event goes on.
And it's not even Pokemon, it's also the players. As you continue to watch the streams, you might notice certain players are popping out more often than not because they've played so many events before, because they're doing so well, so consistently good across this Pokemon Go Championship Series. Very excited to see how many people that are going to be competing at EUIC will be able to also compete at that World Championships.
Great point, Amanda. We've set the stage here in London. We've told you all about the event, all about the prizes, but Pokemon Go is a global game, and we do have so many other events going on outside of the battling aspects. Let's talk about Pokemon Go Tour. This is going to be kind of like a back-to-back weekend event. We've got Los Angeles, we've got another one as well. These are in person. You can only compete, or excuse me, only play. I'm in the competitive mindset.
I know, you're super competitive.
You can only play at these events in person, and there are going to be some incredible spawns, Yveltal, Xerneas, and beyond. But this also, it zooms out and it goes global as well. There you see Taiwan is another one of those events.
And then later on, we'll be able to all play it as that global Pokemon Tour.
Correct.
And that is something that's really, really fun. I'm actually really excited about Xerneas because though we are playing this format in the Great League, there's also Ultra League available if you're battling in-game, and also Master League. And for Master League, you usually want some of those legendary Pokemon, some that are a little more difficult to get. Maybe you have to get it in a raid, but you have to really power it up all the way to the top. And Xerneas is one that I'm still missing, so I want it for my Pokedex at that, you know, if you do the appraisal where all the red bars are full.
Exactly, and Xerneas also is a Pokemon that has had some really cool location cards. If you remember back to 2023 in Japan, you could get that beautiful building in Osaka on the location card of the Xerneas. So if you are attending one of those in-person events, make sure to go for one that has that location card. Maybe it's a snapshot of the city or some other beautiful scenery. The team at Pokemon Go does an incredible job of helping to encapsulate those memories. So no longer do you just kind of scroll down and look and you say, oh, this is where I caught it, or maybe this is who I traded it to, or who traded it to me. You actually can see the spot where you were, and it brings all those memories just rushing back.
I do that sometimes. I go through my postcard book, even from past, you know, European International Championships at Worlds and stuff, because you can collect gifts, you can spin Pokestops, and there are unique Pokestops here at this event in Europe, just specifically for everyone here. There's so many things going on. Not only is it our game, there's the card game, there's the video game, there's Pokemon Unite, and everyone is just going crazy for their teams.
Yeah, I'm going to make a bold statement here, Amanda. I don't know if chat's going to be happy with me.
Guys, already, Marlone Frostlass, another bold statement from Will Dunphy.
We're just getting started. Here comes a hot take. I think Pokemon Go PvP players are the most dedicated players of any group within Pokemon Go, because we play every event. We engage in every single kind of bonus event, whether it's the Spotlight Hour, whether it's the Dynamax Mondays, or whatever it might be. We are always involved in all these events and trying to get the best resources, and the Go Tour is no exception to that rule. But Amanda, enough about us, enough about Go Tour. Let's zoom back in on London. What is going on with these teams?
Look at the two trainers here, too. We have Sharky King against Martin Hart there, and there is a Pokemon on the team that I don't know we've talked about at all, but I do know that a certain someone was playing it in Go Battle League. Will, I'm talking about the one on the left-hand side. I can see you're already. Take it away.
I'm already rubbing my hands together. It looks like on Sharky King's team, he does have the Crocodile, which is a dark-type Pokemon that we have not talked enough about. But if you notice, if you've been keeping up with the Open Great League, ground-type damage is absolutely superb. You see it in Gastron, you see it in Marowak, you've seen it in Claydol and other Pokemon beyond. Crocodile with Mud Slap, as well as Brick Break and Crunch, is an incredible moveset. A lot of versatility and variability there.
And Brick Break also is one of the attacks that lowers the defense of its opponent. So every time that it is thrown, no matter what, even if it's shielded up, the defense is just going to be a little bit lower for the side of Martin.
Exactly. We saw some Pokemon there that we come to expect, though, judging by the usage charts. We did see Grimmsnarl. We did see some Kingdra as well. So I'm really excited to see what these trainers decide to bring. This is our first match in the limited meta, Amanda. Honestly, it's coming at us so fast, right? The intro felt like we had a little bit of time there to kind of collect ourselves, but right now, I'm ready to get into this.
Yeah, I do want to point out something about that Grimmsnarl that we do see on that side of Sharky King. It is opting to run Power Up Punch, so that is going to boost the attack every time that is used. Just a little quick refresher for everyone. We were kind of wondering what people would be running with that. And also with the Ariados, running Lunge and Mega Horn on the side of Martin.
Oh, very good call out there. Mega Horn is very powerful. We've seen a lot of Trailblaze on Ariados, but I do think Mega Horn is going to give you that same type attack bonus, bug type damage, and make Ariados even more potent. Drapion, a staple of the Open Great League, will appear in this set as well, but only on one side, being Martin Hart's team. I think the Drapion's very flexible. A lot of trainers are saying, you know what? Everybody's talking about Grimmsnarl. What about Drapion? What about the Dark-type Pokemon we've all known to come and love?
I mean, if you've been watching our championship series over the years, you've noticed that Drapion and Azumarill as well, Pokemon, they just seem to be here to stay. It's one of those Pokemon where you can just be a little bit flexible. It farms up energy quite quickly, and it's just very versatile in its attacks and play styles.
All right. We're getting into it. Let's go, everybody. Game number 1 of the European Internationals 2026. We have Spiritomb and Spidops taking the field.
And you see those Bug Bites aren't going to be doing too much to the Spiritomb. Spiritomb already now out in attack, but guess what? Spidops is going to be throwing first, and this is a lunge. I don't think we'll see a shield from Sharky King's side. It is going to now lower the attack, but guess what? He's got his own. Look at this. He actually banks the attacks and swaps into his Licky Tongue.
Yeah, we go into the mirror match now. Both of these Lickies are running Earthquake. It looks like Body Slam is queued up, but going straight for the Earthquake here from Sharky King. This is going to deal a lot of damage. I think early on in this matchup, it's difficult to call whether it will be the Body Slam. It's a very risky shield, so I like that safe Earthquake by Sharky King.
There's a little bit of bulk behind Licky there, so knowing that he can take the first attack no matter what, and actually opting now for that Body Slam. It is a little bit of a cheaper attack. It takes a little bit less time to get to. No shield on the side of Sharky King, and almost up to another Earthquake. We're about to see who's going to win charge attack priority. That means the one with the higher attack is going to win, and it looks like it is Sharky Tech.
Oh, actually going to shield up this Earthquake here. Martin Har was about 2 rollouts behind on the swap, but does not want to lose this Body Slam damage. He might even pull a shield. No, excuse me. Sharky King is not going to protect shield up this Body Slam. Very confident in his Licky. Absorbs that damage, no problem.
King of the Shields are saying, no, I know it can take it, but another Body Slam coming through. Do you want to go ahead and use a shield here as the Licky is down to the red? It does look like he will do so. Wants to be able to keep a little bit of energy. Looks like the switch timers are back up, but opting to throw the attack here, going for a Body Slam of his own.
This is tricky, right? Because Sharky King's Body Slam will not quite be enough to KO the opposing Licky. He goes back and pivots out into the Spite Off, and he doesn't get the farm down. Here comes another Body Slam.
Body Slam, what, I think number 5 coming through here from Martin's side. Going ahead, getting all the bubbles there. Excellent. No Protect Shield still by the Sharky King there, and going ahead, and now the Spite Off come back in on the other side. But talking about pacing here, getting to the launch just a little bit quicker.
Yeah, I think wanting to get off this debuffing charge attack ASAP. Sharky King firing here, and I think the swap as well helped them to equalize the energy with the opposing Spite Ops. They're basically equivalent here.
Now going ahead, does Sharky King want to use his last shield as the Rock Tomb is going through here? He does. No shields left remaining in this game here. 2 Spite Ups on the field, both of them running a little bit low on the attacks, and both of them have been debuffed, and it is a race to launch. Tries to swap out to the Licky to catch, and still is able to do so.
Yeah, I actually really like that play quite a bit, forcing the energy away from Martin Har, taking advantage of that 10-second switch timer displacement. You can see here Martin Har cannot even reach for his other Pokemon, so he's forced to throw the energy there. I like what Sharky King's doing here. Brings out the Spite Ups, farms down, and he's got a charge attack ready to go.
He's got a charge attack on both Pokemon on the side of Sharky King there, so he's going to be able to throw. The Drapion comes in, and it's going to be able to take this Rock Tomb, but it is going to lower the attack of the Drapion for the rest of the game there.
Yeah, I think Lunge might do slightly more damage, but it is pretty close on both those charge attacks. Will he get to another Lunge? Oh, I don't think Sharky King can get there in time. Here comes the Aqua Tail.
Aqua Tail coming through here. This Spite Ops is very low on health, but it does need to be knocked out before it gets to another attack. Now the big question is, when is Sharky King going to be able to throw? Doesn't want to take any chances here. Throws that Rock Tomb on the Drapion that was almost at a crunch.
Yeah, Spirit Tomb is reliable, but its pacing is not very fast. Can it get to another charge attack here against the opposing Spite Ups? It doesn't even need one. Sucker Punches are going to get the job done. Sharky King picks up the KO.
Going ahead, getting that nice lead there with the Spirit Tomb up against that Spite Ops, really put him in a good position. And it's also interesting to know when you want to throw your attacks and when you want to save that energy for a later moment.
Honestly, Amanda, I knew this was going to be a hype meta. I knew this was going to be fun, but I am even more excited after seeing that first battle because the switch timer manipulation in this format is going to be paramount to success, and Sharky King did it just slightly better. You saw just a couple of times there, almost like his opponent was moving through sand. He just could not get to the charge attacks, could not get to the swaps when he wanted them. But Martin Har's matchup knowledge was also quite good, recognizing he can go straight Body Slam, even down 2 rollouts.
Yeah, going ahead and just going, it was almost like a Body Slam spam going on in game number 1. And really, like, it was great plays by both trainers here, but the swap into Licky Tongue really put Martin Hart in a bad position because he's like, I don't want to get rolled out down, but I don't really want to throw the energy at this low health Licky.
Exactly, and the awareness here by Sharky in the last moment to throw off the Rock Tomb, not get overzealous there and allow that Drapion to get to a charge attack. Very key moment for him there. And of course, the Dark typing is going to be weak to the Bug Bites, but the Ghost typing bolsters Spirit Tomb so much in that matchup, allowing him to Sucker Punch down. So we're heading into game number 2. This is a best of 3 double elimination format. So if Sharky wins this, he will move on to the next round.
And this is a great example. Since it's the very beginning of the day, if people are not super familiar with the format in this double elimination, that means that if Sharky King does win that next, he will go on that winner's side of the bracket. If Martin Har is able to win this next one, we could go into a best of 3. So let's see how they want to play it out. Using that Shadow Drapion as that safe swap, but now comes in a hard counter that I was not expecting to see.
Everybody check your watch. It's Crocodile time. The Mud Slap damage is going to pile on, and even though that Aqua Tail stings, those Poison Stings are just doing nothing to that Dark-type Pokemon.
But the pacing of Drapion is quite quick. Looks like Sharky King going for an aggressive maybe Mud Slap down here with that Crocodile, getting a Protect Shield, and then now down goes the Drapion, and there is a ton of energy now on this Crocodile.
Absolutely insane, but he's got to be careful. The Spite Ups, Bug Bites will be super effective, and he needs to get off that energy as quickly as possible. But if the Licky comes in, yeah, I think Spite Ups is the right call here. Still going to take a crunch for his trouble, though.
Absolutely great timing there, too, making sure to see what Pokemon came in before he threw an attack. Crunch going through, and it will go ahead and get Bug Bited down, but it did do a nice chunk of damage, and Sharky King can now dictate what he wants to come into that Spite Ups, and it's going to be the Licky.
Yeah, just like we saw in the Lee situation. Great swap, though, by Martinhar to kind of get his Spite Ups out of range of the Body Slam, send that damage onto his own Licky, but the rollouts are just so oppressive. I anticipate a swap pretty soon here, but the Spiritomb, I don't know, it doesn't have a great matchup either.
Well, Spiritomb at least doesn't really have much against, and actually opting for a Body Slam against the Spiritomb. Maybe hope that the Sharky King would fall for that bait, because the Earthquake would be doing a ton, but as you can see, that Body Slam not very effective against that Ghost typing of it. Now just continuing to get a little more damage and going for a Rock Tomb, winning that charge attack priority, and we'll see if Martinhar wants to put up a Protect Shield. No, he's going to go ahead and let that Licky take it.
Yeah, I really like what Sharky King did there, throwing immediately with the Rock Tomb. Even though it was that charge attack priority, he did win that exchange. Earthquake coming through, but after the debuff, this is not going to be any threat to that Strange Stone Pokemon. Here comes the Spite Ups.
Yeah, the Earthquake, but that Ghost wasn't scared at all, but he was able to get Bug Bited down before he's able to get to another attack. And now that this Licky comes in, now that this Lunge goes through, this is the only Pokemon remaining. Sharky King cannot swap out to clear this debuff. It's going to be debuff for the rest of this game.
Yeah, Rock-type rollout is the key here. There's still 2 shields for Martinhar. He's unlikely to Protect Shield. Oh, excuse me, he will actually use the Protect Shield here. I thought Sharky King might go for the fast attack win condition, but he is going to go ahead and spam off these Body Slams. He's got so much energy. Why not?
He's got so much energy. He's able to get to another Lunge here. There is one Protect Shield. Going ahead and having to use it up. It's getting closer to the end game here, but this is a double debuff Licky.
On charge attack priority, which is very difficult to find against one-turn fast attack users. But if you notice, our eagle-eyed viewers probably figured out that switch timer is up. We could see the swap right here on the Body Slam. Does it reach for it? No! Another Body Slam. This is going to be enough to pick up the knockout.
No Protect Shield remaining. Spite Ups just standing there, having to take it down. It goes in, comes that Licky, but it's just so low health at this point and still not close enough to the Body Slam. We might see that rollout go through.
Wow, big KO there from Sharky King, but what a close game. I mean, honestly, he had so much momentum, winning the lead there with his Licky into the Spite Ups, and then he met the Drapion counter swap with his own Crocodile Dark-type Pokemon. I thought that he had that game in the bag, but it came right down to the wire.
Came down to the wire, and Martinhar in this double elimination tournament will be now knocked down to that loser side of the bracket where he can continue on. And yes, it might be a little bit more tough to climb up from that standing. However, we've seen a couple trainers do that, even losing round 1 and becoming champions of regional competitions. It's definitely not out of the question.
The word that came to mind for me was arduous. It's a very arduous journey from that lower side bracket as you move through the tournament. But our first ever world champion actually crowned in this venue was Dancing Rob, and he did fall to that loser side bracket pretty early on. So best advice we can offer there is just keep on battling. Let's talk about the Pokemon that we saw, though. We saw the Spiritomb, we saw Spite Ups, we saw Licky, so some things that we kind of anticipated we would see here based on our usage charts. But seeing Crocodile in set number 1, what a treat.
Absolutely fun. The farm down was interesting, also knowing that you're probably only going to get to 1 attack, being that low in health. It still, I think, made Sharky King a little bit worried. You saw his face like, oh, bummer, I wasn't able to get any more damage off of that, but still playing through it all and being able to get some really impactful damage throughout this, not worrying about that Earthquake, knowing when he wanted to keep his shields for the impactful moments, which really cleared near the end game.
Exactly. We've seen some Spite Ups play so far, and like we said, there's some Pokemon that just totally capture the imagination. They make flashy plays, whether it's a Charizard Blast Burn or it's a Swampert Hydro Cannon or whatever it might be. We're not really going to see that from something like Spidops here. It's going to be reliable. It's going to be versatile. You can switch that Pokemon around, throw some debuffs, but managing your energy, managing your charge attack intervals, and not letting your opponent take advantage of you just bug biting and not really doing much else, that's going to be the key to playing that bug-type Pokemon.
I mean, I've really noticed already just with this game #1, there are so many debuffing type attacks or potential debuffing attacks. We have Drapion, which learns Crunch, which has a potential debuff. We have guaranteed debuffs with those Rock Tombs and Lunges run by multiple Pokemon. And we've got Brick Breaks. So wow, there's so many different things that can end up changing the meta a little bit. And you'll also notice that when the Pokemon are on that right-hand side are grayed out, you can't swap to it because there's going to be a switch timer. But since the switch timer has been lowered down recently, it kind of makes the games a little more dynamic. You can clear that debuff if you will have more than one Pokemon left, and you can kind of start over fresh.
Yeah, the 45-second switch timer, honestly, one of the best changes that we've seen to the competitive format because it allows you that versatility. It's not like, oh, I made the swap, and now their Bastiodons versus my Altaria. There's not much I can do here with the 45-second switch timer, especially in this meta, clearing those debuffs, resetting those. And also, I think that we don't talk about this enough, the kind of threat of the switch, right? Not knowing when the swap's going to come, I think is very, very helpful, especially when you're trying to set yourself up for a win condition. Maybe you need 2 charge attacks, and your opponent just pulls a rug out from under you, sends out that weak Pokemon to absorb the damage, and then you kind of have to go to plan B.
Yeah, I was wondering maybe when Martin Hart threw that body slam into the Spiritomb, I was thinking perhaps he was looking at his switch timer because every time you throw an attack, you know, it should take at least 10 seconds off the switch timer, and he just wanted to get out of that matchup, maybe save his own Licky for a later moment. Unfortunately for him, it didn't work out for him in that game #2, but very fortunately for Sharky King, he's moving on that winner's side of the bracket.
Yeah, but again, even winning the lead in game #2, I felt like that match should have been pretty locked down about halfway through. But it really came down to just one rollout difference between the two Licky. So that also shows you this is a high skill expression meta, lots of versatility here, and I think that trainers that know their matchups inside and out are really going to be able to shine.
And I think that some trainers who are ready to shine are our next ones who are going to be on stage. Once again, this is the largest tournament that we've had for Pokemon in the 30-year anniversary time, so it's like this game is growing, it's getting even bigger, even better, and this is someone that we had mentioned in a players to keep your eye on.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really excited to see these trainers take the stage here. And the Alola Ninetales plushie there on the podium. I'd love to see in the chat as well, if you're competing here in London, what plushie would you bring to the desk? Which Pokemon gives you that inspiration, that extra push, and that sense of comfort that you can pilot your team to success?
Yes, we'll have to see. Again, we are on this winner's side of the bracket. This is just game #2 in our packed day of games, the first day of EUIC 2026. And I don't know, I'm already absolutely loving how this meta is shaking up.
Yeah, I'm really, really excited. And like you said, so many trainers competing here. We're going to see They Love Jai taking on his opponent. And it looks like we are going to get some pretty interesting Pokemon as well. Looks like Milotic as well as the Seeking there for Jai. And then on the right side, Miltank. Amanda, we've talked about Dunsparce, we talked about Licky. We've done everything except talk about Miltank.
Miltank is another rollout user, so we do see the Dunsparce. The team of the looks like Aldo over there is pretty interesting. He's got 2 bug-type Pokemon, being that Spidops and that Charge-a-Bug. He's got 2 potential rollout users with Dunsparce and that Miltank, and he's also got some no dragon, but a pseudo-dragon with that Shadow Melodic and Spiritomb, which we've seen a really, really great Spiritomb play already.
Yeah, we've already seen it, and we are going to get a lot more of that. Also, a Pokemon that looks familiar on the right side is going to be the Charge-a-Bug, but I just want to check here. I do think that the Charge-a-Bug is going to be running Volt Switch, which is a little surprising. I kind of expected Bug Bite there. And if you notice as well, our eagle-eyed viewers probably already recognize that there's a score point up there. Looks like Jai will get a point in this match, in this series, excuse me, because of a team sheet error on Alduke's side. So again, open team sheets, it's great, right? You can see your opponent's team, you can kind of see yours on paper, get it all lined up, but you need to enter that information correctly, right? I've done this myself, right? Just coming to a tournament, not being sure about my team. It's 2 a.m., registration window's coming up. You have to lock something in, and there's a mental error. So I do think that it can be really tough when that does happen, but that is part of the rule set here. So They Love Jai will start 1-0 up in this series. He only needs 1 game win to advance to the next round.
And he is running an interesting team. You know, we talked about Pokemon that did have debuffing attacks. We completely left out Seeking, which also has one with Icy Wind. So keep an eye on how many times Pokemon are going to get debuffed throughout the days. Maybe take a sip of water every time because you're going to be very, very hydrated.
I was going to say that if you didn't say that. You're exactly right. But Jai, actually a trainer from the Australia region, very, very talented player, and I think he's been a huge fan of Lola Ninetales. So it makes sense that he's got that plushie up on the stage there, but no Lola Ninetales in this particular meta.
Now going ahead and seeing what they want to do for game number 2. There is a lot on the line there because if ends up winning this next round, he already has some momentum behind his side and he will be able to continue on. Aldog hasn't really had a chance yet to get a vibe for how his opponent is going to be able to play. He's a player that's coming in from Mexico, actually.
I believe so. I believe you're correct. It's going to be a very interesting test for him to go up against one of Australia's best, a trainer that is no stranger to the stage here at the Europe Internationals. But we do have some interesting matchups we're going to see, and we're going to get right into it right away. We're going to see Spiritomb as the opener for They Love Jai, taking on Shadow Milotic.
Milotic already going for the Dragon Tail damage and just chunking away. Milotic in the past used to only have either water or ice type attacks, so it was kind of not as versatile. But now getting this attack, he's able to do a little bit more damage and just a little bit quicker with those Aqua Tails. Gets that first shield even from They Love Jai, and now throwing that Rock Tomb, which will debuff the Milotic. And since it's Shadow, actually probably do a big chunk of damage, getting the shield from Aldoc's side as well.
Yeah, honestly, I think that the Rock Tomb might have KO'd at that range, but it's hard to say this early. In comes the Miltank here, actually not running. Oh my goodness, he's running Gyro Ball, and guess what? Water resists steel, so this is going to do basically nothing to the Milotic.
Milotic going ahead, happily taking that and getting a little bit of damage off himself. I think now Aldog will choose to opt for that Body Slam. Not only does it pace a little bit quicker, but it will be doing a better amount of damage to that Milotic that They Love Jai ended up swapping in, so they both switch locked for the moment.
Exactly. Miltank, a rollout user that we're going to probably talk about more as the tournament goes on, does have access to Thunderbolt and Ice Beam. The Gyro Ball is a big surprise to me here, but here comes an Aqua Tail. I said Surf earlier, my apologies. Aqua Tail is probably going to be the most common set on Milotic.
Yeah, going ahead, another one going through. Aldog saying, oh, okay, I see what you did with that catch earlier on. I want to go ahead and make another one as well here. Aqua Tail going to be not very effective. Once again, caught on a Milotic, and this one has a lot of energy already. We're going to talk once more about debuffing attacks. There's a wrap on the side of this Milotic, and if there's no shield, this might be a wrap on that Milotic as well. As Aldog goes through, but it's not very effective. It does end up knocking out.
Oh my goodness, talk about 1 step forward, 2 steps back. The swap was great, but forcing the charge attack party and losing it was 2 steps back there for Alduk. He does have the Spiritomb up, a bit of energy, but it's not as far ahead as Jai's is. Here comes the Rock Tomb.
Rock Tomb coming through on the Spiritomb. We saw the Milotic up against each other. Now we're seeing Spiritomb up against one another, getting that Protect Shield, and now just charging up a little bit more energy, going for the Shadow Sneak here, knowing that this could be enough for ghost on ghost damage. No Protect Shield from They Love Jai. Gonna be content to let this go down.
I second guessed you for a moment there, man. I didn't know if that would be the Shadow Sneak. I thought it'd be Shadow Ball, but you're right. It is the Shadow Sneak from the Spiritomb on Alduk's side. He's gonna fire up the Rock Tomb versus the Licky Licky to try to slow it down. I like this play quite a bit. And it is the last Pokemon remaining for Jai.
Yeah, a little bit sneaky, a little bit cheeky of a play there, and the Spiritomb being able to survive. A little bit catch after catch after catch in this game. No Protect Shield even needed as this Miltank comes back in to just soak up this big Earthquake damage.
Wow, this isn't Blacephalon gameplay, but I was mind blown with the swap there from Alduk. He's got the Rock Tomb ready to go. The question is, will it be enough?
And we're going to go ahead and look at this damage here. It's probably not going to be enough to knock out the Licky Licky, but at the same time, will this Earthquake now be enough now that it is debuffed? The Spiritomb doesn't have any Protect Shields remaining, even though you made so many catches. It all boils down to this. Will this Earthquake knock out? Will he take game number 2?
Double debuffed Earthquake, and the ground shakes. Spiritomb faints. There's not much that Alduk can do there, and Licky Licky toss it a gauntlet because it's inevitable in this meta and in that matchup. No matter what Alduk tried to do, he could not escape it.
Going ahead and playing really, really well. Both of these trainers, we saw some interesting Pokemon in game number 1, and now in this set of game number 2, there was also some really cool things that was a little bit different, like the Shadow Melodic versus the regular Melodic.
Yeah, exactly. I think the Shadow variants are always going to give you a bit more potency, and on those bulkier Pokemon, you can afford to kind of pivot towards the Shadow form in order to give yourself a bit more damage output. We see that with Pokemon like Hypno classically in the Great League. We have seen Shadow charge a bug quite a bit in practice leading up to this event. Shadow Milotic gives you a slight edge, and I think that makes a lot of sense because it is on the bulkier side in terms of Pokemon available in this format.
I was very interested in the team compositions. It's something that I think that is, especially in a limited meta where you can only pick certain Pokemon, why do you choose to bring? And it looks like even though Spiritomb is such a popular pick, Milotic did have a chance to shine. I'm interested because I do know that there was a Team Sheet error. Was Shadow Sneak the equipment? Is this what we wanted to be using? Because it is sort of interesting. How many Spiritomb do you think we're going to see with Shadow Ball or Shadow Sneak?
I mean, the energy difference isn't that big, so I do think there's a reason to be flexible there. But I will say this, one of the main drawbacks of the Spiritomb is that its pacing is just not as good as a lot of other Pokemon in the meta. So if you can get to the Shadow Sneak, even 1 or 2 Sucker Punches before the Shadow Ball, it could make all the difference. So to answer your question, I didn't consider that possibility, but now that we see it, it makes sense.
I guess a lot of times trainers, since they know, okay, I need to have a Pokemon that's going to do well, that has a lot of bulk to it, but I also maybe want to win that charge attack priority because especially when you're running so many teams that have almost maybe the exact same Pokemon as you want to be able to throw off that charge attack first. You want to be able to make sure that you're doing that damage, debuffing your opponent before they're going to be able to take that back. So it could be an interesting play in that sense as well. Maybe you're building a very, very high attack Spidops because you're like, you know what? I'm going to see it everywhere. I want to make sure. Maybe your Spiritomb is going to be very, very high attack, and that's why we're not seeing it being able to take some of these Earthquakes or things that it could maybe take a little bit better once they've been double debuffed normally.
Such an important point. We're going to see a lot of that as the tournament develops, but we only got to see 1 game with Jai. I want more of this trainer. Let's head down to the stage for a quick interview.
Thank you, Will and Amanda. I'm joined by Jai, the winner of this match just now on stream. Jai, tell us how you're feeling.
I'm feeling good. It's a bit unfortunate that I only had to win 1 game, but it is what it is. I'm never going to complain. Yeah, I'm feeling good. Ready to win some points.
And obviously, European International Championship. You've made day 2 at an International Championship before last year at NAIC. How are you feeling this weekend will go for you?
Good. I would really like to make day 2 and just keep up the streak, day 3 even. But I'm really happy I won a match on stream, so I'm happy.
Now, I know that your favorite Pokemon is the Alolan Ninetales. We're in a limited meta at the moment. What's it like having to build a completely different team for this event?
I'm not going to lie. I have to give all the credit for team building to Mr. Sustenance Eater, the best team builder I know.
And do you have any other shout-outs for anyone else that supported you on this journey?
I just shout out Mum and Dad, you know. We're here without their support.
Now, I know you got 3 silver medals already to your name. You don't have a trophy. Do you think you can do it here at EUIC?
Hey, anything is possible, and I'm definitely going for it.
I'm really excited to hear that. Jai, congratulations on that win. Looking forward to seeing how far you go. Casters, back to you.
3 silver medals already. That is a trainer that competes at a high level very consistently. I do think there is that opportunity at this event to add another medal or trophy to his cabinet. Maybe it's gold this time. Only time will tell.
I think what's something that's really cool is, yes, a lot of the trainers, especially ones who have been competing for a while, know the name, but they don't get to see him perform very often because he's in a region where we don't get so many opportunities to be able to see that. Being able to perform really well on the big stage at one of our largest competitions is super big for competitors like Jai. Very excited to see him continue on, and maybe we'll see him continuing on that winner's side of the bracket.
There are definitely those regional rivalries, right? A lot of trainers like to look at last year's Worlds and say, well, we had the most European trainers in top cut of any other region. And we say, okay, well, it's a valid point. But you remember Yokohama? You remember the top 3 all being from NA? Yeah, I remember that.
Oh, well, some people remember that. Do you remember that actually 2 of the world champions have been from the APAC region. So,
That's
I mean,
true.
okay, I mean, I think everyone can make a little bit of claims that they have some very, very strong competitors, and a lot of them are here ready to prove their mettle, and being able to make it maybe through EUIC to be able to get their qualifications would be absolutely incredible. We have so many games that we're going to feature, not only today, not only tomorrow, but we've got Championship Sunday where we're going to be able to see that. And I have to say, watching that video at the very beginning, when I saw Wolf Glick, you know, from VG, lifting up that trophy with one hand, I was like, dang, we got to get creative of how we're like lifting up our trophies.
You know what? Our Go trainers have quite a bit of aura as well. Pataman, honestly, come on. Every time the guy's on the stage, he fills the room, right? You can tell that he means business. And I'm really excited to see which one of those trainers does hoist the trophy. And you're right, Amanda. Maybe we do need a bit more pizzazz with our trophy lifts, right?
And one thing too that Jai was talking about is like, he was a little bit bummed that he can't use that Alolan Ninetales because it's his favorite Pokemon. Being able to use like one of your favorite Pokemon or have like a little Pokemon mascot is a little cool thing. Having a Pokemon associated with your name is pretty fun.
No, absolutely. I think that signature pick is honestly something that most Europeans are after. I keep hearing this, right? In the North America region, we'll see a lot of trainers just kind of optimize. But then you have trainers like Tundun Batu, so he'll play things like Seaking, or he'll play Dragon-type Pokemon that are not really cool around the world, but he thinks they're wicked, so he does bring those out. I think that the urge to have a signature pick and a win with that Pokemon is very strong here in Europe.
And I think, honestly, like some ways that people do that is they test out Pokemon at their local events, right? So if there's the local cups and challenges where you can also gain championship points to be able to qualify for the different competitions, and if you scan that barcode, you can find one in your area. Meet some new trainers, some people that you're able to play against, be able to test your team against. I know, especially in Europe, there's a lot of trainers that go to the Netherlands once because they want to see some of these top-level competitors and kind of see, what are some of these people bringing? What could they potentially be bringing? What could I maybe put on my team for an actual tournament in the Show 6 Pick 3 meta?
To call back to the nostalgia of our introduction there, I have a question for you, Amanda. Do you think that Ash Ketchum's first battles were on Victory Road, or were they in Pallet Town?
The second one. Victory Road.
Well, obviously they were in Pallet Town, right?
That's what I said.
So if you liken your local champs or your local championship events to Pallet Town, you can start your journey right there. But we're going to return to the stage. We've got Arrow taking on Cocoa Cake 35, and the meta surprises, Amanda, just do not stop. Arrow not only has the Frostlass, the Shadow Beedrill, the Seaking, the Shadow Drapion, and the Licky Licky, but he has Umbreon on his team.
Umbreon, which is a Dark-type Pokemon, in a meta where Spidops, where his own Shadow Beedrill running that Bug Bite is pretty interesting. But Umbreon is one of the bulkiest Pokemon that we have in the Great League. If we're going to go ahead and look at Cocoa Cake's side, one of my picks, Double, is featured there. And that's a Pokemon that I think is really interesting. And maybe Cocoa Cake is going to be like, hey, it's actually very interesting because looking at the team of Arrow, it's going to do so well against that Lickitung and the Umbreon with those fighting type fast attacks, and also is able to hit back pretty hard against that Drapion.
No, exactly. There are lots of different ways that Double can attack this squad from Arrow. I do think a lot comes down to the charge attack choices, whether it's Body Slam, Wild Charge, Payback, whatever it might be. But outside of that, these teams look pretty standard based on the usage charts that we've seen so far. Grimmsnarl for Cocoa Cake, as well as the Kingdra, Spidops, Licky Licky, and Spiritomb. I'm seeing so much of this double dark of Grimmsnarl and Spiritomb early on in the competition, whereas Arrow opted for his own double dark variant in the Umbreon and Shadow Drapion.
And one thing I also want to point out that on the side of Arrow, there is no Dragon. Dragons seem to be very, very dominant because Dragon pressure, it used to be that Dragon Breath was like so oppressively hard with attack damage, but now it just paces so quickly that it does a lot of damage either way. So very interesting. Arrow must have a good plan to play around that damage, maybe with that bulk that he has on his team with the, with the Umbreon, with that Licky Licky, and then being able to just kind of counter it with that Frost Glass, which, as a reminder, Will said maybe didn't think that it was going to be very good, so maybe Arrow can change his mind.
You don't have to soften it up. I'm not a believer in the Frostlass, but we'll see what Arrow can do with it. He's one of the world's best trainers. I will say, I was going to make a point about the Dark-type Pokemon, but it just slipped my mind. I am curious to see if that Grimmsnarl, I'm curious to see if that Grimmsnarl is running Power Up Punch or Play Rough, and how that is going to square up in this matchup as well.
Hold on. Let me go ahead and check for you
the notes here
because this is open team sheets.
All
That
right.
Grimsnarl is running Play Rough and Foul Play. So the first one that we did see, at least on the team sheet, said it was running Power Up Punch. This one is running Play Rough.
All right, so it's going to have a lot of closing potential. This is actually very similar thematically to playing a Pokemon like Sableye. You can go with something like Power Gem, or you can go with the Dazzling Gleam. Dazzling Gleam gives you that coverage option, that hard-hitting, just game-winning charge attack. I think that the Play Rough on the Grimmsnarl is actually very similar mindset, right? You just want to get the KO, take out the Dragon, take out the Umbreon, take the win. But when the shields are up and there's a lot of gameplay to navigate, it can be tough to get to that charge attack.
And I love games like this when we see competitors who normally don't get a chance to play against each other, because we have Arrow coming in from that North American region, a very consistent player, a trainer that we've seen in many top cuts doing rather well. But I believe like a couple years ago he made the day 2 at EUIC.
Correct.
I think he's hoping to do so again. Coco Cakes is a French trainer, and I think that if you're Arrow, you might not have any idea about how this trainer plays, but Coco Cakes has probably watched a game or two of Arrows to say, okay, I kind of have an idea of how this trainer likes to play. Maybe I can use that as knowledge against him in this matchup.
Hey, if you can crack the code on Arrow's approach, slip me your notes, because I want to know how you figured it out. Arrow is one of the most unpredictable trainers, and a lot of the time that leads to massive success for him. I do like the fist bump across the stage. And don't forget, everybody, Arrow was actually taken down by Beelzeboy in the World Championships. He pushed the World Champ to the limit in bracket gameplay. So let's see what he can do here against Coco Cake. Umbreon, Spiritomb.
We saw that fist bump at the beginning. We knew the games were about to be started here. And if you're in either one of these positions, I think you feel okay. You feel decently comfortable. Coco Cake's going for that Rock Tomb, which is going to already lower the attack of the Umbreon, which doesn't have a big attack to begin with, but the foul plays are going to be doing more damage than those Rock Tombs would be.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you do have that Ghost typing there on the Spiritomb, whereas that Umbreon is only a Dark type Pokemon, so the foul play does do a sizable chunk. You see Arrow also overcharging quite a bit. He wants to store that energy, recognizing the switch timer is very important, and he needs this Umbreon to deal damage. It's not going to wow you and just blow up the stage here, but it will give you consistent damage across the board.
As you can see, it still has another one loaded here. Doesn't bother throwing it yet. Going to take yet another Rock Tomb, and that means it's going to be double debuffed here, and maybe we'll see Arrow swap out with some energy. That's exactly what he does. He tanks that Rock Tomb, comes in with that drop in. That Spiritomb is nice and low. In comes that Licky Licky in response from the side of Coco Cakes, and look at this, going for, once again, Body Slam and Earthquake is the tech.
Exactly. Crunch coming through here from Arrow, looking for the first debuff of the matchup, excuse me, the second debuff of the matchup. That Crunch will not trigger it though, and the Earthquake is ready on the Licky Licky. If that connects, I think it could threaten the KO here onto Drapion.
And I think Coco Cakes realizes, doesn't want to let that Licky Licky go down yet, puts up a Protect Shield, just gets even more energy going for one more rollout and getting the Protect Shield from Arrow's side, because this would do a ton of damage. Drapion wants to be able to get nice and healthy there. Has a lot of energy of his own, his potential there to knock out with yet another Crunch, just going for an Aqua Tail bait at this point.
Well, this is where the damage calculations become very, very important. Knowing if Aqua Tail is enough to pick up the KO is vital. Arrow actually pulls the shield away from Coco Cake. Oh, makes the swap, tries to catch Aqua Tail in the Kingdra, but doesn't quite get there. Arrow's patience pays off.
No Protect Shields remaining, going to have to take this Crunch. It's going to do a decent amount of damage and has potential for a debuff. We'll listen and see. It does. It gets that defense drop. So that means that all of the damage for the Kingdra is going to be doing a little bit more. No Protect Shield from Arrow's side here. Going to let this swiftly knock out the drop in. We'll see what he comes back in with.
Wow, very nice pun there, Amanda. In comes the Licky Licky versus the Kingdra, and it will pace the Body Slam to pick up the KO before the Outrage is even ready to go. So I do like that a lot for Arrow here, but it is devastating for Coco Cake.
Man, seeing how much Licky Licky has been played and seeing just what it can absorb, there's no surprise to me why everyone is opting to bring it, why it's that #1 Pokemon used in day 1 here. Earthquake already ready to go, but look at this, just knocks that Licky Licky down to about half health, and this Body Slam damage should be enough. enough.
Yeah, I like the body slam immediately here because even if the swap comes through from Coco Cake, it might be enough to KO the Spiritomb regardless. Body slam does KO the Licky Licky. In comes the Spiritomb. It's going to have a charge attack here pretty soon, and the Rock Tomb gets fired off.
Rock Tomb was going to get that last Protect Shield from that side of Arrow there. He does have a little bit of energy on it. Keep in mind, he also has like a full foul play loaded onto that Umbreon. No need going for that heavy hitting Shadow Ball here for this low health Spiritomb. Going to be knocking it out, and Arrow is going to take game number 1.
Yeah, Arrow picking up a win there. Very solid lead for him, honestly, leading that Umbreon into the Spiritomb. I mean, when you're a Dark Ghost-type Pokemon and you only have access to Dark, Ghost, and Rock-type damage, it's very tough to leave a mark on the Umbreon. One of the bulkiest Pokemon in the format, really popular back in 2023 when Magic Mason was able to win in Toronto with that Pokemon. And then it kind of became a staple, made its way down to Australia and all around the world, but it's back here at EUIC after quite the hiatus.
So I just want to talk about the team compositions a little bit here, because if we are looking at the Licky Licky on the side of Arrow, you might have noticed that it wasn't running Earthquake.
Oh.
It's running Shadow Ball. We saw the Shadow Ball go through onto that Spiritomb. So not only can the Grimmsnarl be learning different tech here, not only is the Ariados and potential other ones, that Licky Licky, we'll keep an eye on how many are running Earthquake, how many are running Shadow Ball. Maybe we will see some Hyper Beam ones, but one thing is almost guaranteed. I think it will be running Body Slam just for that quick spam.
I think so as well. I mean, a 9-turn charge attack is almost irreplaceable, no matter which format or meta you are playing in. But let's think about the give and take there, right? You have the Licky Licky with Shadow Ball and Body Slam, and then you have your Umbreon on the team as well. If you are playing Shadow Ball Licky Licky, you need an answer for opposing Licky Licky, because in the mirror, you are really down without something like Earthquake, something that can hit hard in that situation.
Well, to be fair, we did see in that game number 1 with Martin Hart, he just went straight Body Slam almost every single time, and he was able to get all 5 and get a shield or 2. So it really maybe depends on your playstyle, how aggressive you want to play, how often you want to use that switch clock to be able to, swap out Pokemon. Maybe you want to try to do some fancy catches. It's there's a lot of interesting ways to play it out.
I'll drill down just a little bit further. What I will say is that it depends on at what point in the game that matchup happens. If you remember back in that previous set, we did have kind of mid-match, Shield still in play. It was only the second Pokemon from each trainer to be featured. I think there's a ton of gameplay for Body Slam, to your point. You're exactly right. But if you need a closing attack, if you need to really just pick up the KO and win the matchup, Earthquake is very, very useful there. But let's move on. We're going to game number 2 here, Arrow versus Coco. Bug, Poison, Beedrill, going to resist those double kicks.
And actually, Coco Cake coming right in with that Licky Tongue, maybe forcing Arrow to make a decision, but Arrow just banks up a ton of energy there before going into his Umbreon. And this is a battle of the bulk here, because these Body Slams, though they are going to start chunking away Umbreon, we're going to see one of my favorite attacks being able to just go through. Every time Umbreon gets attacked, his little paw goes up and goes, oof, we haven't seen it for a while. Thank you so much, Arrow, for bringing it back here. And Coco Cake actually opting to go for a heavier hitting Earthquake here. And I think that is the play, just to try to get as much damage off as possible onto the Umbreon.
You know how they say every Pokemon is someone's favorite Pokemon? I think every Pokemon's attack animation is someone's favorite attack animation, and Amanda has claimed Umbreon here on stream.
100%.
It is almost at the double foul plays, even though the Licky Licky is going to pace the Body Slam slightly faster. They're just not adding up quickly enough. So this foul play is going to take that Licky Licky deep into the rep. We do see the Protect Shield from Coco Cake, wanting to keep this Pokemon around.
Going ahead, going for its attack now. The Umbreon is quite low, and Arrow doesn't choose to use the Protect Shield, maybe thinking that it would be a Body Slam, but it doesn't even knock it out just low into the red here. And now going for a foul play. And I think we're going to see maybe about the same amount of damage go through.
Yeah, I think so as well. Foul play connects into the Licky Licky, almost at another one, just 2 snarls away. Oh, and Coco doesn't throw the charge attack until charge attack priority.
I love that. Umbreon, since it is so bulky, Coco Cake knew that no matter what, it would win that charge attack priority, knew when Arrow was going to throw, and just tried to get up as much energy as possible. But now, look at this B-Drill. It is running Fell Stinger and X Scissor. Fell Stinger is another attack that changes your dynamic, because if you throw it, you're going to boost your own attack. What is he going to go for here? You're going to go for the thing that's going to boost you, or you're going to try to go for just a little more damage? Spiritomb is a good answer to the B-Drill either way.
I really like the shield there from Coco Cake. Not shielding a Fell Stinger because that would feel really bad. Shielding X Scissors is definitely what you want to do here. But this is the triple bug. This is the Fable triple bug set that we talked about in the intro. We're already seeing it here in our first series of games.
Wow.
My gosh, that's a lot of damage, and Spiritomb cannot even muster a charge attack.
I was hoping now that it would feel pretty bad because it was the double. It wasn't. I'm still going to use the joke because now another exit is going to land, and there's no protect shields remaining. Double is going to face the full brunt of this shadow damage.
X Scissor coming through, and look at all the damage, actually forcing the charge attack priority. Arrow might not have needed to reveal his final Pokemon until this last moment, but he will. He's going to go ahead and let the Beedrill go, bring out the Frostlass. And honestly, Amanda, I wish we had a drum kit soundboard, so when you make jokes like that, we could hear the
They are pretty bad.
Arrow taking the 2-0 victory over Coco Cake. Gotta be intimidating going up against a trainer like Arrow from NA that just has so many events on his resume, so many I guess, key wins against top opponents, and he is off to a good start here in London.
Absolutely, but I also want to highlight some of that gameplay of Coco Cakes. We talked about it in the middle there, when there was 2 Pokemon up against each other that had a lot of bulk. Sometimes the Pokemon that have a lot of damage are not the one, or are usually the ones who are able to throw their fast attacks first, or their charge attacks first when they get up to it. Coco Cakes knew that Licky Licky would win that charge attack priority against the Umbreon, and just did everything to maximize the potential, going for an extra rollout and being able to just be timing that perfectly to take out that mid-game thing. I thought that was really clever.
There's so much in Pokemon Go that's about feel, right? And just being able to kind of eyeball and gauge the damage that's coming through. And this is actually the precise moment, Amanda. Shout out to Chucky and Replay. My goodness, this is exactly what we were looking for. And that was the moment where Coco Cake realized she could absorb that damage and get to the charge attack and still win the matchup.
Yeah, exactly. And this was a really good showcase of that Beedrill that I think is something that it's kind of interesting. I was surprised to see it in the top 12, but actually very happy because I think it definitely has a lot of play.
Well, it comes back, I think, to a point that you made earlier. Your Spite Ops was just not quite ready for something like this event. Beedrill's much, much more accessible, but I'm gonna tell everybody right now, if you want to go into Go Battle League and play in this Championship Series Cup that's available right now, don't drive yourself crazy with fast TMs trying to get Bug Bite. It is a legacy attack. You do need an elite fast TM to pick that fast attack. So once you have that equipped, go ahead and go battle.
Full disclosure, I did use 5 of them before. I was like, oh no, I do think that it is going to be.
I wish there was a way to know, right? Because then you figure it out and you're like, oh, well.
Like, all right.
I just kind of, flushed those TMs down the toilet. But I do have Bug Bite now, so everything's fine. We can go in battle. We can earn some TMs back.
And I think that Arrow really showcased that sometimes in especially things like a limited meta, you don't need to maybe have different type of attacks, because often if you see a Shadow Beedrill, if you're seeing it in a Go Battle League or something, usually it's running Drill Run as one of its attacks or X Scissor. But this is going full bug because it's recognizing in this meta, in this specific meta where only certain Pokemon are allowed, it's actually going to hit the hardest, and it's maybe going to do even more damage as a monotype.
I have a theory, right? And we're going to toss here to Fareed and Arrow in just a moment. But my theory right now that I want to posit is that Arrow is not seeing enough poison-type Pokemon in his practice, like Dragalge, like Drapion, to justify the Drill Run. Maybe he thinks that the triple bug set is better. But let's hear from the competitor himself. Fareed, my friend, take it away.
and the table was set for a decisive game number 5. In the final battle of the 2025 season, Beelzebub's Galarian Moltres and Shadow Steelix shattered Potoman's shields and shredded through his Pokemon's HP. Then, with Potoman's 3 remaining Pokemon and Beelzebub's championship dreams on the line, Beelzebub turned to his final Pokemon, Lapras. Beelzebub's Lapras reverse swept Potoman's entire team, striking decisively with Ice Beam and Sparkling Aria. The crowd cheered as Beelzebub became our 2025 Pokemon Go World Champion, proudly hoisting his trophy for India.
It's Beelzebub in 2023 World Spectator! It's Beelzebub in 2024 World Competitor! It's Beelzebub, your 2025 World Champion!
Beelzebub proved to countless players to become a Pokemon is incredibly bright, and we can't wait for you to be a part of it. Visit Pokemon.com/compete, and we'll see you in the arena.
My name is Martijn. My in-game name is Inadequance. It feels fantastic to win my second championship.
Mudslap might be enough. Mudslap is enough. Guarantee no return. Inadequance is your Frankfurt Special Event Regional Champion.
Key decisions were very much that I often needed alignment in my games, especially being 3 times weak to a Pokemon like Greydilly, and that knowing my opponent would always bring a Pokemon like Azumarill or Galarian Corsola. I know that I can read which Pokemon my opponent will bring, and the onset I need to bring. Even if one of their Pokemon looks so good, basically a decent match. I anticipate Drill they are legacy charge attacks.
Yeah, you need two.
So here you go. You need two actually. So
You have one here.
I'll open the stream soon because I really want the charge.
Yeah, maybe if you want LAC, you have another Elite Charge TM there on your account, but
You can get the Sea King. It has such a versatile moveset, right? Because Drill is really helpful into those poison-type Pokemon. And I think that Shadow Drapion, I believe, was either number 2 or 3 in the top 12 usage. Drill does a lot of super effective damage into a Pokemon that doesn't have that much bulk. That's why Sea King is kind of a standout Pokemon. But the problem with Sea King is that in Pokemon Go, you have the same type attack bonus. So Sea King would deal more damage neutrally if it had a water-type charge stack, but because the coverage of Icy Wind, Drillon, and the flying fast stack pack is so good, you don't have any of that. So that's why sometimes Sea King's damage feels a little bit mediocre.
exactly, you said perfectly. But Seeking also has some tools, right? You can debuff your opponent, maybe switch out. You have a lot of coverage, right? Like flying, which is, the flying type is banned in this cup, but you have some flying type damage, non-stab again. Debuff, and Drillon is just such an amazing charge attack that the coverage is perfect, but as you say, no stab, sometimes tax damage. And also like Drapion, you have the Drillon for it, but if they start shielding, it might go south for you.
Yeah, and that's why Bug-type Pokemon just work so well right now, right? Because in this meta, normal, dark, Bug, and Dragon-typing Pokemon are allowed. Great. But the bans are more important because Bug-type only shines so much because Flying-type and Steel-type Pokemon, and on top of that also Fighting-type Pokemon, are all banned. So Bug-type is just widely unresisted. You have some Ghost-type Pokemon, but the only Ghost-type Pokemon that's a little bit common is Frostlass, and the other one is Spiritomb. You see on both teams, but it also has the Dark subtyping. Dark is weak to Bug, so that's why it's going to be a neutral matchup there. Bug-type Pokemon like Spinos and Shadow Beedrills particularly, you're going to see a lot this weekend.
Yeah, as I said before, this is a Bug-type meta that we have on the international stage. There's a lot of picks that you have never seen on international stage, so I'm so excited for this meta. We're going to see some new picks, hopefully a Tyranitar again.
Maybe.
I really want to see that. But
while we're waiting for these trains to get ready, there's another pick that I saw earlier on the day. Crocodile.
Oh, we have to talk
What is your
about
opinion on this Pokemon?
Oh, I can't believe we saw it on round 1. I was so happy. That's kind of a core breaker, you could say. Sometimes a bit, you know, because it's a Bug type meta, being a Dark type is very hard. So there's not a lot of Dark types, but I think it did its job pretty well.
Most Dark-type Pokemon that succeed in this meta are not weak to Bug, right? You think of Grimmsnarl, Drapion, they have the Dark typing that with a typing that also resists Bug, and that's why they shine so much. I was joking to people that Crocodile gonna be a great Pokemon. you have Mudslap to counter Drapion. Well, we saw Aquatail did like 70%, so the Crocodile was almost gone. But I can't believe that actually came out there. You have the fast attack Mudslap. Of course, we see Pokemon like Shadow Marowak and Gastrodon all the time with that fast attack, very strong. But then coming from a Crocodile, it's pretty much about the only ground-type Pokemon allowed in this meta, because Diggersby, normally allowed through its typing, is actually banned in this meta, so it cannot be used. And then you also have Break, a fighting-type charge stack. Again, fighting types are banned, so great coverage to have for like a Licky or a Dunsparce. And then you have Crunch for just hard-hitting damage. So
that also good debuff.
Exactly, right?
And you have Mudslap being very oppressive. Like in paper, it looks really good, but then the bulk, it's a bit lacking. So I don't think we'll see that much of it, but I'm just so happy that we see it like at least one round.
When I was at a local tournament, right, I asked my locals, should we do an EYC meta? And they all agreed, and they were fine with it. Of course, someone wanted to play Open Grey League. They could bring the Open Grey League team, but everyone brought an EYC team, EYC meta team there, and I brought a Crocodile. I led my Crocodile into Spiritomb. You resist the entire moveset of Spiritomb with Crocodile.
I know where this is going.
Yeah, and in the back, I think I told the story to you already, but to our viewers real quick, because I was on my way to hard counter to victory, had my Frostlass on a Beedrill. I let my Frostlass go there just because I didn't want to give the next Pokemon the Spiritomb energy, and then 3 Bug Bites landed on my Crocodile that equaled about 30% health. So that kind of describes the issue that comes with running that Bug type weakness you have there with Crocodile.
Yeah, for sure. I love the frail Pokemon, but generally in Pokemon Go, the bulky type are just better. They can just take charge moves, and they still do a lot of damage. So, like one of my favorite Pokemon back in the grassroots tournaments was like Hunter. And you never see that.
That would have been a great Pokemon here.
Oh, yes. A lot of resistance.
Double resist Bug.
Yes, for sure.
Very bulky.
Work, yes.
Yeah, very bulky. Yeah, one of my favorite Pokemon is Fortress, actually, but it's not allowed here with that Steel type. But of course, also the Bug type, and we saw Patman do really well with that at the previous regional championship in Birmingham. I think both trainers are going to get ready now. If we take a closer look again at these teams, they are very similar. I think that the best core in this meta, and that is just my opinion, Shadow Drapion plus Spiritomb. This core is so good. Only broken by Crocodile, and we've only seen one trainer run that.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, especially that Drapion. I think we're going to see that Drapion probably almost every game, because the only resistance is maybe the same Drapion in your opponent and Beedrill, but still, you can just output crunch damage, like nothing's going to be resisted.
And it's so fast.
Yeah, and also Spiritomb against Drapion is very neutral, actually.
Yeah.
You would think it would be good for Drapion, but the Rock Tomb debuff, it's very important.
If Spiritomb successfully shields the first attack that is a crunch, then Spiritomb actually wins the scenario where both Pokemon, both trainers, use one shield. And then you'd be like, wait, what? I resist Dark. Why do I lose this as the Drapion? If you shield again there to play the two shields, yes, Drapion would win that. But it would leave your Drapion so much debuffed that the next Pokemon coming in can just get that energy head start. And if that is a Beedrill, and if the Beedrill has Drill Run, I think that there's about nothing that resists both Bug and Ground. The energy is going to be good everywhere.
Completely, completely. Spiritomb is a very slow Pokemon, but when shields are up, it can be very dominating, debuff maybe even the next Pokemon. So it can be kind of a nuisance. We will see if we have it on this matchup.
Yeah, and I've seen chatter going around, do you run Ominous Wind or Shadow Ball? Because even though Shadow Ball has been buffed this season, it is an extremely efficient charge tech now. If you remember Mewtwo with Side Strike, just about as efficient. The problem is, you just never throw it, because Rock Tomb is efficient and debuffs the opponent's attack, while Ominous Wind is just a little bit cheaper in energy, so that attack comes out just a little bit quicker. And sometimes spacing is just so important. I mean, we see with Drapion, fully relies on pacing. Spiritomb the opposite, right? So if you have a little bit more pace, I would not be surprised if we see some Spiritomb with Ominous Wind this tournament.
Oh, that'd be great. Back in when PvP launched, we actually used Spiritomb with Ominous Wind because Rock Tomb did not debuff, so it used to be a thing before, and you could just get buffs and start rolling. This might be a good strategy, actually, in the European International stage.
Both Spiritomb, I can confirm, do run Shadow Ball, so no Ominous Wind shenanigans here. Would be cool, though, if, there's also a 10% chance to boost the stats, but not gonna do that here. Imagine those boosted.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the...
Well, here we go. We have the first battle. We have Seeking on the left from HK Assassin into Licky Licky on the right from Niantic.
Yeah, this is a very neutral matchup, and as we said, Seeking is running that Ice Wind, but not running the Drill Run, actually the Mega Horn.
Mega Horn. It's a very hard-hitting charge tech, right?
Yeah, it's a very powerful attack. That's why people are running it, but also has no stab. And Seeking is actually going to go for the first charge move here in the game. No. Oh,
Mega
yeah,
Horn.
goes for the Mega Horn.
Wow, going for some big damage here, knowing that the next Body Slam won't knock out yet, choosing to just opt for a harder hitting charge tech. And I think, now going for the switch though into Milotic. And Milotic is such a neutral Pokemon in this meta. There's hardly anything that really takes it on that well. There's just the Grimmsnarl that double resists Dragon Tail.
Yeah, this is a big play by HK Assassin. Milotic very neutral in the meta, and it's going to start wrapping up this opponent's Milotic, and this is going to be maybe a faster matchup than we think.
Yeah, Dragon Tail has been adjusted this season to generate more energy, dealing less damage, but Wrap, now being added to the move pool of Milotic as well, will drop the defense 100% of the times it's being used. At first I was like, why are Milotic not running Hyper Beam here? But I think that Wrap just adds some more consistency, especially when water-type charge techs are resisted here.
Yeah, Hyper Beam is a bit
too much,
charge move, right? If you get shielded, you're in a bad position. But we see actually the first shield of the battle being a Wrap.
Can he get to another one? Oh, he gets to another Aqua Tail though!
Oh, this is huge, because this Milotic is double debuff in its defense.
Will this knock out? It is resisted. Milotic is quite bulky, and it barely hangs on there. We see Niantic going for the switch into the Spiritomb, into the Licky Licky, but HK Assassin has Shadow Ball. In comes the Seeking, though, which has some health and some energy. The problem is, though, the Spiritomb is going to get the farm down entirely on the Seeking.
Yeah, a lot of aggressive plays in the battle. You don't want to give extra energy to your opponent, and Seeking going for the attack debuff here, but as you said, Spiritomb can actually maybe farm down this Seeking and permanently debuff the last Pokemon. Oh, cannot get there.
Cannot get to that last Ice Wind. Could have been crucial there because Licky Licky does not have a lot of fast attack pressure with rollout, and now especially with this Rock Tomb coming through. Do keep in mind, HK Assassin still has 2 Protect Shields remaining.
Yeah, this right here is the importance of Spiritomb, right? That's the second debuff that it's permanent on this Licky for the rest of the game.
Yes, you cannot clear it anymore. You can only clear a debuff if you still have another Pokemon remaining that you can switch in at some point. But because HK Assassin let go of the Seeking, that's not possible anymore. Now going for the Body Slam. This is double resisted.
He cannot even farm down this Spiritomb. This is getting out of hand for HK Assassin here. How he will come back from this game?
We're about to find out. In comes the Licky from Niantic, which has some energy as well. This Body Slam is being protected. Honestly, even though the Licky from Niantic is low in health, after 2 Rock Tomb, I don't think the Body Slam is even enough.
Yeah, his Pokemon are so low here and actually going for this bait. This is a very huge bait, and he actually gets the shield.
Right, the Earthquake would have knocked out. Body Slam is being shielded here. That was the last Protect Shield. Another Body Slam coming through. This won't knock out just yet, but will put the Licky from HK Assassin very low. Will 2 Body Slams seal the deal here?
This is going down to the wire. Goes for a catch.
Oh, yes,
that was a sword. Wow, what a play from Niantic to take the first game of the series.
And I think that HK Assassin even saw it coming tapped the Body Slam pretty much immediately, knowing that Milotic had so much energy swapping in, but Milotic has a higher attack. It wins the Charge Attack 30 tie. Niantic, trainer from Japan, takes game number 1.
What a game, what a game. Absolutely perfectly played, managing energy, saving, storing that energy. He even had an extra Aqua Tail if he could just need it for, like, you know, the next Licky in the game.
Because it's so neutral and it charges so quickly. With Dragon Tail now generating more energy, you only need 3 Dragon Tail for 1 Aqua Tail. That is even faster generally than Drapion gets to those crunches. So Milotic is just really important in pacing at this point. And we saw in this mirror right here that both trainers knew which Pokemon was the safest for them.
Yes, and this Water type actually has the same type attack bonus with the Aqua Tail. So Milotic, very bulky type, a lot of charge moves throwing in. You dissing the switch timer. It's such a great pick.
Yeah, you see the Ice Wind on that Spiritomb. We saw Niantic at this point getting the farm down on the Seeking was so important. And this is an important detail in Pokemon Go, right? Because yes, attacks can debuff and buff your own Pokemon, but once you switch out, you clear those. And that was very important for this
taking
match.
out the last Pokemon.
Right, and then you couldn't clear it anymore.
Yeah, you're like almost checkmate right there. Like, you have some window, but it's really narrow. And yeah, Milotic winning Charge Attack priority there was the seal of it.
Going into this next match, Martin, look, you've won an international championship before. I think you even got 3rd and something. What would you do here to adapt to the strategies, knowing you're 1-0 down? How do you adapt as HK Assassin here?
It's very tough to be 1-0 down in the first, maybe, is it first round of the tournament, right?
Yeah, we have a lot of
You're
groups,
on stage, a lot of people watching you, the pressure starts rolling in. Sometimes you have to go with your feeling, right? It's like you have to go maybe all in. When you start doubting yourself, maybe that's when you start making mistakes. So HK Assassin needs to be composed here. Think about what went wrong that game. Maybe the Spiritomb needs to be checked a little bit better, even though it's very hard, right, this meta. So we'll see maybe if Drapion comes into the battlefield this time.
I think that counting is especially so important here, knowing how much energy you can gather as opposing to the other Pokemon. Now this matchup might take a little while. We have the Licky Mirror, both Pokemon having Rollout and Body Slam, but one of these has Shadow Ball, the other one has Earthquake. Now Marto, I know that you love throwing double resisted Charge Attacks into like a Bastiodon. You do not generally want to throw Shadow Ball into Licky.
I mean, it depends on your position, right?
It depends on how dominant it is.
Yeah, but this is, you know, my favorite matchup. It's very fast-paced, as you can see, but the right side Licky, the Niantic Licky, has the advantage here. Look at this Earthquake. You're just giving your opponent 1 extra rollout for like higher energy charge move. This is very important. As you can see, 2 Earthquakes might knock out the Licky.
And I think that the defense and HP are very important for Licky because yes, if you have one with very high defense, very high HP, very low attack, you actually might be able to hang on barely to 2 Earthquake to get to 3 Body Slam and or multiple Body Slam and win this matchup.
Oh, I didn't know
But
that.
if you don't have that, 2 Earthquake will knock out. And I think Niantic is just happy to let everything of this go. As you see in the back, you see the Beedrill. And Shadow Beedrill generally does not want to see this Licky right here.
Yeah, I think Niantic is very happy with the situation, getting rid of this Licky very fast in the
get to another one?
game. And it's getting to another Body Slam, actually. Taking out the Licky and getting another charge move.
It's putting in so much work. Give this Licky a briefcase because it's just putting its business in this battle here, packing down with the Seeking now, this energy. But the Milotic, this is what we talked about, Marto, that there's no same type attack bonus on the Seeking. I mean, you're not going to throw water type charge attacks here anyway, but that's why the damage from the Seeking doesn't feel as hard hitting. Putting out the protection on the Mega Horn though, that's a great protection.
This is very surprising. You see a lot of players actually saving the shields for Beedrill, but actually goes for to catch, and we'll get a wrap on.
Trying to catch the Aquatail. Fails, unfortunately. Niantic just being very patient, now going for the wrap and swapping in the Beedrill. And this is where it's at for the Beedrill, because it has so much fast attack pressure. It's just gonna chop with the bug bite out this Milotic.
Look at that damage. Half of the Milotic HP is gone. But also look at how much this takes from Aquatail. It's a very cheap charge move, but Beedrill is so frail and actually going for the farm down.
You gotta use protection now, do you not? Or is Niantic going to get the Dragon Tail down? No, now values the Beedrill and going for a protection to get the bug bite down. You still have so much energy for the opposing Seeking as well, but this allows Seeking to get the pack down. And do keep in mind, HK Assassin, well, now he has only one protection. Yeah, two, now he has one.
Yeah, this is very tricky. You never want to shield Felsinger, but he's probably going to have to shield two of them. This is starting to get very dire for HK Assassin. And getting to the actual Felsinger, this is huge.
Oh, that might be the sting here. That might be the kneel on the Seeking, because now you have no protect shields. Niantic still has a little bit of energy on this super healthy Milotic.
Yeah, I don't think Milotic will care about this charge move. He's going to probably take it very comfortably.
You need a Thunder here, and Seeking doesn't learn Thunder. Here comes the Aquatail. Niantic, the trainer from Japan, he wins his first round and takes the 2-0 sweep against HK Assassin.
A very dominating 2-0 victory against a regional champion here on the first round. That is very surprising.
Yeah, I mean, we know if you are in the grassroots formats, you know Niantic, and look at how relieved he is. You know, honestly, even you and I know that some days can go very long in these tournaments, but I feel like the first battles are the hardest. Like, that's where you're the most nervous for. If you fail at those, your day might take very long. So that's why Niantic is very relieved. But it's not over for HK Assassin yet, because he went from the winner's side to the loser's side. This is double elimination, so he still has a chance to make a comeback.
Yeah, I completely agree with what you said about the first round of the tournament. You're not warmed up. Maybe you try to go in GBL and play some games, but your mind is like, waking up. It's like 9 a.m. in the morning. It's rainy here in London, so you don't even have sun.
Well, look, he's from Japan, so like maybe he has friends from a different time zone. I think it's like 8 to 9 hours later in Japan right now, 7 to 9 or something, and that's why maybe he has friends to warm up a little bit, right? Everything helps for these first rounds here. They're scary.
That's actually a good point. Japanese players maybe have some jet lag coming in here in this tournament, or might have.
But it might be good jet lag. You wake up early. You have time to prepare.
Yes, I'm sure that's a great strategy. Yeah, it's probably a strategy. That's why he got a 2-0. Yeah.
Yeah, excellent performance by Niantic. He will be moving on to winners round 2 at the Europe International Championship. We're gonna have so many more battles to come today, because we have 16 groups, and I believe that 64 trainers will make it to day 2. So, we have, I believe, about 512 competitors, maybe a few less.
Absolutely insane.
There's so many players that are here to compete for the prizes, but I think that for myself personally, if I make to day 2, that's already a big achievement, right? That's already some relief.
Yeah, I think the majority of the players, their objective is just get to day 2, maybe be on stream. People love that, and yeah, it's a long way actually to day 2. So this is the first round. We have seen an upset in the biggest tournament of all time. Cannot get better than this.
You get on stream. When I get on stream, I just text my mom real quick. Yo, mom, I'm getting on stream right now. You want to see me? And mom turns on TV. My brother and his wife turn on TV, and my little nephew will be watching. That could be you. Could be you.
Yeah,
Did you text your mom this morning that you'll be on the broadcast?
Yeah. She was asking me if I'm fine.
Well, it's kind of late. It's kind of late or early?
No, early. It's like 5 hours. But yeah, I think that's a very hard moment, right? When you go on stage and your family sees you, and then maybe you get a win and they congratulate you. Maybe if you get a loss, they comfort you. And I think that's just a win. Like having people support you, maybe also coming to these tournaments, right? Being with some friends, being in the community, Pokemon environment, it's just great. It's the best tournament to go.
We're going to have our next trainers coming up soon. And speaking of international competition, we know that the majority here is from Europe, but we also have lots of classes, lots of trainers, I mean. We are going to have Steinar coming up soon, a trainer from Brazil, and that's going to be very exciting. We saw trainers from APAC, we saw them from North America, right? We saw Arrow earlier, and now we're going to have Steinar.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I love to see some Latin representation here, so hopefully it's some good games. As I said, like this meta, there's a lot of plays. As you saw the last game, a lot of flexibility, aggressive plays, do not give energy to your opponent, just as we saw at LAIC. So I'm sure we have some great games all the day. No real hard counters here in this meta.
If you had to make a prediction, who do you think could take it all here for Latam? Let's take Latam. Yeah, let's take for Latam.
Actually, I was very surprised. I was watching the bracket, and we have a lot of representation here. Like compared to last year, I think it's almost more than double. So this is the importance of like travel wars, travel stipends. A lot of players from all regions coming here, and it's almost like Worlds. It feels surreal, like so many representation, but there's so many names to pick, like, and almost all of them are on the leaderboards, like top 16. So I think the games are going to be wild. I don't know if I can pick someone.
It's hard
from
to pick just one name, right? We'll circle back to the Travel Awards later, because I think that's a really interesting prize that trainers used to get here and that they can earn here. On the left we see TZ Steinar, on the right we see Anikor, and I think, oh, look at that though, we see the Zweilos.
Yeah, and again, Frostless, Dark type, they cover each other really well. It's not a number in this time, it's a Swilus, but Swilus is actually a good, also kind of core breaker, you could say, even though I don't think there's many, but think about the Drapion matchup. What does Drapion do against you? You throw
resist the charge
steps. You throw Aqua Tail? Do you run Slash Bomb? I don't think you run Slash Bomb in this meta.
No, I wouldn't. I know I wouldn't.
No, I don't think Poison type does. Maybe Grimmsnarl, but with the fast moves, you're...
That's the thing. We have a Grimmsnarl on the team of TZ Steinar. However, Grimmsnarl uses the Dark type fast attack, Sucker Punch, and that's resisted by Zweilos. I think that Grimmsnarl can only win the scenario where no shields are in play and it has player up. But most of these Grimmsnarl actually prefer Power Up Punch because it's quicker, it boosts the Sucker Punch. Grimmsnarl already has a very high attack stat, so it will deal just about as much damage as the Beedrill. There's a little bit of a similar function there. That's why it's an interesting typing for both Pokemon. Grimmsnarl being the only Fairy type Pokemon in this meta, and Zweilos being the kind of the only Dragon-type Pokemon in this meta to defeat it.
Right. You're absolutely correct. Play rough, which is such an expensive charge mode, it's very hard to run in this meta, so you make a good point here. And we saw Leaky last round. Now we're swapping out to the Dunsparce. Double Dunsparce in each side, so an interesting to see who's the better rollout user. I predict we will see more Dunsparce maybe in day 2. We'll see.
You know what Pokemon I liked? The Dunsparce. Because it actually has Dragon Tail. But now trainers have opted more for that Milotic with the Dragon Tail coverage. However, the Dunsparce also has that Rock Slide or Drill Run. The Dunsparce also has Body Slam. That's what Dunsparce, sorry, this name is coming up very often now.
It's confusing.
Dunsparce, the pre-evolution of the Dunsparce, doesn't have Body Slam, so it's kind of slower. And for that reason, a lot of trainers, when shields are up, don't even see the Dunsparce as a Shadow Drapion con. So I would not be surprised that Anicor's like, oh, you have a Dunsparce? Cool, I have a Drapion. I'm just going to swap it in. I'm faster than you. I'm just going to outpace you. And then we talked about the same type attack bonus, right? The abbreviation stab, as we call it in the community. Same type attack bonus. Dunsparce also doesn't have that on its attacks. So that means that the Drill Run doesn't even take out the Drapion in one charge attack. So Drapion is just kind of chilling there.
Yeah, you said it perfectly. But Dragon Tail is generally a better fast move, but we have to think about Bugs here. Bugs actually can sometimes beat these normal types if they don't have a, like a rollout fast move, or fast attack. So yeah. We'll see who's the more dominant of normal type, but I don't think we have seen the Dunsparce yet.
We have not seen the Dunsparce yet. I hope we're going to see one. I'm a big fan of the Dunsparce.
I think we'll see a lot of picks today.
Yeah, but it's mostly going to be the Dunsparce. I'm just saying this Pokemon, the Pokemon with the rock and ground type charge. I'll call it that for now. Yeah, it's going to be a very prevalent Pokemon. I think also was in our top 12 usage, so we'll see how both trainers are going to utilize that. I'm especially curious about the Frostlass, because I feel like even Frostlass has good play into Pokemon like Dunsparce, because Avalanche hits so incredibly hard.
Yeah, Ice type being heavily unresisted in this meta, only with Water type. So again, Frostlass, Dark type combo, we will see it in game 1. Let's see.
You talked earlier about the Frostlass moveset. I also think that the preferred moveset would be Triple Ice. So you have Power Snow as the fast attack, and you have Avalanche and Triple Axel as the charge attacks. But Anikor instead has Shadow Ball. We won't see it here just yet, though. He didn't bring the Frostlass. We see the Spite Ups from Steinar into the Shadow Drapion from Anikor. And there's an important thing to note about this matchup here. Drapion with a very high defense, very low attack, can actually get a bulk point. And a bulk point means that it will take 1 less damage from a bug bite, and in that case can win this matchup.
Yeah, that's absolutely crucial. And actually Drapion getting the first shield of the game and getting a debuff.
Makes sense, because I think Steinar was looking to shield the first attack before it gets that attack drop on the launch, but then you get the defense drop and it doesn't matter anymore. Now we see the switch into the Kingdra though. How does Anicore answer? He has so much energy on this Shadow Drapion. This will hit pretty hard, but looks like Steinar not valuing this Kingdra as much. He's going to let it go, soak the damage, and then the energy is going to be pretty crucial for anything that comes in. Now swapping with the Octo into the Dunsparce, and I think that Dunsparce is just here to soak damage, so I don't expect any shields uses here.
Yeah, that was a good attempt on the catch. Very nice counting. But actually, Outrage is going to be threatening the shield here.
This will do a lot of damage. It's going through the Dunsparce, soaking damage here. Dunsparce hangs on, going for the Driron immediately because it's so hard to count Dragon Breath damage. You just want to get rid of this Kingdra before it runs rampant and gets another Swift. But now this allows Steinar to also soak damage, but more importantly, get more energy on his own Dunsparce. Ground and Rock is so important in this coverage.
Yeah, it's mostly unresisted, probably completely unresisted in this meta. But this rollout down is going to be pretty tricky for Steinar. We will see what his next move is.
Let's see if he goes for doubling up and then go for the Rock Slide. Now, important thing to know about this Rock Slide here, it's less efficient than a Duron, but I think that Steinar was just making sure that he's not throwing a Duron accidentally into a Spidops potentially. We don't see the Spidops from Anicore. In comes the Zweilos, and this is kind of where you want the Zweilos because we saw the Spidops earlier from Steinar, and Zweilos is terrible into that. So this is a great opportunity, but in comes the Spidops now. I expect Anicore. What do you do here actually? Your Drapion has about no energy, or sorry, no HP. It has an Aqua Tail loaded though.
These box bites are shredding the Swilus. Swilus wants to get the charge move, but Spidops, again, very bulky Pokemon, can withstand this Body Slam, and going with the Drapion, there's still a lot of energy here.
Going for the full crunch here. I'd expect the Protect Shield here from Steinar, his last protection, and I think now you get the Bug Bite down. This is looking very good for Steinar.
Again, this might be very tricky for Anicore, because Spidops can actually debuff you with Lunge and Rock Tomb as well, and
he can't swap anymore.
Yeah, this is very dire. This is going to be a race, actually. Swilus needs to tank these Bug Bites and get to the Body Slam. It's going to be very close.
You need to get to multiple charge attacks here. The Dunsparce from Steinar is still at green health. He gets to the Body Slam here. I think now you're going to need a Dark Pulse though, but can you do that even before Dunsparce either gets to a charge attack or just roll us down the Swilus?
Yeah, I don't think Swilus can do it. Swilus, not the bulkiest type Pokemon, and needs to get to a charge move here. Second rollout comes in. Can he get to at least to the Body Slam? No!
Doesn't get to the Body Slam, which wouldn't have been enough regardless. Steinar takes game number 1. Dunsparce being a pivotal Pokemon here on both sides. I think that the play from Steinar here to swap in the Kingdra there, soak some damage, and then Anicore had to choose, what do I do with my Drapion now? I think for Anicore it was kind of too late. Wait, if I expend my energy from Drapion here, what do I do about the Spidops later? I kind of got trapped there.
Yeah, we see here the importance of Spidops, how threatening it can be. The reason why people thought it was going to be like the best Pokemon in the meta is this reason, right? Bulky type Pokemon can just debuff. You cannot lose your last Pokemon because you're going to be permanent debuff again. And it proved to be a problem for Anicore. Like the Swilus was not a great pick against it.
I think Anicore perhaps had to manage his Pokemon just a little bit different, but I think that Steinar just really put him in a tough spot there. Let's say you don't throw your Crunch into the Kingdra, you swap in your Dunsparce immediately. Kingdra can take that matchup, but if you lose switch advantage, you cannot align your Zweilos. You cannot allow Steinar to align the Spidops on your Zweilos. So, you know, from the middle matchup, from like halfway the leads, it was kind of looking tough already.
Yeah, look at that rollout down. When did you expect a game to finish in a rollout down from a Dunsparce?
They see me rolling, they hating. That's what Dunsparce always says. Taking that first game there, Anicore thinking of how to come back in this match. Is it maybe time for the Frostlass to keep that Spidops a little bit in check? The thing about Spidops is, though, it also has Rock Tomb, so it's super effective on the ice typing of Frostlass.
It's not even that comfortable, but we talked about Frostlass Swilus, and we see Swilus again, actually, a Dragon type mirror in the lead.
There it is, and this is kind of a very neutral matchup. Body Slam is on the side of Swilus and Swift on the side of Kingdra.
Yes, but there's a very important thing we have to keep in mind here. There's a Spiritomb in the back, and Swift is double resisted, so we might see a catch from Steinar to get a game advantage, right?
That will be very tough here. Going for the Outrage, actually. And this, oh, I love this play because I think Anicore is going to, yes, he's going to call. He knows he lives a Body Slam. There's an Outrage, though. Bye-bye, Swallows. That's a two-head going down there. And now what do you bring in? You can get the farm down with the Spidops, but I think that this Kingdra, can it get to another Outrage here?
Wow, that's such a smart play. And
wait, it can get there.
Oh, and get to the outrage, takes a Pokemon down, and might even get a shield back.
Yes, he gets the Protect Shield. Otherwise, this outrage would have done a lot of damage. But keep in mind that the energy is very important. In comes the Spidops from Steinhardt. Here's the thing, though. There's no Frostlass to answer the bug bite damage, so you kind of are forced to stay in there. Gets the Protect Shield back. Now it's debuff, but I don't think you can swap in your Drapion just yet.
Yeah, there's nothing that resists Rock Tomb here, and it's debuff your attack. This is a bit of an annoying matchup, or I think both players.
This is a bait. This is a bait. Oh, he knows it's a bait.
Oh, what a call! What a call! This might be huge because this Spidops can actually maybe get to another charge move.
I think it will get to another Rock Tomb here. It's not going to knock out just yet because it is debuffed, but Steiner has no protections. And we see in the back the Drapion. If the Drapion can get to a charge stack before this Spidops can get to its charge stack, then this is looking very good for Anikor. Can it get to the Aqua Tail? The timer's almost up for Steiner though.
And so close.
He's not so he has the far down!
Oh, that is huge. That Drapion has a lot of energy, a shield left, and is up against the Spiritomb. Probably the best matchup.
That's exactly what you brought the Drapion for. It's not only a neutral Pokemon, it also resists the Sucker Punch here. You have a Protect Shield advantage. I think at this point, Steinar knows that this is looking very tough. Even with a potential catch, this Drapion, there's the catch attempt, but not succeeding there. Even then, Drapion is just so fast. Shields are down, Crunch coming through, chomp, 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 eating a ghost for lunch, and down goes Spiritomb Anikor.
Yeah, that was a very nice attempt, but yeah, there was not much to do in that game. We can see
it was tough. It was very tough.
The Spidops, we have to talk about the Spidops. It was so annoying. There was no Dunsparce, I think, on Steinar's side.
There was no Dunsparce.
And when you don't bring that, then Spidops just goes to town.
Well, that's why Steinar hard swapped in, right? And by hard swap, I mean he locks in the Spidops. He just swaps it halfway the battle before his Pokemon faints. He swapped in Spidops because he knew Anikor Spidops is going to town. If I let this go rampant, get all the energy it needs. And that was just kind of rough there because at first we were like, oh, Kingdra's putting in so much effort. Gets to Outrage on the Zweilos. It goes through. Great. Then it got to an Outrage on the Spidops, which was shielded. Great. He got a shield advantage. But then suddenly the Spidops from Anikor just looks kind of dangerous with the shield advantage.
Exactly. We saw that.
Calling this, by the way.
Yeah, this is a huge call, actually. Actually, maybe game-winning.
I think so, actually.
But yeah, we saw Kingdra might take the advantage at the beginning of the game, but that was just farm for the Spidops, and there was no Dunsparce, so...
even then, Dunsparce doesn't exactly resist the charge stacks either. So even the Dunsparce could still put in a lot of work there. And imagine, right? Imagine that you just swap in the Drapion. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna swap in your Spiritomb? I think Anikor kind of had locked down with that shield advance for the Spidops, and especially with no shielding, just really cemented his play there. Like I think why Anikor no shielded the lunge there was because you mentioned there was no Dunsparce. We know that, but Anikor didn't. Let's see what it takes for game number 3.
Okay, this is not the matchup Steiner wants, so he's just gonna switch to his Kingdra. Very aggressive switch.
Right, we see the Body Slam going through, just getting there right before the Kingdra gets to the Swift. I like this play because Steiner led the Dunsparce, and that's why he's a little bit behind with the Kingdra. Do you switch now? Yes, we see the switch into the Spidops, though, going for the far now. Do we see a bait here from Steiner? And we do see a bait here.
This is ballsy, because Spidops...
he shields the Swift!
This is a very huge step for Steiner in this game.
Can you now get to the Outrage as Steiner? That will do a lot of damage, and I think Can he get there? Oh, he gets there!
Oh, 1 HP and a dream, and it's actually gonna get this Outrage. I don't know if this Outrage can take out the Spidops, though.
Oh, and he goes double down. Wants to preserve the Spidops, knows how important that Pokemon is, and I think that Anikor just wants to keep the switch advantage because look what he had in the back. He had the Zweilos. So if you expect the Bug-type Pokemon in the back, you cannot lose switch advantage here.
This is a very ballsy play by Anikor. We see, yeah, Spidops in the back. What's Zweilos gonna do in this game?
We're about to find out. Rock Slide's coming through. This is not the same type of attack bonus like we mentioned before, so it's not going to deal as much damage, and especially when debuffed. Spidops still being able to put in some work here, but it's possible that Steiner is just going to put 2 Protect Shields on his own Spidops, knowing that there's a Zweilos, so he's basically already 1-0 up with that Pokemon, and he has 2 Protect Shields, so it really comes down to how much that Drapion still can do from Anikor. We see the swap into the Zweilos. There comes the Spidops, but it's just going to get the Bug Bite damage in here. Look at how fast the HP is going down.
Yeah, very aggressive play by Anikor, and this shield is probably gonna secure the farm down, and this Spidops gonna debuff everything again.
Can you even get to another Body Slam here? That was a very risky play. I think 2 Body Slam would have been possible, and Zweilos gets there just barely.
Oh, this might be helpful, but you know, Body Slam non-stab, it's not gonna do that much damage actually here.
Not the same type of attack bonus, not doing as much damage. Steiner was counting perfectly there, knew that. I think Anikor needs a catch here because he then clears the debuff and takes away some damage. Drapion is very fast. Can it even, I don't think it can even outpace the two attacks here before this Spydos gets to another lunge.
Well, this Drapion is very fast, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, Aqua Tail, and it might be just enough to take out the Spydos, but he also has a Spydos. He might use this. Oh, there's no energy. Tries to catch, and this farm down is going to be actually pretty devastating here.
A little bit too early from Anikor there, and Steiner held on to the energy. Rock Tomb is going to seal the deal, and Steiner takes his match here, winning 2-1 versus Anikor.
What a series, what a comeback. This was incredible games, a lot of management, right? From the Spydops, from the Kingdra, we can see the importance of them. We didn't even talk about the Kingdra. Kingdra was so safe there.
And so pivotal, because he got the Swift bait and then even got to an Outrage as well. You have to think of Kingdra as... Previously, I found Kingdra annoying because of Octazooka. There's a 50-50 chance that you get the double attack drop. Now, you have to call the bait or not, because Swift does not deal even half the damage of Outrage when both are neutral. And then you have to think that Outrage is almost double the energy, so you don't want to shield the Swift here. Look at this bait. Thank you for capturing this production. This was a huge, pivotal moment.
Huge. No, the value that Kingdra put in this game is, I don't know, it has to...
Look, 2 shields down from the front, right from there.
Yeah, Steiner should do like a statue for this Kingdra, because it was phenomenal, phenomenal in this game. And setting up the Spydops, right? Spydops, 2 shields up, there's nothing that can beat that.
If Anikor, I think, had 1 more shield there, he may have taken that game. Let's imagine he no-shields the Swift there and then shields the Outrage. Like, that bait was so important there. And unfortunately, just swapping a little bit too soon there in an attempt to catch. If he had caught that attack, I think that the Drapion may have been able to take it. But those are very precise and difficult plays. You're playing against some of the best in the world here, so it's not easy to just make that catch.
Yeah, actually, I gotta keep talking about that bait, because it looks so obvious, right? But then you eat an Outrage and you're in a pickle. So the bait right there is not that obvious. Like, some players might think like, oh, everyone baits here and just no shield. And maybe that matchup starts getting a little bit tough, right? Like, just Swift, non-stab. It's a good charge move, but, you know.
You also just have to think about sometimes what exactly deals the most damage. If you, for example, lead your Licky into a Dragulch in the lead and they have Focus Blast, do you keep the shields for your Pokemon in the back, or are you going to prevent that all your HP is evaporated, right? I think that's kind of, that comes in mind as well, rather than thinking, oh, what is in the back exactly? But I think Anikor always knew that when I bring Zweilous, I have to be careful of 1 Pokemon that's going to be the Spydops. And I think that's why the Zweilous is paired so commonly with Pokemon like Beedrill, Frostlass, Licky, just to cover Spydops and other Bug-type Pokemon much harder. We didn't see a lot of those Pokemon. I think we saw the Frostlass. We didn't see a Shadow Beedrill on the side of Anikor. We saw the Spydops instead.
Yeah, and we didn't even see that Frostlass. And talking about that Zweilous, I don't think it was the right pick, right? Because I think he maybe brought it for the Drapion, but Steiner said, oh, you have a Zweilous? I'm not bringing that Drapion. So he could never get value out of that Zweilous, and it proved to be like... I don't know, an anchor.
Steiner just made the right calls there, right? He just made the right calls in, okay, I'm expecting this, so I'm bringing these Pokemon, and he did exactly that. He expected the Zweilous, didn't bring the Shadow Drapion. Great call from him. Yeah, not much you can say about that.
Yeah, and I have to talk about this. Last round we saw a completely different Pokemon than this round. Like, this round was Spydops Kingdra. I think last round was Spiritomb, Drapion. A lot of picks. Dunsparce now, Licky in the last round. So a lot of Pokemon coming into the battlefield that you actually never see again. So I'm just excited. I love this Pokemon.
Yeah, you can play this format as well in the Go Battle League. If you see some of these Pokemon that you like and you have them, why not try them out? I really wanted to try out a Shadow Frostlass. I think that Pokemon can be so cool in this format just because of how hard Avalanche hits. And if you think of like Licky being the most common normal type Pokemon, and they have Earthquake, like, what are you going to do? You have to charge up all the way to the Earthquake, buddy. You can't throw a Body Slam. Well, they can bait, I guess. But generally, they can't throw a Body Slam into Frostlass.
Yeah, Earthquake being so expensive, if you get shielded, then it starts to be annoying. I think we'll see more Frostlass than Tyranitar today, maybe. But
very likely. Well, let's take a look. If these trainers have any of the Pokemon that we just mentioned, we have the LAIC champion, Nighttime Clasher, the reigning LAIC champion, Nighttime Clasher on the left. And I believe he got to about top 16, if I'm not mistaken, last season, even top 8 or so last season at EUIC. So the fun thing, the most fun thing I find about Nighttime Clasher, he has not gotten a gold medal in his own region. His first gold medal was in Liverpool, and his next win, his next gold, was at LESC. So he's won in 2 continents, just not his own. And there, I believe that is Ripperly.
Yeah, maybe a Nighttime Clasher has the end tab, right? The
Yes.
not type attack bonus, like out of region. Yeah, he's just performs better outside. Also, before this tournament, he got a top 4, I think, in the Sydney's regional. So, you know, he's coming back from a good performance.
This is what success looks like. If you search an image for success, you come across Nighttime Clasher.
I think one of the most consistent players in the world, if not the most consistent. Like he always gets to the top cut. I don't think I have seen him done. Really
I have joking been a little bit with him that he doesn't succeed at EU regionals, that's the one he struggled at. But honestly, what does it matter if you succeed at the EUIC, the biggest of them all? Let's take a look at these teams here. Do not underestimate Ripperly, by the way. We're talking a lot about Nighttime Clash here. Ripperly is an extremely good player from Germany, and he's well known in grassroots formats. I believe it was Frankfurt where he got to the top 4 placement, so he got his first medal there. And there we see a Pokemon I believe we've not seen as much yet or at all today. Dragalge. I thought it was going to be the most common Dragon-type Pokemon because it has the Poison type to resist Bug. But
yeah,
like there it is, Dragalge.
I think we can actually call this Pokemon Spice because
it is right now. It
was like how much rounds? Like 7 rounds in, and this is the first time we see it.
Yeah.
It used to be a Pokemon that people actually put higher on the list, right? You know, resisting Bug type from Bug Bite from Spidops.
Yeah,
but it has gone completely down. So we'll see if it's running Focus Blast, actually, as you said.
The problem that Dragalge has is the charge attack. And that kind of sets it back against other Dragon-type Pokemon. Because if you think of Kingdra, you're not going to shield an Aquatil there. You have to go for the full Outrage, while Swift actually deals okay damage. And then you have the Milotic. It doesn't really care for Aquatil either. So yeah, we're going to see what the second charge deck is. We have most Dragalge, I would expect Outrage. It's possible we have Focus
Yeah,
Blast.
you can run Sludge Bomb, but then again, you don't need the Poison type coverage, only for Grimmsnarl, and you don't see that many people actually run into the battlefield with it. So yeah, it's a Pokemon that it's a bit risky. You know, Dragon Tail also being like 3-turn compared to Dragon Breath. Might give your opponent a chance to catch the charge move, like for example catch an Aquatel on the Kingdra, and that is just devastating because then the Kingdra maybe gets a frown down and goes completely crazy like last game.
Now check the movesets real quick. This Dragalge is running Aquatil and Outrage. So it will have that, and it also has Dragon Tail, so it does have Acid. Previously we thought, right when the meta came out, I thought that the Dragalge would run Acid, the Poison type fast attack, for like Grimmsnarl. You could run like Double Dragon that way.
Yeah, but that's it.
We see Dragon Tail more common now. And then both Licky have Earthquake.
Okay, double Earthquake. So the mirror might come down to the highest attack Licky, right? Because the highest attack wins the charge attack priority.
But also, you have a hard-hitting ground-type charge attack as Nighttime Clasher for the Dragalge. So that kind of puts him really forward in that match here. I thought that Shadow Ball, I still think Shadow Ball kind of is the way to go, just because Dragalge isn't that common. Dropping all his shields anyway. We're gonna find out. We have game number 1. We have the Sea King from Nighttime Clasher into the Licky from Ripperly. Licky is very bulky. He's not gonna mind this matchup as much.
Yeah, we also already see this matchup. Seeking with the Mirehorn again here, and the backline's actually looking like similar, right? Same backlines.
It really does. And important note here is that Licky always goes for the charge stack as soon as possible into Seeking because it doesn't want to throw before getting debuffed. We see the Mega Horn coming through here. It's going to deal a lot of damage, but I think isn't Icy Wind Prospect going to be enough? Oh, we see the switch from Ripperly going into the Spirit Tomb for an energy advantage. We don't see our hard answer from Nighttime Clasher in the back, but he can go for an Icy Wind debuff to stop the Spirit Tomb from dealing as much damage.
Yeah, very aggressive, but this is the problem. When you give that Seeking a little bit of energy, you get debuffed, and now the Milotic comes in, a very bulky Pokemon, and going for the Rock Tomb, not for the Shadow Ball. This is going to do less damage.
Shadow Ball would have done a lot more damage, and the thing is, I don't think the Spirit Tomb will be able to get to another charge stack even, so maybe Shadow Ball could have been a little bit more oppressive there, but now it allows your next Pokemon to get a little bit more energy here without taking too much damage because the attack has been dropped here. We see Ripperly not using a protection, knowing Milotic has 2 charge stacks here.
Big Aquatil.
Oh
actually,
wow! Gets another one Dragon Tail in.
Oh, that survival was not good for Ripperly. Actually gives an extra fast move
to
the Milotic for actually a free, and it's gonna start wrapping up this Milotic.
This is going to lower the defense. Ripley not using any protect shields yet. Little does he know that if he's not starting to use protect shields, that Spirit Tomb in the back, it's coming in now! And the Sucker Punch are going to add up a lot. There's still 4 protect shields in play here. Is Niantic Clash going to use his first one on this Aqua Tail? No, he doesn't.
Yeah, this is the problem with Milotic, right? You don't have a threatening charge attack. The Aqua Tail, even though it has stab, it's very low energy, so Spirit Tomb can just no shield, and maybe we see we see the first protect shield in the game.
There we go. The Milotic is just so quick to its Aqua Tail there, so Spirit Tomb a little bit pressured to go for that, and I think the Nighttime Clasher, he has to throw a charge. Yeah, I was gonna say, you're not gonna Sucker Punch everything down. The Licky also still has some health, and I think some energy as well.
Yeah, you have 2 Pokemon with very low HP. Nighttime Clasher still has his 3 Pokemon left, and what is he gonna do? The Sucker Punch is just being very annoying.
Do you use your Protect Shield here? I don't remember how much energy there was left on the Milotic. I know Seeking from Nighttime Clasher is dry, going for the Dragon Tail down. Can you get the? Oh no, and he comes out with a full charge attack as well. But in comes the Milotic for a potential catch. Failing to do so, going for the body slam. Ripley is counting perfectly here. The thing is, yeah, you have to use your Protect Shield here. If Nighttime Clasher did not use a Protect Shield here, then I think this Licky could have closed the game. But this is very smart from him.
Yeah, this is a very interesting play for Nighttime Clasher because he did have a Rock Tomb, but he didn't want to give extra energy to the Licky's opponent.
This was charge attack priority tie, so Ripley knows that if he threw the energy here before the Milotic Tail was played, but yeah, this is over. Nighttime Clasher taking game number 1 there.
That was actually a very dominating game by Nighttime Clasher.
Yeah.
Saved the shields for the last, kept his 3 Pokemon, right? 3 ball flex, you know.
I think you just put him in a tough spot there because Ripley let the first attack go on one of his Pokemon, and then the Spirit Tomb, like the Wrap from the Milotic from Nighttime Clasher, but the Wrap lowers your defense. So when something with a lot of fast attack pressure comes in, like Spirit Tomb, your health goes down really quick. And at that point, you gotta use your Protect Shield somewhere.
Yeah, the reigning AIC champion showing the moves, right? Doing those trophy moves. Wants to get to day 2. We're gonna see again a lot of Milotic being answered with Milotic, right? Because it's such a bulky Pokemon. Wrap doesn't do that much damage, and also Spirit Tomb is also a really good matchup against Milotic.
It's just such a safe Pokemon to use. That's why we see many top trainers use it at this point. At the start of this meta, I think most trainers kind of underestimated the Milotic, and because Dragon Tail just doesn't do that much damage. And this was also very pivotal, right? This Milotic just barely getting to this charge attack right here after using Protect Shield.
And we also have to talk about that Spirit Tomb.
Yeah.
It's very well trained because that was 1 HP and didn't give Ripley any choice there. If he shields, then he gets Rock Tomb. Spirit Tomb just wins charge attack priority, so that's lights out.
If it was a simultaneous knockout there, I think Ripley could have won that game. Because then Licky had more energy than Milotic, and it would have gone to multiple body slams. In that case, Nighttime Clasher would need to make a catch on the Seeking. But we saw the Spirit Tomb, like you said, was just barely good enough, barely strong enough to lift the last fast attacks from the Milotic, come out with a charge attack, and that just kind of locked down the game there, because all Niantic Clash had to do was take the last shield.
Yeah, the importance of getting the right Pokemon, right? Low attack, very bulky, so you can survive those charge moves. Sometimes in a game it doesn't affect, but look at games like this. That was pivotal. Like, that was game winning. So, you know, take this into consideration, and I think we're going to actually jump ahead to the next game.
Here we go, game number 2. Let's see if Ripley can make the comeback. There's the Seeking again into the Shadow Drapion. We don't see Drill though on this Seeking, but a Mega Horn would hit about as hard, so this is going to be tough to call the shields.
Okay, so last game, Nighttime Clasher saved the shields for the end of the game. Now he's using the first shield of the game, and actually going for the bait. This might be huge, because Mega Horn could actually take out this Drapion, so this is a huge call.
Here we go. Does he? No, he does just no Protect Shield on the Icy Wind. Wunderbar, as they would say in Germany. And now going for another crunch. This is debuff. Seeking will get the back down after this. We might see Ripley going for the aggressive swap out. But I think if you let that back down, you could also just swap out later. Maybe just soak the damage elsewhere, even though Mega Horn's going to hit. So, oh, he gets to the Aqua Tail though.
Oh, this is important. This is huge.
Does this knock out?
Seeking is pretty fragile. I think it might hang on to it, but this is like...
Oh, it barely hangs on. Nighttime Clash is known for knowing his matchups perfectly. Blindly throws the Mega Horn, knowing that will be the hardest hitting charge attack. That could have been a Dragalge coming in, but it wasn't. Now, that's a great shield.
Okay, getting back the shield here, actually, I thought he was going to say 2 shields maybe for Spirit Tomb, but we see again, Spirit Tomb, an answer to Milotic. He's going to take this Aqua Tail. It's very easy.
Oh,
and a
that catch on this own Milotic. What a play by Nighttime Clasher. Incredible. And also has an energy head start on his own Spiritomb. That might be crucial for later. And now we see Ripley coming in with the Spiritomb. But this chip might just be barely enough to put this Milotic into Sucker Punch plus Shadow Ball range.
Yeah, same back lines, but Nighttime Clasher doing the plays, right? Catching the charge moves is going to put him up front in the game, and the Spiritomb is going to actually maybe go for the Rock Tomb. First, no, the Milotic actually throws in a bad timing, but he's going to get the Aqua Tail non-debuff.
I don't hate this from Ripley, because if you can get more energy and you outpace the Spiritomb from Nighttime Clash, you can potentially deal with it for the rest of the game. Ripley still has a lot of health on his Milotic, and we see no protection being used on the side of Nighttime Clasher.
You're correct. I thought he was going to double up, but no, he wants to take out this Milotic. Actually, it doesn't even take it out, and this is a race to the Rock Tomb.
He outpaced, Oh, and Nighttime Clasher barely outpaced. That might be huge. Ripley knows. Oh, no. That is what I exactly needed. Shadow Ball is coming through, and I like that play, because let's say Ripley would have caught that, that would have done a lot of damage.
Yeah, and we see there Nighttime Clasher already saying GG's to his opponent. He knows this is over, but maybe we can see a miracle here. I don't know.
Well, let's see. Aqua Tail is coming out fast. It's the same type attack bonus, but Spiritomb hangs on quite comfortably, and it's gonna get to a Shadow Ball. Now, this is something I usually do at the European regionals, but this is your first time here, Marto. I want to do this one with you. Usually, when a hard-hitting charge attack, we go for a boom, because it's gonna take out this Milotic. Shadow Ball has been buffed. Here we go. Boom!
Takes out the Milotic and actually takes out this round 2-0 victory. Very dominating for the LAIC champion, and showing why he's actually the LAIC champion.
Yeah, I want to correct you there, kind of, because I think that it looked closer than it actually was in some moments. The Spiritomb, one Sucker Punch being away there in that final game. And in the previous game also, the Spiritomb from Nighttime Clasher barely... Dude, what is it with Nighttime Clasher and the Spiritomb? That thing is just too good, apparently.
Yeah, he's very prepared for this tournament. Again, super close matchup. Maybe against the Milotic could have done a little bit more Sucker Punch, so you get to the Rock Tomb, maybe double up.
Yeah.
But yeah, very close matchup. Nighttime Clash is saving the shield maybe for next round. No, you cannot do that, but it was very interesting.
And look at this, taking this Aqua Tail. Nighttime Clash no shooting pretty much immediately, knowing that Seeking would hang on, going blind for the Mega Horn. I mean, you wouldn't go in with the Dragology here, so I really like that play. And then this catch. Not only is this resisted damage, it allowed Nighttime Clasher to get an energy head start for later on in the game, and we saw that was crucial.
I think that play was actually game-winning there, and yeah, we can see the end game here. It was a race, but Nighttime Clasher still had a shield, so I think he had this in control. And yeah, we have to talk about this again. Double water now. We see a lot of strategies getting pulled out here. Double water, the Drapion, Spite Ups, Kingdra, Spiritomb, so many. I want to see Crocodile back though.
Crocodile. I don't think Crocodile is really great into those water type Pokemon. One pick that really I find interesting that we've not seen at all, I believe, is Double. Because I have a friend who's playing here. He lives like very close to me, a local, and he actually has Double. Double was popular for a little bit, and then trainers started using Spiritomb, which annihilates Double. But Double is the one Pokemon, I think, that can take on Licky Licky plus water-type Pokemon. However, perhaps Nighttime Clash can tell us just a little bit more about that. Farid is ready for an interview with him.
Thank you very much, Martijn and Martagaldi. I'm joined by Nighttime Clasher, and this is a player that we have seen on stage so much, and I think it's fair to say you might be the most informed player in the world right now. How are you feeling after that first win here?
It was really good. I think I got the exact same backline as him and kind of maneuvered my way out of it when it seemed like it was going to be a little difficult, so I got the catch and felt pretty good after that.
Now, you are the LAIC champion. EUIC, you've told me in private that you think you can go all the way. Are you still feeling that now that the competition has started?
I mean, it's a lot easier to say now that I've won like 3 rounds, so I guess so.
And your brother built your team last time. Have we had the same here?
So, yeah, of course, always shout out to my baby brother. He's so helpful with the teams, but him and Aiden put something together and always talk me through it, and I'm feeling great. Using what they've come up with is a blessing.
And you've also traveled most of the world when you've been competing. What's that been like for you over the last couple of years, going from continent to play Pokemon Go?
I mean, for example, I've been to Toronto, Sydney, and now I'm here, and I'm going back to Seattle in a couple weeks, so it's a lot, right? Like, the time zones kind of don't feel real to me anymore, but at the end of the day, I'm living the dream.
So it's been a big year for you. It's also a big year for Pokemon. We're in our 30th anniversary. How does that feel going towards the World Championships this summer?
I might only be 21, but me and my brother have been playing Pokemon with each other since we were 5 or 6. So to be here in another country with him, celebrating together, I mean, what more could I ask for?
It's a great time to celebrate. It's a great year to celebrate. 30th anniversary here for Pokemon. If you want to know a little bit more about the journey, then stay tuned.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless. So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm.
Powerful. Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고. He would improvise on the spot. Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves.
And can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me.
뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mis chillos, por Dios, we love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself. It's homey, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Sira.
Arcanine.
Gengar. Jigglypuff. Luxray.
So, what's your favorite?
The one banished. The one that watches. A legendary Pokemon that exists in the shadows, feared for its presence yet coveted by trainers worldwide. Giratina has left a lasting mark on the world of Pokemon Go. In its altered form, Giratina thrives as a supportive force, anchoring teams and wearing down opponents with patient strength. But in its origin form, Giratina's true nature awakens. Freed from the chains of exile, it becomes a serpentine dragon unbound by gravity. Its attacks grow fierce, transforming it from a sturdy defender into a devastating closer capable of ending battles with overwhelming power.
Hey, Giratina! It does it! Inadequate course of an impossible endgame there against Beelzebub.
It's no wonder that such a wickedly versatile Pokemon has claimed its place on championship-winning teams. Yet, having a legendary Pokemon is not the same as mastering it. It takes knowledge to unlock the full potential of these giants. Allow me to show you. Legendary Pokemon are notoriously difficult to obtain, but their power makes the effort worthwhile. They shine the most in the Master League, where their CP can reach staggering heights. But some can also be kept below 1500 CP, making them viable for the Great League. Trainers often trade with friends to secure legendary Pokemon that ideally sit as close to 1500 CP as possible, without exceeding that Great League threshold. Examples of legendary Pokemon that are very good in the Great League are Cresselia, Giratina, Registeel, Zapdos, and Galarian Moltres. Galarian Moltres was a key member of world champion Beelzebub's team. It has some of the best fast and charge stacks in the game. Once Mandibuzz ruled the skies, but now Galarian Moltres has taken the throne. With its dark and flying type, it is one of the best counters to popular ground and ghost type Pokemon. Giratina comes in two forms. Origin, offering more offensive pressure, and Altered, providing greater bulk. Recently, trainers were able to rescue Shadow Giratina Altered from Giovanni, and it has proven to be successful in the competition immediately. Its typing gives it 8 defensive resistances, making it one of the top choices as your ghost-type Pokemon to bring to the battlefield. Next to strength and versatility, some legendary Pokemon focus on coverage and bulk. Cresselia has been a staple in competitive battles for years, thanks to its flexible choice of attacks. With Grass Knot, it threatens water and ground-type Pokemon. With Moonblast, it handles Dragon and Dark-type Pokemon. And with Future Sight, it delivers strong neutral damage. It has won multiple championships for a reason. Legendary Pokemon demonstrate that many favorites can find a place in competitive battles. With their strength, versatility and coverage, they can be tailored to fill the role your team needs the most. Whether it is in friendly matches or the Pokemon Go Battle League, mastering these Pokemon can give trainers a decisive edge. Try for yourself by catching or trading one of these legendary Pokemon and adding them to your roster. Best of luck, trainers.
Here we are again, legendary Pokemon for the Great League format. The Europe International Championship is an event where you can meet so many trainers and is a great opportunity to trade with them as well if you'd want one for those. Welcome back, my name is Martijn Versteeg. You may also know me as Inadequate, and I am here with the esteemed Landberger. You may have seen this on some regional championships. It's no big deal, we're here at the UIC as well.
It's very, very cool. Very excited to be casting alongside you. I love those little promo shots that we had in between Lady Gaga talking about how she loves Jigglypuff, and then immediately after we had you talking about legendary Pokemon, and I know that Giratina is your favorite as well. Just all meshed right together.
Giratina is just like Jigglypuff, yes. Thank you.
That's the point that I was trying to make, and everyone here connected the dots as well. Welcome back to EUIC. So many exciting matches have gone on so far, and I wanted to actually kind of bring that up to you. So you are known for playing some off-meta picks, usually, when it comes to Open Great League, when it comes to Show 6. What do you do in a meta that's already kind of defined? If you can only bring certain typing, does it give you as much flexibility?
Well, the question you're asking now is how do you find Spice?
I think
and
so.
the thing is, if you run Spice because it's Spice, it might just not be good. Because yes, you could be running an Exploit, but it's not good. It's spicy. I think the reason that most trainers run Spice that we see in the regional championships, that's the Open Great League format, is because those are core breakers to much of the meta, and that's just a little bit less here. We did see a Crocodile, I believe you saw that with Will. Very interesting core breaker, tried it out myself. Look, that trainer won, right? At least it was the Sharky trainer, but it's really weak to bug, and that's something you don't want to use Spice that is really weak to meta. So obviously it can work, right? I'm not doubting that at all. But it's also a difficult Pokemon to bring. Speaking of Spice, Shadow Frostless. That is a pick I had on my cast prediction, and I think it pairs really well with Dark-type Pokemon. Not taking this from Marto at all, he just said that. It's mine now.
Well, I tell you what, there's some not only spicy Pokemon sometimes, there's also players who are bringing like a little bit of spice in their play style. Ventusky is coming all the way out of region. He's a player who's been well known within our circuit, and I'm very anxious to see if he'll be able to do well against someone who came in third last year at EUIC.
But Kuifje, a trainer from Belgium, he's a trainer who hasn't competed as much lately. He had things going on, and now it was like, well, if I don't have as much time to play, which tournament do I go? EUIC. That's why it's so big. Everyone's like, if I go to a tournament in Europe, it's gotta be the EUIC. So yeah, this is, he told me before the tournament, I'm excited to play again. It's been a while. It's a first time restricted format in the competitive scene for him, right? The previous one was LAIC in Brazil, and now here in London, we have a different meta, a very neutral meta. I feel like kind of the walls of typing almost fade away here. It's so neutral. You don't have like water on fire, fire on grass. No, that's just not here. There's hardly those weaknesses in this meta.
I was discussing earlier with the Speediest Chief how many attacks that we have in this game currently in this meta that do something to either your opponent or yourself. We have like Lunge and we have Rock Tomb that are going to lower defenses. We have things that'll lower your own defenses. We saw a double with Wild Charge earlier on, and we are seeing so many Shadow Beedrills, way more than I expected, running double bug charge attacks.
Well, I'll tell you something fun.
Tell me.
Both Beedrill here have that as well, actually. Bug Bite, Fell Stinger, and X is a Fell Stinger, an excellent bait attack that also buffs the attack of the already hard-hitting Bug Bites. And an X-Scissor could just be a surprise, because when your opponent's like, yeah, I'm not shielding his Bug Bite, boom! X-Scissor, and down goes the opposing Pokemon. So really, there's not a lot of Dragology. I've seen the first one of the day just now on the team of Ripperly. And if there's no need for ground type charge attacks, why run Drill Run? That's why we see all these Seeking with Mega Horn as well. It's a very strong neutral charge attack, even better than Drill Run already is. And the Seeking on the side of Kaifia also has Mega Horn. But another thing, and I can just go on and on and on and on about movesets.
Well, go ahead.
This is the first Frostlass that I've seen today with triple ice moveset. So
Okay, we're talking about monotyping here a lot.
Yes. Powder Snow is the fast attack, which has been buffed this season, so hits a little bit harder. And then Triple Axel buffing the attack, and Avalanche is hitting hard. Let's see. For game number 1, we're gonna have the Shadow Frostlass actually into the Shadow Drapion. I don't think this is that bad for Frostlass, but let's see what Kaifia thinks, because Powder Snow hits much harder now, plus Triple Axel would hit really hard, but going for the bait right off the bat. I think you have to use protection here. If you no-shoot the crunch, Frostlass was here just for a show.
Absolutely, Drapion just getting up a lot of energy. You made a good point, Martine.
Oh, the catch though!
Oh my goodness, you made a good point, but Ventusky made an even better catch as he catches this now onto the Licky Tongue, and the roll-up damage is going to maybe force Kaifia to choose to let that Frostlass go out, but it looks like he's opting to gain a little bit of energy before swapping himself, or maybe he's just going to stay in.
Yeah, I think he's just going to stay in, because Triple Axel, it doesn't hit it hard to sell, but you see how much the Power Snows have been doing. The attack has increased, so now you take another protection, you buff even further. I think if Ventusky goes for the Earthquake here, you can get an entire farm, but opting to catch instead on the Dunsparce, soaking energy better and keeping a protect shield as well.
Kaifia says, you catch, I catch. Dunsparce taking that right on the chin there, and now the rollout users just start attacking each other. I think many people opted to bring rollout because they were scared of so much of those bug types that were so popular, so strong in this meta. But these two going up against each other, Licky will be able to win charge attack priority if it comes to that point. But Kaifia just going ahead, getting up a little more energy, throwing a heavy-hitting Drill Run.
I like that Ventusky staying here because he's making Kaifia throw this energy. You cannot get the rollout down before the next body slam. And if you would hard swap out, this Milotic would take 2 Drill. Now you only have to take 1 before getting the fast attack down. But we might see Kaifia swap out now. Now that the full line is revealed, there's nothing that really threatens the B-Drill. In comes the B-Drill. Oh, sorry, that's the Seeking, which it doesn't get threatened as well.
Going ahead now, Ventusky a little bit of a head on energy since this was his starting Pokemon. Going for that crunch, getting a protection from Kaifia's side. We could see a potential defense D-drop, but no, we don't see it. This is very good for Kaifia here. Going for that Icy Wind, which will automatically guarantee lower the attack of the Drapion.
I like the timing of Kaifia throwing there because he was afraid that Ventusky would go for the charge attack pretty tight on an Aqua Tail potentially if he would go for 1 before, and then you use energy plus take damage. So that's not ideal either. Now let's see if you can get the pack down here before the next Aqua Tail. I think you can't. But going for the charge pretty tight. Seeking wins this. Can you get to another attack on the Milotic though?
Going ahead now, no protections remain. This Drapion has to go down. Ventusky hoping that he's able to get to an attack, but it looks like he might be too far off. And Kaifia just a quick swap here. What do you do when this is a completely water-type Pokemon?
Here we go. Avalanche hits hard, though. It still actually does a good chunk there. Can you get to another charge stack here? Ventusky is getting rid of this Milotic quickly. Values the HP. How much HP is there, though, on the Pokemon of Kaifia? Because this Milotic charges really quickly, and you just swapped out, so the timer will not be up.
Pretty difficult decisions here. Wants to make sure that he's going to do as much damage as possible to this Milotic. Milotic still has to hit with 2 potential charge attacks here. Going to throw right before able to get to another Drill Run.
Wait, but I think Ventusky miscounted. Dunsparce has a 4 rollout and 3 rollout cycle, and I think that he thought this would be charged pretty tight. Kaifia was 1 off. He could have gone a full Dragon Tail down kick, and now they get the back down before the next charge check. Oh, and he gets to the Aqua Tail!
Wow, Milotic against the world there at the end. Ventusky up against the wall, but able to throw Aqua Tail after Aqua Tail, taking game number 1 against our bronze medalist of last year.
This is a great addition to the attacks that Milotic already had. Aqua Tail comes out just a bit quicker than Surf. Surf hits harder, but the pacing is just so important, and we saw that here. Even though Ventusky miscounted on the Dunsparce, it doesn't matter. You just get to another one.
He was really hoping. You could tell how close that was on both sides. And this was maybe a good example of the risk of running completely ice-type attacks.
If you have
into
Shadow
the
Ball, you win that
Frostlass.
game.
Exactly. With no Protect Shields remaining, if Kafue was running Shadow Ball, would have been able to knock out the Melodic. But look how much damage it did at the beginning of the matchup. That Frostlass was truly threatening against everything.
And we saw Kafue being surprised at the catch on the Licky Licky. And I think the reason why is because he thought that, especially after the bait, Drapion is kind of the Frostlass counter. So why would you switch out of that? But Ventusky was like, let me just hang on to my protections, buddy. Yeah, I don't want to use those. But then ended up using one anyway. In the end, didn't matter because this Milotic just went to town on the team of Kafue.
You know, we were talking about spice picks earlier. We said maybe potentially some risky Pokemon like Tyranitar coming in. We actually, as casters, had Melodic on that list. But look at it, it is absolutely everywhere. I was expecting to see maybe 1 or 2. I was not expecting it to be so high in the top 12 usage. What makes it so good in this meta?
I think everyone underestimated it, but then people realized, wait, this Pokemon's really safe and counters Dragon-type Pokemon. I'll have all of that. No one's using Grimmsnarl really, but here we see the Seeking into the Licky Licky, and this is a very neutral matchup. Generally, the Licky Licky throws immediately here because it wants to launch damage before getting potentially debuffed by an Icy Wind. Without Shadow Ball, this Licky Licky is going to need an Earthquake next to knock out.
And going ahead now, Kafue just getting up a ton of energy, doesn't bother throwing the Icy Wind right away, which would automatically lower the attack, wants to gain up a little bit of energy. But this is also the problem. And look at this, Ventusky thinking it's a Mega Horn, shielded it up.
Why is Kafue just looking surprised the whole time? like, oh, you shielded that? You shielded Licky Licky? I didn't see that one coming. Now the Mega Horn is coming. That's going to hit hard. No Protect Shield this time. Shielded the Ice Wind, no shield the Mega Horn. Not ideal for Ventusky, but he has so much energy. In comes the Earthquake. I think Kafue not going to use a protection here if he's expecting a Body Slam, but knowing that he will go for Earthquake to get the knockout. Kafue looking at Ventusky real quick. I called that right, but in comes a Body Slam still. This won't knock out yet though.
Yeah, knowing that it's not going to knock out, man, Kafue just really calling it at the beginning there, using the shield in the correct spot, still gaining a ton of energy here. He's at another Icy Wind. I wonder if he will throw it or maybe bank for later. No, he wants to throw. And I guess at this point, he at least gets to dictate alignment because Ventusky will now have to pick what Pokemon will come in, and Kafue can decide what he wants to line against it.
And as you can see, alignment will be important because there is a Shadow Beedrill in the back, and I think Kafue is going to align the Umbreon here because it soaks damage much easier. Now having the Dunsparce, shields are still in play. There's one shield for both trainers, and Dunsparce does deal consistent damage here, but it needs to land a Rock Slide to secure a knockout here. It cannot get the full rollout down.
Going ahead, throwing that Rock Slide, getting the last Protect Shield for Ventusky's side, but Ventusky still has a lot of energy here, and going for the Felstinger bait. This will automatically boost the attack. He gets the shield, and he might be able to knock out now with this X-Scissor that's coming up.
Can you outpace to the X's? This will be really close. I think you barely don't get there. Oh, he barely doesn't get to the X's. Ventusky knows that was his chance. Beedrill just barely too slow. He could have gone to the Felstinger, which at least would have put this Dunsparce into a far range for the Milotic. Now Milotic has to deal with this Dunsparce and then a full Umbreon. And Umbreon just does not take any damage from anything that's not Buck in his meta.
Last time Milotic swept for Ventusky, took game
it
number
still hangs on, by the
1
way.
for him, and now is able to throw on that side of Kafue, hanging on by just a sliver, just to give it enough parting damage to say, yeah, Melodic, I saw what you did game number 1. I'm going to put you back in check.
Just as I praised Aquatil earlier because of its spacing, we also see that the damage can be pretty lackluster on anything that has some bulk. Like Aquatil's great if you're fighting a Shadow Drapion, a Shadow Frostlass, a Shadow Beedrill, but Umbreon, Dunsparce, Licky Licky, yeah, nah, they don't really care that much.
Yeah, Ventusky already conceding. You see that he had 100 energy. Basically, all the bubbles filled there, not bothering to throw any because he recognized the writing on the wall, recognized they're going into a decisive game number 3.
Yeah, Kafue tying up the score here. Ventusky had that convincing game number 1 when he managed his energy perfectly in that end game. Now Kafue showed he's not afraid to bring the Umbreon. I mean, you brought this Pokemon 4 tournament knowing everyone and their mom is going to have Spidops and Shadow Beedrill. He still brought Umbreon. that's not going to stay on the bench.
No,
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I did talk to your mom earlier, and she said, yeah, if I was playing, I probably would bring Spite Ops. And I was like, you've been talking to your son a little too much. But I tell you what, so many typings that are available in this, I was expecting to see way more dragons, but potentially double dragon usage and stuff. There's not one dragon on Kalfia's side.
I think it's more of the pseudo dragon that he's looking for. Because if you do run the Kingdra and you're expecting a lot of Milotic, like many of these trainers look at practice
But he's not even running a Milotic. He has nothing with Dragon Breath pressure.
Nothing at all?
No.
Okay, I've just seen so much Milotic. I was really hoping for a Dragon till the Dunsparce.
We got a Beedrill, we got an Umbreon, Dunsparce, Seeking, Drapion, and Frostlass. I mean, he obviously has a plan to counter the dragons.
Well, you don't really need it per se, right? I think that he focused more on protecting the Umbreon just a little bit more with the Beedrill and the Shadow Frostlass rather than going for the neutral dragons. I mean, I said it before in an article about the EUIC that dragons are not necessary. They are not necessary. They're not hitting much for super effective besides opposing dragons. But you have Pokemon like Milotic for that, or you play neutrally into them. And in fact, I believe he doesn't have a Grimmsnarl either, which could otherwise be a check to the dragons. So yeah, he's just playing neutral into them.
Playing some interesting neutral, some bulky picks overall, and also definitely some meta here. It's really interesting to see every different player's, kind of choices in the meta, how they want to play. You get to see a lot of different play styles, and especially when you see two players who don't get a chance to play against each other very often, like Kalfia and Ventusky, I don't think that they have a lot to assess each other on.
Well, we're about to find out. We have the water type matchup here, Seeking versus Milotic, and we've seen Kalfia go for the Ice Wind first before. Is he going to do it again? No, this time he's going for the Mega Horn. Ventusky this time, no shielding. He's like, you're not going to catch me on the next Ice Wind. And then boom, Mega Horn.
I think, honestly, it makes a lot of sense, though, because if there isn't a shield and you Icy Wind, you just feel kind of bad, right? Because the Icy Wind going into a Water-type Pokemon not doing so much damage, although it is lower in the attack. Meanwhile, this Wrap is going to automatically make that defense fall, and you see him already get to another one before the next is loaded on the Seeking. We'll see if Kalfia wants to put up a shield or if he's content to go ahead and let the Seeking go down.
That is actually crazy, because he did bring the Umbreon again. So the thing is, if there's a Shadow Beedrill, you're kind of in trouble, but I feel like this is where you want to put the Umbreon, because it can soak damage easily. I would not be surprised if Kalfia is going to store all the energy, then swap in Umbreon, because the value of the rock and ground coverage is so good.
I also, Ventusky, if you notice, won that lead scenario, didn't bother to see what was coming in. He automatically swapped out into that Licky Licky, which is one of the best safe swaps, I think, in this meta, because he didn't want to let that Milotic get farmed down here. But now we're in a little bit of a rollout mix up here, and now we do see that much more sponge absorbent Umbreon coming in to take an attack. And I said it before, Martine, I don't know if you know it, I love it when he gets attacked. His little paw goes up.
Yeah, Umbreon is an absolute monster in defense, and now just charging up energy. In comes the Milotic. I don't think he can even farm this down with Snarl before next Aqua Tail. So Kalfia opts to throw a charge stack, expend some energy. I think that's what Ventusky wants. So even kind of quote-unquote filled the catch, he still got this Umbreon to expend energy. But you don't have the Beedrill this time, so you have nothing to get rid of this quite easily. This Kingdra, cool Pokemon by the way, but needs a full Outrage to knock out the Umbreon. Dragon Breath doesn't do as much damage as it used to a few months ago, so you really rely on energy now. And meanwhile, Umbreon is just so quick to charge attacks.
It's so true. I mean, yes, it makes up a little bit more what it lacks in damage with pacing, but Kingdra now, since Umbreon already had some energy loaded, has to take 2 of these foul plays before it's even at the Outrage here. And Umbreon has just gotten knocked down to the yellow. Almost at another one, going for that charge attack, but Kalfia didn't throw. Does he shield? That's the real question.
No shielding this would be an Outrage, so he used just Protect Shield, and that's a great option. In comes the Licky Licky for the Earthquake. Listen, this is a hard-hitting charge stack. I think Umbreon still hangs on. I think Kalfia is thinking the same here.
There's going to be a combination play here. We saw that Outrage get the first shield, Earthquake coming through, and you're absolutely right. Hangs on, banks some energy on that Umbreon again, and comes back in with the Dunsparce.
Energy is crucial here. Kalfia is trying to bulk his way through this matchup. He doesn't have any fast attack pressure, so he needs charge stacks. Ventusky still has 2 Protect Shields, but look at this. This might just line up perfectly, because you can get the rollout down here, but letting his Earthquake go is going to put the Dunsparce really low. You cannot use a Protect Shield though, because then you later lose charge security tie. You get the farm down here. Can you now get to multiple charge stacks? I think he has, how many foul play does he have stored on the Umbreon? Does he have 1 or 2?
He just has 1 stored, but there's 2 shields now down to 1. Calfia is whittling away here. This Dunsparce doesn't have a lot of health left, but it is going to be able to get to another drill run.
Oh,
this is huge!
That might just be the game-winning move. The bulk of these Pokemon is too powerful. In comes Umbreon, and he already had 2 charge attacks. It didn't even matter. Umbreon is gonna pull through. Bulk proves to be strong again. Who cares about Beedrill? Here's Umbreon with the foul play, and it leads Calfia to winners round 4.
Yeah, Calfia, you saw the little smirk on his face when the Dunsparce was able to throw off that second drill run. You saw the devastation go against Ventuski's when he recognized that his win condition was just going down the drain. And then a reverse sweep, as we call it, losing that first game, Calfia was able to decide, okay, I'm noticing a lot of play from that Milotic. How can I counter it? And honestly, he found that perfect counter in Umbreon, one of the bulkiest Pokemon that we have in Great League.
I think it's the bulkiest Pokemon in this format because Chansey is not allowed. So Umbreon might just be the bulkiest Pokemon that we have here. The thing that I want to say about this game that we just saw, it was bold. I'm just going to say that. It was bold to let switch advantage go when your opponent has a Beedrill on their team and you have an Umbreon. I saw earlier a match, Steiner versus Anikor, where Anikor never did that. When he brought Swallows, a Dark-type Pokemon, weak to Bug-type Pokemon, he always played for switch advantage. So I was kind of surprised Calfia just let this lead matchup go.
I mean, I think it's what you kind of said earlier. He hasn't had a chance to play many different tournaments this season, but he's recognizing, okay, if I'm going to play one, I'm sure going to make it count. He's been studying everything. The fact that his team is a little unconventional, there's probably a rhyme and reason behind a lot of it there. He knew that Shadow Beedrill was coming in this game number 2. He knew that he needed to get it off of that Umbreon, and he was able to completely do so, taking game number 2 and game number 3 right under Ventuski.
Yeah, impressive play. The Umbreon really turned the tides there for him, and it really just shows Arrow also brought that Umbreon Frostlass core. It's very strong. We don't see the Frostlass as much just yet, I think out of fear for the Spiritomb and the Shadow Drapion, but against like a Licky Licky, it's just very fine, because Licky Licky charges quite slow to that Earthquake in this case. Doesn't even have Shadow Ball, and Earthquake takes so long to get to. So I really like that core, and maybe just has been the pressure of the Frostlass that kept the Beedrill away from Ventuski.
I mean, Ventuski did bring a game number 2. It's just getting the read, right? Of course, if you have a team of 6, they all have to synergize a certain way. You can't like have 6 of the same typing, because then it makes it quite obvious to your opponent what you're going to bring. But when you have these little choices and you start taking little risks like that, maybe someone who's watching the games later will be like, oh, well, now I understand how Calfia is going to play, so I'm going to do something specific, and he's going to do something completely different because he's got options on this team. It's very flexible.
And this was just so rough for Ventuski. The thing is, he saw the drill run, right? And he was like, oh, no, he got there. There goes my win condition. Calfia already had the charge 6 load on Umbreon.
Oh yeah, he was already smirking. He had a shield behind him too. And I think that you'll see that as the days continue to progress, as we get longer in the days, and the people on the winner side of the bracket are ones that are more used to playing in front of crowds, more used to maybe scrimming against other people. You start to recognize your win conditions sort of earlier on, and you also recognize your opponent's win conditions. So, you know, like once they both realized that Dunsparce was able to get to the drill run, both of them pretty much knew, okay, this game is probably going to go in Calfia's favor unless he does something incredibly, you know, fumbles it at the very end.
Unlikely with Calfia. Someone like that is so experienced. We're going to see so many experienced players, right? We have 16 pools, 32 players per pool, 64 trainers tomorrow. There's gonna be so. That's the first time we've had that for Go. It's by far the largest tournament, and again, you know, if you play the Go Battle League in this season, the Championship Series Cup, that's these Pokemon. It's these Pokemon they play, and you can learn from them how they play this.
And you can play that now. Don't play it right now, because you know the stream is going on. And obviously, when we're on, you gotta be watching. But exactly, that was my second point. You want to be watching because we're giving away some incredible drops. It's not viable in this current meta, but at LAIC, they were the first times that Go ever had a condensed meta like this. And Nighttime Clasher won. There was a Dugong that was available, and if you guys are watching, you can earn enough points to be able to, you know, get a Dugong of your own, which is very, very cool. Also some other things, you know, like some XL
honestly,
candies, some charge TMs.
Even if it's not allowed in this format, it will be for future formats. But let's take a look at this full European match. It feels like a while we've had that at the EUIC actually
It's
now,
true.
because we have trainers from all over the world. But here we have a trainer from the French region and from around here actually, from the UK. Very similar Pokemon again, but this time we see a Grimmsnarl on the side of Damon Cash. Now, I'm just going to be honest with you, Amanda, I'm not a Grimmsnarl believer. It's a fairy tale. Does not exist.
I will say this. I'm a Damon Cash believer because he 2-0'd Pokémon earlier on today and put him into the losers bracket, I believe in round 2 or 3. So Damon Cash looks like he knows what he is doing with that Grimmsnarl.
Just for context, Pokémon has won 4 trophies in a row. And that's who Damon Cash just beat. Okay.
So
let me correct.
He might be knowing what he's doing with that Grimmsnarl.
I'm a big Grimmsnarl believer. I'm a big Grimmsnarl. Okay, no, but listen. Grimmsnarl is a very difficult Pokemon to play because it has a terrible matchup into the safest Pokemon in this meta, Shadow Drapion. I think that most trainers that bring Grimmsnarl are somewhat desperate to check Dragon type Pokemon or type users like Milotic and Spiritomb, because if you don't have a Grimmsnarl, those Pokemon kind of run wild on you, and that's the function of Grimmsnarl. Honestly, against the Kingdra, we don't see it on the team of Withered here. You still lose when no shields are being used. Like it's that fragile. It doesn't have as much bulk, and the combination with the attacks is just a little bit too slow to actually lock down this match. But as soon as shields are used, Grimmsnarl can do work into anything that's not the Shadow Drapion.
That is pretty true. I also was just looking at the team compositions that there is a Shadow Drapion on both sides. Very popular pick. Licky Licky, the #1 pick of day 1 usage. Spidops #3. Maybe my eyes are deceiving me, but Martijn, where are the Spidops in this meta? Where are the Spidops in this game?
They were here earlier. I swear they were here earlier, the Spidops. But yeah, we have Shadow Beedrill here. Also, obviously, a very oppressive Pokemon with the Bug Bite. The advantage of the Beedrill is that it resists opposing Bug-type fast attacks. So it kind of has a better matchup into the Spidops. The thing is, in my opinion, it's very easy to play around Beedrill because we saw earlier in those matches, it's just easy with bulky Pokemon to store attacks, and then a Pokemon like Beedrill doesn't take those well. So let's say you have a Licky Licky, you build up to 2 Body Slam, you swap out, and your opponent immediately should be nervous because you're like, I really don't want to take that on my Beedrill later.
And one thing that's like really been puzzling me, but I get it. I was talking about Shadow Beedrill running Fell Stinger earlier on, but I didn't even consider using it as the only, you know, like I was using it as the bug type charge attack. I wasn't using it as the only. So this is going to be pretty interesting to see how these two want to play.
There's another interesting pick on the team of Damon Cash. Perhaps that was the Pokemon that could have made a difference on the team against Pokémon, because he has Furret. And Furret in this meta generally has the fast attack, quick attack. However, Damon Cash has the fast attack Sucker Punch, which is contradicting because then you're double weak to Shadow Drapion, the safest Pokemon in this meta. I'm almost starting to think that either he draws out Drapion with Furret and plays Grimmsnarl on the back, or he doesn't play either, because you're always going to expect the Shadow Drapion. Let's take a look how Damon Cash is going to deal with that. We see the Licky Licky into the Milotic from Withered.
More like leady. I see it all the time, either in the lead or that save swap, and now just going ahead. And I think that this looks pretty neutral. Going for that wrap right away, which is going to lower the defense and make that bulky Pokemon just a little less so. Withered, a really, really good trainer, coming in just a couple of years ago and already had started to make a name for himself, catching that Earthquake onto the Licky Licky. But I mean, I think if you're Damon Cash, you're still okay with it. You're like, okay, this is a nice amount of damage.
Well, if you look at the team of Withered, Earthquake is just, or ground type attacks generally, are just widely unresisted everywhere. So Earthquake is kind of always safe to throw. Like, Spidops in this meta would resist Earthquake. You don't want to have it called on there. But Beedrill, yeah, please catch my Earthquake if you do want that. In comes Licky Licky to just soak up, the Kingdra to soak this damage. You do need to go for the full outrage here. I like this play. This is Withered call that, because that would be a lot of energy you shield there. No, he lets it go.
Lets it go, and the Licky Licky goes down. In comes the Milotic, and I think, you know, if you're Withered, you're like, this is fine, because the Dragon Tails are going to be doing much more damage to the Kingdra than the Kingdra is doing in return. This is where Withered chooses to put up his shield, and now it looks like going for that Swift on Damon Cash's side, but
Yeah, but wasn't even at the outrage.
I know. You see Wither like, kind of put it up saying like, what was I doing?
Just a quick reflex there. In comes another wrap. And then you have the Aquatil load as well, because Milotic was able to farm up a lot of energy into the Kingdra. I think an Aquatil, I don't think it knocks out just yet, but we'll get close. Ooh, with this Dragon Tail, I do think the Aquatil will knock out.
Going ahead, we'll have to see for sure. It is being loaded up here. A Splishy Splash coming in, and it looks like Damon Cash deciding to let it go down. That Licky Licky will be going away, and in comes the Beedrill just to start biting.
I mean, this is a rule. If you play Shadow Beedrill, you keep the protection. That is just a rule. Damon Cash is executing that perfectly, but in the back is the Seeking. And this is one of the very few Pokemon with Flying type Fast Attack output. I think you want to go for the Fell Stinger a little bit quicker there to output Bug Bite damage just faster. Do you use a protection here though? I feel like if you don't, do you get Bug Bite down now?
I mean, that Icy Wind will slow the roll just a little bit here. It will also be enough to knock out that Beedrill if it doesn't shield. So using both Protect Shields here, just like you called a little bit earlier on Martine, on this Beedrill, but now swapping back out into Kingdra to swap that debuff, and he gets to the Swift. This is huge for Damon Cash.
Well, there's still protection. I don't know if that helped actually, because now, he lets it go though. But this allows Wither to get energy elsewhere to potentially try and knock out this Beedrill. Milotic charges energy very quickly. Wither is nodding because he knows he's gonna get to the Aquatail. He's gonna wash away the bugs from our screens.
Milotic saying, okay, I'm coming back in. Not a lot of health there, but not a lot of health needed because pacing is so quick. There goes down the Beedrill. 2 shields. I guess they maybe wish they had 3.
Milotic and Aquatail is just so applicable. It is such a long tail to just, whoosh swoosh these bugs away off our screen. This is what I dislike about Beedrill. I think it's a great Pokemon that works well with shields, but it's so vulnerable to Pokemon that charge attacks quickly and have another Pokemon of yours where it can charge the attacks, right? So if you farm down like a Licky Licky, if you farm down a Kingdra as we saw there, you can just outpace the Beedrill before it can Bug Bite you down. And that's kind of the downside there. I think maybe if Damon Cash stayed in with the Beedrill, could have get the Fast Attack down on the Seeking, but Wither had the protection all along, so it was kind of just a tough spot to be in the first place.
Yeah, it's hard, and it's also hard when you're in the middle of the games too, because not only do you have to remember how much energy you have to remember how much your opponent has, you have to remember if your opponent swapped at the same time as you for the switch timers. You see Wither nodding because he recognized, oh, I know that I am pacing quicker here. I know that this game number 1 is going my way. We'll have to see if it will be the same for game number 2, because both of these trainers are doing very well, because this is the winners semifinals for Group A. So that means whoever wins this will advance on into the winners finals.
The compositions here were really interesting. Damon Cash, like predicted, didn't run anything weak to Shadow Drapion. He brought Licky Licky, brought Shadow Beedrill, and Kingdra. 3 Pokemon can deal with the Shadow Drapion. Withered didn't even bring Shadow Drapion.
Like, no need.
Nice try, bro.
So we'll have to see, because part of it is a little bit of that mind game, right? If you have a Pokemon that everyone, if you've been playing against other people, if you've been talking with other people, you recognize how strong Shadow Drapion is in this meta. I think that's why we did see a Crocodile earlier. I think that's why people are opting to, bring other Pokemon that can counter it more.
Yeah. Invite the weakness.
Exactly. So, I mean, the fact that Wither benched it for game number 1 shows that he's recognizing how other trainers think, and he's going to try to counter that action.
Damon Cash is so ready for the comeback. He was already tapping. I just saw him tapping before the game even started. And now Withered is getting ready for this next match as well. See if Damon Cash can tie up the score there. He's got to deal a little bit better with the Milotic. Here we go. It's the Kingdra into the Seeking. And again, we see the third this time, but we see no Shadow Drapion on the side of Withered. This is a very neutral matchup. And here we go for the Megahorn. But regular Kingdra, like non-Shadow Kingdra, actually it's not as bulkier than you might expect.
So Wolves, you think we do see Protect Shield? A great call, though, because if you're going to do one, that is the one you want to shield up. And now it's Damon Cash's turn saying, okay, Withered, do you think this is going to be an outrage, or do you think it's going to be a Swift?
He calls it!
No Protect Shield used on Withered's side, and that Seeking goes down.
Oh, man, the fish hanging upside down. What do you bring in next? In comes Milotic to get the Dragon Tail damage in, getting the energy quickly. In comes Furret, but it has Sucker Punch, and it does not have Trailblaze as we're used to. It has Brick Break instead for normal type Pokemon. So this kind of forces Withered to stay in this matchup. He cannot swap in the Licky Licky to soak up damage, really. Little does he know, his Licky Licky looks better in the back.
I tell you what, though, Fert's getting a little bit of a taste of its own medicine here because it's normally boosting itself. It's now lowering the others, but it's getting wrapped here often first by Wither. But so now its own defenses are a little bit lower, and my how the tables have turned. This Aquatail was going to do a lot more because of the defense drop, and he might not even be able to make it to another, because now in comes a Licky Licky. Oh no!
He gets there. This might be huge.
A parting brick break.
That might just be huge because not only this deals super effective damage, it again will lower the defense of the opposing Pokemon. Now your Swift will deal more damage, and because Wither swapped out, he can now align his Kingdra instead of the Beedrill on his Licky Licky. Preserve the Beedrill for the Milotic, which still is so of a matchup. Man, he's still holding on to. He's a shield keeper, this Wither guy.
He has a plan, and he's gonna stick with it here. Body slam now coming through onto that Kingdra. Damon Cash only has one Protect Shield left on his side, and I tell you what, Wither kept his shields very far into the game number 1, and he pulled out the win here. Will he be able to do it for game number 2 as the second body slam goes through here? Beedrill wants nothing to do with Licky Tongue or Licky Licky, even when it's a slow and immediate pivot.
He get the fast attack down here though as Damon Cash. I don't think that Licky Licky will get to another charge attack here. So do you use a protection here? Wither looking up, but needs to be looking at this Milotic and the bubbles because you need to land as many charge attacks as possible. I don't think you can get there though. Getting the bug bite down. Can Beedrill do what it's meant for? Getting the fast attack pressure in. But let's a full rollout through. Hold up. What is he cooking?
This is risky because he wants to go ahead and get that extra fast attack damage by using that Fell Stinger, but at the same time, he did let a rollout go through.
Okay, the Beedrill barely knocks out. That was getting pretty close. They're letting the full rollout go through, almost allowed that Licky Tongue to get to a body slam. I will say though, I do think that Shadow Beedrill would have barely hung on to the body slam, but I must also admit that rollout damage, even though it's not the same type of attack moves from Licky Licky, is very deceiving on Beedrill. It's pretty hard often.
Okay, so we're talking, and let's break this down for maybe someone who's just tuning in, who hasn't really seen much of these games before. So Withered had 2 shields in that end game left. The Beedrill on the side of Damon Cash was trying to knock it out, and we said they let a roll out through, which was the fast attack of the Licky Tongue. Why is that so detrimental at that stage?
Yeah, it's all about the mathematics here. If you think about turns, a turn is half a second, and each of these fast attacks have a specific duration, a specific turn. So Bug Bite is a 1-turn fast attack, 1 attack every half second, while the rollout is a 3-turn fast attack, 1.5 seconds. So if you align that, let's say you do 3 Bug Bites against 1 rollout, it will mean that the opposing Pokemon, opposing Licky Licky, will launch another rollout. Ideally, you want to launch your charge attack right before the animation ends, so before the damage registers. So if you do 2 Bug Bites, there won't be another rollout coming through. If you do 3, another rollout will come through unless it's charge attack per tie where both Pokemon throw at the same time. But that didn't happen, so that's why we saw a full rollout sneak through.
It gets a little bit confusing if we use terms like this. Bear with us because it is actually very, very important for these trainers, especially trainers who've been playing this for a while, who know that their win conditions, and this attack going through on the side of Withered gave him a small condition. If that Licky Licky just had a little more HP, it would have been able to get to an attack.
It just looks so simple when you see these top trainers play, right?
Exactly.
But then you play in the Go Battle League and you're like, oopsie whoopsie, I let one through accidentally. Yeah,
Have you been watching my games?
Those are the kind of things that loses a man out of their battles. So that's why
I'm constantly whoopsie whoopsie.
Yeah, let's see how game 3 is gonna go between these 2 trainers. Damon Cash with the Kingdra on the left and on the right with it, with a great lead with the Milotic here because you have super effective Dragon Tail. Damon Cash building up some energy here. In comes a wrap that will drop the defense. Do you now switch out though?
I think if you're Damon Cash, you're saying, okay, I know it's going to lower my attack anyway. This is where I swap. At least I'll swap with some energy. But no, he's actually going for the outrage. He stays in here. Does Withered want to use his shield? This is a big thing. Withered just keeps his shields for the end. Maybe Damon Cash is recognizing this and wants to try to utilize it. That does a ton.
Oh man, that is such an unfortunate simultaneous switch there. Withered was going for the Beedrill neutral, blind switch in, trying to get a bug bite down on the Kingdra and get an energy lead, but in comes the Licky, and this is kind of what you don't want to face. This body slam puts you pretty much in body slam down range. X-Scissor will do a good chunk of damage though. Does Damon Cash respect this?
Remember when you said if you're a Shadow Beedrill user, you are using both Protect Shields on the Shadow Beedrill.
He's not following the
Wither
rules.
did not get this memo as he let that body slam go through, and he is able to make it to a Felsinger, which makes him kind of wonder.
Did he count?
This is a question.
Did Damon Cash count? And he's no-shooting the Felsinger. Excellent! Très bien! From our French player on the left, Damon Cash. He's down with Protect Shield, but there's so much energy on this Licky. The Milotic can hardly do anything anymore. It's only there for a catch, but Damon Cash is waiting just to see if the rollout comes through before he launches Charge Attack, because you cannot switch during your fast attack animation. So he wants to make sure that this attack's not being caught, and now Damon Cash kind of has his matchup locked down because this is what Furt and Brick Break is for.
Furt comes in, waves its little paws, throws its little brick breaks here. Lots of fists being thrown at this normal type Pokemon, Licky. Not only is it super effective, it's lowering the attack here. Withered still playing in it here. He can also swap out for a potential catch on the Melodic or just to clear that debuff, but he wants to try to start stripping away a little bit of health or shields from Damien Cash's side. But Damien, it looks like he's in a really good position if he can keep his head about him here. Second body slam going through, getting that Protect Shield.
Yeah, an Earthquake would have pretty much almost knocked out here. I think another rollout would have done the job, but it looks like Withered needed to get to a charge deck. He wasn't able to, or tried to get the catch there. Withered sees the writing on the wall. The Swift is coming through. The other very efficient normal type charge attack. It's being Protect Shielded. There's still some health on the Kingdra left as well, though, so it's kind of in a pickle that Withered is right now. Another Swift coming through. This might not knock out yet, but Licky is way too low.
Going ahead, just going for it all here. Licky barely hanging on. Now swapping into Kingdra just for a little extra damage. And this is something that we in the community call a 3-ball flex. Damon Cash won game number 3 with all of his 3 of his Pokemon still in that game.
Yeah, Damon Cash is a trainer who hasn't consistently top-cutted, but this must be a great feeling for him to come back at the EUIC, the biggest tournament that we've had to date in the history of Championship Series, or maybe even all of Pokemon Go, to be honest. He shows, I beat Patoman, this was not a fluke.
Absolutely. I think that he played really, really well. Interesting picks overall, right? It's not the team that everyone would be like, yes, on paper, this is 100% the team to use. You were calling Grimmsnarl not really the pick. We didn't get to see one actually in those matchups, but maybe it is that threat. Maybe it is that bench pressure for some teams. Maybe it is something to draw out the Drapion on the other side. Damon Cash knows what he is doing here, but I really think, honestly, that simultaneous swap mid-game of game number 3, Withered played really well to try to get out of that, but unfortunately, back was against the wall at that point. There was not really much he could do anymore. Furt was able to kind of come in and clean up that Licky.
The Furt was so strong all this time, though, because Withered was not bringing the Shadow Drop. He made a great call, reading that Damon Cash would not run the Pokemon weak to Shadow Drapion, but he didn't do that in the games after, and Damon Cash just adapted really quickly, realized, okay, my opponent is thinking that I'm always countering the Shadow Drapion. I'm gonna bring one Pokemon a little bit weak to Shadow Drapion, the Furt, because with Sucker Punch, the fast attack is resisted. I think if we see more Furt, the majority would be running Quick Attack, because it's a little bit more neutral into most of the meta, charges energy quicker, it's only worse against Ghost-type Pokemon. It's fine into Shadow Drapion. With Sucker Punch, bad. You do not want to be near Shadow Drapion, scary, spooky Pokemon. But because Withered didn't bring it, it was so good.
Yeah, I do want to say as well, Withered has Spiritomb on his team, and that's a Pokemon I think we've seen a lot of play with, especially earlier on in the day. But if you have an opponent who's running a Shadow Drapion and a Sucker Punch for it, you're just like, all right, Spiritomb, this one maybe isn't your game.
It's not even that bad of a match for the Spiritomb, though. But yeah, I do think that if the Furt had Quick Attack, Spiritomb will always come out. It's gonna be
that up.
It's gonna be hunting for the Furt, right? It's gonna be hunting for, and that's where you don't bring the Furt.
Maybe, but fortunately for Damon Cash, it seems like he has the right tech to take him very far. In fact, to the winners finals of Group A. Again, we have so many competitors here. This is the largest Pokemon event so far with over 7,000 players.
And we're gonna have more big Pokemon events coming up soon. The Kalos Go Tour is coming up very soon. Next week is going to be the in-person event in Los Angeles. You see there, Yveltal and Zerny. If you don't have one yet, make sure to use some raid pass to get them. They're a staple for the Master League, which is also one in Tainan, of course. And yeah, do you have these Pokemon?
I was telling Speedy earlier on that I have a really, really good Yveltal. I need to power up my Xerneas all the way, and the best way to do that is to do raids to get some of those XL candies. So I think that I'm getting pretty close. I'm very excited for this. But not only that, you saw a lucky trinket, which automatically makes you go lucky with one of your top tier friends.
We saw
so
Hoopa.
really excited for that. And I mean, I expect Martijn to use it on me because I thought I was his top tier friend, but
Maybe
I don't know. He's never used his lucky trinket on me.
Maybe if you rate it just a little bit more, well, you can actually give me like a big shiny Pokemon.
A little bit more. Give me a big shiny Pokemon.
There are going to be so many Pokemon to raid, actually.
It's
We
true.
usually saw some
Maybe
Pokemon.
I will be rating a bit more because that event looks absolutely cool, and we get to have a global one as well. So if you are not able to make it to one of those in-person tours, there's going to have a chance later to catch a lot of really cool Pokemon.
Yeah, and the week before the global tour, there's a lot of Pokemon to raid. I saw like Primal Kyogre and Primal Groudon.
yeah.
Those are
They're coming back.
absolute staple for raiding or just Team Go Rocket, all that kind of stuff. You know, it just does remind me. Did you know that we have a colleague in VGC, Necra? She's a higher trainer level than pretty much all of my co-casters.
That's not true.
That is true. She's level 74. I think you're like 72. Speedy's Chief is like 73. Caleb Banks. Actually, I think Caleb is 74. Soph 70, 71. I'm just calling out all the casts.
Well,
you
know
guys
what?
need to step up your game.
In the meantime, very interested to hear from our last winner there, Damon Cash. But we're going to have to see who will be playing in the next games. This is fantastic. New battlers that we haven't had a chance to see on stream. We're going for the other portion of the winners semifinals in that Group A.
And here we see on the left, we see Fiantiga. And yeah, that's a very, I think a pretty standard team on the right side, also from Alan, but this time with the double bug and a Grimmsnarl. I believe Alan has won a championship in South Africa before. So yeah, this is going to be a showcase how he's going to do it at an international championship. I believe Fiantiga hasn't competed as much just yet, so it will be nice to show his skill on the broadcast here.
It is always cool, right? We see a lot of times we get a chance to see many trainers from North America. You and I especially get to see a lot of trainers from Europe compete, but it is always cool to see trainers coming in from different regions and showcasing what they got. We see a lot of surprises. We see some interesting playstyles and different picks, and it also just gives them a chance to show off a little bit themselves, saying, hey, I'm here and I'm doing rather well because check it out, I'm in the winners semifinals.
We see Grimmsnarl on the side of Alan. Is this going to be the matchup where you're going to bring it? I again expect so much Drapion. Let's take a look at game number one. We do see Drapion, but in the back from Fiantiga on the left. This is a decent matchup for Licky, but Spiders is not exactly helping us here. And the thing is, Alan brought two Bug-type Pokemon, so you cannot even swap out of this.
And the hard thing is that the other side there, look, it brought two rollout users.
Oh,
so
no!
what do you do when you have two rollout users versus two bug? You kind of have a little bit of typing advantage. You don't need to hunt very hard to maybe find the lineup you're looking for. This making it a little bit more palatable. The lunge going through, which does lower the attack of the Licky, which does go for those body slams. Just charging up a little bit of energy. Great counting here, and probably going to throw right before the next attack is available.
Here's the thing. I don't think Alan is going to fight for switch advantage here because he has Shadow Beedrill, so probably wants to preserve his shields for that matchup. But switch advantage is going to be so incredibly important here. You do not want Shadow Drapion on, you don't want Shadow Drapion on Grimmsnarl. But we see the swap though, and this allows Alan to realign. He can actually now have that Beedrill on the Shadow Drapion.
Take a look at these teams. Bijan played double rollout ABA style, so one rollout in the front and the Dunsparce in the back. Alan played double bug ABA with Spidops in the front and Beedrill in the back, and even still, because of this swap, the alignment isn't gonna hit.
Do you shield this? It is the Fell Stinger. Great call by Fiantiga. Can you get to the crunch here? Yes, this will deal massive damage for the Beedrill. I don't think it knocks out just yet, but it will get really close. To the point it doesn't get to another charge deck. Here we go. Does do heavy damage there, as we see. Now one rollout will knock this out. We see Alan reaching for the switch there, but Grimsnell doesn't have a lot of bulk. 2 charge attacks from the Dunsparce will knock out, and we see him pushing for the power punch. But Fiantiga must know this is a power punch. Do you use a Protect Shield here? If you don't, do you risk getting fast attack down?
I don't know, you were saying earlier that you weren't a big fan of Grimstyle. I think Alan might be able to change your mind because look how much raw damage this is doing with only this rollout damage. It's relying fully on the charge attacks. No protection shield used from Alan at this point, but look how low both that Lickitung and the Dunsparce are.
I feel like Grimsnell took that personally. It's actually pushing its way through this Dunsparce almost. The Sucker Punch will deal even more damage here. The timer is almost up for Alan. I don't think, do you even get to 2 charge attacks here? Oh, no, he doesn't get there. Can you get the rollout down? Or is Grimsnell going to get the rollout down? Here we go. We have a body slam loaded, but it doesn't matter. We have 1 bug bite, and Pedro takes it. Alan taking down the double rollout with his double bug. This is not a bug. This was actual gameplay that you just saw.
Wow, yeah, exactly true. That was an incredible, incredible play. Because if you look at that lineup, if you look at the team compositions, for Fijan, everything was probably going in his direction there. But he didn't want to get farmed down with that Lickitung, and he made, or Licky, and he made an aggressive swap with that drop down, and it played right into Alan's hands.
I think that actually may have costed Fiantiga. This is a meta where switch advantage usually is not that important. In this game, I think it was. And I just saw him shaking his head. I think he knew. I think he kind of knew what happened there, but still has 2 games to come back here. So let's see if Fiantiga can refocus and get back in that match here after taking a look at the replay.
Exactly. It's so hard, right? Because when you're in a position like you and me, or like the people who are watching at home, we get to see all 3 Pokemon. We get to see the potential things that could happen, how it could shake up. But yeah, I think that Fijan, he was just like, okay, well, there's no way that the other bug is in the back. And that was exactly what helped Alan win there. And it still came down to 1 fast attack. Just because Bug Bite is a 1-turn fast attack and Licky's rollout is a 3-turn, the damage was able to apply first and Licky went down.
And Sucker Punch just hit so hard there after all those power punches. I feel like, do you shoot the first power-up punch there? Is that the play? The problem is
bad though, right?
Yeah, but the problem is, if you do that, Grimstone will then outpace you to 3 charge attacks and the last power punch will do more. So what do you do there?
Yeah, I mean, it really came down to the wire. It was so close there. I think if you're Alan, you're feeling in a pretty good position saying, okay, well, I beat that team's hard counter. Let's see if I can do it again. He's 1 game away to making it into that winners finals for Group A. Really a lot on the line for these trainers here, but still some very close matchups. And, I mean, chat, I think the Grimstar was doing pretty good there.
Well, he left it on the bench this time, though. There's Shadow Drapion into Licky, and this Licky does have access to Earthquake. If you go straight for Earthquake, though, you're in trouble. Yes, I mean, I see you going there. There's double rollout in the back. It's double bug again.
So the first game, they put 1 in the front, 1 in the back. Both times now, they have put them both in the back. And I don't know if you're Alan, this could be a little bit dangerous coming in now, catching with that first rollout user, catching the body slam on Alan's side. But what do? I think this might be a good indication to Tijan if Alan stays in.
This is so tough for Alan at this point. You're kind of trapped. You cannot even reliably swap out here. I mean, yes, Licky does not have super effective charge attacks, but it's hard to swap in your Spinops here, which is the only bug type that can actually soak damage. Does this body slam knock out? I think it barely might not even, and Alan is actually at another one here.
Alan is hoping this doesn't knock out so he can do a little bit of damage. He does hang on, and you see that he saves the energy, comes in with that Spidops here, but not before another body slam goes through. I always love to see how people swipe the bubbles here, and then going for the excellent there, making sure all the bubbles wants to do the maximum amount of damage to the Spidops, and saying, hey, here's another one for good measure.
I don't think, even despite it looks like hard counter city with double rollout versus double bug, that this is over yet. Because this is where, oh, but now you're probably going to use Protect Shields though. And the moment Alan starts using Protect Shields, it's going to go, no, never mind. He's calling the Aquatil. Great call from Alan. Actually, just what he needs, because now he might pull a Protect Shield for his beat. No, never mind. No one is using shields just yet. And kind of just playing into the hands of Alan again, because with shields up, I think that Beedrill might be able to do something here. Now, you've got to use, if you're not using Protect Shield, I don't know what's going on. Okay, thank you.
He's just hearing me like, nope, nope, watch me, not
listen.
gonna do it, not gonna use it. I think they just heard you the first time and they
Yeah.
said, if you have Shadow Beedrill, that's where you're using your shields. But guess what is left in the game? We have a Dunsparce taking to the field, and these rollouts, the fast attacks and the charge attacks are gonna be so detrimental.
What's also detrimental is that full rollout sneak here allows the Dunsparce to pace a little bit quicker. Yes, you get successful bait, but now you gave this Dunsparce more pacing. So unless the timer is up soon, this is looking very dire for Alan and his Shadow Beedrill.
Alan's got to make sure that he can either catch it.
Timer's
Does
almost
look like
up.
the timer is going to be almost up. It does look like he might be able to pace. He's going for the attack. There's still one Protect Shield left on Fiji and TJ inside, and he uses it on this Dunsparce here. The switch timer is definitely up now. Both of them need to be wary of the catch. You saw wait, and now it's still trying to catch. Unsuccessful. Spite Ops goes down. Even more energy on that side of the Dunsparce.
The awareness of Fiantiga is incredible here. That's exactly what he needs. He needs another charge attack. I don't know how much energy there was left on the Licky Licky, but oh, and that's when he makes the catch! What a play! Predicting the catch there. Oh my, that is exactly what he needed to make a comeback here. Are you not entertained, Fiantiga? You just made an incredible play.
Going out saying, okay, you know what? No shields remaining. I still have 2 attacks here. Beedrill, bye-bye. I'm tying up this series. What a huge game for Fiji Antigua.
Ooh, all this emotion. It just went into thinking and counting the energy there. I couldn't remember exactly how much energy the Licky Licky has. Well, he knew. He swapped out, caught the attack, because the thing is, Dunsparce can lose charge attack pretty tied to Licky Licky. It really depends on the attack of both Pokemon. So if you don't know, why not catch and make sure that you win that game? That's what he just did. Very high level play we saw there.
Very solid. I would say from the, what do you think, averagely? I've noticed that my Dunsparce that I use always loses to a Licky Licky in that charge attack priority.
Good to know for next
Yeah,
time
I
we play.
know. For the next battle, give me a good excuse.
Anyone who plays Landburger in the Go Battle League, just
I'm gonna
know.
switch it up.
Well, we'll see how these trainers will switch it up, because we're gonna get this to a decisive game 3. And keep in mind that Alan had double bug into double rollout twice.
It's such a risky team, right? I mean, I think obviously he's had a lot of success with it so far in the tournament if he's been able to make it this far, but it's just so interesting to have a peek into players' mindsets, be like, okay, you see a team with double rollout user, is your first thought, you know what I think I'm gonna do?
Double bug? Yeah.
Double bug all the way.
The thing is, the bug type Pokemon are not always that bad into like the Spite Ops, especially with energy advantage or when 2 shields are in play, can really just fight back into those normal type Pokemon. The thing is, Alan only has Spirit Tomb to somewhat, it's not even a hard counter, but it does punish them just a little bit when shields are up. And if he's not bringing that, you're not punishing the normal type Pokemon. He has no other Pokemon that consistently beats the normal type Pokemon of Fiantiga. So why not run both rollout users? That's rather the question over why use double bug, because you can kind of always assume they're coming.
Yeah, I think that these games have been an absolute showcase of different team composition, different team ideas. I think that overall, I'm just so surprised of the picks that everyone had for the meta, because I think when it first came out, people were a little bit like, okay, I know that this is going to be picked. I feel like Dragalge was the main dragon pick for the longest time. It is nowhere in that top 12. I feel everyone said you have to have a Spite Ops or you're going to have to counter the Spite Ops. Spite Ops obviously still very high up, but Licky Licky has been on almost essentially every single team that we've seen. I think over 50% of the teams of day one. So that means with over 500 competitors, over 250 had a Licky Licky registered.
And I just want to point out, if you want to get your own Licky Licky, then make sure to get the Elite Charge TM you get from watching the stream for 30 minutes. Body Slam is a legacy charge tech you can only acquire by using an Elite Charge TM, which coincidentally is a reward for just watching us for a little bit.
We got the drops. And I don't think either one of these trainers want to drop this next game, because even though they're on that winner's side of the bracket, even though they still have a second chance, because this is double elimination, it's just a little bit smoother sailing, I think, if you're on that winner's side, right? You don't have to go through as many rounds. There's just more of a guarantee that you're going to be able to have a little more wiggle room, a little more breath. You can take maybe even a few more risks, like a double bug team into a double rollout team, if you're doing so well.
My question is, how is Alan going to deal with double rollouts? Are you going to bring the Grimstone? Are you going to bring the Spirit 2? We're going to find out for Decisive. Game number 3, we have the Shadow Drapion into the first bug type. Spidoff, because he did it again. He did it again. Oh my, no. This is again double rollout into double bug.
It's a little bit different. So, okay, it looks like the first time they, one in the front, one in the back. Second time, both in the back. And then they just got their wires mixed up here. So we do see the Spidops in the lead. Looks like it does have a pretty decent matchup against that Drapion. Drapion going for the attack, which means that now he does have a little bit more energy, but is going to have to shield up this lunge, and his next attack is going to be debuffed a little bit.
I would not be surprised to see Alan swap out at some point if he tries to catch energy on the Liquid. No, he's staying in for just a little bit longer. Drapion's farm up so much energy, and look at the counting just right before the launch. Fiantiga practice for this. You put up the Protect Shield here, but Drapion has another one which starts pretty tight. Do we see us? Oh, we see the catch on the side of Fiantiga. The thing is, now you're debuffed for 45 seconds in this Licky. I'm not sure if that's what you want, because now you give Alan the opportunity to farm a lot of energy.
Not only do you get to farm a lot of energy, all the hits, all this Earthquake, the heavier hitting damage attack that you want to be throwing to do more is actually doing less because that launch went through. So it was a nice play. We'll have to see if it will really matter later on. Both of these Lickys still in the green. Earthquake now coming through from Alan's side, and you're going to notice that it's going to do more damage because he doesn't have that effect on his Pokemon.
I wonder if Fiantiga is going to build, but look at that. Alan was pushing for the Body Slam as well. Fiantiga is throwing the Body Slam just before that. I would not have been surprised if Fiantiga wanted to preserve the Licky and just farm up more energy, but now making sure that he deals some more damage before that. And look at that. Alan counting perfectly, throwing the Body Slam right before the attack of Fiantiga's Licky. How do you adapt here? Drapion has an Aqua Tail loaded, but not a lot of health. There's a Beedrill, but it's swapped into the Dunsparce, and now that Dunsparce is one turn ahead, it will pace very comfortably here, even if this Beedrill will go for Fellstinger.
So Fellstinger has been the play every time to give the pacing a little bit better of a chance. If you're Alan, do you say, my opponent knows it, I might just have to go? You know what? Doesn't even matter, because he just knows what's going to happen here. He looks up at the camera, he smiles, he catches, but he shields. Interesting plays.
This is kind of not what Fiantiga wanted, because he lost Charge Stick pretty tight. I don't think he expects Alan to throw the Charge Stick immediately there. This Crunch will knock out, but can the Spidops get enough energy here? That is the question. Or the Licky. I think Licky's rollout doesn't do enough damage before Drapion can get to another Charge Stick here. Let's see, has one Body Slam loaded, but goes for the catch though. Is this your way to victory? Can you get the rollout down before Shadow Drapion gets another Charge Stick? That might just barely be a play, but I don't know if Dunsparce goes down to 2 attacks here. You might need both Earthquake and Body Slam. Here it comes.
Earthquake number 1 coming through. It's going to be about pacing. It's going to be about, will this Dunsparce be able to get to an attack before this Body Slam goes through? It does end up losing charge attack priority. This is huge for Alan and devastating for Fiantiga.
But does Shadow Drapion get to a charge? Does it go down to one rollout? And it does! Licky Alan! They win! And they go for 2-1 into it. Fiantiga Frian. Double bug into double rollout 3 times in a row. And he pulled it off.
Chat, take a breath. I hope you were watching those matches, because they were absolutely incredible gameplay on both sides. Such quick maneuvers within the 40-second or 45-second switch timer. Some good catches, some good energy management, but in the end, Alan just completely pulled through to take that decisive game number 3.
That was stunning. It's not even Spider season in Europe. It's winter right now. But Spidops is so incredibly good. Even when the matchup looks bad, it still can throw lunge or threaten with Rock Tomb and just set up another Pokemon. And in this case, look at this catch. I think this catch actually didn't help Fiantiga at all, because you lock a debuffed Pokemon into the next matchup. And in this meta, I think that's dangerous, because it allows the opponent to lock in a bulky Pokemon and just gather and gather and gather energy for whatever you have in the back.
So many different Pokemon that we've seen. It's so risky, right? I mean, we know that Dunsparce is a good Pokemon. We picked it. We are seeing quite a few of them, unlike some of our other picks. But having both Dunsparce and Licky gives you a lot of versatility. I'm very, happy to see that Pijantika has made it so far. I hope to see more of him in that loser side of the bracket because this is double elimination. But I am so impressed with Alan being able to take out this team's 3 games with a double bug team.
Well, he won a special championship before. Now he wants to win a special international championship. This is the largest tournament today. It's very special.
There are only a few champions that we have in our circuit that have won a regional or special championship, international championship, and worlds. Alan's like, okay, I got one down. I'm doing pretty good in the international championship. We'll have to see if he can take it even farther. This game was so close.
Just crossing off the list, right? And keep in mind, yes, championship points, very important to qualify for the World Championships. But if you manage to get to the top 4 at an international championship like this, then you directly qualify. You don't even need those championship points anymore. They're only for the travel award then. And yeah, that could just be something. Then you don't have to compete because I think Alan is from the US, so competing in South Africa pretty far.
It went pretty far for it. He did get that championship. He's looking for that international championship title. Patoman was the trainer who took it last year. He's been making waves throughout this season. We have a little special about him, and you're not going to miss it.
Every legend has a beginning. Around the world, countless Pokemon trainers share the same dream: become the very best. My name is Martijn.
So close.
Just crossing off the list, right? And keep in mind, yes, championship points, very important to qualify for the World Championships. But if you manage to get to the top 4 at an international championship like this, then you directly qualify. You don't even need those championship points anymore. They're only for the travel award then. And yeah, that could just be something. Then you don't have to compete because I think Alan is from the US, so competing in South Africa pretty far.
It went pretty far for it. He did get that championship. He's looking for that international championship title. Patoman was the trainer who took it last year. He's been making waves throughout this season. We have a little special about him, and you're not going to miss it.
Every legend has a beginning. Around the world, countless Pokemon trainers share the same dream: become the very best. My name is Martijn.
And I'm Amanda.
Together, we're here to share the story of a young trainer whose journey has taken him across the globe. Patoman. Patoman stepped into the Championship Series stage for the very first time. But to his opponents, he was no unknown. Like so many of today's elite battlers, his journey began in the Go Battle League, and the skills he honed there translated perfectly to live competition. One by one, he defeated veterans like a Mind Joke, Dex, Statistan. The only one to stop him was the champion, Human Catcher Bug. And so, in his debut, Patoman claimed an incredible second place finish, a result that marked not an ending, but the beginning of his promising journey.
Patoman's world debut in Yokohama proved he was no one-hit wonder, opening with 3 straight 2-0 victories. His streak eventually ended against Inadequance, and Ishikawa Boy closed out his run. Still, a top 20 finish in his first ever Worlds made one thing clear: Patoman came to play. Then, the 2024 season opened with one big question: new year, new Patoman? At the very first special championship of the season in Barcelona, Spain, he made sure his name stayed on everyone's radar, once again climbing all the way to the grand finals, but this time from the winner's side. But German trainer Ziesweilis flipped the script with a reverse sweep, taking both the finals and the reset.
At his very next tournament, Batman once again battled his way to the Grand Finals, and this time, the third attempt was the charm. A fairy tale coming true, he overcame Tonto Bateus and his Sea King to claim his very first gold medal. Batman gazed upon his gold medal, and he said to himself, "I want more, and I want bigger." His next challenge was Europe's fiercest stage, the Europe International Championships. But it didn't go his way. Caleb Peng and his Bastiodon eliminated Batman, and for the rest of the season, Batman faded from the spotlight. What no one knew then was that he would return stronger, like 10 times stronger.
And at the 2025 EUIC, Patoman turned every past loss into lessons on the road to glory. He defeated trainer after trainer, including Inadequates, who ended his 2023 Worlds run, before reaching the Grand Finals on Championship Sunday to face off against Z's Wireless once more. This time, a bracket reset couldn't stop him. And when the final Pokemon fell and Patoman lifted the trophy, he didn't just celebrate. He floated above them all, hoisted by his teammates, a literal Pato riding a wave of well-earned victory.
This achievement earned him a substantial number of championship points, which snowballed into a travel award prize for the NAIC overseas. Batman proved more than capable of handling the North American competition. He didn't drop a single matchup on day 1 and 2 and landed himself an impressive 3rd place trophy. That performance boosted his confidence heading into the season's grand finale, the World Championships. And boy, he did not disappoint. He lived up to every expectation, sweeping up opponents like a whirlwind. For the first time ever, Championship Sunday was staged in a full arena, and Batman was determined to be part of it.
In the Grand Finals, Beelzebub stood as a tough and worthy rival. His Galarian Moltres proved a constant thorn in Patoman's side, forcing him to adapt and refine his strategies with each passing battle. Though Beelzebub often held the upper hand, Patoman fought back again and again, mounting comeback after comeback.
Both trainers carefully weighed their choices for the decisive match, locking in the Pokemon they trusted the most. The tension was electric. Batman stood on the brink of becoming world champion, but in the end, Beelzebub edged just ahead.
Patoman may not have claimed the title this season, but he showed the world beyond a shadow of a doubt that his skill is undeniable, and that he is never going to be counted out again. Are you ready to ride your own wave of victory, just like Patoman? Begin your adventure at Pokemon.com/compete.
Welcome to the 2025 Pokemon World Championship!
This is what Pokemon dreams are made of.
Welcome back, trainers. The European International Championships here in London. This is an incredible venue. So many champions have made their way through the bracket here, and we are starting a new story in 2026. I'm Speedy's Chief 2 here with the one, the only Marto Galde.
You're too kind. Thank you, Speedy. It's a pleasure to be here, and we're in the European International Championships, but that video got me so hyped up for Worlds. Just bring me Worlds right now. I want to play. I was so hyped.
I know. We were dancing a little bit here behind the camera, and production said, well, you got to get locked in. You got to get serious because we're going to go on camera. So I'm glad nobody saw the dance moves. But maybe if chat asks kindly enough, Marto will dance for everyone.
Maybe later we'll see prohibited moves. That's how you say it in Spanish.
Very, very fair. Well, we've had some incredible matches, some big upsets as well. We did see Damon Cash bring down Patoman, and a lot of top trainers. As you kind of follow through the bracket, you see some really interesting stories developing. You kind of wonder, the matches you don't see on stream, what was the key? Was it the Kingdra? Was it the Grimmsnarl? Was it a certain play? How big was the gap between those top players?
Yeah, there's a lot going down today. We have seen a lot of upsets, a lot of very intense games that maybe you see in a day 2 of a regional championship, but here you just see that round 2 of an international championship, the biggest of them all. So it's been great.
You and I were making this comment backstage. Where else do you see like a trainer from EU taking on one from LATAM or one from OC battling a North America trainer? I think the only other chance you get is Worlds, right? Where you see all the talent clash together.
For sure. Worlds, we still have a bit of time until Worlds, but this definitely feels like Worlds.
It does. And we're going to be ready here to go down to the stage and check out more awesome battles, and this is not going to disappoint. Look at this matchup. We've got Out of Pocket taking on Strange Top. Like I say, with Out of Pocket, you cannot talk about NA PvP without mentioning this trainer.
Yeah, I cannot even count how many times we have had an international champion right now on stage. We have another international champion, Out of Pocket, against Strange Shop, which I believe has gotten a medal before, so these trainers are going to have an insane match right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Strange Top, no stranger to top cutting, and that's my one corny Amanda joke for this rotation, okay? We've got Shadow Drapion, Shadow Beedrill on Pocket side, as well as the Milotic, Licky Licky, Spiritomb, and Seaking, so not many surprises there. Strange Top with Licky Licky, Shadow Drapion, Kingdra, as well as his own Shadow Beedrill, Spidops, and Spiritomb. So Marto, what do you think of this double bug bite from Strange Top, the Shadow Beedrill and these Spidops?
Yeah, that might be very interesting because maybe you can bait out a certain bug type resist, like for example Beedrill, and then sweep with the other one. Very interesting strat, but yeah, the teams we are seeing right now are very standard. Like Milotic, we're seeing the same Seaking, double water actually again.
Oh, that's interesting.
Proving to be very effective in this tournament.
Well, to your point about the bug bite resist, I think that might make Seaking for Out of Pocket a valuable pick because if it has Peck as the fast attack, you can almost handle both of those bug types.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Actually, there's nothing that resists this Seaking. So again, we might see it on the lead. We have seen Seaking versus Licky Licky a lot. It seems like people are going for that, these trainers. Well, we'll see how they adapt to this situation. But yeah, we'll see if Beedrill comes into the battlefield again. He has proven to be a bit of a nuisance in these battles, a bit frail, but you need to respect it.
That was a joke, right? You said Beedrill appears to be. I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
I did on purpose, yes.
I will point out as well, both of these Licky Lickies are running Earthquake and Body Slam. We do not have Arrows, Shadow Ball, Lickitung, Strat in this series here, but the Licky Lickies will be able to hit back with the neutral damage across the board. Let's get into it, Marto. Game number 1.
And we see the Seaking in the lead, but against the Kingdras. Now, I don't know about you, but this matchup, I don't think we have seen this before.
No, I don't think we've seen this on stream yet, and it does look like the Seaking will pace significantly faster up to that first charge attack. Kingdra forced to take the Icy Wind, but that sub-water typing helps it so much in this matchup.
Yeah, straight no shield by Strange Shop. He knows it's a bait, even though Pocket reach out to the Megacorn, and this outrage can be very huge here.
Yeah, I think if he lands the outrage, he might be able to drag him back down. Oh, last second shield by Out of Pocket. Great call.
Wow, that was down to the wire, and we got an aggressive switch. Spiritomb against Beedrill, and this Spiritomb is going to get debuffed first.
Yeah, I mean, unless Pocket decides to throw and he actually holds the energy, Rock Tomb will KO the Beedrill. Pocket decides to shield.
Yeah, this Beedrill is actually needing a lot of help here, and I don't know if he can farm down this Spiritomb. No, goes straight for the X's or everything.
I can't actually tell you right now. We're going to see as it comes through because they're both bug type attacks. We got the triple bug set. X-Scissor gets the KO.
Yeah, this Beedrill taking out shields from Pocket actually, and not even getting that much energy. So I don't know if this Beedrill is working for Pocket, but this Licky Licky is going to get a huge farm down and actually charge attack priority.
That was massive. You saw Strange Top kind of nod his head. Licky Licky is not going to win the charge attack priority against Beedrill in 99% of cases, and here it loses it, so the body slam will come through. But the X-Scissor was really good for Pocket there.
Yeah, completely smart play, because you don't want to take that body slam into your opponent's Licky, as it's so bulky, and just takes out the Beedrill. 2 shields for this Kingdra might sweep this game.
Yeah, I think so. Kingdra actually losing health pretty quickly, though, to the Pex. Oh, another Icy Wind.
Yeah, this might be a problem. Saves 2 shields, but the Seeking starts debuffing. It starts to be a problem.
Dragon Breath is not as powerful as it has been in seasons past. It's more of an energy-oriented fast attack these days, and the double swifts are loaded. I think Strange Top has to go for one, and he does now.
Yeah, I don't know if this Kingdra can hold up to all this damage here. Actually debuffed, it's gonna make the Outrage do less damage, so, and this Lick is full HP, and this Seeking cannot get to a charge move.
And the switch timer's not up for Strange Top either, so he can't even switch and clear the debuffs. He's forced to stay in and throw the Outrage.
Yeah, this is huge for Strange Top. He actually is very happy with this situation. Probably gonna throw the Outrage and switch to the Licky. Doesn't have the switch. Oh, and goes to the Licky.
So in this situation, Marco, do you throw double body slam or do you go for the Earthquake?
Straight for the Earthquake and gets a shield. This might be game defining for Strange Top, as he's probably gonna reach maybe for an Earthquake. Yeah, he's going for the Earthquake.
Is it enough though? I almost wonder if you need a double body slam here.
This Licky is very bulky. I don't know if it can withstand this Earthquake, but there's still a Kingdra in the back, so this might be lights out for Pocket in game 1.
Yeah, it might. Earthquake connects. Licky hangs on, but can he get to the Earthquake?
No!
No! He gets KO'd here by the rollout. Damage as it registers. That is going to register a game 1 win for Strange Top. That looked really close. I was very sus about that Earthquake. I didn't think it was enough.
Yeah, there was a lot of decisions in that game, a lot of calls, right? The Icy Wind at the beginning, no shield core from Strange Top. Very confident player right now, and that's what you need to take out these international champions, right? So a great start for Strange Top.
Yeah, exactly. The mental battle can be very difficult, especially when you're paired up against somebody like Pocket, who has so many accolades to their name. I think that just playing the game, just locking in, focusing on the matchups, and doing what you know how to do is probably the most, I guess, significant piece of advice. But this was an interesting matchup, the Beedrill versus the Spiritomb.
Yeah, I don't think the Beedrill was very useful in this battle. Pocket had to spend the shield on it, then you didn't farm enough energy with it. It didn't bring a lot of value in this game. Licky can just take this X-Scissor and you're just fine, right? Kingdra can just sweep.
Exactly.
That's what happened.
Exactly right. One thing I wanted to point out, we don't have either of the Bug Bite users from Strange Top coming out in game number 1. No Beedrill, no Spidops, no problem.
Yeah, maybe that's a smart move, right? Because he expected the Licky game into battle. No bugs, you don't have targets. Maybe Mirror is your best call.
Exactly. These rollout users are so funny. I think it's also interesting from any other trainer that doesn't play Pokemon Go. You're wondering why do the bug types keep switching out of these normal matchups, right? It should feel neutral, but the rollout rock type damage just piles on so quickly. So it doesn't matter if it's a Licky, a Dunsparce, or whatever it might be. If a bug type Pokemon comes out, it's going to switch out almost immediately. So going into game number 2, do you have any predictions, anything that you feel might come out here for either player?
I think we're probably going to see Licky again, and Kingdra again. You can throw it at any single game, even against people that use Grimmsnarl. It can still output damage, so we might see Licky Kingdra again. We will see about the third Pokemon, maybe Spiritomb to counter that Licky. It's a very neutral matchup, but if you start shielding Earthquakes, it gets very uncomfortable for that Licky.
You nailed it. I feel like the neutral approach for Strange Top was what won him game number 1. Like you called out, the Beedrill just really felt out of place there for Pocket, so I'd be surprised if he brings it back. He might need to try to just out-neutral his opponent, maybe bring his own Licky, maybe the Milotic, which could be interesting.
Yeah, a lot of these good players, right, they like to go for neutral play. Sometimes you go too neutral and it backfires, right? Because you cannot hard counter anything, and yes, sometimes you want to take some risks. But yeah, like for example, Drapion. Drapion could be a very neutral Pokemon here, but it doesn't have that many targets, but if you play around with it, it can carry you the game.
Well, even on the opposing side, right? You've got so much neutral damage coming through, whether it's the double bug bites or the dragon breaths from the Kingdra. There's a lot of pressure on a Pokemon like Drapion, so you need to protect it, maybe give it some protect shields. I would, if I had to call it right now, right, as we get our devices sorted on stage, I'd call probably Pocket's lineup being some mixture of Milotic with the Licky, and then maybe you called Spiritomb. I'm going to say it's going to be the Shadow Drapion as his third pick.
Okay, that's a good call. I mean, Milotic has been absolutely a great pick today. It surprises me, to be honest. Very
me
bulky.
too.
You can use it every single game you want to tank energy. And the only real annoying matchup might be that maybe the Mirror and also Spiritomb, but still, like, you have neutral damage there. So Milotic, just a sponge, annoying Pokemon to deal with, just as a Licky.
Something that was talked about earlier was there's no Dragon on Out of Pocket's team, right? A lot of these trainers are bringing Kingdra, they're bringing Dragalge, they're bringing Swilus, maybe even Shadow Hydreigon. But with no Dragon types, you kind of have Milotic as your only answer. And I think Milotic against Kingdra is actually pretty good for the Water type. So maybe we do see that come out as kind of a counter.
That is definitely an interesting point. I have seen a lot of players that maybe you think an archetype for this tournament, right? Like Dragon type, Bug Bite user. And some players don't even run the archetype. They use like no Dragon, or maybe, you know, as you say, Milotic is their kind of Dragon, you could say, because of the Dragon Tail. But there's a lot of ways to team build around this meta.
Yeah,
that makes it interesting.
No, I talked about it during the pre-show. You nailed it. I feel like the Bug Biter's role is there. I feel like the normal type rollout user is another slot that a lot of trainers are targeting. Then you have the Dragons. You have a Dark type Pokemon, which is usually either the Grimmsnarl or the Spiritomb. Then you have a normal Flex, which is something like a Furret with Brick Break. And then you have your Poison Flex, which is like Drapion, Dragalge, something like that.
And maybe Frostlass as well, which is neither of those.
Great call out.
You can just pick whatever you want, and it's gonna be useful.
This meta is more wide open than what we saw at LAIC, and I think that's such a treat for the viewers because you get to wonder, like, oh, is Pocket's Spiritomb gonna overtake his opponent? You know, there's a more personality, I think, with these teams.
Yeah, this is the Bug type meta in, some people say, the Bug type season. So we'll see if we see some Bug types in this game number 2.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like Pocket was not able to win that first battle of the series, so if he loses this next battle, he will fall to the loser side bracket. We still are relatively early on in this tournament. This is the Group C winners round 4, so whoever falls to the loser side bracket is going to have a long road to get to day 2 and then maybe even further.
Definitely. In Pokemon Go, we run the double elimination bracket, so you don't want to drop to the losers bracket. You can still win the tournament, right? Like our first world champion went from the losers bracket just to win it all. But it is, as you say, a very long road, and nobody wants to go there. So this is a very important round.
Exactly. Let's see how our trainers adjust here as we get locked in for our battle number 2. See Pocket taking some notes. That's also an interesting point, right? We don't talk about this very much, but you can bring a notepad up on stage. Maybe you can write down your opponent's teams and try to get a game plan together.
Maybe draw their face.
Exactly. Maybe draw a picture. But here we go. Game number 2. We're going to see Milotic come out versus the Licky.
Yeah, we're seeing this bulky type Pokemon again. In the lead, you generally expect him in the back, right? To maybe absorb some energy from the Pokemon in the lead, but no. They just went straight for it. Oh, and we see a very huge catch here in the Licky.
I really like the swap here from Out of Pocket. He keeps a lot of energy on the Milotic, and he's able to send in here his own Licky to absorb the Body Slam. But the pivot now into Kingdra, what do you think of that?
Wow, that's a surprising answer to this Licky, right? It's a very neutral matchup, and you might threaten this. Oh, actually, Charge Attack priority. What a wild play.
That's crazy. Finding the Charge Attack priority on a 1-turn Dragon Breath is very tricky. It's easier when it's 3-turn Rollout versus 3-turn Dragon Tail, but the shield is also critical here.
Yeah, and getting the outrage shielded, it's a bit tough. Like, this Kingdra is starting to no-shield these Body Slams because it has used a lot of its power, right? Yeah. I don't know if it's going to be able to reach another outrage, and here comes the second Body Slam.
The question is, after landing the second Body Slam, if the Licky from Out of Pocket can roll out all the way down, or if Strange Top is going to get you another Charge Attack. Instead, Pocket swaps out. This is what we were talking about, Marto, the Dragon Tail Milotic versus the Kingdra.
This is a great play, aggressive play Out of Pocket. Doesn't want that Kingdra to have more value, so just switch to the Milotic and gets rid of it, but Strange Top doesn't want to give extra energy and go straight for the Licky.
This switch timer is going crazy in London because we see swaps back to back. Surf coming through here, Aqua Tail coming through here from the Milotic.
Yeah, and this Milotic is completely full of energy, right? And going for another Aqua Tail, and has also another Aqua Tail to throw.
Yeah, we're going to see these low energy cost charge attacks get fired off back and forth. Licky meanwhile has the Earthquake, but winning the charge attack priority. Here comes Milotic a 3rd time.
Yeah, that charge attack priority is huge because this Milotic only had energy for this Aqua Tail and gets rid of all the Licky's energy. So this is like the best play for Out of Pocket.
You nailed it. It's so efficient, right, by Pocket.
Yeah, you just drain the Licky's energy and actually get a head start on the Seeking, which can debuff.
This is looking really good for Pocket at this juncture, but he's got to get through the Spirit Tomb. He's still at a shield deficit. Do you go straight for the Mega Horn here through 2 shields?
Might be a play, but very risky. Strange Up called it first time, but no, he doesn't want to play games this time, so the Spirit Tomb has a tall task to order.
He does. Let's keep in mind that the Kingdra swap is available for Strange Top, so he might actually, after getting debuffed a second time, he might switch to that Kingdra and clear the debuff later on in the matchup. I am shocked to not see a shield here from Pocket, though.
Yeah, these Pokemon are getting very low here. Actually, Seeking is going to go for a charge move. There's a catch here, but it's not successful.
Oh, swapping into the Licky Licky as well, so he gets a little energy on the rollout, and now this Licky Licky is closer to the Earthquake and might threaten the Spirit Tomb.
Yeah, saving the energy here is huge, because I believe Seeking can win the charge attack priority here, and also Spirit Tomb wins the charge attack priority here over Licky Licky, so that is also a great play.
But here's the thing, this takes the final shield away from Pocket, but Pocket's going to get the shield in kind, and then he already has the Mega Horn on his Seeking.
Yeah, I don't think Strange Up can shield this, and he is realizing it. It is looking very dire for Strange Up.
Exactly. Earthquake connects, and it's not quite enough, but the rollouts are still adding up, and that Seeking is lurking in the back, and Spirit Tomb just cannot even get to the charge stack.
That was a very close endgame. If the Spirit Tomb had a bit more HP, maybe can get the farm down, get a final Rock Tomb, but no. Pocket played like absolutely incredible, catching some charge moves, aggressive switches. That's what you need to win here.
Yeah, I really admire the neutral play as well to bring in the Milotic. Like we talked about, probably targeting the Kingdra. And he didn't get that Kingdra matchup on the lead, so he switched it out, caught the body slam, kind of bided his time. But later on, he was able to bring the Milotic into the Kingdra and get that Dragon Tail damage he wanted.
Yeah, especially that play. That was the winning play for me. Because he gets a lot of energy, the Swift non-stop doesn't do that much damage, and can just still output a lot of damage against that Licky Licky. And the charge attack priority at the end, right? The Milotic against the Licky Licky,
yeah.
That was phenomenal. That was probably the end of the game.
I can tell, based on our first round of commentary here, you're a big fan of efficiency. You like spending energy and not leaving anything on the table.
I love seeing perfect plays, and you know, what can you expect from an international championship? That perfect play. So that's what happened here, and we're going to game 3.
Well said, well said. Going into game number 3, we kind of predicted the Milotic would be a factor in battle number 2, and we did see a lot of neutral play still from Strange Top. So the question becomes, does Out of Pocket stick with a similar strategy, or does he pivot back to the B-Drill? Does he bring out his own Spirit Tomb? What do you think?
I think Milotic and Licky Licky is probably coming back. Maybe you can pivot the third Pokemon. Seeking can sometimes be useful with the debuffs, but sometimes, because it doesn't have a same type of attack bonus, sometimes it lacks the damage.
Correct.
So when you have these neutral matchups, maybe Seeking is not your Pokemon for the neutral matchups. So we might see him pivot to maybe a Spirit Tomb to counter the Licky Licky, which is a very solid Pokemon. So we'll see. We'll see if Spirit Tomb is the way to go here.
The phrase I like to use is setup Pokemon, right? So if you look at something like a Spirit Tomb, you get a lot of consistent damage with the Sucker Punches. If you have a Seeking, you get a lot of consistent damage with the Pecks. But the real value is in setting up the Icy Wind, setting up the Rock Tomb, debuffing your opponent, and then probably switching out so you can deal more damage over time. Those are setup Pokemon, right? They're not going to just explode off the screen at you, but they will help the rest of your team.
Yeah, you said it perfectly. These Pokemon bring value to the game. This is a meta that you need value. Debuffs, you know, bulky Pokemon, things that bring value to the game and give you the edge, right? In this, you're pulling the rope, right?
Yeah.
They pull it for you.
Like tug of war,
yeah,
right?
Exactly. So these are the Pokemon you bring to battle, and they're the most useful, right?
We talked earlier about debuffing attacks. If you look at Pocket's team, he's got his Shadow Drapion with Crunch, chance to drop defense. He's got his Beedrill with Fell Stinger, chance to raise attack. He's got Wrap on his Milotic, which lowers the defense. He's got the Rock Tomb on the Spirit Tomb. He's got the Icy Wind on the Seeking. Almost every single Pokemon on both of these teams has an ability to change the game state by lowering that attack, buffing their own, or otherwise manipulating the matchup.
Completely. And we will see what happens in the third game. Pocket completely dropping that Beedrill, right? I think he realized that it was not so useful, especially with the lineups that Strange Up was bringing. So we'll see how he adapts in the third game. This Kingdra is just being very annoying with the outrage. So maybe there's not that many answers to it, but yeah, probably Milotic again coming back for that Kingdra. Just neutral play again, right?
I'm so glad you said that, because a lot of trainers will look at metas like this and they'll say, oh, I need an answer to everything. I need an answer to dragons, I need an answer to fairies, I need an answer to bug bite users. but sometimes you just can't team build that. You can't build a perfect response in every single pick, so you have to kind of create your win conditions, right? Know your matchups well enough to kind of measure out how you can approach a battle, whether it's use your Milotic plus Licky Licky, use your Spiritomb and Sea King, find creative ways to win.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to give your opponent the edge, right? Because if you give your opponent a flexible Pokemon against you, he's going to make sure he uses it every single time. He takes advantage of it, right? So that's why people just want answers to everything. But again, in this meta, a lot of flexible picks, right? Not that many answers, so that's the beauty of it. Every micro play is going to change the game.
Yeah, exactly. This meta is so dynamic, and actually, you can play it right now. Did you know that?
Yo, really?
Yeah, you can go into Go Battle League, and you can play the Championship Series Cup. It's available. All the same rules and restrictions are applied, and you can try out some of these lineups.
Yeah, maybe copy your favorite players' teams. That should be very fun, and you have until Tuesday, so make sure you play some games.
There are a couple of Pokemon that we don't talk about much in the Show 6 format that I think are good in Go Battle League in this Cup. I really, really like Crocodile. And I like Shadow Venomoth.
Oh, Shadow Venomoth. And we might see that later in the tournament. Who knows? I have been told by some players that they are running it. So, you know, I'm very excited for it. And Crocodile, we got it first round. So you even see it in the international stage.
That's true. Yeah, we saw Crocodile early on in the stream. I was a bit surprised to see that. But when you look at this meta, you say, well, we don't have any Mud Slappers. I know a lot of trainers out there that play the Open Great League. Maybe they compete at regionals. They say, oh, I love Shadow Kento Marowak. You love that Pokemon, right?
Yes.
Oh,
no,
yes.
I don't like that much. It has brought a lot of problems against me. So,
well, fast attack pressure is one of those divisive aspects of Pokemon Go. And when you look at this meta, you see a lot of poison types. You say, well, give me a Mud Slap user. Give me a Crocodile so I can farm down a Drapion, I can farm down a Dragalge. But finding those creative win conditions might be a bit tougher in something like the Championship Series, but you can definitely do it in Go Battle League. Just bring it out, hard counter, win the game.
Yeah, and talking about those Mud Slappers, that's the reason why we have seen a drop. If you watch other regionals of poison types, right? Because Mud Slap is so oppressive. So these poison types like Drapion, we haven't seen them since a very long time in the OGL, right?
Yeah,
Original
Open Great League.
Yeah. So this is their time to shine, right? It's a great beta for Drapion, and we will see it maybe game 3.
Yeah, maybe. Well, I think that a lot of these NA trainers, they're known for optimizing, right? Only picking the best Pokemon and trying to learn their matchups really well. I think trainers like Out of Pocket, maybe even Elam, they would be very happy to bring Shadow Drapion. That's one of their favorite picks. It's very reliable, but it's not the most creative, let's be honest.
I mean, it's what they're comfortable with. A lot of people just like to play what they're comfortable with. Maybe what they like. Maybe they favorite Pokemon. There's some players that maybe bring a Jumpluff into the game.
Maybe.
Sadly, it's not allowed in this cup, but yeah, we'll see if I think the trainers are logging in right now, and we might.
I thought your favorite Pokemon was Palkia.
Palkia. I think Dialga is a bit cooler, but jumping straight into the third game.
Let's go. The Beedrill is back. I'm shocked.
That's absolutely shocking, but it's in the league, right? It's not against the Licky Licky, so I think that's a win for Pocket in this game.
We do see almost a mirror back line for each trainer, both with Spiritomb and Licky Licky. So this lead matchup is actually very, very important.
Yeah, and as we said, going straight for the Licky Licky switch, and this is a problem for the Beedrill, so has to switch into the mirror.
I really like what Pocket did there. He threw, I believe, 4 Bug Bites so that the second rollout damage would not apply to his Beedrill. He gets it out before the damage applies.
Yeah, as we said, perfect plays that you need to do to not lose the edge, right? But we see this mirror. We see that Licky Licky can tank 2 Earthquakes, but this might start to be annoying and maybe give a switch to your opponent.
Something I want to point out for a lot of trainers watching, there was a lot of energy for Out of Pocket's Licky Licky, but he ran the risk of actually capping on energy. You can only hold 100 energy, and if he does too many rollouts, he doesn't actually gain anything from it, so you got to be well aware of how much you can build up before you need to throw.
And yeah, what do you do now? You let this Earthquake go, and now 2 of your Pokemon are in great HP, and this is start to be a problem Out of Pocket.
Wow, you're right. I mean, this is early on in the matchup, and he's basically down to 1 Pokemon, but he does have stored energy on both.
I don't think this takes out the Licky Licky,
it doesn't. He needs to switch.
He needs to switch, but actually he's ahead on energy, right? Because Strange Shot took a turn for the switch.
Yeah, so what do you do if you're Pocket? I think you need to 2-shield, Sucker Punch down. What do you do?
These Sucker Punchers are chunking the Spiritomb, and all his Pokemon are very low HP. It's just a bit dire for Out of Pocket.
Yeah, we've only seen the Kingdra briefly in the lead scenario. Pocket's got to remember it's almost full health, and now he's forced to shield this Rock Tomb. I think HP management is an important skill, and Pocket's not really showing it here.
Yeah, but let's remember that Beedrill in the back has still an Exisar store, so we have to see how Out of Pocket uses that in the end game.
At this point, I think Strange Top is going to let his Spiritomb go. He recognizes he has a significant HP advantage, and he doesn't want to use his final Protect Shield. Here comes Kingdra.
Yeah, great play from Strange Top, and this farm line is very important. Oh, but actually goes for the Frostlinger. This is going to boost the bug type.
Does this change the outcome, though? We saw Pocket shake his head. He doesn't feel very confident with this play.
Yeah, this video is not going to attack this Dragon Breath down and gets the Dragon Breath down.
Yeah. Oh, no! He loses the energy there because the one-turn Dragon Breath damage applies before the Body Slam is ready, and Pocket is going to lose the series.
That is absolutely crucial, and yeah, it's going to upset this pairing, right? This Kingdra going for the Frown and actually taking the game for Strange Top.
Wow. Wow, and the pop-off from Strange Top. He knew how much that win meant. When you're taking on, like you said, Marto, an international champion in Out of Pocket, you gotta bring your best. And Strange Top was stellar.
Yeah, he seems very happy. When you have a formidable opponent in your front, maybe you think about like the matchup a lot and you respect him, right?
Yeah.
And if you take them down, you're just so happy. You're like, I can take down anyone. And I think Strange Top, how he played, he could just take down anyone.
I agree with you. I think the neutral play was outstanding, and just not being intimidated by whoever you're sitting across from is such an underrated ability, especially when we have such storied competitors like Pocket. But this game, Marto, we talk about energy management, we talk about shield management, we talk about controlling switch advantage, but HP management in Pokemon Go does not get talked about enough.
Yeah, and you know what you have to manage? Your nerves management on stage.
That's
and
true.
Strange Top just like was very confident, calls the baits, just plays absolutely surreal. And you know, you're in the big stage, you're against an international champion, like a multiple regional champion as well, a top 8 of worlds, and you do plays like that, there's nothing can stop you.
Yeah, not only the NAIC champ, but the Puerto Rico special champion as well, which is very, very stellar award for him. But the Kingdra seemed like the key, right? Not trying to rhyme there with the 2 K words back to back, but I do think Kingdra was outstanding for him, and I feel like it applied so much pressure across the board.
I completely agree. I don't want to say these are the best Pokemon for the meta, but I feel like Kingdra is proving today that is one of the Pokemon that need to be feared with. And also we have to talk about Beedrill, which was not a Pokemon to be feared with in this battle, right?
It seemed like a non-factor at times, right? I mean, I think a lot of trainers, if they didn't have a Spite Ops ready, they were going for the Beedrill. It's a little more accessible. We've had a few more chances to team away frustration on the Shadow Beedrills. But on the same token, it doesn't have the same bulk. It just kind of gets melted by Dragon Breath, by neutral output, by the rollout. There's so many threats to Beedrill.
Yeah, it's one of the least bulky Pokemon in the tournament, and that is the reason why it's not working so much, I think. I mean, to be honest, I put it on my caster prediction. I did a mistake, I think, but I regret it now. I have seen it in the battlefield, and I'm not convinced of it. It's you need to use a lot of shields, and then they just switch the rollout user in, and what do you do? Like, do you throw energy? Do you save it? Then you have like 1 HP.
It's tough. It's tough. I feel like Beedrill in the 2 shields looks great because you just chew through everything with the bug bites. But you know what? Enough talk from us, Marto. I'd love to hear from Strange Top. Fareed is down on the stage with an interview.
Thank you very much, both of you. I'm joined by Strange Top, the winner of that last match. That was a huge opponent to take down, but you looked pretty strong there. How do you feel?
I'm feeling stoked. I'm really happy. I practiced a lot for this tournament, like really, really a lot. My wife knows back at home. Shout out to her and my future baby. And I think it paid off, and I got like my rematch against Pocket, who came to a regional back here in a winner semis that he defeated me 2-0, so I'm happy.
I can imagine. I know that your favorite Pokemon is Lapras. Not able to be used in this meta, what was it like building into a new limited format?
So I started like having a look with my good friend Christian LB7, and we were like thought processing the meta. We came up to the conclusion of 5 picks, and the 6th one was the one that we defer. And after many, many practices, I came up with the double backbiters.
And I know that when you're not playing Pokemon, you work as a media technician. You're often behind. What's it like being on this side of the lights?
It's quite cool to be like on the stage, on the lights, but yeah, I guess I get to live both worlds.
I mean, you're doing a great job so far. How are you feeling going into the rest of the tournament?
I'm feeling really confident. I already know that I secured day 2, but I need to play one more match, so 1 game at a time, and let's keep trying to go for day 3.
Thank you very much. That was Strange Top looking just how far he can go. Casters, otherwise, back to you.
Thank you so much, Fareed. Great to hear from Strange Top. We could feel the energy, right? After he took that win from Out of Pocket, he kind of stood up, pumped his fist. He felt really, really happy with himself. already securing day 2 is crazy.
Yeah, he had a big smile in his face, and who wouldn't, right, after that series? And you can see the confidence in him. That's what we talk about, right? He was so confident. He was like, okay, I made day 2. I'm super happy. I just need to play one more game, or 2, I think. But
yeah.
he's
Well, I think a lot of high performers speak to this. I think it was a quote from Kobe Bryant. He said, if I'm nervous on game day, it means I just didn't prepare enough. And I think that Strange Top, he prepared. That's the first thing he said during the interview. He said, I practiced so much for this tournament.
Yeah, that's a great point. But there's some players that don't like to practice that much. Because if you practice a lot, then you put a lot of, there's a lot of pressure in the tournament, right? Like, oh, I have spent so much time with it. And if I don't perform as I want to, I'll be a bit sad, right?
Yeah.
So maybe some players try to find the balance, right? A little bit of practice, but not that much. Some players don't even practice, so no pressure. I think the balance is very important.
There's one trainer, I always argue with him about this. He's actually your coworker now that you're commentating. Rise to occasion, right? Or you talked to Rise, he said, I only like to do maybe 2 or 3 scrims per opponent, and then I kind of move on from that. I'm the opposite. I'm like, give me 10 battles, give me 15 battles. I want to know this matchup inside and out. He thinks that if you over scrim, you kind of like, you get mixed signals. You're not going to get the opponent's best.
I agree.
That's his mindset.
And talking about mixed signals, we have some mixed team here. We have King OT in the left side and 010 DSN on the right side.
Exactly. Let's check out these Pokemon. Looks like Frostlass for King OWT. Also Swilus, a very strong Dragon and Dark-type Pokemon, good at walling other Dark types.
Yeah, and I don't know if these players have talked with each other, but again, Frostlass Swilus core. This is something we're seeing in some rounds. I don't know if it was like the most useful duo, but we're definitely seeing these teams and very interesting. And that double, as you say, I don't know, is it the first time we have seen that?
Oh, we've seen it one other time, but I don't think it came to the field more than one battle. Double is so interesting because it usually does have Wild Charge as its second attack in this format, and that is what we're going to see here from 010 DSN. That Wild Charge can be so devastating, but you almost need to switch afterwards. So if we're going to see Double, I expect it in the lead.
Yeah, Double looks pretty good, but again, remember, this is a bug type meta, and you have Double Kick, right? The fighting type,
correct,
fast attack, and non-stab. Oh, we go straight into the games.
Let's go. We're going to get Spidops lead from King OWT into the Milotic from 010.
A shiny Milotic, actually. Maybe it does a bit more damage here.
Good flex, good flex.
Yeah.
Do we see the Wrap or the Aqua Tail first? Going to go for the Aqua Tail.
Yeah, very neutral matchup. I'm going to predict Spidops might have the edge here just because of that debuff, right? And stab launch. But we'll see if TSN lets him.
Well, the most important thing, whenever you're facing a Spidops, whether you're playing the Milotic or you're playing Kingdra or any other pick, you need to throw your charge attack before the debuffs. And that's exactly what 010 was able to do there. Now he's got even more energy, but he swaps into his own Licky Licky.
Yeah, so he gets a little bit more energy, but gives these Spidops some more bug bites. So these Spidops can actually throw the launch before the Buzz Slam.
Correct.
And not debuff the... Throw the Body Slam undebuffed.
And because of the switch there, 010 is locked into this matchup. Out comes the Frostlass. Marto, I've heard so many rumors about Avalanche and Triple Axel being the moveset. This is a Shadow Ball Frostlass.
Wow, but this no shield is huge, right? Because this Earthquake, if you shield it, it starts to get pretty annoying. And when did you see a Frostlass answer a Licky Licky?
Right.
That is so bizarre.
Well, I think after the debuff, right? Lunge from the Spidops into the Licky Licky, I think that King OW2 knew the Earthquake would not be enough. But to your point, those rollouts are going to start to hurt. Down goes Licky Licky.
Yeah, that's a great point. And actually, the Milotic has a lot of energy here, and it's going to get rid of this Frostlass.
Yeah, this Aqua Tail is not the strongest charge attack. It's only 9 turns to it, but it does hit hard, and it does get same type attack bonus. Out comes Spidops again.
Yeah, Spidops, and this double kick is being resisted by the Spidops, but it's going to threaten the shield here. If he doesn't shield, he cannot get the debuff out.
But you need to shield as King OWT because your last Pokemon is a normal type. It is the Dunsparce, so you need the Spidops to put in some work.
Yeah, this launch is going to actually help the Dunsparce maybe be in a more neutral matchup due to the damage lowering. So this Spidops is looking to be the key in this game.
Yeah, Spidops setting up the rest of the team beautifully here. Out comes the Dunsparce, the normal types on the field. And the switch timer actually has about 10 seconds left for 010. So he probably could Wild Charge, swap, and come back.
Yeah, but throwing Wild Charge there, you put yourself in a risk. And actually King OT throwing the Drill Run first, that might cost him. Because this double is going to save the energy and switch to the Milotic.
Interesting play there to go right for the Milotic to absorb the damage here. But that means the double is the final remaining Pokemon for 010 DSN.
Yeah, now throwing the Wild Charge is going to permanently debuff you for the rest of the game. And that's what's not... He's not actually not going to do that.
Good call here. Gonna throw the body slam first. No shield on this first charge attack from King OWT. I think he realizes you need a wild charge plus a body slam to pick up the KO, but the rollouts are just draining the HP on the double.
Yeah, but this double is going down very fast, and there's still 2 Pokemon left. I don't know if double can pull out this game.
It's gonna be really, really tight. Might go for triple body slam, but there's still a protect shield to boot. So, King OWT, excuse me, actually saving the protect shield. He might just look to bug bite down.
Yeah, he could shield there, hit good no shield. I think all roads lead to Rome, and this Spider is gonna take game 1.
This is one of the matchups that I noticed playing in the Go Battle League in this format. Double is so good against the opposing normal types, but against the Beedrills, the Venomoths, the Spidops, it's so tough when they are resisting all your double kicks.
You're completely right. Double, you think this is a normal type meta, right? Also bug, right? And double looks fine, right? But then the double kick is resisted by bugs. It started being a really bad matchup. And also against the normal types, it's not even that good because it's not same type attack bonus, right?
Yeah.
And double kick doesn't do that much damage. So even against the rollout user, they can just like throw a body slam, switch out. They're fine.
Exactly. Really well played there by King OWT, kind of managing his game really well. And like we talked about before, using his Spidops as the setup Pokemon, leaving it in long enough to get off the lunge and then bailing it out, sending it back in to debuff again and just rinse and repeat.
Yeah, again, and this Frostle has been an answer to Licky is just wild here. And again, we see this Milotic Licky core, again, being so powerful.
Yeah.
And it was not enough to win this game. Maybe the double was not enough, right?
Yeah.
But, you know, that duo is it's so strong.
I would argue the double was like the weak link, right? I think if there was a third Pokemon in its place, maybe the Drapion or the Spidops from 0-10, I think it would have been even more competitive than it already was.
Yeah, this team looks to be built around maybe 2 tanks and maybe a high-octane Pokemon, right? Like Beedrill, Drapion, double. You have to choose your poison, right? Choose what you need in this game.
Exactly.
And we'll see what he chooses for the second game.
Game number 2. Normal types taking the field. King OWT's Dunsparce returns, this time against Licky.
Yeah, the most exciting matchup of the whole meta right here in the lead is going to be very fast. High octane for sure.
My sarcasm meter is buzzing right now, Martel. But here comes a drone run from the Dunsparce into the Licky. Lots of neutral damage back and forth. The rollout users just firing charge attacks back and forth.
Yes, and we need to talk about this. Look what's in the back. Double again. But what can double do in this game? There's a Frostless and the Spidops.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, double is going to be really tough to use. In comes double on the switch, though, which honestly I don't mind. Because at this point, you can tank an Avalanche probably and then get off double wild charges. Maybe you get a shield for your trouble.
Yeah, you're completely right. And look at the moveset from this Frostless. It's super interesting. No triple axle here.
Yeah.
So has the Shadow Ball maybe for that Licky.
I don't think that's what you want to throw into Licky, but it could be useful in the mirror. We're going to see the Wild Charge connect on the Charge Tag priority. 0-10's got a shield if he wants this, and he's just going to let it go.
Yeah, this is huge because this double has just dropped the defense, so this is going to completely shut down that double. And we might see Licky come back here to farm down this Frostless, but it's still a lot of HP there.
But what do, right? Do you reveal your third Pokemon being the Shadow Drapion? Yes, actually bringing it in, but you got to shield up at least one Avalanche, I would assume, and he does.
Yeah, this starts being uncomfortable. These poison things are resisted, so there's no way you can farm down this Frostless. And actually King OT doing an aggressive swap.
I like this so much. Coming into the Dunsparce, we talk about pacing quite a bit, how Spidops is so slow to the charge stacks. Drapion is the inverse. Drapion gets those charge stacks in only 8 turns or 10 turns, and we see another pivot back into the normal type that we started off with this match.
Yeah, we see switches every time in the...
Every 40 seconds, right?
Yeah.
A new swap.
Yeah, and again, we see this in the lead, we see it again. A lot of rollout going out, and Spidops in the back for the debuffs.
Exactly. Body Slam going to connect here from the Licky into the opposing Dunsparce. Licky will win this normal versus normal matchup this time around, but Spidops is just getting started.
Yeah, the Spidops too shielded. What can stop these Spidops? I don't think there's anything.
It's just going to chew through the back line here. 0-10, DSN's got to get creative if he wants to win this battle because the Spidops is so bulky and it's got so much protect shields to hide behind.
Yeah, and there's no switch available. King OT knows this is a body slam, that Spider can take it easily, and it's only afraid of the Drapion, right? And 2 shields left. This isn't looking like it's out for DSN.
Well, I mean, the Drapion's got a lot of health. Hold on. If he's able to get to triple Aqua Tail here, maybe there is a shot here, but don't forget, there's still the Frostless in the back with a bit of stored energy, so it's still anyone's game.
Yes, exactly. That Frostless still has some energy, so there's still a lot of play in this game. This Drapion is going to endure this Rock Tomb and maybe needs to build up some energy here.
Yeah, going to slow down the Drapian's attack potency, but at this HP range, it doesn't matter too much. Do we see the final shield? That's the question.
I don't think you see a shield here because this Frostlass can just get to a charge move. Yeah, he remembers the energy,
Good
amount
call.
of energy in Frostlass.
Good call. Frostlass coming back out, also resisting the poison stings. Powder Snows might actually be enough here as Drapion tries its best.
Yeah, never mind. I was completely wrong with the Frostlass, but these Powder Snows are buffed, right, in the season, so it's going to be just enough to take this Drapion. And Frostlass actually getting a route win.
Yeah, King OWT freezing out 0-10 DSN with the Powder Snows to win battle number 2 and advance in the bracket.
Yeah, very well played. A bit shocking, right? Because you see a lot of rollout users in the game, and they still throw that Spide Up in, right? That Frostlass, they don't care about the rollout. Rollout doesn't do that much damage. It's super effective, right? Non-stab, so you can just still throw those bug types, and you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Except if it's Beedrill.
Except
No
if it's
Beedrill.
Beedrill. That Pokemon does not appreciate any kind of rollout damage, no matter who's dishing it out. But incredible gameplay there. Again, a little surprisey, the Shadow Ball Avalanche Frostlass as opposed to the Triple Axle. I mean, I just found out this morning that Triple Axle was the sauce.
Yeah, maybe we should ask the player what is his mindset, right, in the Shadow Ball. Maybe for like neutral matchups, like for example Milotic, maybe he doesn't want to be hard walled. Especially Milotic doing a great showcase today, so it might be a 5-head play.
I think you're on the money there, but something I did want to mention, something I have seen in Go Battle League quite a bit in this meta is Obstagoon. I think Obstagoon's a very interesting Pokemon. It can deal fighting type damage. It has the dark and normal type typing to itself. I mean, Obstagoon over Dubwool to me makes a bit more sense. I don't know if you agree or disagree.
Yes, Obstagoon has the same problem as Double, right? Your fast attack doesn't have the same type attack bonus. You don't have that extra bonus to do damage. And you're a dark type. Now, a dark type in this bug meta, it's a bit tough, right?
It's risky.
Unless you're a poison type, but I don't think Obstagoon is a poison type yet. So, yeah, maybe you don't want to be dark type.
Oh, that's fair. I just think, you know, I think of the Obstagoon versus Licky Licky, such a great position to be in, versus Dunsparce, also a positive matchup. Maybe even against an opposing Zweilous, you're dealing a lot of fast attack damage, even though, like you said, it's not stab. I don't know. I think there's play for it, but you kind of have to pick and choose where you slot it.
Yeah, maybe we'll see it today, but this is the thing about this meta. You would think that this hard walls that, and that doesn't happen, actually. There's a lot of play here, even though against your fighting type, you still pull back against it.
Yeah, exactly. There's so much neutral gameplay, and I do appreciate as well. I mean, the LAIC meta was incredible, right? We talked about this briefly backstage. You got to see Pokemon you never see in Open Great League, like Turtonator was very, very popular. Metang as well. What a wild pick. But this meta just feels much more open, right? It's much more dynamic. I think it's such a treat for the viewers.
Yeah, it feels open, and it's a bit close, but much more open than LAIC. And again, you can see a lot of different teams. You don't see, I don't think we have seen a mirror team yet, actually.
No, not a complete mirror yet.
Yeah, so it's just a great meta all around. A lot of flexibility in it, and you know, some Pokemon that are showing better than others.
Oh, absolutely. I've been really surprised by Milotic. I did not expect that to be a common pick, but I did see in recent practice tournaments, trainers like SS Thorn were running it on their teams. So when the top players are doing something, I mean, you got to pay attention.
Yeah, you gotta watch those players, maybe see the plays they made, and you know, there's a lot of players that are incapable of doing a team, and maybe they just copy a team from other person and maybe win tournament.
That sounded oddly specific and personal.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know who, but...
Well, we're going to get our new traders up on the stage here. Production, oh, yeah, I agree. Okay, so Production's telling me that's Nighttime Clasher taking on Buckeye Fitzy.
Wow, so we see Nighttime Clasher again on the big stage.
Wow.
I believe this is Winners Finals?
I believe it is, yeah. Winners round 4, I believe.
Semifinal, semis.
Yeah, semis for the group. Okay, Nighttime Clasher taking on Buckeye Fitzy. Buckeye Fitzy actually bringing kind of the archetype of team that I came to expect, right? He's got the Dragon type in his Kingdra. He's got the Dark type Grimmsnarl, the Rollout user Licky Licky, the Bug Biter in the Spidops, his Flex Poison in Shadow Drapion, and then his Flex Normal in Dunsparce. But Nighttime Clasher, he took that plan, he just crippled it all up and threw it over his shoulder. Said, I'm doing Sea King, Beedrill, Milotic, and you can just try to stop me.
Exactly, and what's interesting about Buckeye Fitzy, it's the double rollout users, maybe threatening those bug types. And also, we haven't seen that much Grimmsnarl today.
That's true.
And you would think that there's a lot of dragons, right, in this meta. You need, like, the fairy type that answers it. But, you know, Grimmsnarl, it's not that bulky, so maybe that's the reason we haven't seen it on stage.
I don't want to use the word fraud, but I am not on the Grimmsnarl train. I'll just tell you that.
Yeah, it's definitely not outperforming here in the UIC, right? But we will see if it comes into the game. I don't think that it has that much targets. Even the Leaky matchup is you cannot take 2 body slams.
Yeah, you need to go the power-up punch route. But Nighttime Clasher, while we have our trainers on screen here, such an accomplished player, just won LAIC, trying to keep his IC streak going. And Buckeye Fitzy, what I really admire about his approach is that Pokemon is a family event for him, right? He has his daughters compete across multiple titles, whether it's a trading card game, video game championships. It's incredible to see everyone enjoying Pokemon in their own unique way at these events.
That's the best experience you can get. Like, bring your friends, your family to these events. Just have a good time. A lot of Pokemon atmosphere here in the International Championship. So I really encourage you to come to these tournaments because they're just really fun.
They really are. Buckeye Fitzy going to try to take down our reigning LAIC champion here in Nighttime Clasher. Like you pointed out earlier, we have seen Nighttime Clasher one other time on stream. I think he won that round. He's very, very impressive. We are in the winner's semis for Group D. This is a huge tournament. There's so many groups, and we're just in D so far.
And it's so huge that we have seen some international champions already drop down to the losers bracket. We have seen like 2 or 3 already.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's a lot of pressure going in here. You're like the reigning champion, right, from LAIC or the NAIC champion. And there's a lot of pressure on you. You don't want to lose, and if you drop down to the losers bracket, it starts to get a bit more difficult.
This is one of those situations where if you're Buckeye Fitzy, you kind of have everything to gain here, right? Taking down an IC champion, progressing through the bracket. And Nighttime Clasher, if he starts to think defensively, right? I don't want to lose. I don't want to make a mistake. I don't want to misplay. Maybe he does start to kind of clam up and not play his natural, free-flowing gameplay that he usually does.
Yeah, and Nighttime Clasher is a type of player that actually puts a lot of practice into the game, right?
Yeah.
So generally, when he sees some lineups, he's very confident on what he's going to bring. And actually, we see a Beedrill against the Licky.
We're going to start right into game number 1. Shadow Beedrill lead into the Licky. I do believe this was a lead scenario because neither trainer has swapped. And the Beedrill, I mean, this is the same Pokemon Out of Pocket was playing, and it was in a tough position when Pocket was playing it too.
Yeah, and again, look at the HP of that Beedrill. That Beedrill is not having a good time against the Licky, but surprisingly, Nighttime Clasher staying in and actually swapping to the Licky.
Yeah, going to his own in the mirror matchup. This is Marto's favorite matchup in this meta. Body Slam will be enough to KO, but it looks like Buckeye Fitzy wins that charge attack priority.
Yeah, we see the charge attack priority here. Maybe Nighttime Clasher knows there's some energy in that Licky, but actually goes straight for the Earthquake. That's huge.
That's a lot of damage there. A lot of value for Buckeye Fitzy. Do we see an undercharge here from Nighttime Clasher? No, he just wants the knockout.
We definitely not. It could be a bit tricky, right? Because if you get 2 rollouts to that Licky, maybe he gets to another Body Slam. So, yeah, this Licky is actually going for another charge move against his Kingdra.
Going up for 4 rollouts and now 5. Outrage has to be gathered almost at this point, if not already. Body Slam going to get fired off here. This might actually pull a shield.
Yeah, this is ballsy play by Nighttime Clasher, and it actually doesn't pay off. And this Kingdra tanked that Body Slam pretty well.
It did, and I think a Swift will be enough at this range to pick up the KO. Buckeye Fitzy looking to KO the first Pokemon on Nighttime Clasher's team, but it hangs on to the Dragon Breath, actually gets the knockout.
Oh, that is huge. That energy just goes completely away, and this Milotic is actually going to ramp up the energy.
Exactly. At this point, this Kingdra is just going to get Dragon Tail down. I don't believe this is quite Outrage energy.
Yeah, but what do you shield in this game? Oh, it is an Outrage. Oh, that Milotic is completely gone, and we see the third Pokemon from Buckeye Fitzy.
That was a rare misplay from Nighttime Clasher, not knowing the Outrage was potential there. Buckeye Fitzy gets away with one there. What a huge charge attack.
Yeah, that was so risky because there were 2 shields in the game, and it just completely goes for it, and that might be the game-winning play.
Hey, that might be the misstep that cost him here in battle number 1, but Nighttime Clasher will fight to the end, fires off an Aqua Tail into the Dunsparce, but you can see the rollout damage. The writing looks like it's on the wall.
Yeah, he can fight a lot, but these HP are not fighting that much to survive. And yeah, this Beedrill, I don't think you can tank a lot of moves here.
Yeah, I wouldn't even be surprised to see a no shield, and that is what we get. Nighttime Clasher kind of punting on to game number 2. Says there's no way I could possibly win that battle, so let me just focus on adjustments, and I'll try to get back in game 2.
Yeah, he knew that game was over. He doesn't want to play some games. Like, he knows he needs to adjust for second game and just wants that game to completely go away. Because maybe if you're still in that game, right, and you start to think like, oh, I'm losing, maybe it gets to your head. So maybe he just wants to erase that from his mind and just go straight into the second game.
I don't know, Marta. We've seen Shadow Beedrill on stream twice, and it feels like it's been a bust both times.
Yeah, I'm sorry for all the Beedrill fans, but I don't think it's the pick for this meta right now, at least for today. Today is not Beedrill's day.
Yeah, I agree. It is Amanda's favorite Pokemon in this whole meta because she loves to just Fell Stinger over and over and over. But I don't see that utility when you can't withstand the fast attacks coming your way.
Yeah, especially when they start no shielding that Fell Stinger. And not even that, like, imagine no shielding a Fell Stinger, then you just switch into your Licky Licky, and what does that Beedrill do? It has to switch out, then your buff is gone, and all the utility in that Beedrill is gone. So is it really worth it?
I don't know. It might come down to positioning, right? It might come down to being able to keep your Shadow Beedrill in the back, giving it a protect shield advantage, and then relying on the fast attack pressure. But it's just so hard to say at this point. And the 2 times that we've seen it kind of flop, it's been in the lead. If you notice that with the earlier battles, and then with this again with Nighttime Clasher, it was Beedrill versus Licky Licky to start.
Yeah, I think the reason why they put Beedrill in the lead is because they expect the bulky Pokemon to be in the back, right, to absorb some energy.
Yeah.
And even if it was not against that Licky Licky, these matchups are not going great for this Beedrill. What do you target here with the Beedrill?
Well,
Spite-ups?
That's a great question. I feel like Buckeye Fitzy has also pinpointed a weakness in Nighttime Clasher's team. Buckeye Fitzy has his Grimmsnarl, right? He's got the Sucker Punches, he's got a way to deal damage consistently, but you saw him bring both normal-type Pokemon in this battle number 1. And if you think about it, what can Nighttime Clasher really do against double normal?
Yeah, exactly. There's no place for the Beedrill there, so
yeah.
Nighttime Clasher is going to have to adapt to this situation, and it's already 1-0 down, so this next game, it's crucial for this. If you lose this game, you just drop to the loser bracket, and you don't want to do that.
No, absolutely not. But as we get our trainers sorted here on stage, I just want to take a second to highlight this venue. We talked about Pokemon being a family event. It's a group activity, and look at this crowd as the Flying Pikachu kind of hovers above them. I mean, this arena is packed.
It's completely huge, completely full. And this is like the biggest tournament of all time, right? And I think you can see it on screen. You don't need me to tell you that. As we told you before, these are the tournaments that we completely encourage you to go because you meet a lot of people. You can, I don't know, do pin trades, Pokemon Center. There's so much stuff to do. So you never lose your time here.
Exactly. And even if you want to get some extra competition in, there are side events where you can compete, maybe even in Open Great League or other limited formats. So definitely keep an eye out for that. We can see these banners as well, so you kind of get navigation points. You can see the video game results, the side events registration table as well. These events are so incredible, and something that Go players actually really love about these is that we do have specific Pokestops for different landmarks within the venue. So there's like a Flying Pikachu Pokestop you can spin, and it only appears here at the event, and then it's gone.
Yeah, and then you get a gift, and you can send it to your friends, maybe send a sticker. A lot of people like that. And as we said, side events, you have a lot of side events in this tournament. And if you like to play other Pokemon games, you can just play a side event like for BGC, TCG, whichever you like, and just like completely switch games. It's up to you.
Yeah, exactly. Pokemon Unite or any other title that makes its way into the venue. So there's so much to do, and I feel like we don't talk about that enough. Also refreshments too. If you're getting hungry, you can get a little hamburger or soda, something like that. Got everything you need here.
Yeah, we have some nice food trucks for that.
Yeah, exactly. But I always love coming to these events. We don't have a lot of time as commentators to go back and walk around and things. But when we do, I mean, it's so good to just take it all in because the fan experience is so special.
Yeah, but I won't complain. Like, these battles are being absolutely insane. If you look at the micro decisions you need to do in these types of games and how the best players take advantage of it, that's it for me. Like, I just get excited. It's all I want to see.
That's what I like to tell competitors that move over to casting is that when you compete, you get to see the best battles that are your own, which is incredible in itself. But when you're a commentator, you get everybody's best battles from all the trainers in the world that you get on stream. So it's definitely a different vibe, but it's so rewarding.
Yeah, especially in Pokemon Go, right? In Pokemon Go, if you make a mistake, your opponent's going to take advantage of it. So this is a game that you need to make a micro decision, no mistakes, and every decision counts. So that's what the beauty of the game, right? Like, you need to be full time in this game, like completely locked in.
Yeah.
And you make one misstep, and that might cost you a whole championship.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Well, we want to check in with all of you at home, not only here in the venue, but let's see what you've been posting online as we check out some posts. This is from the official Play Pokemon account. Look, Mom, no computer.
Wow, yeah, they're enjoying the event. Like, the orchestra was absolutely one of the best intros I have seen in my life. And
so
the Pikachu as well, it's so cute.
You played the original versions, right? You played red, blue, yellow. Did you play those versions on the Game Boy?
Yeah, for sure. Like,
okay.
The nostalgia for me is way too big. You can feel it like in your neck. It's absolutely
I
incredible.
was having such a hard time relating because Amanda wasn't as in tune with it. But as I saw the battles and the trainers, I was like, oh, this brings back so many memories.
Yeah.
But speaking of memories, we're making brand new ones here. Shout out to Chris Brown. He always likes to measure these events, and it's so awesome to see them grow and expand in scale.
Yeah, and again, look at that. It's completely full. Like, I have never seen that. That's absolutely incredible. That everyone having so much fun in these tables. I cannot wait.
Over 6,800 trainers across all the titles are competing. And you have to think as well, a lot of those trainers have friends or family, or there are other fans that are attending the event and having a good time. So yeah, this arena is absolutely packed. It looks like Bex is also hyped for the first day of EUIC. The plushie wall. Dude, Marta, we talked about all the different side events and stuff, but there's like plushie walls and all kinds of different showcases around the venue too.
Yeah, well, you were talking about friends. Look at all those friends that are here in the back. Like, I myself, I'm a very, I like plushies a lot, so I want to take that picture as well. I'm very jealous. But yeah, first day of EUIC, very exciting.
I feel like Bulbasaur is looking right at us. He's like, I see you commentators over there. I knew you'd mention me. We got you, Bulbasaur. Don't worry. But yeah, what an incredible event as we get our trainers sorted up on the stage. It's just so good as well to kind of zoom out. We talk about how intense the battles are, right? All the different things you have to pay attention to, and we're going to get right back into those games very, very soon. But question becomes, will Nighttime Clasher win this series? Was it a misplay in game number 1, or is this the start of an upset?
Yeah, talk about intense. What's more intense than this? The reigning NIC champion, the last international championship champion, is 1-0 right now. It's about to go maybe to the losers round if he cannot come back from this game. So he has to pull some strings here.
Pull some strings and also figure out how to beat normal type Pokemon, because I don't see any reason why Buckeye Fitzy would not bring his Licky Licky and his Dunsparce right back into the fold.
Yeah, I think that Spiritomb might need to come into these games actually. Maybe a bit afraid of Drapion, but we'll see. We get a Seeking against the Spidops.
Oh, massive lead here because the Peck Seeking will deal so much damage to Spidops, forcing the swap out. Now comes the Licky Licky. Do we see a swap into the mirror?
Yeah, this is very interesting because, he's going to actually save the energy, not even debuff this Licky Licky. He doesn't want any of it.
I like that call quite a bit because it means that Seeking can be useful down the stretch. Earthquake coming through, no shield. Early on in the matchup, Nighttime Clasher just absorbs it.
Yeah, and these are the micro decisions we were talking about, right? Nighttime Clasher knows you only need like 2 Earthquakes to take out this Licky Licky, so he doesn't need the debuff right there, so it might be a mistake to get rid of that energy.
You're right. If the debuff is not going to get you a significant benefit, just save that energy and use it where it's more useful. Earthquake is ready, but Buckeye is overcharging. Look at the attention to energy.
Yeah, and we see the difference in HP of this Licky Licky, right? Oh, but Nighttime Clasher actually going to go for the first shield in the game.
Wow, huge shield there to keep his Licky Licky in this matchup, and at this juncture, he might just go for the Body Slam spam. But here comes Buckeye Fitzy one more time.
Yeah, he really is liking this Licky Licky, maybe saving it for the end game here, but we'll see how he takes down this Licky Licky. He's even in Body Slam rage, maybe.
And look at the overcharge from Nighttime Clasher. He says, anything you can do, I can also do. Body Slam coming through here will likely pick up the KO if it's at full strength, and it is.
Yeah, and this Licky Licky is loaded here, but we will see. Oh, actually, Nighttime Clasher wants to go for a switch out. He doesn't want to give any farm down for the Spilops.
Yeah, he's not afraid to switch lock his Seeking here, throwing the Icy Wind, but the trick here is that Buckeye Fitzy can just swap out of his Spidops if he chooses to, and he calls it too. He calls it not being a Mega Horn.
Yeah, that's a great call, but this Seeking can still get to a charge move here, and he's going to actually outpace. Oh no, the Lunge goes first.
Yeah, Lunge was ready first, and I think the Nighttime Clasher wanted to reach for the Mega Horn potentially. Final shield of the game, and Nighttime Clasher saves it. He does not use it here.
Yeah, and there's still a Milotic in the back against the Dunsparce, very neutral. Going for the Mega Horn here, knows that the Icy Wind is not going to knock out, and we'll see if Buckeye Fitzy thinks this is an Icy Wind.
Oh my gosh, what a call by Buckeye Fitzy. I like that play so much, and on 90% of trainers, it would have worked, but Buckeye Fitzy doesn't fall for it.
That is a huge call, but remember, this Licky Licky has 2 Body Slams loaded, I think. So he's going to go for the first one, and what do you do here? Do you shield?
I don't think you can. I think you have to let it go, and I think the Licky Licky is also maybe 1 rollout away from the second one. Down goes Spidops, finally.
Yeah, doesn't want to give the farm down to this Dunsparce, so switches out to this Milotic. This is a very aggressive play.
So at this point, I'm a little surprised to not see Wrap get fired off first. I guess Nighttime Clasher's confident he can just Aqua Tail all the way through.
Yeah, there's a reason for that. He didn't want to give his opponent an extra fast move, right? Because he switched out, he needs to, what we call cancel the fast attack, and that's what Nighttime Clasher did here.
Yeah, I agree. I think you need to throw the energy so that you don't get on alignment with your opponent. You're not actually canceling anything. You're just getting the most value like we've talked about before. Now he goes for the Wrap. Great call. Great call.
Very interesting play by Nighttime Clasher here, and called killed by Buckeye Fitzy, actually. This is going to do a bit less damage than the Aqua Tail.
Yeah, marginally less, right? But that defense drop is serious. Milotic needs 2 charge attacks. Dunsparce is already at the 2. I don't know.
Wow, that charge attack priority is very important here because that Licky is very close to a charge move here. So we will see if Nighttime Clasher actually wants to shield his Pokemon or let it go.
Yeah, I think you have to shield. Oh, he doesn't shield?
He's very confident in that Licky getting to a charge move, so that might be the outcome of this game.
What? Okay, Milotic hangs on, but he switches anyway, goes on charge attack priority, Dunsparce wins it.
Yeah, this is why he's the Latin American International Championship. He knew the end game was completely done. He had his opponent in checkmate. He just needed to no shield, get to his body slam, and win this game.
Wow, I have to pick my jaw up off the ground because that was insane for Nighttime Clasher. Late game management. And I think that, we talk about this occasionally, but just being able to manage yourself in high pressure situations is so important. Nighttime Clasher, he seems unbothered. He said, yeah, that's pretty much how I thought it would go.
Yeah, he knows he still has to win one more game. Yeah. And this last game is most important, right? You win, you advance. You lose, you go to loser's bracket. Yeah. So he's still in a tough position here. But again, you bring the Beedrill, you lose.
Yeah.
You don't bring the Beedrill, you win. That's how I'm seeing it right
I'm noticing a trend. I agree with you. I think that the Beedrill has been more of a bust than a boom, but we're going to see what happens here in this next battle.
Yeah, let's take a look back. This Seeking actually debuffing a lot. Getting the shield there was a good call.
Yeah, very good call. Seeking was also very good for Nighttime Clasher. I thought that was a great Pokemon. I fully anticipate he'll bring it back in game number 3. The normal type's bulk here for Buckeye Fitzy almost worked a second time, but Nighttime Clasher found his way past it.
Yeah, and again, that aggressive switch to the Milotic, throwing the Aqua Tail as soon as he got it. He doesn't want to give any edge to his opponent, and that's how he won the second game.
No, you're exactly right. I'm so glad you called that out, too, because that's so important. When you do switch, it does take a turn in most cases, and that kind of displaces the turn cycle. And after the charge attack, you line up again. So getting off that energy, getting off that damage, like you talked about before, being efficient was the key there for Nighttime Clasher.
Yeah, very well played by Nighttime Clasher. We will see if he repeats this lineup for game 3. Again, Milotic, Licky, we're seeing it a lot. We're probably going to keep seeing it.
Yeah.
We'll see if the Kingdra maybe comes in. Maybe it's scared about that Milotic. It's kind of an iffy matchup.
Yeah, well, as I like to say in the South, Marto in the US, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I think that worked pretty well for Nighttime Clasher in game number 2. Buckeye Fitzy, though, did take that game number 1. Maybe he can win a third.
Yeah, again, we saw double water from one side, double rollout from the other side. A lot of ABB, right? Double strats, but we go to game 3.
Game 3 with a lot on the line, and we get a mirror match to start things off. This is the Shadow Drapion Showdown.
Yeah, Milotic is completely off the game, and this Shadow Drapion is actually going to depend on who wins charge attack priority, and actually Buckeye Fitzy is going to take this one.
It's huge in this matchup. I mean, the Shadow Drapion Aqua Tail is going to sting quite a bit. I think 2 will likely pick up the KO here, so knowing that he loses charge attack priority, Nighttime Clasher has to be thinking about a switch.
Yeah, completely. That's completely true, and this is so important. He might have to switch. There you go. Catch his charge one.
Oh, catching the Aqua Tail is actually huge from Nighttime Clasher. This is going to be resisted on that water type Seeking.
Yeah, not only catches the charge mode, but the Aqua Tail on a water type. So that's huge. But this farm down is also quite tricky.
It is. I think Drapion will get to the crunch, but he actually banks it and swaps. What do you think of that?
Yeah, that's a very good play. Again, throwing the bulk type Pokemon to absorb the energy. This Megahorn is going to do a lot of damage, but I don't think Buckeye Fitzy cares about that.
It'll do about half, right? Yeah, Licky does take quite a hit there, but a second Megahorn is so far away, and all this time, Licky is gathering energy.
Yeah, and if Buckeye Fitzy is counting, he's going to shield the Icy Wind. What a bait.
This is a massive bait for Nighttime Clasher. Maybe Buckeye Fitzy is blinking a little bit here in this decisive game number 3, but he's going to fight to the end anyway. Here comes a body slam.
Yeah, I don't think this body is going to take out the Seeking, and this is a huge call.
It is. It really is. Body slam connects. Seeking shrugs it off, keeps on swimming. Oh, and the catch! It's the Licky plus the rollout.
Wow, Nighttime Clasher playing out of his mind, absorbing the energy here. And what can Buckeye Fitzy do in this game? His Drapion is so low HP. Oh, he's going to switch to the Drapion.
I actually like this play quite a bit. You need to start to equalize here. Go for the crunch. Even if you don't connect, right? You get the debuff, the second crunch would hurt so bad, and Drapion might get there.
Yeah, and he went straight to the crunch. Doesn't get a debuff there, and he's going to have to be content with this Aqua Tail.
And the thing is, if you throw the 4th Poison Sting there, your charge attack is on turn 9, and the rollout damage applies, and you get KO'd. So he has to settle for this.
Yeah, he was completely forced to do that, and I think Yeah, we have a lot of neutral play in the end game. We'll probably see the Dunsparce, coming back in.
Dunsparce is completely healthy too. This game is not over, and I do think the Licky Licky might be within drill run and rollout range, but it's going to be tough. Earthquake connecting though is huge.
Yeah, but Niantic Clash are having a lot of tools. Look at the Drapion energy, just going straight through the crunch.
Exactly. I mean, the bank is full, and he's cashing out here with all the energy he's stored over the length of the game. Crunch does not drop the defense, but I don't think that matters that much.
Yeah, we have talked about this matchup, right? Like the Dunsparce has the super effective drill run, but how do you farm down this with your fast attacks? You can't. So this Drapion is just being very annoying right now.
And another switch. I tell you guys, this meta is wild. Getting a full rollout through is huge, but the Aqua Tail might make it inconsequential.
Yeah, Nighttime Glacier not playing games here. Can the Licky Licky endure this? No, it takes it out, and that's going to be very deciding for the game.
Honestly, that probably clinched the game right there. Not getting off the body slam, not threatening the Drapion. This might be it for Buckeye Fitzy.
What a management of the Drapion, right? I think this is like the 5th charge move he has run in this game. Absolutely a lot of value in it.
Well, Licky Licky comes back out. I think it's slightly outside of drone range, but I do think that second rollout that Nighttime Clasher just got through is going to make the difference.
Yeah, Licky Licky is going to be an absolute tank here, and going to clutch up this game for Nighttime Clasher.
Absolute unit. Licky Licky taking down the Dunsparce yet again in the normal versus normal showdown, and Nighttime Clasher perseveres.
Again, Latin American International Championship champion for a reason, right? He come back from the 1-0 deficit here.
Yeah.
Just completely calm. You know, he knew his strats. He knew what he did wrong in the first game. Completely adapted, and is going to take this serious.
I swear, I think Nighttime Clasher, at game 1, he was very relaxed, right? I think he took gamer posture to heart in game number 2. You know how you're just sitting back, maybe you have your controller, and then you lose the game, and you're like, all right, I'm locked in now. The Nighttime Clasher locked in for those next 2 games.
Yeah, he did. He looked completely locked in. Like, I cannot tell you that much about the Drapion usage in that game. That was completely excellent.
It was perfect, right? And that's kind of what, you know, people who follow the championship series, we come to expect that because we see so much Drapion gameplay. It's been analyzed down to a science. These trainers know every damage interval, all their energy calculations, and Nighttime Clasher is kind of like flexing that muscle here in this series.
Yeah, and it's so interesting, right? Because we didn't see Drapion any game until the last one.
Yeah.
Why did Nighttime Clasher bring the Drapion in the third game? What was he targeting? Maybe the Grimmsnarl? Maybe expect, I don't know, like a Dragon Tail resist?
Yeah, it's hard to say because we did see from Buckeye Fitzy that double normal team, and if you're thinking, oh, I'm facing off against an Earthquake Licky Licky and a Drill Run Dunsparce, let me bring my Poison type. That doesn't really line up, right? So that's a great question. I mean, maybe he just found that if he had shields, he could spam off the damage and he could just chew through that HP disadvantage he had.
Yeah, those are some trophy moves, trophy decisions that, you know, Nighttime Clasher makes. So yeah, absolutely well played. What a comeback. It's so hard to come back, right, when you're all 1-0 down. So
yeah,
gotta respect it.
Yeah, I agree. Very impressive there. And also, let's shout out to Buckeye Fitzy as well. Incredible Game 1 win there over the LAIC reigning champion. Again, it's about not being intimidated. It's about trusting in your practice, trusting in yourself, putting your best foot forward, and just executing the best way you know how.
Yeah, and especially, again, if you're 1 game ahead, maybe some people are going to be relaxed, but maybe others are like, okay, don't throw this opportunity, and you start getting a little bit more nervous, you know, making some questionable decisions maybe in your team building, right? Maybe you're like too relaxed and you say like, oh, okay, I'll just throw some stuff this game, and that backfires and gives your opponent a way to come back, right?
Exactly. Don't try to do, as they say, don't try to do too much. Right?
Yeah.
Just play your game. Well, Marta, it's been a pleasure and an honor commentating with you. We're going to be right back after this, so we'll see you very soon.
How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come.
Hello, Pokemon fans and friends. Lundberger here to talk to you about how you can add a Galarian legendary Pokemon to your tournament roster. With the Pokemon Go Championship Series in full swing, trainers everywhere are flocking to catch the rare stars of the competitive meta, the Galarian legendary Pokemon. The 2025 competitive season marked the first time Galarian Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres were eligible for tournaments, and they immediately made their mark, stirring up excitement and ruffling a few feathers in the process. Among these Pokemon, Galarian Moltres soared straight to the top, quickly becoming one of the most popular picks in the Show 6 format. With its dark and flying typing, it counters many dominant Pokemon in the meta. Additionally, its powerful Charge Attack Brave Bird allows it to take on even its toughest opponents like Clodsire and Azumarill. It's no surprise that Galarian Moltres made quite an impression in its early tournaments. It was on the team of the third-place finisher in its debut tournament and continued to gain traction from there. Even by the first tournament of the season, Galarian Moltres was in the top usage for Day 2 competitors, as well as on both of the teams in the Grand Finals in Dortmund, Germany. Galarian Moltres became an undeniable force to be reckoned with. If you are eager to add a Galarian Moltres to your roster, it's easier than you might think. These elusive Pokemon can only be encountered while using your Blue Daily Adventure Incense, a special item that lasts for 15 minutes and spawns Pokemon not already seen on your map, including Wild Galarian Articuno, Zapdos, or Moltres. To maximize your success while you're out birdwatching, if you have an Origin Form Dialga, activate its Roar of Time ability to pause the daily incense timer. This will give you more time to search for your feathered friends without feeling rushed. The Galarian legendary Pokemon have an extremely high flea rate, so you should always use a Golden Raspberry and an Ultra Ball for your throw, no matter the Pokemon's CP, to increase your chance of a successful capture. For those truly special encounters where letting a rare Pokemon escape is not an option, don't hesitate to use a Master Ball for a guaranteed catch. Though the Master Balls are rare, so are these Pokemon. After catching a Galarian Moltres, you'll likely want to optimize it to be a perfect tournament-ready partner. Consider arranging a special trade with a friend to aim for the attack, defense, and HP spread that you are hunting for. Once your prize partner is ready, take it to a competition, cups, or challenges to showcase its prowess in action. The Galarian legendaries are more than just Pokemon, they are game changers in this competitive land and skyscape. With Galarian Moltres leading the way, their impact on the meta is undeniable. So grab your daily incense, prepare your team, and get ready to take flight. With one of these powerhouses on your roster, you'll be soaring above the competition in no time.
And now we're soaring back here to London, the Europe International Championship 2026. We are underway to the groups finals of today in the group stages. It'll be a lot of fun, and we're gonna get to some of the best battles that you can find today. I am Martijn Versteeg, you also know me as Inadequate, and here I am for the first time actually with Will Dunphy, Speediest Chief 2.
I can't believe it's finally happened. You know, I was really looking forward to this day. I know that you're going to be very nice to me. You're not going to make any jokes or any comments, and it's going to be a great cast.
Oh, you're already setting the stage. Okay.
I think even production kind of cleared their throat in that one, right? But it's going to be really fun. I appreciate what you said, Martijn. It is going to be some of the best games that we're going to see all weekend. The action's only going to get better as we move through. But now that we're kind of into these final slots, we're making our way through the groups, top players are showing why they are referred to as top players.
And I just also want to point out that even though, yes, we're going to see some of the players you may have seen before, like regional championship, previous international championships, it's not always the same name succeeding. Patoman, one of the players to watch, right? 3 consecutive top 3. He got gold, silver, and bronze at the international championships all in a row. Second at Worlds, he got like everything, this guy. He showed a picture with a whole collection. This is what I got this season. I'm like, yeah, that's gonna be me over 4 seasons in total. Anyway, not to get much off track, he actually lost his 3rd round to Damon Cash. That's a trainer we are going to see soon. And also Doombug, a trainer from North America, had also lost. He's in the losers bracket currently.
I actually didn't know about that. Wow.
The
And
more
then
you know.
my set I commentated with Marto, we saw Pocket also fall into the loser side bracket.
Pocket is playing against my local, a local trainer of mine. He actually local. He used to live like 5 minutes away from me, and he told me, I'm gonna be on stage. I'm so nervous. His hands were trembling, but you know, he's playing. He made today too, so it's a great achievement, and that's what many of these trainers are rooting for. As we see here, Damon Cash on the left, like I said earlier, has defeated Patoman, a team I find pretty weak to Shadow Drapion, one of the most common Pokemon. But it doesn't matter here. There's no Shadow Drapion from Alan.
Exactly. If there's no threat, there's nothing to be worried about. We do see Grimmsnarl on both sides here, as well as the Kingdra shared by these two competitors and the Licky Licky. But I was talking about this with Amanda and Marto as well. There's just so much variety in this meta. There's so many different ways you can define your personality for your team.
Would you say that it's, even though the meta does look so condensed, is there more variety than we see in Open Great League? Like in Open Great League, you can play anything, but you mostly see the same Pokemon as well every time, right?
That's true, but occasionally you have trainers that compete at events with things like Alola Ninetales, which are not that popular, or maybe a Shadow Giratina that's not that popular, or maybe even a Wigglytuff when everyone's moved past that kind of Pokemon.
Yeah, but then it wins a regional championship, so clearly, what do you know?
David Cash and Alan.
It's so good, it's banned in this format.
Oh, but I've heard that you still found a way to mention it during the pre-show.
You're right. Good call. But here we go. We also have a good call from Damon Cash here, having the Licky Licky into the Spidops. This is a fairly neutral matchup. The Licky Licky usually goes for the charge stack before the launch from Spidops, because both of the charge stacks of Spidops, they can drop the attack. They will drop the attack, actually, of the opponent.
I know you just finished your point, but I have to ask, Martine, how do you feel about this Bug Bite Spidops lead and Shadow Beedrill with Bug Bite in the back? This is ABA Bug Bite.
Yeah, that's what Alan actually ran in his previous round as well on stream against Fiantiga, and he actually won that match where he ran the double bug 3 times into double rollout. We just saw there, by the way, a full rollout sneak through as well, which is very painful in this matchup. It allows Licky Licky to store a little bit more energy, but as you can see, it wins still very cleanly. This does allow Alan to get a big energy head start. It's possible Damon Cash is like, not on my watch, I'm swapping out.
Right, well, we're going to see what happens here. Kingdra comes in, no switch out yet. Maybe going for the Body Slam chip. I mean, even after that, though, I feel like you land the Body Slam and you have to switch after that, right?
I think you have to get out of this. The energy from Kingdra is not just good, it's straight up obnoxious. Because otherwise, swapping into the Grim, so I like that play. In comes the Shadow Beedrill. Yes, this is a dark type. What? He didn't even build up to it.
No.
You don't shield this. Did Alan count properly? Yes, he no-shields the Power Punch.
Great call by Alan. This is going to be double resisted. Fighting type damage into Bug and Poison, and Beedrill is just draining the HP from this Grimmsnarl as it goes for a charge attack of its own. I believe this is Felstinger.
What is the plan here of Damon Cash? Is he going to call this? Do you want to use Protect Shield for Beedrill? Yes, it's a Felstinger. And now can you get to another Power-Up Punch? It won't deal a lot of damage, but I think the chip damage can be valuable. At this point, Damon Cash is just going to do what Alan is kind of doing, using the Protect Shields for the Shadow Beedrill. But I don't know if Shadow Beedrill is going to get much value out of it. Keep in mind, Kingdra still has a good amount of energy.
Oh my goodness! Absolutely devoured the Licky Licky. It had a little bit of HP left. Could not get to the Body Slam. And it fails on the X-Scissor. That's the first bit of good news for Damon Cash.
And now Kingdra comes back in, but this Beedrill has 2 shields to hide behind. 2 in French is deux, and Damon Cash is probably going to use both of those.
Swift does get Protect Shielded up. Beedrill continues to Bug Bite away. Felstinger's ready, and you have to use the shield as Alan, because Kingdra is your final Pokemon.
Felstinker, rather. You don't want to shield this attack, but you gotta have to at this point, because you don't even have the health anymore. Can you get too swift here? No, you don't even get there. You don't get to launch it, and Damon Cash and his Shadow Beedrill bite their way through game number 1.
And the thing is, right, even if Kingdra had a bit more HP and would have gotten to double swifts, I don't know if the double swift would have been enough. It would have been very close.
It's not the same type attack bonus, right? And the same type attack bonus would add a little bit more damage. Kingdra doesn't have that on Swift. And that's what I said about earlier, before everything happened rapidly and I got cut off by aggressive plays and quick switches. Kingdra's energy is obnoxious. And I say that not because I dislike the Pokemon. No, I think Kingdra is pretty cool, actually. But look at the energy difference between Swift and Outrage. You don't want to shield Swift, you want to shield Outrage, right? So you can really get bamboozled by that kind of play if you do happen to shield it. And this was also painful, by the way. Alan could have gone for the Fell Stinger here, but he tried going for the X-Scissor, and he was barely not able after bug biting down this Licky Licky.
Yeah, great point. Fell Stinger just marginally less expensive. As you can see, there are just 2 bug bites difference on those 2 charge attacks, and the Fell Stinger might have actually made a difference and pushed this game towards his favor. But like you said, I think that Kingdra is so useful when you use it, but it's such a menace when you're facing it, right? When you're kind of flipping the coin on whether it's an Outrage or if it's just a minor Swift. Kingdra's coming to every single game, right? There's no way.
I feel like Kingdra is the kind of Pokemon that just looks better in the hands of your opponent. You're like, this Pokemon does not work for me. Then your opponent demolishes you with it. They are those kind of Pokemon. I have that. Some Pokemon, I cannot make them work, and then my opponent makes it look like the best Pokemon ever.
Well, speaking of making Pokemon, sorry, I just want to interject. Speaking of making Pokemon work, Marto and I decided that Shadow Beedrill was a bust, and it just did not do much for the trainers that used it. But this time, in the hands of Damon Cash, that Beedrill looked great.
Well, he's been using it all day, so maybe just getting that experience in, or just getting into the tournament flow, right? Shadow Beedrill is a kind of Pokemon that only really works with shields, but it's scary when your opponent builds up the energy, and I just think he did really well preventing his opponent from getting all the energy. There we go. We go into the Slowpoke phase is revealing the Kingdra versus the Licky Licky. This is a very neutral matchup that I personally really dislike as Kingdra. If your Outrage gets shielded, you will feel really slow in this match.
Yeah, you feel like you're almost 3 steps behind. Earthquake getting fired off though. The Licky Licky, if this connects, it deals sizable damage, putting this gear within Body Slam range. Outrage is ready. Here it comes. Do we see the shield?
We're about to find out. Alan is thinking, yes, this would deal a lot of damage, despite Licky Licky being such a valuable Pokemon, or bulky Pokemon. Oh, and the catch on his own Licky Licky. That's a very good play by Damon Cash here.
Something that we saw from Nighttime Clasher earlier was that he swapped just a turn sooner than Damon Clash swapped in order to get the rollout through. So in this case, Damon Cash does not get the extra rollout, and he's on equal pacing with the opposing Licky Licky.
Yeah, and in the back, of course, we see from Damon Cash, it's the Grimmsnarl, because there's no poison type Pokemon from Alan on his team. So, I mean, there's the Beedrill, but you still hit neutral into that. There's nothing like a Shadow Drapion.
Exactly right. You don't get hard walled. You can still make something of it if the matchup aligns. Earthquake connecting here from the Licky Licky. It's just barely not enough, but the Body Slam is all that Alan can muster.
And you might think, oh, this isn't that much damage, no big deal. The problem is, this puts you closer to a comfortable farm down range for either of the bugs. And you kind of wanted this Licky Licky for either of the bug type Pokemon. In comes the Spidops. Spidops is just the kind of Pokemon that can soak the damage, and that makes it so excellent as a pivot to set up the way for Beedrill, especially when both your attacks can debuff the opponent and then you use the Beedrill and you're gonna buff yourself.
Beautifully said. Grimmsnarl has some utility, but it's gonna face off against double bug biters yet again. First shield comes up here from Damon Cash, but he will be debuffed. I believe he switched in the Grimmsnarl, so he's also switch locked. He's stuck.
Do you use Power Punch here? I don't think you can afford to have that no shield. So going for the foul play here, and Alan having the Shadow Beedrill in the back knows where to use the protection. And you see on the Pokemon of Damon Cash, there's just not that much health left.
Yeah, exactly. Here comes Grimmsnarl versus the Beedrill. You took down one bug biter, but there's a second one waiting in the back. And this is what I would think an easy shield.
Wait.
Hold on. Hold the phone. No shield on the foul play.
Wait, let him cook. Let him cook. Let's see what's going to happen now. Because even though there's not that much health left, Beedrill is fragile. You might be able to get the rollout plus the Dragon Breath down. I think Kingdra has a good amount of health actually, but yeah, there's still the shield, and Kingdra actually gets the Dragon Breath down!
What? What? I can't believe it. I thought that was an easy shield call there from Alan, but he was too worried about the energy stored on the Kingdra, so he saved the shield and took a foul play.
I think Kingdra otherwise almost could have gotten to that Outrage, and it would be an outrage not to shield an attack like that. So yeah, Damon Cash just kind of had him stuck there, and yeah, just really, well, like Alan knowing where the energy still was in that battle, and that he couldn't use a Protect Shield there.
Wow, that was absolutely insane. I was starting to think we're headed to another battle, right? We're going to a game 3.
Yeah, it really got to that point. Alan, of course, already has won a championship before. He's still very far in the tournament. Of course, it's a double elimination format, so he will be playing, I believe, tomorrow on the losers finals.
Yeah, I believe Alan was a South Africa champion,
correct,
I believe.
Yes.
So does have a championship to his name, looking to add some more trophies to the cabinet. Outrage shielded there. Great call by Alan. Alan, you pointed this out earlier. Alan just made such great micro decisions, able to set himself up really well. And a lot of these coin flip calls, he was just nailing them back to back.
But it wasn't enough. It was not enough. The double buck, it worked previously. I feel like perhaps if you win twice with double buck into double rollout in the previous match, you feel like, you know what? If this is the worst I can face, what can go wrong?
Yeah.
Well, Damon Cash has proven that he's in form today. This might just be his meta. Taking out Potman, now sweeping his group. He's on fire.
I feel like when you get that big win, it kind of sets the tone. It kind of tells you, wait, I'm in this for real. I am a trainer that could top cut, that could go all the way. And I think a lot of trainers might start to kind of take their eye off the ball there and start to think down the road. But you have to stay present, have to stay in the moment, one battle at a time. You can't just skip the line and make it to Championship Sunday.
Question for you, Speed.
Sure.
Which Pokemon did you have, again, on the cast prediction that really stood out to you so far?
You know what? I went a little bit on the spicier side. I do believe I picked Obstagoon, Cricketune, and...
Oh, yeah, I remember the Cricketune. What is this guy cooking?
Hey, you know what? I'll tell you what. It's got the best call of any Pokemon in all of Pokemon, period. If you go ahead and open up your app and you click on that Cricketune and listen to its cry, it's outstanding. You know what? The only Pokemon we've seen on my list Martine, is the Zweilous.
But speaking of Zweilous, we also have Z-Zweilous in the tournament. He has the Shadow Venomoth. And that is an excellent Pokemon that has Poison Fang. On my side, yeah, no Drampa yet, right? It has the Charge Attack Fly.
Yes.
And that's super effective into a Pokemon like Spidops. Can actually win that matchup as well. But yeah, I guess with all the Milotic running around, it's kind of difficult to make that work.
To your credit, when I talked about this meta on the pre-show, I talked about having an anti-bug Pokemon, and the #1 pick I had in mind was Dragalge, but the second pick was Drampa because of the fly.
What about Giratina?
Well, if it was allowed, we could actually talk about it more. But I do think there is some utility in there. And I like that you went out on a limb there and you picked up Drampa. That was nice.
Drampa also has access to Swift, right? And then you have the same type of attack bonus. Swift becomes a much more respectable attack. Here we have our next trainers. That's going to be Sharky King on the left and Steiner on the right. I believe the trainer on the left, was that the first match of the day? Did he have a Crocodile?
Correct.
That's a fuck.
Correct. It's so cool. Marta and I talked about this briefly. So you have some Pokemon that I think will succeed in Show 6 Pick 3, and then other Pokemon are stronger in something like Go Battle League, where you don't know your opponent's team. I firmly pegged Crocodile as a Go Battle League Pokemon.
I agree.
Right? And we're seeing it here work in tournament play, which is really exciting. And the main reason for that is the coverage. You get ground-type coverage, you get fighting-type coverage, and dark-type coverage.
I told Marto before I tried Crocodile in a local event nearby.
Oh, yeah.
And you know, me and my locals, we agreed to use EUIC meta teams, right? I had my Crocodile on a Spiritomb, and I had my Frostlass on a Beedrill in a match, right? So you think unlosable. I let the Frostlass go because I didn't want to let the Spiritomb get too much energy. And then the Bug Bites, 3 Bug Bites, I think did about 30% health away of the Crocodile. So I feel like if you run that Pokemon, you're running something really risky.
Yeah.
Very risky, like a Giratina and a Leaky Tongue meta. Crocodile is a Pokemon that can core break the Shadow Drapion Spiritomb core, which I think might just be the best in this meta.
Me too.
But it's so fragile.
Yeah, even in matchups like against Shadow Drapion, right? You see the Mud Slaps adding up. You're doing a lot of damage. But if you get hit with an Aqua Tail, it takes a huge
You saw
chunk.
how much that did.
It's so much.
Like 70%.
Right?
That's 4 points sting only.
We talk about coverage a lot, but I also think it's important to consider targets. So I think we picked Dragalge as our best-in-class dragon. We have not seen it on the usage hardly at all. Not seen any battles that I can think of.
Wait, I thought you picked Dragalge. I picked Kingdra as the best Pokemon,
and we went with my bet because you knew you could bring this up on the cast, right?
That's totally something I would do.
The point I wanted to make is that a Pokemon can look really good when you look at the typings and the format overall, but when you're actually in the practice, when you're actually scrimming against friends, and you say, I don't see any Dragalge, there's a reason for that. And to loop back around to my original point, when you have something like a Crocodile and you say, I want ground type attack damage for the poison types, if there are no poison types, why do you want that?
And I think another reason why we don't see this kind of Pokemon, I feel like we're having a break from this right now, but I saw Milotic over and over and over and over and over.
Yeah.
Crocodile, I don't know if an Aqua does 100% damage. It probably gets pretty close.
Yeah, if I was Crocodile, I would not want to find out. I think that would hurt quite a bit. But these are two trainers that we have seen a couple times on the stage. We have seen Sharky King, this will be a second appearance. We have seen Steiner compete at the international level before. How do you feel about this matchup and these Pokemon? Because we do have Spiritomb on both sides as well as Kingdra. But I don't think, well, and Spidops, but and the Grimmsnarl. Sorry, 4 out of 6 are actually shared.
Yeah. So we've been memeing about the Crocodile for a little bit now.
Yeah.
Now, for real, I think it looks legit here.
Wait, okay,
Dunsparce.
explain.
Dunsparce, it has play, right? Because Dunsparce fast attack is rollout, doesn't really add up, and whenever there's not a lot of fast attack pressure, a Pokemon like Crocodile can really build up and have some momentum. Spiritomb, you technically resist all the damage. Shadow Ball probably still has 60%, but you resist it. Kingdra doesn't have water type charge or fast attack, so you can hang in just a little bit better than, for example, against the Spidops. The Spidops is not a great matchup. And then you have the Shadow Drapion, a decent match. You have the Grimmsnarl, a pretty decent match because you resist Sucker Punch. And here we go, we have the Spidops into Kingdra. And look at the back, that is the Crocodile. But let's see first how Steiner is going to play this. Are you going to bait with the Outrage? Both Pokemon should get there at the same time, but we see the bait with the Swift. If I was Spidops, I would shield this, but that's what you might think here, right?
Exactly. And you
he
saw,
shields.
yeah, he kind of twitched on the shield there, decided to go with it ultimately, and does shield the bait, which does put the Kingdra way ahead. But the debuff does change this matchup just a little bit, and he's able to pull a shield from Steiner in return.
Steiner is staying in a little bit here. I expect him to swap perhaps at some point, especially when the Spidops is dry on energy. That would have been maybe a moment, but now we see Sharky King trying to catch a debuff attack on his own Licky. Steiner is still building up energy, going to the maximum, and then catching on his Dunsparce, plus sneaking the rollout.
You saw how committed he was to good turn timing, right?
Yeah.
He fired off 2 more Dragon Breaths, even though it didn't give him any additional energy, but he does have a fully loaded Kingdra lurking in the back, and now the normal types are going at it.
This matchup might take a little while here. Both Pokemon are quite bulky, and that's why they are so common. I do think, though, that Dunsparce takes a little of the edge here because of the chip damage. And I don't know, actually. Maybe you need 3 charge stacks here. And now we see an Earthquake as well. You might wonder, this is not the same type of attack bonus, but still going for the Earthquake. That is because he doesn't want to give away more rollout sneakers.
Exactly, and I think the Earthquake is a higher damage output attack overall. But to your point, 3 drill runs might be necessary just because that Licky has so much bulk to it. Yeah, absolutely.
It's so awkward.
It's so awkward. I mean, this is like, trying to grab a bar of soap that keeps slipping out of your hands. Very tough matchup, very relatable anecdote there. Body Slam is going to connect into the Dunsparce to pick up the KO.
This is interesting. Not playing for the switch advantage. Ooh, but now getting the energy advantage, getting to a final Body Slam. Now you know as Sharky King that you need your Spidops somewhere else because you have Crocodile. Crocodile, this is the worst matchup for that Pokemon, so we're definitely going to see the Spidops come back in here.
Yeah, back into the mirror match we go. Spidops, and it looks like,
man, it has so much energy.
Wombo combo play. Here comes the Outrage. Do we see the shield from Sharky King? He's thinking about it. He's got 1 shield left. He twitches. He decides to use it. Wow.
Oh, yeah. So otherwise, the Spider was gone. All the energy would have been gone. Now in comes the Crocodile. But another Outrage is coming through. This is going to do so much damage. Are you ready for this, Speedy? Outrage is one of the most efficient charge attacks in his meta. Boom!
Almost brings down the Crocodile, but the Crocodile wins the matchup in the end. It's got barely hangs on, right? Still a shield there for Steiner as well. This looks really dire for Sharky King.
Yeah, that was such a good play from Steiner here. Drawing out the Crocodile, kind of just drew the shield. That energy from the Kingdra holding on to the very end allowed Steiner to now hold the shield, get to the Rock Tomb, seal the deal, take game number 1.
That was so tough because I think the Sharky King avoided kind of bumping into a wall, but then he turned around and there was a cliff, and he's like, oh, I guess I'm going to fall down either way.
I guess Crocodile maybe not have been the play to bring there, but Steiner actually respected the Pokemon, right?
He did.
You could also have an opponent that's like, Crocodile's not real, my opponent's not bringing it, and then when they do bring it, you might just get caught off guard. Let's say that Steiner had brought Drapion lead with Spiritomb in the back.
Exactly.
Crocodile could have been really difficult, but no. Steiner was like, this Pokemon actually is legit into me. I have to respect it, and he did.
That's one of the biggest things about competitive Pokemon, right? You don't have to have a hard counter to something, but you have to respect it enough to find win conditions and play around for it. But Kingdra was so incredible, and it all started here when he was able to bank an entire Outrage, and you see 2 more Dragon Breaths right there over the maximum energy because he's so committed to turn timing.
Went to the maximum. And yeah, that energy later was so useful still. This Licky got to another body slam. It wasn't gonna matter in the end. But what I love the most about what Steinar did there was drawing out the crocodile.
Yeah.
Only to get them farm it down. Like, look at this. I'm just gonna take your last shield. You're forced to swap in your other Pokemon. But the shield was just necessary to set up his own Spidops.
Oh my gosh,
so much damage.
Yeah, like we said, it got the win, but barely, and it could not do much else besides that. But with so many Spidops brought to this series, do we see Crocodile again?
Well, we're about to find out. It's not on the team of Shark King this time. We have the Spiritomb Mirror. Steiner taking a little bit more risk with the Crocodile because he knows that he just demolished it. In comes a Rock Tomb. Interesting thing, by the way, that Spiritomb from Shark King has Ominous Wind.
Yeah, that is very interesting. I think that threw me off a little bit when we commentated the first time around. Does win the Charge Attack priority as well. As Spiritomb is slightly higher attack stat than his opponent. And also for the first time, Martine, I believe this is a full mirror trio from both trainers on stage.
And we see the switch into the Kingdra from Sharky King. How does Steinar adapt here? I think you can still build up a little bit more. You're not in Swift range, so why not stay in? Make the best out of your Spiritomb. I think you kind of have to shoot it as Sharky King. If this was a Shadow Ball, it would almost knock out the Kingdra. So Sharky King has to respect it now. In comes the Spidops. And unfortunately for Sharky King, he didn't bring his Crocodile. Otherwise, he would have avoided this matchup here.
Well, it's tough when you lose switch advantage and you lose shield advantage back-to-back practically, and that's what happened to Sharky King there. He does connect with the Outrage, which is the first bit of good news for him so far in this matchup, and he settles for the Swift here, but it's not going to be enough.
And still no protection from Steiner. They're holding to his last protection, which is kind of tough for Sharky King. He needs to get the protection down here, but Steiner has to... Oh, he makes the catch on his Spiritomb. The problem is, now you lock in your Spiritomb for a farm down on whatever Steiner wants to bring in. In fact, he even missed a few bubbles on the charge hit because he wants to get even more farm. Look, he lets the Spiritomb Sucker Punch down so he can get a nice Dragon Red down. Ken, you get to another charge check. Ominous Wind comes in clutch here, but it's only an Ominous Wind.
Ominous Wind, yeah, absolutely. Getting off a charge tag is better than nothing at all, but it's not going to do very much, and there's no chance for a boost here. Yeah, no boost on the Ominous Wind. Sorry, everybody. But there's still a full health Spidops for Sharky King, but Steinar is leaning on this Kingdra. He thinks this is his win condition.
Yeah, he kind of has to try and make a catch attempt here. Timer's barely not up, though. Is he able to do it? It's so deceiving with one turn fast. He tried! The timer was barely not up. It only got up, but the Outrage already was launched.
That was insane. He felt it. He knew it in his veins that it was ready.
And the catch! He has a family!
Steinar catching on the Spiritomb. This lunge going nowhere, and Steinar is going on to this next round of the tournament.
Wait, another catch! Hold up, it's not a catch.
Oh my gosh.
Although I do think, though, that Sharky King preferred to have the Kingdra here to deal some fast damage. Steinar just reacting really quickly here. Now Dragon Redding down. The Spidops Kingdra is king in this meta.
The thing with Steinar's Kingdra is that it always has energy. You turn around, it's got energy. You look the other direction, it's got energy.
And there was there a Grimmsnarl on the team of Sharky King?
I don't believe in that third game.
Crocodile was the only Dark-type Pokemon, I believe. So yeah, you don't really have anything to catch that. There was no Milotic as well. We've seen so much Milotic throughout the tournament. There was nothing that could stop the Kingdra. And Steiner, he just really made good advantage of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Recognizing a Pokemon, I think that's another thing, right? When you pick a Pokemon on your team to be your most valuable pick, and you know that Pokemon can close out the matchup for you, you invest in it. I think, honestly, not to speak too much to this, but the way that you team build, Martine, you definitely pick certain Pokemon that you believe will win certain matchups, and you commit to them. I think the commitment is really what drove Steiner here.
I think you have to play the Grimmsnarl to catch off that Kingdra, but it's so scary, in my opinion, to play Grimmsnarl into a team with Shadow Drapion, because that matchup, in my opinion, is pretty much unplayable as the Grimmsnarl. Shadow Drapion is just everywhere, so Sharky King was just kind of stuck against the Kingdra. Steiner probably knew that Grimmsnarl is a very difficult Pokemon to play into him.
Let's talk about the internal clock. We just got the replay there. The swap was 1 second away from Sharky King. I think if that swap goes through, there is a reality where we are headed to a game number 3.
I think he would have had that game.
Definitely likely, right? I think that one of the biggest adjustments that trainers have made over the seasons is adjusting to the switch timer, whether it was 60 seconds or 50 seconds or 45 as it is currently. Having that internal clock, almost like a musician, just knowing when the beats are up, that's key.
But the most important thing about this meta in Spidops is the debuffs. Let's say he would have caught that attack, he then would outpace Kingdra to its next charge attack to a lunge. That Outrage then would either do less damage, or you can clear the debuff if you switch out. But the problem with that is, and now we saw a catch, so it didn't apply, but if you swap out, it allows the Spidops to get a bug bite down, and you can just start over again, because you just have energy again.
Exactly, just start farming up. And that's what I talked about earlier on as well, is that Spidops is such a good setup Pokemon. It can set up the rest of your team. It's not going to do the flashiest plays, it's not going to be the craziest closer, but it does help you to land the lunge, get out, come back in, bug bite, land the lunge, and just be such a menace towards your opponent.
Yeah, congratulations to Steinar, the first out-of-region trainer, I believe, to make it to, yeah, because the previous one was Damon Cash from the winner's side, trainer from France, and now trainer from Brazil, making it to Day 2 at the Europe International Championship. Exciting.
It's very, very exciting as we move through our bracket. Again, a massive tournament. I actually did the math, Martijn. You watched the pre-show. I know you watched my interview. And
yeah. Sometimes.
You were sending me so many compliments.
You asked me to.
I did. I begged you to watch it. I was like, please give me feedback.
I watched you.
I know you did. But I will say that I did the math, and roughly 80% of our registered players are from the EU region. Massive EU player base showing up here. So when we do see, 300 plus European trainers, and then maybe 50 from APAC or 70 from LATAM, and you see those trainers start to excel, that's really exciting.
Right, there's just a way larger player base that you have to compete against, and but the APAC, I feel like, is a very special region because 2 of the last World Champions had been won by them. Now we're going to have a European clash again. We have Strange TOP on the left and King OWT on the right from the UK. And what makes this matchup so special is that both trainers, they often top cut, but they never really took it to a very far in a championship. So, now they're in the winners finals in Group C. Let's see who's going to take it further here.
Exactly. These are names that a lot of people that watch the championship series will recognize, but they're not the names that are hoisting the trophy at the end of the day on Sunday, right? So this could be a breakthrough moment for each of them. They meet in the winners finals for Group C. So this absolutely locks down that Day 2 appearance if you do win this set. We have the double bug biters there from Strange Top, as well as the Frostlass Zweilous core there from King OWT.
Yeah, I have some insight in teams of some of those Spanish players, and yes, double bug is what many of the Spanish competitors have brought to this tournament, and we've seen from Alan that this just kind of can work.
I wanted to ask you in particular, Martijn, so this is a Shadow Ball Avalanche Frostlass. I heard backstage that Triple Axel was the sauce.
Who said that?
Tomahawk.
Tomahawk UK? Oh. You know why he's not playing, right?
Oh, so why is he wrong, though? Why is he wrong?
I actually agree. I actually agree. But there was a previous match where we had a Shadow Frostlass into a Milotic, and if he had Shadow Ball, he would have won that game. So, yes, when more water types are... But the problem is that this meta has just been shifting and shifting and shifting. Now you have so many water type Pokemon, and while I say that, there's only Kingdra here, which is hardly a water type Pokemon, but I swear that early on the day, Seeking and Milotic all over the place, and then Shadow Ball's nice.
I'm on your side. The Milotic usage has just blown my mind. I did not expect for it to be so popular. It doesn't pop on paper as a Pokemon that looks like it'll be that valuable, but it's just reliable. It's durable. Let's focus a bit on these teams a little bit more because we have some shared picks here. We do have these Spidops on both sides, and I think we have a couple more outside of that. But this is going to be a very dynamic matchup, and I'm really excited. I mean, these are some of your best.
Here we go. We have the Dragon Stand here. We have Kingdra on the left. We have Zweilous on the right. Both Pokemon have a normal type charge attack, and now going for the body slam. The immediate shields from Strange TOP, not going for the two-head play.
This is a matchup that I know these trainers are going to study, their Dragon matchups, but the pivot into Dunsparce shakes things up. But the Spiritomb, how do you feel about this?
Well, this is exactly what King OWT wants because he has Frostlass in the back. So this is kind of that ABB strategy where basically you bait out one Pokemon, you lead strong into it, right? Because now you still have the Zweilous to take care of the Spiritomb later, and Frostlass is going to be free. This Frostlass without Triple Axel.
Very, very good call out there. Rock Tomb connecting, but Dunsparce is a bulky, normal type Pokemon. It's no danger of being knocked out, and the drill runs are ready to go. We got one and almost a second one locked and loaded. I think this will be enough to KO though, right?
Yeah, even though debuffed, I think otherwise one more rollout will do it. Yeah, looks like you need maybe even 2. Is that possible? Oh, but go for the Swallows immediately. The Spirit Tomb now is out of the way. I do find this kind of risky because there could be a Bug-type Pokemon getting a lot of farm now, but there is no Bug-type Pokemon as you can see here. In comes the Licky. I think King OWT is on the moon right now because these are all the Pokemon Frostlass does not want to see.
Exactly. I think team composition-wise and even gameplay-wise, King OWT is really separating himself in this matchup so far. Body Slam coming through. This, I think, will be enough.
It will be very close, but there's an important detail, Speedy.
Yeah.
That Kingdra is loaded on energy still. And we see 2 shields. What we're going to see here is the most nasty thing ever.
Okay.
We're going to see either land an outrage through 2 shields, or we're going to see some Swifts being shielded.
All right, well, let's find out what we get. Oh, actually tried to catch, but didn't quite get it in time. Does he call the Swift bait?
Here we go. No protection being used. Oh, and he shields the Swift that is double resistant. You can almost see this coming, but you kind of cannot take the risk there.
Yeah, exactly. Do we see another catch attempt? Oh, just a hair late. This one is the outrage. Another shield from King OWT.
Great protect shield here, though. Now Kingdra has to pace quickly to get to another charge attack, and I think it might be very close to who gets to charge again. I think Kingdra might barely pace quick. Oh, the catch on the outrage! What an insane play from King OWT!
Try, and try again. 3rd time is the charm there as he does absorb the outrage damage, and I think that's going to close the door here on Strange TOP.
Production, can we get a replay real quick on King OWT's reaction there? Because that was just like the memes, you know? It's like perfect. And now he has 2 Avalanche ready to go. Avalanche is one of the strongest attacks from the Queen of Ice. Frostlass takes game number 1.
Licky can't even get a word in as Frostlass slams the door in game number 1. And King OWT he's all smiles. You can't help but smile after that.
I'm also smiling. That was, wow, those are the moments that you watch, you live for, right? Oh.
We saw it twice, right? We saw the attempt, the 2nd attempt, and I thought, is he going to try a 3rd time? What a call.
The thing is, Strange TOP had to throw there. He had no HP on his Kingdra anymore. You don't throw your attack there, you might just get rolled out down by the Dunsparce. You had no choice.
Exactly. Backing your opponent into a corner is a massive skill that separates the best performers from those trainers that are still learning the ropes. But, oh my gosh, it feels like that was the end of the series, but we are in it. We got another game, at least 1 more to go.
Yeah, and look at this, going into the Swallows to make sure that the Spiritomb wouldn't get to another charge stack there. If he didn't do that and the Spiritomb would have gone to a charge stack, that catch later on would not have been possible.
Exactly. Frostlass using the final Protect Shield. It's just the Dragon versus the Ice, and in comes the swap.
Look at his face. Look at his face. I want to see his expression.
It's the finger cross that does it for me.
Yes. Okay, come on. Yeah. Beautiful.
Perfecto on the catch there. What a play. And my goodness, if you are Strange TOP, you got to be thinking, man, I need to stay grounded. I need to come back from that. I know I'm good enough and I can do it, but it's so daunting when your opponent makes a play like that.
Yeah, how do you adapt from this? Strange TOP didn't bring any Bug-type Pokemon to this match, and King OWT just threw his Swallows around like, haha, I know you don't have any Bug Pokemon with you.
Uh-huh, exactly. It had so many openings. It came, it went, it saw, it conquered. But game number 2 could be a different story here for Strange TOP and King OWT. Frostlass, great closer. I'm starting to be a believer. I'm not all the way there yet, Martijn, but I liked how it looked in that game 1.
It's not really that bad, even into Dunsparce and Licky. Like, I think Tomahawk UK did have a point, because if you run Shadow Frostlass, it's actually quite decent into those Pokemon. But we have a regular Frostlass here. It is actually in the back, but this time we have Licky into Swallows.
Massive lead here for King OWT. Going to do a lot of neutral damage, but Licky can fight back. So it could go either way. Dark Pulse right off the bat.
It's the same team from King OWT, so we might see him deploy the same strategy where he tries to bait out a potential Spiritomb in the back. There is no Spiritomb in the back this time, but what we do see is a Spidops. And if you switch out here, it only would allow Strange TOP to align. And now we see the Earthquake come through. This is a hard-hitting charge stack. And now we see the swap from Strange TOP actually, and in comes the Frostlass. And again, this is such a nasty matchup because you don't want to start shooting Swifts.
This is so risky, right? Because if you just full send the Outrage, you might get lucky and connect, but the Avalanche is going to come through first. The pacing is very similar to these 2 Pokemon, but like you said, Martijn, Kingdra, there's a lot of variability here.
We're about to find out. This is where the mind games come in play. You just use a shield, so it's obvious that you're going to bait. That's what Strange TP is thinking. Is King OWT also thinking that, no, he uses the Protect Shield. He's sniffing all the correct plays out.
My heart can't take it. I thought the Outrage was going to connect again, but the Avalanche is going to get fired off. Do we see a second shield? Yes. Strange TOP doubling down.
At this point, the Dragon Breath damage adds up so much that even Double Swift will likely just do the job, but the timer's almost up, so Strange TP can even store his energy if he wants to. Tries to catch, and he does catch, but it's only a Swift. It's not an Outrage.
I think just the swap, right? Just the intimidation factor there, needing to throw some energy and maintain HP on the Kingdra forces the Swift out. Kingdra's not done yet, and the switch timer is still up. King OWT has a very important decision to make.
I think Frostlass is also not done yet, but I don't think that you can hang in these matchups as much anymore. You need it for the Spider-Ups. In comes a Swift. Again, do you call this one? Do you use a protection? Your final protection. And yes, he does on a Swift. I think that Skingler can now get to another Outrage.
Yeah, Strange TOP is building this back block by block. Spider-Ups comes in, but it's going to take a Rock Slide for its trouble. It won't pace to the lunge quite in time. This is going to be full damage, but Dunsparce is not the bulkiest Pokemon. It doesn't have that much attack. It still takes half from the Spider-Ups.
Can the Dunsparce get there before the Spider-Ups? No, lunge is coming through, and this might be a crucial play. Keep in mind that there's still energy on the Frostlass as well from King OWT. Strange TOP still has 3 Pokemon, but they're all quite low health.
Another charge attack getting queued up here. Spider-Ups probably will not endure this if it's at full strength, but the undercharge, ever the crafty one, does he get a rollout? Yes, he goes
for the Powder Snow, actually. What do you come in with now? Comes in with the Licky Licky, which still has fast attack pressure, but doing this, now you have to bring the Kingdra.
Yeah, you have to, right? But the Kingdra versus the Frostlass, the Dragon Breaths are going to add up so quickly. I don't know if Powder Snow is going to be enough to pick up the KO.
Do you have enough HP as the Kingdra here? Powder Snow does more damage now. Swift is coming through, but I don't know how much more this Kingdra can have.
Yeah.
Dunsparce doesn't hit very hard with fast attacks, though.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Kingdra may be 3 Dragon Breaths away from the next Swift. It's 3. He has it. He throws it, but he gets every ounce of Dragon Breath he could.
This has to knock out. If it doesn't knock out, the rollout might just KO Kingdra and Strange TOP. No! Oh, Dunsparce hangs on. What?
What?
Oh my goodness, this Dunsparce might just be the greatest of them all.
Martine, I started clapping.
I thought that Swift would have knocked out.
I thought Strange TOP was forcing us a game 3 there, but my goodness, Dunsparce.
What a close game that was. I did not see that one coming. And like you said, getting as many Dragon Breaths in as possible. Actually, I'm not so sure about that, because at the very end, another rollout snuck through, and that meant that maybe he could have done, I think honestly he could have done 1 more Dragon Breath only. 1 more, but I don't think he even would have done the job.
It's tough, right? Because I believe he did 4. He did 3 for the first rollout, and then a 4th one to get a little bit more damage, and then the Swift. Maybe he can't get to the 4th because the second rollout doesn't apply until turn 6.
Yeah,
so
it's really tough. Look at all the catch from King OWT, right? This is game 2 and game 1. They were even nastier with the Outrage on the Dunsparce. What a phenomenal play he's put up here. This day 2 for King OWT, absolutely deserves.
I was going to say absolute cinema is what I was going to call this series here. This was
I should have said that.
Insane, but the record books will show that I said it first. Here comes a lunge into the Dunsparce, and like you called out, the swaps, the timing. This meta is so fascinating. It's so dynamic. The Frostlass switching to clutch up the Avalanche and load it up for this next matchup. Double resisting though the Swift. My gosh, so many twists and turns.
Yeah, and again, the Frostlass just put in so much work as well, right? They're really proving all the haters wrong that, you know, Shadow Ball is still viable. Shadow Ball is still good. It's a really good charge attack. You just don't throw into normal type Pokemon and you're probably just fine.
I don't know who is doubting Frostlass. Definitely don't go back and watch the VOD and listen to me commentate.
Really not.
Really, yeah. But, you know, it looked really impressive there. What a series as well. I mean, from some of Europe's best. Like you said, not consistently winning events, maybe haven't reached the pinnacle yet, but they're right up there. They're climbing the top cut, very consistent, very, very talented players.
History is going to be written this weekend. However, we're going to take a look one more time at what history looked like. We're going to take a look at the first world champion one more time. Stay tuned. We got so many more of these great battles coming up.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Will Dunphy, and let's take a trip back to the first Pokemon Go World Championships in London, England in the summer of 2022. Dancing Rob from Germany and Godon Hada from South Korea, took their seats at center stage for the Masters Division Grand Finals. What happened next was more exciting than anyone could have ever predicted. This was Pokemon Go's inaugural season in the Pokemon Go Championship Series, and only one of these trainers could become the first world champion. Pokemon Go's 2022 competitive season was characterized by the nearly unbreakable core of Walrein and Trevenant. This pair's synergy made them almost irreplaceable on a team of 6. But as Pokemon Go established its own unique identity within the championship circuit, so did its trainers. Unique Pokemon like Air/Mandibuzz, Ember, Shadow, Kanto, Ninetales, and Obstagoon claimed regional and international titles around the world. Dancing Rob competed earlier in the year at Pokemon Go's first ever live-streamed event, the 2022 European International Championships. Dancing Rob made a powerful run through the losers bracket in Day 2, before being defeated by the eventual runner-up, Freaka. With that, Dancing Rob had qualified for the World Championships in London. That August, the World Championships began. After a promising 2-0 start, Dancing Rob was defeated by Lurgan Rocket, Pokemon Go's first ever regional champion, in just the 3rd round. This loss set Dancing Rob down into the losers bracket. What happened next is something that may never happen again in competitive Pokemon Go. Dancing Rob would go on to win the next 7 rounds, including a rematch against the Liverpool regional champion as he completely swept the losers bracket. With a combined record of 9-1 and everything on the line, Dancing Rob took the stage, head-to-head against Godon Hada for the Grand Finals. As a result of Pokemon Go's double elimination format, Dancing Rob needed to win not 1, but 2 best of 5s against his opponent to claim the championship. The Grand Finals began, and Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales, Medicham, and Shadow Swampert secured him an early 2-0 lead. Then, Godon Hada and his Shadow Kanto Ninetales fought back.
You have the opportunity to close this tournament out right here, and right now, you might as well just go for it.
Godon Hada claimed victory in games 3 and 4 and tied the series 2-2. In Game 5, the world held its breath as the matchup between the final Pokemon on the field was decided by just a half-second Dragon Breath.
Galarian Stunfisk gets to the rock slide first, and we have a bracket reset.
Dancing Rob's Galarian Stunfisk reached the rock slide, and Dancing Rob had successfully forced the Grand Finals reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales met Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales in the lead. Game 1 belonged to Godon Hada, but Dancing Rob struck back in Games 2 and 3. Godon Hada would even the series yet again with a Game 4 victory. Now, tied 2-2, both trainers were just 1 game away from becoming the first Pokemon Go World Champion. Years of hard work, dedication, and practice boiled down to one final matchup.
This is my moment. This is my opportunity. I'm going to seize this championship, this victory, this glory. This is it. This is my time to become the first champion. And we are queued up here for a decisive game number 5.
Dancing Rob and Godon Hada's decisive battle began, and Dragon, Steel, Fire, and Ice attacks erupted from the field. Dancing Rob positioned his Alola Ninetales to overcome Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and the crowd roared as Dancing Rob finally defeated Godon Hada. History was made. Dancing Rob had just become the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion. Dancing Rob is proof that you need hard work, determination, and belief in yourself to become the best. Thank you so much for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon Go history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
This is our second international championship of the Pokemon Go series. This is our second condensed meta that we are in, but this is our day one of the European International Championships here in London. I'm Amanda, also known as Lundberger, here alongside the Marto Galde, and we are very excited to be bringing you this action.
Thank you so much, Amanda. It's a pleasure being here with you. And what a long day has been here at the Excel London. There's some players that have played like a lot of hours already, but there are also some players that have not played yet or are still starting to play. So we have a long day coming, and we have still a lot of battles. Amazing.
We started early in the morning. There were so many competitors. This is the largest Pokemon Go tournament so far, and we're slowly dwindling down. You might see some more familiar faces. Some people you've already seen on stream a few times. Some people already who are locking in that day number 2. And I know that if you are like many of the people who are watching at home, you're very excited about this upcoming matchup.
Yeah, a lot of fan favorite players that just keep rolling, getting win after win, and maybe coming back to the stage. And, you know, we might see a few of them maybe in a couple of minutes.
Yes, I mean, there was so many different Pokemon. Since this is a condensed meta, that means there's only been specific types that are allowed for this. And at the beginning, we were kind of throwing around some caster predictions. And I know, Marto, that you picked originally Dragalge as the dragon of choice. Looking at what we've seen so far today, looking at your face even and the expression, do you want to change your opinion at this point?
Yeah, I don't think I'm a good predictor. I don't think I have done very well at those. Only, I think, not even Beedrill. Beedrill has not been that great today.
Wow.
Just speaking about Beedrill, we have a Beedrill in both sides here.
And also, one thing that I've really noticed about the Beedrills is that they're running like only solo bug-type attacks. What do you think about that? Is that something that is super viable, especially in a meta that is a little more, you know, trimmed down, that they're aiming for very specific counter Pokemon?
Yeah, I think it's definitely the way. Again, this is a bug type meta, right? And only Pokemon that receives bug are poison type, like Dragalge.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is not being used that much. So yeah, I don't think we need Drill Run specifically for this meta. And it's also a legacy charge move. So, you know, some players might not have the elite charge TMs. But actually, if you're watching the stream, you can get some drops and elite charge TM with it. So.
That's absolutely right. Make sure that you are connected. I think it tells you in the chat how you are able to do that. You have the chance to go ahead and get a Dugong, just like the one that Nighttime Clasher, who is on the screen, played at LAIC. He won the last international championship of the season. He's hoping he can do it here, but he's got to get past that bronze medalist, Calvia, earlier from Belgium. Let's see how they're going to play it out. We have a Seeking in the lead up against a Spiritomb.
Yeah, and these two Pokemon are both looking to debuff here, but this Seeking actually going for the bait here, and we have seen a lot of players do this, so Nighttime Clasher knows this and lets it go.
And this Icy Wind is going to guaranteed debuff the Spiritomb, so the attacks aren't going to be doing as much. And actually, Nighttime Clasher, instead of going for that Rock Tomb, which would debuff as well, is going for that heavier hitting Shadow Ball and gets a shield from Cal's side.
Yeah, that was a very smart play by Nighttime Clasher, but called by Kaifke, and now he's on the front seat, right, taking the energy here, and actually going for a catch here on the resisted Icy Wind.
I tell you what, it was in the driver's seat for a bit, but Nighttime Clasher is saying, give me back the wheel here. He will be debuffed, and there is this opportunity for Calfee to be able to swap out, but it looks like he's staying in, getting some more energy, and now maybe, looks this, going for a bait here. Do you shield in this position, Marto?
I mean, Kaifke really wants the shield here, and Nighttime Clasher is going to give his shield to him, and is going to take a lot of energy on the Seeking.
Going ahead now, swapping into that Dunsparce is going to take that Mega Horn, but you have to remember now, this is double debuff, so it's not going to be doing as much damage at all. No Protect Shield on Captain's side. That is the minimal amount of damage as the rollout start. Get rolling.
Yeah, laughable damage by the Seeking. This Dunsparce is looking pretty good. Can take charge moves, output damage, maybe get some energy. It's going to be very tough for Nighttime Clasher in this game.
Yeah, Nighttime Clasher is like, yeah, he's trying to do everything he can to get back in. Some quick swaps. Now going into his Licky, which is the #1 used Pokemon of day #1. We've been seeing it all over here. Not on Calfia's team. Now this Dunsparce going for yet another charge attack here.
Yeah, a lot of aggressive plays, but look at that back line. That Umbreon is lurking in the back, and how do you take away an Umbreon without a bug type?
I mean, that's really what Calfia did earlier on, just relying on that bulk of the Umbreon to power through the team. If there's not a bug type Pokemon on the other team, able to do quite a lot. In comes that Umbreon to just soak up the damage. Earthquake is a heavier hitting attack, but Umbreon can take it. And Marto, you're the only person who doesn't know it. Umbreon taking attack is my favorite thing in the game. Little paw goes up, there it goes.
Yeah, actually, if you didn't know, Umbreon is the bulkiest Pokemon in this entire meta, because Chansey is completely banned. So if you want to soak up energy in the Pokemon, it has to be Umbreon.
It's got to be. energy, and it's exactly what Calfee is doing there. And it's also being able to pace quite quickly, getting to this foul plays, opting to do that over Dark Pulse because it's a little less energy. Earthquake, number 2 going through from Nighttime Clasher side. Umbreon still in the green, just going to get knocked down to the yellow here.
Yeah, and this is a very important play by Calfee. Does not throw energy, but the Seeking actually gets to the Icing Wind first.
I like this play, trying to negate some damage. I think Calfee knows it's definitely not going to be enough to knock out, but it still is enough to get that shield off of him. I wonder if we'll see him throwing. Look at it. He has 2 attacks stored, coming back in with that Dunsparce.
Yeah, saving the energy, going a bit close in the Dunsparce there. Maybe wanted the farm down, but definitely cannot get it, and it's gonna get farm down to one of Nighttime Clasher's Pokemon.
So let's see what Nighttime Clasher wants to do. Immediately coming back in with Spiritomb, taking out that Dunsparce, and now he's got energy to throw. Man, I tell you what, Umbreon is just having to take attack after attack, doesn't shield the Earthquakes, and now, I mean, this might even be close to knocking out.
Oh, it endures the charge move. That is huge in this matchup because he went for the charge attack priority and is going to have an actual charge move for the Pokemon coming in.
Wow, this is incredible. Yes, it is debuff, but there is still a little bit extra stored. He throws it right away into the Licky Tongue. Nighttime Clasher still has a shield. This is the best time to use it. He wants to make sure to get this Umbreon out of the way, and now the Seeking is coming back in. How much energy does it have? It might be a race to the finish here.
Oh my god, that was one fast move away from going to the Ice Wind, but actually Licky getting to the Body Slam and securing the first game for Nighttime Clasher.
Wow, Nighttime Clasher, at times it really seemed like he was on the back foot there, but Umbreon coming back in, Umbreon goes down. Nighttime Clasher takes game number 1.
Yeah, you cannot take that Licky away. It's bulky, it just outputs a million type of charge attacks, and very well played by Nighttime Clasher. I mean, he's on a roll right now.
He really, really is. He's on perhaps a rollout right now. I'm sorry, Marto. You're stuck with me for at least a couple more games. But yes, I think that while we're looking at these 2 trainers, it's important to note that both of these have a lot of notoriety behind their names because Nighttime Clasher right now, he's leading the global leaderboard because he just won that Latin American International Championship. He's proven that he's very good in condensed metas. But Calfee, on the other hand, had his breakout performance last year at EUIC, getting 3rd place overall and kind of proving that, you know, sometimes someone a little bit newer, maybe someone that is ready and hungry for the experience can take these wins.
Completely. This is the matchup of a lifetime, right? LAC champion against former top 3 in EUIC, maybe defending his trophy as well here, so it's going to be great. Nighttime getting the edge in the beginning, but we'll see if Calfee can come back with this Umbreon.
Yeah, they were very close matchups, and you have to wonder, looking at the damage output of everything that was going on, the Umbreon took 2 Earthquakes from that Licky. Do you think maybe if Calfee would have used one of his shields during that middle matchup, that it maybe could have changed the outcome?
I mean, it's always tough to shield your Umbreon, right? Your bulkiest Pokemon in the entire meta, you just want it to take damage. You don't want to shield it. When you start shielding your Umbreon, maybe you're giving a bit of an advantage to your opponent, especially shielding a Licky, right? Licky is also a Pokemon you don't want to shield, but let's go ahead into the second game.
Wow, these guys are locked in. They are ready to go, ready to show everyone what this is about. Drapion normally looks like it can be a pretty decent Frostlass court, but one thing I want to point out earlier, we talked about Bijo running solo bug type. Calfee's Frostlass is also running a mono-type ice attacks.
Wow, and almost calls the crunch, but shields the Aqua Tail. This matchup is actually pretty decent for Frostlass because the Power Snow is doing a lot of damage and it starts to ramp up the fast attack damage. So this is not that great for the Drapion.
Yeah, not only that, these triple axles are going to boost it even more there. You heard the sound, you saw the little extra attack damage now going through. Going for yet another Aqua Tail here. Does Calfee know? Using both shields up in this first part of the matchup. You see him shake his head. This is not what he wanted to do. And this might not be the time where he actually wants to throw ice type attacks, but he's going to go ahead and throw that Avalanche, get a shield off of Nighttime Clasher's side.
Yeah, he wants to take advantage of the value of this Frostlass, right? Double boosted, maybe you want to use this energy, but it's starting to get a bit tough. Actually, this Mehorn is resisted, so we will see if Frostlass can endure this.
This is a Shadow. Keep in mind, Shadow Pokemon take that 20% more damage. Frostlass doesn't have a lot to it, but it looks like able to hang on and put out another Avalanche here. No Protect Shields remaining on either side. So we're going to see, I think, a lot of aggressive plays and swaps through these high-level players.
Yeah, that's monumental damage there, but I think Seeking might get to a Mega Horn here. Oh, that's 1 HP and a Dream.
Whoa, like we said, no Protect Shields. Nighttime Clash are able to get to yet another Mega Horn. This will do mega damage to that Seeking, puts it way down into the red. And now it might be Calfu's turn to be able to throw some damage back as this Licky comes in, going straight for that Mega Horn right away.
Yeah, looks like Nighttime Clasher Seeking is in love with him because he survived with 1 HP and is doing so much in this battle.
Well, yeah, I guess, I mean, when you're playing with a champion like this, you're saying, okay, I'm going to try to do everything I can to help keep you in this good position. We just need one more game to advance on. This body slam will knock out Calfio Seeking, and we'll see what he brings in himself. Dunsparce, an immediate pivot into that drop beyond on Nighttime Clasher's side.
Yeah, but this Dunsparce is actually completely full with HP, and this Drapion has no shields left, so it's going to do try to do a lot of work, but I don't know if he could do it.
I mean, he's going for the crunch. It has a possibility to debuff. Doesn't get it there, it looks like, but this drill run will be enough to knock out the Drapion. Calfio wants to try to gain up a little bit more energy because these rollouts aren't going to be doing much to what's coming back in. It's going to be that charge attack damage. Licky already out of body slam, but not before this drill run goes through. I think he has to go for the Earthquake.
Yeah, this is going to be a close game. We have a catch available here, and this is Licky going to go for Earthquake or for the body slams here. He waits a turn and goes for the Earthquake.
They both, you can see that there has to go for the Earthquake, has to go for the heavy hitting damage. Is it enough to knock out this Dunsparce? Gets it desperately low. Just roll out after roll out here between the two of them. Down goes the Dunsparce. In comes the Frostlass.
Oh my god, the Frostlass takes down the Licky with 1 HP.
Wow, both of these games so incredibly close. You can't take your eyes off it for 1 second or you might miss this incredible action, and you're looking between them. You see Calfio he has to take a breath himself. He's like, how did I win that matchup? It really came down to that absolute wire, and it came down to having a 2-turn fast attack versus a 3-turn fast attack. It almost looked like at that very end scenario.
Yeah, he's completely shocked. That endgame was brutal, like 1 HP, that power's now going in, and just like saving that Frostlass was so important, right? Not letting it go. Look at this Frostlass taking the Mega Horn easily. Double boosted Avalanche, a lot of value again, as we say, and very well played by Kaifke all around.
I mean, we knew that Frostlass was a powerhouse before. A lot of people are opting to run it with Shadow Ball as one of its fast attacks or charge attacks for ghost type damage, but there is a lot to be said about this mono ice type, and I think Calfio is putting on quite a show with it.
Yeah, it made the opponent switch, right? Made the aggressive plays, and Kaifke played it slow. Just, I'm buffed, I can do damage, and then saving it for this end game was absolutely marvelous plays.
So if you are just tuning in now, we are at 1-1 in that winners finals for Group D. That means whoever wins this will be guaranteed to be in that winners side of the bracket for day number 2. Nighttime Clasher leading that global leaderboard. Calfio, really, really good player from Belgium. Excited to see how this will play out in this decisive game number 3. You can see both of them taking a moment. Game 1, they were locked in. Game 2, immediately after. Game 3, both of them are kind of taking a moment to look at each other's teams.
Yeah, and Kaifke actually gains momentum by that win, right? He loses the first game, but now wins the second one. The momentum is on him, right? He's excited. He cannot believe he won that game, and we have to see how he adapts to the final game. Will he bring his Umbreon, though? Because we have seen no Vigil from Nighttime Clasher, but that Seeking has Mega Horn, so I don't know how that match goes, but, that might hurt in the Umbreon.
I mean, while I have such a high-level competitor like yourself in the booth with me, I do have a couple questions about this meta. Umbreon, was it on your radar at all? Like, I'm watching it play out between, I saw Arrow playing it a little bit earlier, I've seen Calfio play it. How much really do you think it has to play? Do you think we see it in this third game?
Yeah, we actually see it in the game 3, actually, and we see a water type against the water type in the lead.
This was the other question that I had for you here. Did you expect to see so much Milotic? Because it's been everywhere. It's been like the most used Pokemon, I think, and it's doing fantastic running that wrap, which has the potential to debuff, and also that's exactly what they're going for against Seeking here.
Yeah, it was a Pokemon that not many people used at the beginning, but it has definitely been trending up and coming into this tournament, and it has been a staple for sure. And going for the first wrap of the game here, this matchup is going to be pretty positive for Milotic, seems.
Yeah, already pacing a little bit quicker too, forcing now the shield from Calfio's side because he doesn't want the Seeking to be knocked out by the attacks, especially when it's got so much energy here. Going up just a little bit more and going for that heavy hitting Mega Horn. Do you shield if you're Nighttime Clasher? Looks like he's gonna let this go. Is this even enough to knock out?
This is a very important part of the... Oh, and doesn't knock out, and he's gonna save it, and this Seeking farm down is very important, but does not let it go.
Now both of them are switch locked. Calfia just swapped a little bit later, so the switch timers are barely misaligned, and both of these trainers probably have to keep note of that, as well as how much energy are on any other Pokemon. Twice now, I believe, that he's fallen for these baits here. Now the Dunsparce is going to be debuffed, throwing this, and no shield from Nighttime Clasher's side.
Yeah, very frustrating for Kaifke. You can see it on his face. You don't want to shield an Icy Wind, right? You want to hit the high damage Megahorn, right?
Absolutely true, but now he's still being able to outpace a little bit, going for the second drill run. Still no shield on Nighttime Clasher's side. The Seeking is putting in a lot of work. We saw how much that first Megahorn did. Well, guess what? Nighttime Clasher's that one too.
It's doing a lot of work, but it's getting very low here. This Megahorn is going to hit hard, but I don't know if he can reach another charge move, and this Umbreon might take the end game.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Neither one of these players know what's in the back, and look at this, simultaneously, both swapping into their Water-type Pokemon to the ones at the beginning here. You see Nighttime Clasher is deciding, okay, yeah, no, I definitely want to knock out this Seeking here. And wow, what a play.
That was a genius decision by Kaifke, because he knew Nighttime Clasher was going to go for the combo play. He just predicted it, and he's going to get more farm now with this Umbreon. This is perfect.
2 Snarls to knock out that Milotic. In comes the Lickitung, and this is actually the great position. Already an Umbreon with a little bit of an energy advantage, throwing now the foul play. Now Umbreon, like you said, is the bulkiest, the tankiest Pokemon that we have in the Great League, so that means it's never going to win a charge attack priority between a Lickitung here. So we'll have to see when they want to time to play out their attacks. This Earthquake is now going to hit.
Yeah, and this game is going to be very tricky, right? Because Nighttime Clasher still has a shield left, but that Dunsparce is close to a charge move. Nighttime Clasher is going to need the catch, and catches the charge move.
Wow, it's like you're using Future Sight there yourself, because that's exactly what he did, negating a lot of the energy that the Umbreon already built up. That Seeking goes down, but that just means there's only the Lickitung left on Nighttime Clasher's side. And I mean, I think if you're Calfia, you're still feeling comfortable, but maybe a little bit less so now, knowing how much energy has been expended and seeing that you are down into the red, opting to go for the last resort.
Very interesting play here by Kaifke. This Licky's energy dry, so this Dunsparce might be able to get to a charge move. No, actually he stays with the Umbreon, still wants to get another last resort, and if he has a drill run in the back, he might be able to win this game.
Yeah, I think Nighttime Clasher also recognizing, okay, what do I shield up here? I need to shield up the more impactful one. He just used that. He's charging up a ton of extra energy. He wants to make sure he's got a little for everything. Licky is going to be able to knock out this Umbreon with this Body Slam. The real question is, will he be able to knock out that Dunsparce in the back as well?
Oh, he didn't have the charge move. Actually, Nighttime Clasher is going to take the game, double up in the Body Slam, and taking out both Pokemon.
Calm and collected, Nighttime Clasher just collecting those Body Slams. 1 for the Umbreon, 1 for the Dunsparce. Game 3 for him. He's advancing on.
Wow, what a performance by the reigning LAIC champion. Top 1 in the leaderboards, absolutely insane battles. I think those were one of the best games of all day. Completely insane predictions, you know, the Aqua Tail catch. Absolutely incredible.
Nighttime Clasher is one of those trainers who he's been around for a little bit, maybe not since the very, very beginning of the Pokemon Go Championship Series, but I just think that that is a true testament to someone who has the capability, the knowledge, and also should be an encouragement for every one of you at home watching, saying, would I like to play in this type of tournament before? He was using spicy things at the beginning. He was using Pokemon he really liked. He learned this game so well that he is currently leading the top of our leaderboards. And wow, what an incredible story.
Yeah, and now he uses meta better than anyone else, right? And you can see here the double water strategy working out for him. Even with this catch, was so far ahead that take this game, and very well played by Nighttime Clasher.
Yeah, he's one of those trainers that I think at the beginning people were like, yeah, he's good, but now everyone's like, ooh, wow, no, he's great.
Yeah, he's definitely always a contender for these tournaments, right? And again, as we said before, like international champions, right? You expect a lot of them, but a lot of them have fallen down to the losers bracket. And Nighttime Clasher is the one remaining on the winners bracket. So advances today too.
Yeah.
Completely unbeaten.
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking about that backstage. We were like, wow, there's been quite a few upsets. And that's what I like about these big tournaments like this. Like, we just saw a Sharky King, the very first matchup that we saw earlier on in the day, and he was playing against Steiner in the winner finals as well. This is a trainer who he had only gone to 2 events before, both also in the UK. And look how far he came. This 3rd tournament ever, he was already in the winners finals. That is absolutely incredible for a trainer who hasn't gotten out and gotten as much experience.
Yeah, absolute stellar performance, right? Taking down big names. And again, you could be a big name, right? But then maybe another underdog comes in, and you can still beat some big names here. And you can see in this tournament as well, a lot of upsets, a lot of groups, a lot of games we have yet. So it's been absolutely incredible.
I think that's one good thing about a condensed meta like this is if you learn your 6 Pokemon, you don't maybe have to learn against the hundreds of Pokemon that could be potentially played in the Open Great League. You maybe have to focus on, okay, I know that maybe 15 Pokemon, maybe 20 Pokemon. If I can learn these matchups and I can really be the best Drapion player, if I can be the best Licky Licky player, that's going to put you so far ahead in a tournament like this.
Yeah, I completely agree. And again, this meta, it's really flexible, right? So there's not going to be a opponent that's going to come and you have a Pokemon that just beats like 5 Pokemon of your team. You have a lot of plays to do. So that's what's great about this meta, and that's what I love it.
Yeah. And let us know in like maybe an X post, or let us know online what you think. What is your favorite Pokemon that you've seen? What's your favorite play? Who are you rooting for to win this whole thing? We've been getting some of these social posts, and you can go ahead and we're going to actually show some of them because we're encouraging more people use that hashtag PokemonEUIC to see a chance to be posted yourself. But look at this. What a flex.
What a beautiful Pokemon. This Ponyard could actually become a King Gambit, or if you like it, you could use it on the Great League actually. Ponyard is a pretty decent Pokemon at it.
I think of this, yeah, I mean, maybe you're a shiny collector, maybe you are a gift collector, but a lot of these trainers are going for many different aspects here at EUIC. And also look at this, trainers. Pokemon Go will be at the Excel London during the Pokemon European International Championships. Come by and say hello. Definitely have to go do that. That is going to be something that is so cool. They're outside in the Pokemon Go truck. And if you do that, make sure to use that hashtag because we definitely want to see it on the broadcast.
Yeah, again, a lot of stuff to do here at the International Championship. And we can see Jim here. Look at that entrance. That is absolutely beautiful. Every time you go inside the Excel, it looks amazing.
I was going to say that's absolute fire, but it's also absolute dragon if you think about it. Pokemon players, it's game day at EUIC, and y'all are what you make of this little hobby so amazing. That is so true.
Yeah, always the community carrying the tournament, right?
Exactly. Well, I know that's a reason why a lot of people go, including Claudia here. She's very inspirational, very, very cool person to meet, and she picked up her badge, and she's officially in the competition mode. Look at this stop. This is one of the special stops that you can get only at the European International Championship, so make sure to spin them if you're here. You're going to get a lot of cool drops, and I think there's some interesting Pokemon available as well.
Yeah, and not only gifts, you can get some Pokemon that you can use maybe in this meta, maybe in Open Great League, so these tournaments give you all. Like, they also give you charge TMs that you can use in your Pokemon, so just come here and have a great time.
Yeah, I know sometimes, like right before the tournament start, if people know that I'm going to be there, I get messages like, hey, could you make sure to please send me a gift from that? So yes, I have read the messages. I promise I will start sending out some gifts, but I've been so wrapped up in the action that I barely had a chance myself to open the game. My eyes have been glued to the screen to see who is going to make it on to day 2.
Yeah, it's very hard to do everything, right? The battles in itself are just so distracting because they're just great. And then you have to talk with people, you have to send gifts, too much stuff to do here, and you can just do all of them.
Yeah, we needed to be a week-long event. What do you mean a 3-day event?
I would take a week-long UAC.
Yeah,
that would be fun.
That. We're just pitching it. We're pitching it, TPC. What do you think?
Make it happen.
Well, one thing that we'll also pitch, and I'm sure that this one will actually be approved, is that we're going to have some more trainers coming up pretty soon. But, I mean, there's been so many good players. These players are super well known within the European region, and I would argue even beyond, because they are players who are top of the meta. M.E. Weedle there on that right-hand side, he was a previous European International Champion, and Colin Six is currently leading the EU leaderboards with the most championship points.
Yeah, and again, we talked before, a lot of upsets in this tournament, but this group, actually the top-seeded players, reach the finals here, so this is gonna be a very good matchup here. The final boss, Colin Six, against former actually world champion, senior world champion M.E. Weedle, international champion, regional champion, against a multiple regional champion. A lot of champions here.
Yeah, there's definitely champions, and I mean, let us know in the chat who you think is going to win. You absolutely called that, Marto. I said earlier on in the broadcast, I think there's only been 2 trainers who have won a regional competition, an international championship, and a worlds, and that is It's Accent and also their M.E. Weedle, and he is won that, our only senior division.
And you know what? You have them both in this tournament, actually.
Yeah, that's incredible. There's just so many good players in this game, so many of these players fighting for those championship points and fighting for those top 4 placements. Everyone wants to do the best they can, but whoever gets those top 4 gets those direct qualification for that World Championship in San Francisco for the 30-year anniversary. Everyone is so pumped for this.
Yeah, and let's talk about these teams here, right? They seem to be pretty standard. Actually, on Colin's side, we don't see any Spite Ups. We see a Bijou again as the bug type choice, and Milotic again coming back to the field.
And I also want to point out, every single Beedrill that I have seen so far has been running this solo bug type, but we don't see it on the field here at this moment. We see that Dunsparce up against that Milotic that seems to be on all the teams here, and let's see how these two want to play it out.
Yeah, again, two bulky Pokemon in the lead. They're going to take some time here to finish this matchup, but yeah, actually going for the charge attack priority here, which Milotic takes it.
And going ahead, throwing the Aqua Tail. Now, this doesn't do anything in terms of defense drops, but it is such a quick paced attack, and just starting to spam those out will really prove favorable for Emmy Weedle already now at this drill run, and it looks like no Protect Shields will be used by either trainer at this early start of the game.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how the players play this matchup, right? Because maybe you should go for a wrap here to lower the defense, but no, these players get to 3 Aqua Tails here against the Dunsparce, and looks to be the play, right?
And that's exactly what he's going to do. Still no Protect Shield, but look how low that Dunsparce is. Now trying to catch it on the drop down, but it looks like Emmy Weedle banking all of this energy, coming in now with his Dunsparce of his own.
Yeah, and this is a very interesting matchup, because if Drapion can get some energy advantage here, he could actually take this matchup, but Colin actually going over 100 energy.
Yeah, you saw Emmy Weedle look up himself like, wait, what? Why didn't he throw it yet? I guess I'll throw first. I guess I'll get that shield. We saw that red shield, which means it would have been super effective damage, putting that Drapion so low. No Protect Shield on Emmy Weedle's side. This Crunch will still do a decent amount of damage, but it doesn't threaten the knockout in the same way.
Yeah, and you can see Dunsparce actually threatened the needle here, getting 2 shields with his drill run.
Yeah, going with that safe swap of Drapion, maybe not so safe with that Dunsparce on the other team, especially when you have so much energy there. But look, Colin's still just charging up a ton at basically all the 100 energy again, now throwing yet another Crunch. And still no Protect Shield from Emmy Weedle's side. I think he's content to just let this Dunsparce go down, but you have to wonder it's probably going to be that Melodic coming back in, right?
Yeah.
Spiritomb doesn't want to have these Crunches at all.
Yeah, Dunsparce has done it work, but Milotic actually going for a charge attack priority here, and this is actually huge, because Emmy Weedle has a shield here, and it's going to output some damage on this Drapion.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, at this stage, when there's no Protect Shield left for Colin's side, he might try to do some quick pivoting out, but I mean, he has so much energy. Still start on the end, and that's exactly what we see, a simultaneous Spiritomb on Spiritomb damage here, and it looks like Emmy Weedle's maybe slightly for, no, it looks like they're going straight for that charge attack priority, and it is won by Colin.
Yeah, Emmy Weedle really hoped to win the charge attack priority there, and you can see in his face, he was definitely not expecting to lose that, so this might actually change the tides of the game, because that charge attack priority was huge.
I know a lot of times trainers want to have maybe lower attack, higher defense and bulk, but in situations like this, wow, with no Protect Shields already, it's like, okay, get out of here, Spiritomb. In comes the Dunsparce, going to have to take this drill run, but I mean, I think for Emmy Weedle, you're pretty excited to get that Spiritomb out of the way.
Yeah, Emmy Weedle would have loved to have that shield here, but this Dunsparce is actually farming down the Spiritomb.
Wow, so much energy on the side of Colin 6. He had so much on the drop-in, he has so much on this Dunsparce now. This Melodic's coming back in, but I don't know if it can take it.
Wow, what a play for Colin 6, saving up double the real run here and actually going to take the first game.
Taking game number 1 against a previous champion. That Spiritomb mirror match kind of almost sealed the deal there. Knowing that he had to lost that charge attack priority was such a risky play, especially because Spiritombs are everywhere, right? Do you opt to build one with a higher attack, or do you opt to that will win charge attack priority, or do you want one with a little more bulk that can last longer in a matchup?
Well, Spiritomb is actually a very special Pokemon, so there's not that many windows to get it, so it's very hard to try to get the Spiritomb you want.
Maybe it's just the Spiritomb that you can get.
Yeah, but I know what players don't want is a Spiritomb without shields, and that's what happened this game. But actually, Colin winning the charge attack priority there was huge. Maybe Emmy Weedle could have taken a lower risk route there and not tie in there, but you know, you never know in these types of matchups unless you practice with each other, right?
And we have to remember that these two are teammates and friends who have potentially played against each other. Maybe Colin has recently gotten a new Spiritomb that has maybe a little bit higher of attack and given a little bit of a surprise to this former champion. But Dunsparce was the one that really pulled out the win there at that very end of game number 1.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And let's talk about the Drapion here. The Drapion, you would think that the Dunsparce taking 2 shots out of the Drapion was maybe game over or was very hard, but the Drapion just kept throwing charge attacks, and Colin actually won that game, even though he went 2 shields down to 0.
Yeah, even though he went over 100 energy too, right? You can only keep as much energy as you see those bubbles start to fill up. There's a point where they won't fill up anymore, and you have to throw a charge attack. But now we're going to hop right into game number 2. We have a dragon against that pseudo dragon, once again leading that Milotic here. Now those dragon tails are chonking away at the Kingdra. Colin staying in. Looks like he's going to go for that outrage.
Yeah, this is the battle of the kind of dragons. I would say maybe water type, but you know, Kingdra's water type is not that used here. But yeah, Kingdra can just take this wrap. We'll see if Colin goes for a bait. It's very highly likely, so goes for it.
Looks like he charged up a little bit extra here. Emmy Weedle throws up the shield there because an outrage would do so much damage, but it is just a swift, and now we'll have to see an immediate pivot out into that drop in, just like game number 1. Immediate pivot by Emmy Weedle. This is looking oddly familiar. We'll have to see if it will play out the same.
Yeah, very aggressive plays by Colin 6, but it seems to be there's a bit of a hiccup in the game. This might be affect the outcome.
Yeah, this we'll have to see. You see both of these trainers kind of talking to each other a little bit. Definitely wants to still use the shield in the middle section. This time Colin opting for one Poison Sting and then throwing, but going for yet another drill run, getting that second shield again from Colin's side.
Yeah, a bit of a struggle there coming in. I think the players are talking with each other to resolve this the fair way for us, and yeah, I think we will see a rematch.
I think we saw Colin concede there a little bit in the middle. I think we'll maybe see a discussion between them and the judges. At this point, yes, it's hard, right? Because it was early enough on in the matchup that it was still anyone's game. So I think this was probably the correct call between the two trainers.
Yeah, this is great sportsmanship by both players, right? Talking it out in the middle of the game, right? We both know it got affected. Let's just start again, new game, and we'll see how they adapt.
And that's actually true, even if you're not on stream, if you've been playing, even if you're attending an event, if you think that something is potentially going wrong in your game, maybe your charge attack didn't go off, maybe you think that you're not getting the energy you're supposed to, go ahead and flag a judge for that, because I mean, that's what they're there for. And we want to make sure that the tournaments not only run as smooth as possible, but also ensure the best outcome for the players.
Yeah, we all want a fair game, and these players also want a fair game between each other. They respect a lot each other, and again, they're teammates, they're friends, so I think it's everything fine between both of us.
So I was asking you some questions before, but we got really into the games, and so I kind of sidelined it. But now that I have you, and for a little bit of moments, and we've seen it so much on Emmy Weedle's team, I asked Martijn as well, but why are there so many Milotics? Did you predict that at all? I mean, if you were to play it now, would this be on your team, seeing how impactful it's been in the tournament?
I really didn't predict Milotic being this good, but yesterday I talked with a lot of players, and a lot of them were talking about Milotic. They said, oh, Milotic is looking really good. I think it's trending up. I think a lot of people are going to run Milotic, and they were spot on, because I think it has been the highlight of the show today, actually, the most surprising Pokemon, at least for me, right? Because maybe I didn't expect it much, but Milotic has been definitely stable in this meta.
I mean, when we were doing the early part of the show, we were picking what we called the risky picks. So we had the Shadow Tyranitar, which I think was actually on your caster predictions, and we had the Milotic as one, and I mean, maybe it is risky. I don't know. It doesn't seem that risky anymore. It seems almost like what we could call a staple for these tournaments. There is not one on Colin's side, but we did see that he is also running a dragon-type Pokemon. Now, Milotic isn't a dragon. It is a pure water type, but it does run a dragon fast attack. And if you're running a dragon-type fast attack, dragons take super effective damage from dragon, but water doesn't.
Exactly. You don't want to be a dragon in that situation, because you will take super effective damage dragon against dragon. So maybe that's the edge Milotic has in this meta. The only bad side is you don't have especially a strong charge move to throw at it. So generally your opponents are not going to shield. You don't have that shield pressure. Maybe Leaky Leaky has more shield pressure, right? That Earthquake might be annoying sometimes to take out. So, you know, some trade-offs.
I mean, every single season there is some updates in the game. Some charge attacks maybe are less amount of energy or even more amount of energy. Some do more damage, and sometimes Pokemon learn even new attacks that they hadn't learned before. Do you remember back in my day, Milotic was running like pure water type attacks, and then it had one attack, Hyper Beam, that just took forever to get to, that no one was really running. But now it has the spammy Aqua Tail, and it also has Wrap, and I think that these two charge attacks has really kind of set it aside, and people are like, wait a minute, I think this could be viable.
Yeah, exactly. If you play back in the day, you would have never predicted Milotic to be this good, but it kept getting buffed and buffed, right? Dragon Tail, Aqua Tail, now Wrap, right? And it's very fast. It's a bulky Pokemon, and you know, the only bad side is you have to like walk like 20 kilometers, I think, to get it. But
yeah, that is true. I was talking to Tomahawk backstage because he had opted for all Shadow-type Pokemon for his caster predictions, and one of his picks was Shadow Milotic, and I asked him, did you just pick it because you wanted to keep it on the theme with the shadows, or did you pick it because you think it's better? And he said a little of both, but the main reason he picked it was because there's only certain Pokemon in the Rocket Grunts for certain periods of time, right? So not only did you have to catch a good Shadow Phoebus that you wanted to use,
True.
you had to make sure that you TM'd away frustration during that event at that time, and then you had to walk that 20 kilometers with it to be able to evolve it into the Milotic. So if you wanted to use it, you really needed to know in advance. You really needed to put the pressure on in that scenario. And people may have noticed it was a good Pokemon, but maybe just a little too late for this EUIC meta.
Yeah, actually talking about late, I have a very funny story. I met some people yesterday, some players, and there was one player, I'm not gonna say who it is, but he hasn't evolved his Milotic yet. So he was literally walking in the XL. XL is very long, but he was just walking for that Milotic, like he didn't have the requirements. I don't know how he practiced with it, right?
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
Maybe he practiced with a different one, but he was trying to get that Milotic in for today, so that was just very funny.
And if you have one and also want to try practicing, I know that you might not be at the tournament if you're watching this online, but you can go ahead and log into the Go Battle League and you can test, because right now there's a European Championship and it's the condensed meta that we're using. Try some Pokemon that you're seeing here. Maybe you like it. Maybe that's something that could be a Pokemon that you want to use consistently throughout.
Yeah, maybe be prepared for the Shadow Milotic or maybe the Dragalge, which we have definitely seen today.
And if you're wanting to know what Pokemon are available, let's go ahead and take a look at the meta that is going to be used. These are the top 12 Pokemon of day one. Just a reminder, there's over 500 competitors for Pokemon Go. So Licky in that top spot with 57.8% is insane. That means over half, well over half of the people registered for this tournament have registered that Licky on their team.
Yeah, very dominant Pokemon. I think when the meta was announced, people expect Spidops to be the number one pick, but then Licky took away. And actually, Spidops is not even number 2. It's number 3. So that Shadow Drapion proved to be a really great Pokemon in this meta. Kingdra as well. These are just meta stables, right? Meta being the most efficient tactic available, right? And as you can see down below there's some Milotic there, 20% usage, but I don't know, I have seen like 100% win rate from that Milotic today.
It's always fun to see day one usage, which is everyone who has registered for the tournament. And then as the days begin to progress, the reason why we might see more Milotic is because it's been used by a lot of top trainers or trainers who are consistently making it onto that day two. So the meta will definitely shift for that next part of the day. We'll have to see one of these trainers guaranteed to go ahead and make it on. And Milotic is on that team, so it could be Emmy Weedle. It looks like Colin took game number one, and I think that they decided that since, you know, we're just going to start over here, the scores are remaining consistently the same, and they will continue on with game number 2.
Yeah, again, a lot of success by Milotic, but not in that first game actually. So we will see if Milotic is successful in this matchup. We will see if Emmy Weedle brings it game 2.
I think Colin 6 always calm and collected here. He's a player who's been around for a while. He was the first trainer in Europe to win 2 events in one season, and he's just consistently been top cutting, getting a lot of second place finishes. I believe he won another, but he's still looking to continue to improve, to continue to prove himself as well.
Yeah, so calm, so stoic, and he's definitely ready for the second game that we're actually heading into.
And if he can win this, he's guaranteed to move on. We see that drop in that he was gaining so much energy with, and now Milotic still once again in the lead for Emmy Weedle here. It looks like, and he's going for the Aqua Tail straight away. You think that's the play?
Yeah, I'm very curious about this matchup actually, because this Milotic is actually going to outpace this Drapion to the Grunch, and you don't want to throw an Aqua Tail against a Milotic unless you think your opponent is really going to shield here. So Colin 6 actually going for perfect timing here and going for the crunch.
You see him charging up a little bit of extra energy before throwing here. No Protect Shield on the first one. I like this play by Emmy Weedle. He knows it's not enough to knock out, and then he does get that defense fall there, going for another Aqua Tail. Does Colin want to protect up his Drapion? We might even see a pivot out by Emmy Weedle because his defense is fallen on the Milotic there.
Yeah, Emmy Weedle throwing bad timing there, but he wanted to get the charge mode before, you know, getting the shield advantage. And oh, actually, Colin 6 tanking the energy on the Dunsparce.
Wow, not only that, he got up some more energy on that Drapion. He tanked the attack on the Dunsparce, and this Milotic is so low. At least Emmy Weedle gets to come in with his own. This is Dunsparce against Dunsparce here, but Colin 6 has a little bit more energy, but a little less health.
Yeah, Colin 6 gaining aggressive here, saving the Drapion energy, which might be useful at the end of the game. And this mirror is actually actually very interesting. Two drones are not going to take out these Dunsparce.
No, definitely, but still trying to get up as much, maximizing as much as you can. Keep in mind, every time that the charge attacks are thrown, about 10 seconds is taken off of the clock as well. So we might see some aggressive swaps again. As you can see on Colin 6's side, the Pokemon that are grayed out after this attack goes through should be viable to swap back in. So we could see some more aggressive plays by the side of Colin 6. Emmy Weedles is almost up as well. Immediately we see that swapping into that Licky Licky.
Yeah, Colin 6 not playing around here, going straight to the Licky Licky and answered by the Spiritomb, and this is a really bait-dependent matchup.
Now going for that Earthquake from that Licky Licky. No Protect Shield on Emmy Weedle's side. This is a heavier hitting attack. Those Body Slams would do essentially nothing. Spiritomb now forced to just keep on getting a little bit of energy. Definitely want to throw the Rock Tomb there if you're that Spiritomb, because since it's a normal type Pokemon, that Shadow Ball would basically do nothing. Colin 6 puts up his shield.
Yeah, Colin 6 is out of shields, and that Earthquake was so huge. Look at the HP of Emmy Weedle's Pokemon. And actually going for the Earthquake here again, knowing that the Body Slam does not take out the Spiritomb.
And wow, look at this. Emmy Weedle still has 2 Protect Shields, forced to protect up this very, very low health Spiritomb, because Spiritomb is almost at another attack, wants to keep threatening here. Now, there's no Protect Shields remaining, but Licky Licky does have some bulk to it. Do you think it's going to be able to hang on here? It's just barely in the red.
Yeah, it does, and these Pokemon are just very low HP. Can these Dunsparce actually get the farm down here? This is a huge farm down.
Again, once again, Dunsparce just coming out with a ton of energy, but no Protect Shields remaining, and Emmy Weedle has a ton, saying last time I was knocked out by a drill run, now it's your turn. Dunsparce going down.
Yeah, Colin 6, I think, predicted them. Oh, Nilotic, and Emmy Weedle going for a charge move here. Maybe a mistake by Colin 6.
Colin letting that drop-in go. Look how much energy was on it. Doesn't matter at this point at all. Maybe hoping that Licky Licky will still be able to get to that Body Slam in time and knock it out.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to be enough for Colin 6, and Emmy Weedle is actually going to come back in the second game.
You see him breathe a sigh of relief, saying, I am still in these winners finals. This shield will be able to throw up. This rollout will be able to knock down. And now we will go into a decisive game number 3.
Yeah, and there was a lot of micro decisions in this game to be made.
Walk me through it.
You might think that Colin 6 made a mistake there, but Emmy Weedle had the Milotic in the back, so Colin 6 just expected Emmy Weedle to bring in the Milotic in, and he just like kept over farming, and that's the reason why he may lost that game. But it is a call, right? You have to make the call, 50-50.
Yeah,
is your opponent going to come with the Milotic, or is he going to switch? You don't know.
It's so difficult. The main thing near the end that kind of surprised me was that Dropion had so much energy. And yes, Emmy Weedle had a shield, but he only had 1, right? So if maybe he would have thrown an attack with the Dropion, he would have got 1 shield, and then maybe the Body Slam from the Lickitung could have been enough to knock out. But it's so hard when you're at this stage to remember, where the Pokemon are at, and you have to know exactly, is it going to be enough damage? Because you don't want to let your opponent get any extra energy while you're throwing your charge attack.
Yeah, that's a very great point. Sometimes you overthink these games, right? You're like, okay, my opponent's going to do this, and maybe sometimes you don't need to over-predict, right? You just need to predict some. But in this game, yeah, he lost 2 money energy, and he got to a charge move at the end, so maybe he could have gotten some shields there before.
But I have to admit, I'm very glad. I like both of these trainers, and I want to see some more of them. And who doesn't like to see a decisive game number 3 between high-level trainers like this? I feel like every time I feel like I should be better than I am, because I just watch these plays and I'm like, wow, this is so incredible. I feel like I learn something new every time I watch.
Yeah, I mean, these are top of the top players, so there's always something you can learn from them, especially. And you can maybe use these strategies in your GBO battles, right? So maybe watch these games and take a lesson or 2.
I mean, while we were talking about it, I don't know if we want to, since there are only certain types of Pokemon that can be used, which is bug type, do you still think that Spidops is that top pick for the bug, knowing how many Beedrills we've also seen? Or are there any other picks that you're like, you know what, this actually could have been viable, but I haven't seen it yet?
I definitely think it's the top bug type Pokemon, but I also think that you don't actually need a bug type Pokemon in this meta.
Interesting.
But if there's more Umbreon coming in, that might be a bit annoying, right? You may need that bug type for Umbreon, but we haven't seen that many Umbreons, so you might have a good shot at dodging those, so...
Yeah, that is true. That's going to be a risky play, because while there weren't very many Umbreons, the Umbreons that we did see from Arrow and from Calphia, very successful. I think that both of them made quite far in the tournament, should be very happy with their tournament runs. Again, this is the largest tournament, I believe, that we've had for Pokemon Go, so there's quite a few players. I know a lot of people are watching at home and being like, oh, where's my favorite player? How are they doing in the tournament? I mean, you're going to have to keep scrolling through the bracket because there are so many different groups to go through.
Yeah, we still have so many games to go. This is very exciting, and we're like halfway through. So yeah, we are still having the game 3 from here, and it just keep going on.
Yeah, I think if people are tuning in, they're like, oh my goodness, this is the winner's final. Group E, the day's probably almost done. We're like, no, Group E, like we're just getting started here. And these two trainers are super well known in Europe. So of course, very happy to see them doing so well here in the championship in their homelands.
Yeah, we have Group E, Group F, Group G, Group H, Group I. I could just deletreat every letter, but yeah, you can see we still have a lot of games, and we will see how these players actually go into the third game, because you know that Drapion is very good for Colin, but he needs to manage it perfectly.
Yeah, I see the Drapion on Emmy Weedle's side as well. I don't think that we've really seen them play up against each other yet, but we do know from that first game with Colin 6 and Emmy Weedle that Colin's Spiritomb does win that charge attack priority. And when two trainers are playing against each other, they take notes of these types of scenarios because they want to make sure that they can take any information from that first game that can be applied in later parts of the matchups. What do you do when you're going in blind? Like, say you have a Drapion at the very beginning. It's really tough to know how do you want to play it out, right? Do you want to make sure that you're going to win that charge attack priority? Do you want to store energy and try to catch an Aqua Tail on something that it's not going to be that effective against, like a Kingdra or a Melodic? Or, I mean, like, are you just going for crunch debuff and just kind of Hail Mary it?
Yeah, and especially it's very hard in the mirror, right? If you're losing charge attack priority, that matchup becomes very dire. But what some players are doing are maybe pairing Drapion with Milotic, and they can maybe tank the second Aqua Tail in the Milotic and just save the energy.
Smart.
And maybe use the energy in the end game. That's a very advanced play.
Yeah, what I've been seeing a lot of players do, I saw it earlier with Nighttime Clasher and with Buckeye Fitzy when they were playing with the Drapions in the lead. I noticed they both charged up to 2 Aqua Tails, threw at the same time to see who would win that charge attack priority, and then kind of let it dictate from there how they wanted to play out those matchups. But of course, if you know that your opponent also has that strategy, I mean, again, then are you playing some sort of international chess where you're like, okay, well, they're going to swap, so I'm not going to swap. I'm going to get more energy. I'm going to throw the crunch because the next thing that's going to come in is going to be taking that crunch damage not as well. It's like, it's going to be very, very tough. We'll have to see how these two trainers want to play out, but that's not even the matchup here. We have that Spiritomb on that side of Colin 6 against the Dunsparce on the side of Emmy Weedle.
Yeah, and this is a very neutral matchup. Generally, the Spiritomb tend to shield the first charge attack, so they can just debuff and start winning the matchup. We will see if Colin 6 goes for that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's going to be the one that does most damage. Colin says, nah, I hear you, Marto. I don't need it, though. I'm just going to go ahead and just get even more damage off. Going for that Rock Tomb now. No Protect Shield used on either side from the first charge attacks. I think both of these trainers know it's not going to be enough damage to knock out, and at this point, they can at least decide what they want to do from here.
Yeah, we'll see how this matchup unfolds, but one of the players might do an aggressive play here and switch here, because this Spiritomb is actually going very low on HP.
And that's exactly what Colin does. You see him click, and it's a simultaneous swap. It's like these two trainers know what they want to do, and this Milotic getting some energy so quickly. We talked about the pacing, being able to get through these Aqua Tails, forcing Colin now to put up a shield, wants to keep that Drapion as healthy as possible.
Yeah, first protection of the game going out, and again, this Milotic actually outpaces this Drapion. They both switch at the same time, but Milotic is still going to get to the Aqua Tails first, and that's why Colin 6 is shielding the first one.
That crunch goes through, no debuff, and as you can see, if you're watching those bubbles, still able to outpace here because that crunch takes just a little bit more. Does Colin want to use his second shield in this matchup? It doesn't let it in. It's going to go, but it's, I mean, like, it's a decent amount of damage, but it's not enough to knock out.
Yeah, this is very uncomfortable, right? Because are you going to use your shields on your Dunsparce? I don't think you want to do that, and this Drapion is getting low, the Spiritomb is low, and the Dunsparce is your remaining Pokemon in your team.
These two trainers, it's getting down to the wire. Aqua Tail at that range, enough to knock out. In comes the Seeking, and now going for an Aqua Tail bait and getting the shield off of Emmy Weedle's side. Colin has to feel very good about this because he might still be able to reach another attack. Quickly pivoting out, going into a Dunsparce.
Yeah, he was actually forced to do that because if not, he just lets him farm down, and you don't want to do that. And Emmy Weedle going for the Icy Wind here, interesting play, and not going for the Megacorn.
Yeah, the Icy Wind is guaranteed to debuff, so it's saying maybe, okay, I don't want to take as much damage because I don't want to shield. There is the switch timer that is up on the side of Emmy Weedle as well. Does he use his shield here for this matchup? Looks like he is content to let it go. Maybe that's why he threw the Icy Wind first.
Yeah, the Icy Wind being really helpful here, and Emmy Weedle actually letting Colin throw the second charge move. This is going getting interesting.
I get very interested in why trainers are doing what they're doing, but clearly they know what they're doing here. Still staying in this matchup, going for that heavy-hitting Mega Horn. Does Colin realize that this is going to be it? He does. This is last shield here, used correctly, protecting up that Mega Horn. That Dunsparce is just going to continue to gain a ton of energy. Will he be able to throw before the next is available? Looks like he's trying to catch.
Oh, gets the snipe actually.
That's even better.
Yeah, but he's not going to be able to get to a charge attack here.
Wow, you can see both of these trainers. You see the timer at the top for Colin 6. He's waiting a little bit before coming in with that Dunsparce here. He knows might not be enough. There's a shield left on Emmy Weedle's side.
Yeah, Emmy Weedle's actually gonna get to the charge attack first here, but does this Drapion actually have enough energy or health to get to a charge attack here? Is gonna be crucial here.
This is big. This drill run will go through. Should be enough to knock out the Dunsparce on Colin 6's side, and then this is a race here because that drill run could be enough, but Colin is already at that Aqua Tail. No Protect Shield, head in the hands for Emmy Weedle. You can see it. He's so disappointed, but Colin just outplayed at the end. Took game number 3, continuing on winner's side to day number 2.
I am shocked. Just as shocked as Emmy Weedle. Look at that 1 HP survival by Drapion, actually carrying the whole game for Colin 6. Colin so composed here. He knew he could reach it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Colin just had all of the calculations in his head. It did look like Emmy Weedle was pretty confident. He was in the driver's seat there, but Drapion just being able to hang on by just that sliver, being able to get that one attack through for the Aqua Tail was enough to secure game number 3. But that's how close these margins are sometimes. You're like, I think it's going to be this person, and you wait for that split second at the end to see which Pokemon is going to drop.
Yeah, and the game starts being like very long, right? And you maybe start forgetting about the energy you had. But this Drapion is just so fast that 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 Aqua Tail, and he had 2, right? So he just needed 2 Poison Stings, and the second rollout does not apply, right? Because Poison Sting is 2 turns, and that's the reason why he could get to the last charge attack.
And he's so good at these damage calculations as well. I mean, I guess you could ask him later, be like, yeah, did you know that you were going to survive? And he's probably like, yeah, of course I did. Of course I did. But still, when you're in the moment, you have to wonder. You have to, I guess, really, truly, you just have to play to your win conditions, and that's exactly what these 2 trainers were doing.
Yeah, and what a snipe by Colin there. If he doesn't do that, then Emmy Weedle takes another charge attack there and might swing the game into his favor. So these plays, these aggressive plays, millimetric, micro decisions, are what makes difference here.
Absolutely. And if you're a big fan of Emmy Weedle like I am, then don't worry. He's not knocked out of the tournament yet. In this double elimination type tournament, that just means if you were on that winner's side of the bracket and we were in the winner's finals, he's now going to be knocked down to the loser's side. He still has potential to play on, and we could see him on that loser's finals potentially on day number 2.
Yeah, and I don't think Emmy Weedle can be really sorry for that matchup, because that was just incredible.
So
and against Colin, right? Like one of the top contenders. It's like you took it out until game 3, and that was like really close, down to the wire, 1 HP. It cannot get better than that.
There's so many trainers against all of the different regions, and that's why I'm also really excited to cast with you, because we were talking backstage about the different trainers from the different regions, and of course I know quite a few things about the European trainers because I get to see most of their battles, but you get to see a lot of the battles that we don't get to see in the LATAM region. And
yeah,
there's plenty of these trainers that are here as well.
For sure, and it's been awesome to see also like a region against a region, right? I think we have seen a lot of US versus EU. You know, they had that thing going, and it's been exciting to see like what region comes on top. You know, US coming to this tournament, maybe try to get a trophy from here. We will see in day 3, but it's been great. Hopefully, we also see other regions, maybe LATAM soon.
I mean, what really impressed me so much about our largest tournament that we have is there are so many trainers from all the different regions, and we're actually going to see a couple more. And we're just going to quickly check to see who we have on this, because this is going to be impressive here. I believe it's just far-fetching looking quite away. We have Hikami, who won the Lille Regional Championship. So we have a regional champion up against one side, against IIT 131.
Yeah, again, we are in the European International Championship. We get Europeans. I mean, that makes a lot of sense, right? We got a lot of Europeans here, and this is no difference here, right? EYT representing the UK region, and Hikami representing France, actually.
Yeah, wow, that is really cool. I don't know as much about this trainer, but I am so impressed when these trainers are able to make it so far into this, because once again, we are in the winner's final. So that means these trainers have beat so many people so far to be able to get to this point, and on the winner's side of the bracket. So, I mean, that they have a little more wiggle room, a little more breathing room, and they can maybe take some risks that you wouldn't take if you're on that loser's side of the bracket.
Yeah, for sure. And People are gonna think I'm a Beedrill hater here, but again, we see both Beedrills in each side, right?
Right.
Do you actually think we were gonna get a Beedrill in these games?
Yeah, listen, you might be not a believer. I am a Beedrill believer. And I have to admit that that was also because I didn't have a Spidops that was ready, so I was playing with it. But I think that it is actually a powerhouse. It is a Pokemon that definitely lacks bulk, so it can be pretty heavy-hitting. But I think if you're going to run a Beedrill, you need to pair it with something that's a little more bulky, that can be able to have the shields, doesn't need shields, because you need your shields for the Beedrill.
Yeah, exactly. And as you can see there, Beedrill, Milotic, Licky, that's 2 tanks, and that's definitely a strategy these players are going for. But then again, if you get paired up against that Licky, you have to switch into your Licky, and then Licky can just throw a body slam before you, and it starts getting uncomfortable for you.
It does. I tell you what, when I was doing some practice tournaments and stuff, and I was noticing a lot of people like to play some doubles. So we saw earlier on there was like double rollout users, double bug users, double dragon sometimes too. I mean, do you see a lot of viability in a condensed meta for doubling up on certain types of Pokemon, or are you looking more for like just a diversity or things that can be a little more flexible?
I think both of them can work, actually. We have seen double water, we have seen double rollout, but then we see these teams, right? Rollout user, a Spiritomb, Drapion, Milotic, like water type, right? Then a Dragon. It's like maybe a stereotype. And yeah, there's a lot of strategies you can go here. Like everything works here.
I'm just looking up a little bit about EUIT because I'm so impressed with this trainer. He's only competed in one tournament before, and that was the 2023 EUIC, with not that great of a standing, but look at him now. So many championship points already guaranteed for him, and he ran a Shadow Beedrill then as well.
Wow.
So it's very fun. It's like, okay, if it's not broke, don't fix it. I'm going to bring it back to EUIC another time.
Yeah, he's a Beedrill expert, but does not want to bring it in this game, and we have a Licky against the Kingdra in the league.
We have a shiny Licky. A little bit of a brag here from Hikami's side, but going ahead and just charging up a ton of energy here, and both of them throwing about at the same time. Kingdra going to throw first. This is a bait, and does Hikami want to shield? He does think it is an outrage, gets that first bait, which is really, really good for the side of ITY.
Yeah, great bait here, and also Hikami going for the bait here. This is a very interesting play because he maybe wants to get the shield back, but he's not getting it.
Not getting it, and the Kingdra already has a lot of energy here, but actually opting to throw the Earthquake right before that it's viable. I do like this placing. Okay, I didn't get the shield at first. I definitely will get it now, and that's exactly what happens.
And this is huge. Look at the Kingdra. He's still healthy. He has almost 100 energy, and it's dominating this matchup, actually.
And really, really great counting there by EUIT as well. Going and making sure it was right before the body slam was available. No Protect Shield used here. Licky, the most popular day one Pokemon, goes down, and I think we're going to see that Milotic come in. Oh, actually, wow. I'm really surprised, but this is a great play by Hikami. We'll have to see how he wants to play this out.
Yeah, and this Kingdra is being a menace here. He took out the Licky, and he's actually going to get the last shield of the game and still has energy left.
Wow, out one after another. Swift Bait getting a shield with it. Second one going through. Dunsparce coming in for this, but there's already an Icy Wind thrown. This will now debuff the Dunsparce for the entire time that it is in this matchup.
Yeah, Dunsparce can take this for days. I don't think EYT is worried about this, and it's actually going to catch the charge attack with my ulti and getting the Dragon Tail in.
Yeah, getting that Dragon Tail through is big. Gets a little bit of energy, gets a little bit of a head start here. I'm actually kind of surprised Hikami didn't come into the Kingdra with it, but maybe he didn't want to already take some of that damage. But this Dunsparce already has another charge attack loaded. Drill Run number 2 going through. Keep in mind it is debuffed a little, so it's not going to be doing as much damage.
Yes, it is debuffed, but how do you take out this Dunsparce? This wrap is not going to take out this Dunsparce. You're going to need another charge move, and this Dunsparce is getting very close to another one.
EYT not even bothering to shield it up, saying, okay, I know it's not going to knock out at this point, and it's still a race, and Milotic will win that charge attack priority. That's exactly how Hikami plays it. He knows how to count. He knows exactly when the next attack's going to be. Wants to try to keep the Milotic with a little bit of extra energy for what's coming in, because we saw how fast it can spam off those Aqua Tails. Immediate pivot out now into that Seeking. He's already at the Mega Horn, but there's no Protect Shields left on Hikami's side.
Yeah, Hikami getting aggressive here, actually going for a bait and successfully getting the last shield of the game.
EYT finally getting a taste of his own medicine after getting both shields off of baits. Now has to use his last one on one as well, but is able to reach that Rock Tomb, but not before that next Icy Wind goes through.
Yeah, this is a charge charge attack priority, but remember that Kingdra still has a Swift in the back. So this Rock Tomb is definitely going to take out the Seeking, and in the final game, it's going to come down to this Kingdra.
This is going to be so big for their... this Rock Tomb will be enough to knock out the Seeking. Doesn't even matter. This Melodic comes back in here, and now we have to... So, looks like he can be immediately throwing this Aqua Tail, maybe hoping that the Dragon Tail damage will be enough on the Kingdra, just trying to play any possibility out that he can.
Yeah, but this Kingdra here, again, the Swift, and takes out to the actual game.
Absolutely. Swiftly, surely taking game number 1, EYT. Go here at EUIC, and look at this, taking game number 1 off of a regional champion from France.
Yeah, I just can't believe what Kingdra did there. Took out a bulky Licky, a big one, shiny one, and then proceeded to just take the shield back, save the energy for the end game, and just finish off the game. Like, that Kingdra just went wild.
That Kingdra was definitely the most valuable Pokemon of that. Not only that, he got both of the shields off of Swift Bait, so that Kingdra just had a ton of energy to go around, and like, I think he just so calmly played it as well and said, okay, yeah, I know I've got Swift later. I'm just going to save it in the back, and let's play out the rest of this matchup. I think EYT played that absolutely phenomenally.
Yeah, that's the power of Kingdra, right? If you start getting those baits, it turns out to be a complete monster, right? And, you know, who's going to bait with the Kingdra against the Licky, right? Like, it's just a crazy player, and twice. So, you know, Hikami didn't expect that. Obviously, tried to shield the outrage there, but there was no outrage.
No, I mean, I would be a little bit outraged if I shielded up that Swift Bait, but Hikami's still playing very well. I mean, he's doing everything they can, great counting, was throwing always out that charge attack priority that he knew that he would win, but in the end, it just wasn't enough. Even though this Kingdra was very low in health, it just had too much energy, and EYT took that game very cleanly.
Yeah, and now we see those mind games, right? Like, he double baited in the first game. Will he just full send on the second game? You start to have second thoughts there, and that might affect you mentally in the second game. So we'll see if Hikami can come back from this game and, you know, maybe start calling some baits.
Yeah, and the thing is, too, when you're playing in best-of-3 matchups, a lot of trainers, it really depends on your, you know, your mindset and your kind of your grit and your wherewithal. Like, are you one of those people who you lose game number 1 and you settle down and you focus and you say, that was just fact-finding. I know I have it in me. I know that I can win game number 2 and 3, or are you the type that can crumble a bit under pressure and be like, oh no, if I lose this next one, I'm out? Because I think that's something that can also kind of affect your play style a little bit. You start to play a little bit more scared, and maybe that could be the big changer as well.
Yeah, let's see who's scared in the second game, actually. Yeah, and we see a Drapion against a Kingdra. Amanda, tell me about this matchup.
Well, I think that definitely if you're that Drapion, you're going for that crunch, and you are hoping that you are going to get that debuff. I don't think in the lead is actually too bad for either of these trainers. And it looks like EYT not even bothering to shield up this first crunch, and Kingdra is already going to be getting close to that outrage himself.
Yeah, Kingdra can do this crunch very easily. Oh, and going for the outrage here. Playing some games, and he's playing the games.
He played the games, and he didn't get the bait right call. Outrage is going to knock out that Drop-In. In comes Melodic to try to do some damage, and an immediate pivot by EYT into Dunsparce. Keep a note of this trainer.
Wow, EYT getting so aggressive here. A lot of aggressive swaps here. Bait out the Spiritomb with the Dunsparce, and this is actually a very neutral matchup.
I mean, I think maybe if you're Hikami, you're like, okay, like, I don't know. Maybe there could be the Drapion. I don't want to get the Spiritomb locked into this, but both of these being able to just switch the quickness of EYT immediately pivoting into Dunsparce, which is a pretty neutral Pokemon against a lot of the meta, was a really smart and quick call.
Yeah, actually, it's getting shield here with the Rock Tomb, and EYT has to consider his options here, because that Kingdra, what it's gonna do this game? Like, you don't want to take the Dragon Tails from the Milotic, so he might do like an aggressive switch here.
And we'll have to see, because it looks like the switch timer is up. The Spiritomb will be able to get to another attack. EYT doesn't want to use his shields, and I think that if you see that the Dunsparce has kind of done its job, Spiritomb now coming in, but a quick pivot by Hikami. They're coming in with that Milotic and just being able to try to do some damage. Definitely want to go for those Aqua Tails. Even though Wrap does lower the defenses, since this is a partially Ghost-type Pokemon, it's just not the way to go.
Yeah, and importantly, very good timing by Hikami here, because when your opponent starts switching up, you kind of start getting confused by all the animations here. So very well thrown there, and Rock Tomb is actually going to get the last shield of the game here.
Yeah, it looks like that is exactly what's going to happen. Now the attack is going to be lowered, but at the same point, look how fast, how quick these Aqua Tails are coming through. Already a little bit of energy for the next one being ready, just trying to chip away at the Spiritomb, which isn't the bulkiest of Pokemon there. Already at another one, and I think he's going to throw right towards Shack priority. Oh,
No
not
catch.
even, no catch.
But this Aqua Tail is debuff, right? This Spiritomb can take out. So this Milotic is still in the game, and the Spiritomb, look at this. Double switch out, and this Kingdra is getting farmed down.
Wow, look at me knowing exactly how his opponent wanted to play it. Didn't matter that that outrage went through. There's so much energy on that Spiritomb. Throwing that Rock Tomb wants to get this Spiritomb out of the way. Still making these games desperately close.
Yeah, that was a very tricky game, right? You would expect after the Kingdra getting the outrage there, it's going to be in a very commanding position. But, you know, Hikami just came back from this game with the aggressive swaps, not caring about the... I think it was Milotic in the... No, it was Drapion.
Drapion, exactly. And this is just... If you look at him there, he's locked in. He's calm and collected, saying, okay, I lost game 1, and I recognize that I didn't call some things right. Even in game 2, didn't end up calling things right, but was able to remain calm and collected, knew that he could do it, knew that he's a champion, and took game number 2.
Yeah, he knew that that Drapion had did a lot of work for him. He didn't need it anymore, and that Milotic could just like farm down. But you know, EYT didn't let him, and a lot of switches in this game starts getting a bit confusing. And you had to remember the energy. We can see here the full sent outrage from the Kingdra. It's bringing a menace here.
Yeah, so if you are EYT and you saw the Kingdra, you knew that it did so well for you game number 1, but then you also noticed, they do have that to Milotic, and he likes to play it a lot. Do you bring it yourself in game number 3, or do you opt for your own Shadow Milotic? I mean, like, look at this. What are the potential plays that we have in these game 3s?
Yeah, exactly. He has a Shadow Milotic, actually. I don't know how the matchup differs, but it's definitely a bit less bulky, so I don't know if you want to use it as a tank in these games. We haven't seen it in battle yet, so maybe third game.
Yeah, we have like a sort of pseudo double dragon lineup on the side of EYT, but we've only seen that Kingdra. But I would say that he's playing it very, very well. Looking at the rest of the team, I always like to see the similarities and also the differences. There is a ton of similarities between the two teams in these winners finals here, but the main difference being that the Dunsparce on one side and also not on the other.
Yeah, and also the Spiritomb, as we saw there, it was a mirror matchup. It's proving to be very useful for both players. You know, debuffing the attack. Sometimes they're throwing it in the lead, maybe in the back to close out the game. It's very flexible again, and we are not seeing is that B-Drill, so you know, it doesn't have that many targets in this matchup.
I know that you're not a V-Drill believer. Maybe we'll see a little bit more of it. We've definitely seen quite a few of them day number 1 with, I mean, in that top 12 usage. But we'll see if it'll come game number 3. Decisive game 3, sticking with that Kingdra in the lead. This was second verse, same as the first, is basically as we see the Drapion up against that Kingdra one more time, going ahead and immediately throwing that crunch once again.
Yeah, we get repeat leads, and we are playing this game again. The game of I bait or I don't bait. And this Kingdra can get debuff here, and it doesn't get debuff. And will he bait again? We'll see.
Wow, he does. He actually charges up to 2 Swifts here. So even a little bit more energy. And it looks like Hikami called it, saying that was a little bit more than last time. Maybe you're reverting back to your old style here. And a quick pivot by both of these trainers. Once again, keeping track of how many simultaneous swaps we're having in this meta. This just shows how quickly people are thinking. Hikami going for the wrap for the first attack here. It's a little more energy, but I like this play because it lowers the defenses of the Dunsparce.
Yes, but this makes the pacing very similar, right? They both got with 4 fast attacks. So we will see if this matchup plays differently than with Aqua Tail.
No shields used by either trainer for that first part of the matchup. Both of them are switch locked, keep in mind, for pretty much exactly the same time here. Both of them going just a little bit over. This is such an interesting play. Both of them, I think, went over. EYT was like, well, I know I'm going to lose charge attack priority, so he kept going. But so did Hikami there, and just now has a lot of energy on his Milotic, but not a lot of health.
Yeah, he actually wants to have an Aqua Tail remaining for the next Pokemon coming in, but this Aqua Tail I don't think is going to take out the Dunsparce. It's a very bulky Pokemon, and can get sniped by the Kingdra maybe.
Oh, maybe it looks like they're right at the end there. He's forced to throw his second one because he doesn't want to get knocked out. That would be energy wasted, but at this point, that Milotic is so low. Maybe hoping to play for a switch advantage at this point, I guess.
Yeah, and we'll see if Hikami gets the recipe here. No, it's not able to swap, and this Drapion gets a Poison Stick advantage.
A Poison Sting advantage is so dangerous, especially when you have a low health Drapion of your own and a Spiritomb on the other side.
Yeah, and this is not great for Spiritomb. Shields, when shields are up, it starts getting tricky, especially if the Sucker Punch are resisted here. So, you know, I don't think Hikami's in a great position here.
Now, he does have 2 shields, but the first one is used on yet another bait, not going for the crunch, which would have been super effective there. But now EYT has to put up a shield of his own because he needs his Dropian. He recognizes how important this Dropian is for the remainder of this matchup.
Yeah, very nice bait. Spiritomb always wants to shield the charge move, right? Because he wants to debuff you, and now going for the crunch. Very important. Will Hikami shield this? This could be also a bait.
We have to remember that his Dropion is a little bit debuffed, does get that last shield there. I think that is very appropriate. You don't want to even risk it. But now the next one tries to catch, goes for the combination play actually, throws the Aqua Tail of his own. EYT might have to shield this up because his Dropion is getting very low.
This is a great play. How do you farm down this Dropion? You need to switch to the Kingdra. No, he's not switching to the Kingdra. He's getting more energy. Maybe going for a catch here? No. Throwing the Aqua Tail, and this is getting very close.
This is getting so close. Does he know how much energy is left on that Spirit? Will he be able to reach a crunch in time, plus do a little bit of extra damage? Looks like he goes for a fast attack instead, and now Hikami is able to take out this Dropion.
Wow, prediction over prediction, but Hikami just goes straight for it, doesn't want to play any games here, and he's actually going to take out this series if this Kingdra does not get to the Outrage.
Outrage not reached in time. Hikami takes a deep sigh of relief as he's able to take game number 3. What incredibly close matchups those were.
That was so hype. I also need to take a bit of a breath because I was just going crazy over that. The Kingdra, the Dropion, so many switches, so many energy management right there. And it looks like the players want to check something that maybe that happened in the game. But
well, I mean, I tell you what, with such a fast-paced game like that, I don't blame them for taking a moment because those matches were so close. At any point, I felt like the momentum was shifting between the 2 trainers. Truly, I thought that could have been anyone's game.
Yeah, and look at the difference plays. Like the Kingdra in the lead. First, it start baiting, then full send, then baits again. And Hikami calling that is what made him able to come back from this game. And those type of calls are very hard, right? You're in the stage, you're in the European International Championship stage. Your life in the tournament is on the line, right? You don't want to go to the losers bracket. You want to go to tomorrow, day 2, in the winners bracket. You know, you win a couple games, maybe you get a trophy. And there's a lot of pressure going into these games.
Yeah, there's pressure. There is a lot to play for. I mean, you're playing you're playing to play, right? You're playing because you love this game and you think that you have a chance, especially at this level. Anyone, I would say, in that winners finals definitely has a chance to become a champion. But you're also playing for the championship points, the chance to be able to play at Worlds. But you're also playing for that prestige. You want to be known as a champion. You want to be known as a really good player. And already, I would say, Hikami is well known to be a good player. He won a tournament earlier this year. EYT, this is his 2nd tournament that he's played in, the 2nd EUIC even, and he's doing so incredibly well.
Yeah, he's putting up a good fight, so very impressive things from EYT. And again, you're playing for championship points for the World Championship, but you're also playing for travel awards, booster packs, prize money, trophies. There's so much at stake here at the European International Championships, and the International Championships are the one that gives the most amount of points. So that might swing the travel award for you. It's very important.
That's true, and we have to remember that in a typical scenario, if you win a tournament, you get that direct qualification for Worlds, but in a big tournament, at a big stage like this, the top 4 trainers get that. So there's points, but there's so much more to play for. Marto, you called it earlier on, this match will be under review. And I just want to kind of talk about the Pokemon that are used. I brought this up with Will, and I brought this up with Inadequance, but I just kind of want to get your opinion on a meta that has so many charge attacks that can change the effect of a game. So, I mean, there are ones that we have, like with Dropion, that have a potential, but Crunch has a potential to debuff. But there are other ones, so many in this specific meta, that are guaranteed to either debuff yourself or debuff your opponent. And with the 45 switch timer, like, is this maybe like one of our most dynamic metas yet?
I think for sure. I think it's one of the best metas we've had. And yeah, as you say, a lot of Pokemon with value, right? You debuff the attack, and we're seeing here what happened in the game. Let's see if there was maybe a hiccup there. Maybe he missed the charge move or wasn't able to get to it. Maybe that's what we're seeing here under review, but...
So yeah, we do know for sure that Dropion had the energy to be able to throw an attack. It looked like, if you saw the animation, that it went for an extra fast attack, and maybe that's what EYT is kind of going ahead and saying. I'm just going to check really quick the stutter lag between Dropion and the Spiritomb endgame. So that's what we're just going to make sure. The judges are going to take a look at it to see if this could have been something that could have changed the end matchup of the game, because shields down, Drapion against Spiritomb, it is very favorable for that Drapion.
Yeah, and we have amazing judges, right? We trust in our judges. We are very thankful for them. So we'll just leave this to the professionals, right, that are our judges, and we'll see what the call is.
So yeah, we'll have to definitely confer to that. We do see the slow motion. I absolutely love the fact that we can have sort of on screen and see what it is that everyone is talking about. I'm sure people in the chat have a lot of their own opinions, but we are definitely going to defer to the judges who are really well established in this. They know what they're doing, and very happy to have them on stage.
Yeah, and we need to explain, right? The judges need some time for this, because they need to look at very slowly at what happened in the game, the inputs. This is a very fast-paced game, so every single millisecond counts. So they need to check every single millisecond. They need to slow down the game, check what happened, check if it was a user error or maybe an internet issue. So we will see what's the final decision here.
Yeah. And I mean, it's definitely happened. I mean, to me before, it's happened in tournaments where you think that you do something, like you think that you press a charge attack, and later on you look and you can see the tap, and it's like actually just right outside, and it's like, okay, I guess I really did press the fast attack. So this is something that we can definitely agree that takes a little bit of time to look through.
Yeah, sometimes the nerves start coming in, and so much stuff happens in the battle, right? And maybe you think you did something that you didn't do. There's so much happening that maybe you forget. A lot of pressure, right? So it is normal.
Yeah, and especially with big tournament hopes like this on the line. As a reminder, we're in that winner's side of the bracket in EUIC. Both of these trainers won one round, so this was a decisive game number 3. If it stands, Hikami will be able to go on to day number 2 on that winner's side, and EYT will drop down to the loser's side of the bracket. If the judges decide that it is going to be rematch viable, that's exactly what will happen. There are no definite wins here. There will be a rematch, and completely new Pokemon can be used in that sort of scenario.
Okay, we're seeing a rematch here, and again, this is just Group F. We have until Group P, so there's so many battles left. Do not miss out on this.
Wow, this is going to be incredible. So just like we said, if there is a rematch granted, like there is, that means there's going to be a completely new set of Pokemon. You can bring the same 3. They can maybe have a gentleman's agreement and be like, okay, you know what, let's continue to play it out. But, I mean, you have the potential to bring something new, maybe throw some spaghetti at the wall and see what sticks.
Yeah, it all depends on the players, right? Maybe if you know your opponent well, maybe you say like, okay, we can repeat teams and maybe do the same plays, but it starts getting a bit weird, right? Because again, this is a very fast-paced game, and it's very difficult to replicate what happened in the game, right?
Especially with Pokemon that have like debuffing attacks. So Crunch, I mean, there's no guarantee that you're going to get a Crunch debuff if you got it the first time, or you might get it the second time. That could completely change matchups. I remember, this has nothing to do with this specific tournament, but Night Slash boost is a thing, and I've seen in tournaments where, you know, you get a double Night Slash boost, and then it's just maybe impossible for your opponent to do absolutely anything against you. There is you know, some things in the game that cannot be helped, cannot be replicated, and I think that's what makes it a little bit fair to have just a complete rematch.
Yeah, completely swings the game. And for example, in this meta, you have Crunch, right? Crunch has 20% chance to lower the defense of your opponent.
It feels like 100% when an opponent is playing against me.
It used to feel actually back 1 year ago, but right now you don't get that many debuffs. But when you do, for example, in that Kingdra matchup, maybe you get the debuff and you just Poison Sting down, come up with like 100 energy if your opponent is not very aggressive with the switches, and just like rolls through the game.
Yeah, that's definitely possible. And I mean, like we said before, Wrap is an attack that's guaranteed to lower the defenses. Lunges, rock throws, there's just so many different attacks, and with the switch timers being only 4 to 5 seconds, you have a lot more play around, a lot more viability with your Pokemon.
Yeah, I myself don't know how to wrap, but this Milotic definitely seems to know, right?
Well, we'll give it a try, maybe. We got some time, Marto. This could be your rap debut.
Oh, I don't know about that. That would be a clip of all time.
It definitely would. I know that you said that we're just, you know, basically midway through the day. Is there any Pokemon or player, or like a specific player or anything that's really stood out to you in this tournament so far?
Stood out to me? Ooh. I mean, I think, well, just Nighttime Clasher is so consistent, right? He won the group. He's just very dominating. He came from a top 5, right? The top 4 in Sydney. Back from LAIC, so it's like first, fourth, and now advances undefeated to day 1. That's I think one of the best players we have right now.
Yeah, he's traveling all over.
And in Pokemon picks, like, again, Milotic is just very impressive.
Honestly, Will said at the beginning of the day, I don't think that, I don't really believe in Milotic. I don't know if we're going to see that many. That was before we saw the day one usage. I kind of want to be like, okay, well, he said that he didn't believe in that and he didn't believe in Frostlass. I haven't seen as many Frostlass, but Milotic has been absolutely everywhere and has been putting on quite a show.
Yeah, for it being 20% usage, I feel like I have seen it more than 20%, probably like triple that.
You know, like honestly, like I think Ariados was also on that list with like 18%. I don't think I've seen a single one in the times that I've been in this casting booth.
Yeah, where's Ariados? Not a single one here. Beatrill looks to be like the most dominant bug and poison type, but I don't think it has much success, at least in the battles. And Ariados might be better here in this meta, but we haven't seen it.
It could be. Now it looks like the appeal is going to go to the head judge now, because it looks like the match was, they decided it was going to be a rematch, and Hikame was deciding, I don't think that that should be the play, so it is going to the head judge for reapproval. So just hang with us for a little bit longer. And once again, this is the winner's final, so whoever wins this next matchup is guaranteed to go on to day two. They were, I mean, that's already a lot of championship points. That's already quite a bit of prize money. So, I mean, I understand that players want to make sure that they are utilizing, getting the most out of their tournament experience.
Yeah, there's too much at stake here, and as we said, each second matters, so it's very hard to notice like if the game went correctly, smoothly, and it's better to take some time with it, and yeah, there definitely takes some time with it.
Yeah, and Hikame is a trainer who he's been playing quite a bit throughout the seasons, and he's always done decently well. I mean, there was a couple times that he had top cut, but really just this season in Lille, he had a lot of momentum behind him. He had a really interesting pick for that meta, which was Empoleon, that helped him win the tournament. So I think that he's doing a really good job of like becoming a trainer that everyone is starting to really know, having some really interesting picks of his own, and just playing well with the Pokemon that have been provided.
Yeah, and it's very important, right? If you get an early win in a tournament, right? Regional win, some players have the objective, right? I want to be a regional champion. Once you get past over that, that's your breakthrough moment. And maybe after that, you just start rolling and having less pressure on yourself, and maybe that's what's happening with Hikame.
Yeah, and on the complete flip side with EUIT, he's only competed in the 2023 EUIC. I mean, that has been quite a bit ago, so he's had plenty of time to practice in between, to maybe at the beginning he was like, that was his first tournament ever, he just went for fun, and as he was like starting to play, he's like, oh, I'm starting to recognize some patterns, maybe I should start learning some of the counts more, maybe I should use specific Pokemon, and look how much has gone within this 3 years, being able to make it all the way up to that winner's finals there, recognizing when something potentially didn't go the way it should in the tournament, and if he's able to get this rematch and win, that puts him in day two as like, it just blows my mind as a competitor who's only competed in one tournament before this.
Yeah, what a performance. Exactly, perfectly said. Like, this is the second tournament. After 3 years, you have improved so much. And I don't think there's many players that can say that in his second tournament. They went on to the winners finals of the biggest tournament of all time that we are in here right now.
Absolutely.
512 players. So, you know, that's a very huge achievement, actually.
And I think that too, maybe like, you don't have the pressure to, if you're someone who's like, I mean, if we're like a me and Marto's situation, I don't have as much pressure on me to perform well because people don't know how I do, so there's not as big of expectation for me to do well. If you've already become a regional champion, or if you're consistently top cutting, people kind of come to expect that from you. So maybe if you don't have the performance that you're hoping for, it can be a little more discouraging. EYT, he's like, I have nothing to lose. Like, if anything, I just have everything to gain. People are knowing my name. I'm getting experience to play against a lot of different players, and I'm proving how good I can be against some of the very best.
Yeah, you are definitely spot on. These players, like, for example, Colin 6, right? Nighttime Clasher, which are top of the leaderboard, and they have a lot of expectations. You start thinking like, oh, if I don't do, if I don't perform well, people are gonna, you know, think about what happened, right? And you start to doubt the plays you made, and you need to like not lose your temper and just know that this is another tournament. You can still do the plays, but sometimes it gets in your head.
And honestly, I think that also just shows the caliber of the people that we have, the players that we have in Pokemon Go PvP. The more players we get, the more players that are learning the different count between the different Pokemon, the typings and everything, the better that everyone gets. It's like, I mean, everyone just gets better. You could lose to someone, but you could lose against a champ, but you could also beat them because this is a game where it's just a best of 3. You just need to beat them twice, and I think that is also an interesting mindset to have, being like, okay, I could probably beat anyone twice ever. Maybe if it's in a row, you're on a roll.
Yeah, and coming back to your point, again, I think right now is the hardest win in Pokemon Go right now. We see a lot of champions that are not repeated because the level is going so up, and people are just getting better, and it just gets harder and harder, and that's why this tournament is so impressive, right? If you make a good run, it's the biggest tournament. People are gotten really good, condensed meta, a lot of stake here.
Okay, so it looks like the first call was actually that there was no rematch. The head judge has already decided now that the no rematch stays. Congratulations to Hikami being able to take that game number 3. Moving on to that winner's side of the bracket to day 2, EYT, incredible plays, still in the tournament, just knocked down to that loser's side of the bracket.
Yeah, don't count him out yet. He has taken some names today, and he still has a shot at getting to day 2.
Oh, absolutely true. And I think that that's something that, I mean, it should be for new players. If you're watching a player like this, saying, okay, maybe I want to sign up for another tournament. Maybe I want to check out the local cups or challenges near me to be able to see what I can do. Maybe I can be good enough to be able to make it to the winners finals in the EYC or some big tournaments.
I have met a lot of people that are like, oh, I don't plan to play this tournament. I'm so scared. You know, there's some big names. But then you see these players, they take out some big names, and you're like, I can be like them, right? I can take out anyone. It's just all here in the brain, right? If you can just get past that, you can take down anyone. Just keep practicing, keep coming to these tournaments, you know, getting better.
Absolutely true. One player that really pops into my mind when you said that is a player like Elam, a trainer from North America who was consistently doing well but didn't really have his breakout performance until last season, and then he just went on an absolute rampage. He's not here at EYC, but we really want to kind of give a spotlight of all the different trainers we have around the globe.
My name is Elam Rojas, and I'm from Costa Rica. If I were a Pokemon, I think I would be Steel type because it's the best defensive typing. I started with grassroots tournaments and meeting up with some of my friends. That was back in 2019. I just kept playing Go Battle League, a lot of tournaments, grassroots. So my first ever tournament was NAIC 2022, but I was very stressed at the time, couldn't really find the team. Baltimore 2022, I found the team, I managed to prep with it, and I did really well. I ended up getting second place to my friend House Stark. My next finals was in Hartford 2023, and that was against a friend of mine, Wudosh, which at the time he hadn't won his regional either. I've learned a lot after being on stream so many times. The first time that I competed on stream, I noticed that I got really tired as the day went by. I'm so used to it that I found a way to stay locked in, if that makes any sense.
We're about to get locked into these grand finals.
I used to think that there was a very clear skill ceiling. The more I play, I notice that that's not as clear as it used to be for me. You definitely need to put a lot of time and practice into it to be at the top. For this tournament, my team was a very similar team to what I brought in both LAIC and Louisville. I changed a couple picks with the new season. I added Annihilate and Corsola. I felt like they worked better in the current meta. My most difficult matchup has to be the finals against Septali. He beat me on the winners finals, and then I came back. I don't even know what happened in those games. I was just locked in. He had a very difficult team comp. His Shadow for Alligator was very strong against my team, and he knew that. He played fantastically. I just had to find ways around it. I didn't think I was going to win until literally the end. It was just way too close.
And Elam claims his prize. He will be the Toronto Regional Grand Champion.
I'm feeling out of this world. It's been a long time, many tries, a lot of practice. I just feel fantastic right now. If I didn't win this regional, I would need to take a long break. I love competing. I'm a very competitive person. I know how good I am at the game, but my friends, meeting them at the events, hanging out with them, that's most of the reason why I keep going to these regionals. For this season, my initial goal was, of course, winning a regional. Now that I'm qualified for Worlds, I guess I need to win an IC. Other players should consider me a threat because I'm on the top of my game. I'm just a very well-rounded player. If I ever were to win Worlds, I would probably seriously consider retiring.
Marto Galdo, one of the most accomplished players in the world.
I started in competitive Pokemon in 2018 when PvP was first introduced. I started playing with my friend and then some grassroots tournaments. So my starter Pokemon is Grookey, even though I haven't played the Galar games. It reminds me of myself a bit, so I just love it. My earliest memory was when I went to a tournament just to get a Meltan box, and my friends convinced me to play the tournament, and after that it was just emotion and getting excited for battles. I couldn't stop. I think I've learned to be composed. I think I have a lot of experience in stage, so that generally is an advantage against my opponents. Going to this event, I had a team that I felt kind of comfortable with. It has some holes and some weaknesses, but me knowing those weaknesses made the opponent's team more predictable. I think that was the most important key aspect. The thing I want to improve the most right now is to predict what my opponent is running and what should I do, because sometimes you need to bait out something or you need to play a certain strategy, and I feel like I could improve that. Due to the magnitude of the tournament being international, finals had a bit more pressure. I started to get nervous and played a bit less confident than I generally do. Every year, I think it's harder to win in Pokemon Go. Everyone is improving, so the competition is getting more fierce, and that's why I feel like I have less chances to win. This finals was pretty rough, and I thought I was gonna lose at the end. My Summerl survived that with very low HP. At the end, it was crazy. Looks like I still have it.
Immortal has just reached a numeral status. He might be the greatest of all time!
It means the world. I never expected to win it. It feels so real. This win is very important because I sometimes doubt myself, so this helps me a lot. It has been a crazy season. It doesn't make sense. This is the third time I have qualified to Worlds this season, and I think we're only like 2 months in. When I qualified to the Grand Finals, I started crying and I threw myself into the floor, and it's a moment I will never forget. I think the most epic finalist to face in Worlds would be Yekai. Yekai sent me to the loser's bracket right at the end of Worlds. I think I kind of choked in the last game. I could have won that game, and I still am a bit sad about that. That would be epic to have the revenge. Worlds is always very fun and very fierce, and also I want to go to Disney.
Marto Galdo is your 2025 Latin America International Champion!
Some very inspiring players right there. I mean, the last one is a bit washed here, but speaking of washed, we are back in the European International Championship stage. I am Marto Galdo here, joined by the one and only Martijn.
Just to be clear, you were talking about you, right?
Yes, yeah, we need to qualify that.
You haven't won yet for like a few months, so yeah, absolutely. But we're back here at the UIC, going back into some of these group finals matches to see who's gonna advance to day 2. Super good battles, and soon we are going to see some LATAM representation versus European representation. Gonna be Zweilos, versus Spartan L70.
Yeah, here we go. This is actually, if you didn't know, a rematch from the World Championships. These two players have faced each other before, actually last year at the World Championships.
And who was victorious at the time? Do you remember?
Yeah, Zweilos came back on top, and he was actually using a King Gambit. I don't think a lot of people were expecting King Gambit at the Worlds, but he actually got a 2-0 victory over Spartan at the World Championship. So we will see if Spartan can take the revenge here.
What is this? A Shadow Venomoth? He's just flexing on us right now.
I mean, that might be better than Beedrill. We'll see.
It has access to Poison Fang as one of the charge decks, which always debuffs the opponent. And especially when there's like no Dragology, this might just be a pretty good call to bring to the tournament. And then the other charge deck it has is Bug Buzz. Now, Of course, Bug is widely unresisted in this format. However, it takes quite a while to get to. If you can land a Bug Buzz though, it will deal an enormous amount of damage.
Yeah, and also has a chance to drop your opponent's defense. So this Venomoth doesn't like the opponent's defense. It's the ones to drop it. And talking about dropping, we're dropping
Well,
the
here
first
it
game
is.
here.
Here it is, the Venomoth.
Oh, game 1 in the lead against the Kingdra.
Now, Poison Fang is a little bit more expensive in energy than Felstinger is, but storing some energy, then swapping into Spirit Doom, probably an attempt to catch a Swift. In comes a Swift anyway, and it's being shielded immediately by Z Zweilos. Oh no, that's not what you want to shield.
Wow, such a risky bait here, and actually gonna contest this Spirit Tomb with Zweilos, but this Rock Tomb might be a bit annoying.
It's a shiny Zweilos as well. I keep mixing up Z Zweilos and Zweilos here. It can take this attack quite comfortably. The Sucker Punch are resisted on the Dark typing of Zweilos here. It will have to launch a full Dark Pulse. The thing is, with the debuff, is this going to be enough to knock out? Are you able to keep switch advantage here? I think the Dark Pulse will barely be enough to knock out the Spirit Tomb here.
It's gonna be very close here, and this is gonna be a crucial part of the match. Can this take out the Spirit Tomb? No, it doesn't.
Can it get there? Can it get there? Yes, it hangs onto a Dragon Breath as well. Now launches the Rock Tomb. Do you go down a shield as Spartan to take switch advantage? No, he lets it go.
Yeah, the Zweilos has done its job, right? And it's gonna get the Kingdra to take some energy advantage, and Spartan still has 2 shields left.
And he still has so much energy as well, going for the Outrage. Z Zweilos is using his Protect Shield, this time correctly, on this hard-hitting Dragon-type charge attack that otherwise would have dealt a lot of damage. But this Dunsparce, it doesn't deal a lot of fast attack pressure, so it has to go. And look at that, just right before the Swift.
Yeah, the Zweilos is being a smart player. Almost nobody baits in that second shield scenario, so he gets the shield with the Outrage and getting a shield back here with the Dunsparce.
Ooh, keeping the Swift there as a charge attack, and now going for another drill run into the Spirit Tomb, storing that charge attack might be useful later into the Venomoth.
Yeah, and see, Zweilos is a bit complicated here. He might need a catch in the endgame because
I don't think you want to. Yeah, you might want to catch on the Spirit Tomb, but the Venomoth needs a Bug Buzz to deal actual damage here. Going for the Rock Tomb, I don't think this is enough though.
I don't think this is enough, and this might cost Spartan a bit the game here because he needs more energy for this Venomoth.
Can you get the Bug Bite down now? Venomoth has a very high attack. The Bug Bite's riding with the Sucker Punch there as well. Can you get to the Rock Tomb? It gets to the Rock Tomb!
Oh my god, 1 HP survive. We're still in love 1 HP here in this tournament.
That is crucial. Can now the Dunsparce get enough energy here? Keep in mind that Kingdra still has a Swift loaded. There are no shields on the sides of these Zweilos. Spartan knows it. Swaps into Kingdra immediately and launches the Swift. This will knock out Dunsparce from these Zweilos. And Spartan takes the first game extremely convincingly. The last Pokemon hardly has any health.
Absolutely amazing plays of Spartan here. Actually running the double Dragon lineup against his Zweilos. He doesn't actually have an answer for these Dragons, so these Dragons are just going crazy.
No Grimmsnarl on the side of Z Zweilos. He has a Ferret, but Ferret has Sucker Punch on his team, so it's actually quite weak to Zweilos as well. Who would have known that Z Zweilos, the trainer, is quite weak to the opposing Zweilos. What the irony. Fate.
Yeah, and Ferret, I think we have only seen once today, and it has not been...
It also had Sucker Punch at the time, so it was weak to other Dark-type Pokemon. And I thought we would see it more with Quick Attack if Ferret was around, but we do see it more often with Sucker Punch. It does have Brick Break, so at least that would help into the Zweilos. But look at this, Spartan just not using any protection, keeps it for his Dragon-type Pokemon, and knowing that when Zweilos is gone, there's nothing really weak to Venomoth anymore, so I don't need it anymore.
Yeah, and again, we keep seeing this Kingdra just threading the needle here. Is it going to be a Swift? Is it going to be an Outrage? Getting the shields there and just carrying the whole game.
It's been a nuisance all day, honestly. Baiting Swifts left and right. And I feel like so far, the battles I've been watching, the bait has been always successful.
Yeah, especially if you don't have Milotic. If you don't have Milotic in your team and Grimmsnarl is not being used that much today, Kingdra is just free.
People could have run Tyranitar. You said it. You predicted it, and no one ran Tyranitar. I mean, probably for good reason.
Yeah, that's definitely a skill issue. If they have run Tyranitar, they won't run into Kingdra problems. But you know, hopefully we'll see some Tyranitar. We still have a lot of games left, so hopefully.
I'm sure that Z Zweilos still might have a plan to come back here. Venomoth is a very specific Pokemon. We may have not seen some tech that Z Zweilos. Actually, Z Zweilos is known as the reverse engineer. He knows the depths of the matchups to precision. So I'm curious to see if Venomoth's coming out and what is it going to do. I would say it's somewhat free into the team of Spartan, but there are 2 rollout users, so those are scary.
Yeah, never count the Zweilos out. And again, as you said, like that Venomoth, can just output damage against everything, especially if Spartan brings that Swilus, actually. So we'll see if Spartan is there to bring that Swilus against, knowing that Swilus, it's so hard to counter that Venomoth.
Here we go, game number 2, we see Spiritomb, but it's met up with the shiny Swilus, and I don't think this is a matchup you want to be in. It looks like Swilus is staying into this matchup just a little bit longer, doesn't want to be behind energy. Dark Pulse comes in immediately. Swilus tried tapping the switch there, but wasn't able to, as this the swap was tapped during the animation, but it's not possible to swap them.
Yeah, what a call by Spartan, right? Knowing that Swilus Venomoth in the lead didn't work, knows that it's not going to be in the lead, throws the Swilus in, and it gets paired up against the best matchup.
But he does get a Protect Shield. In comes Venomoth, but we see a simultaneous swap into the Kingdra from Spartan, and it paces so quickly. Bug Bite does more damage from Venomoth, but Swift comes out much quicker with the Dragon Breath, charging up quicker.
Yeah, and this is different between Venomoth and Beedrill, right? Beedrill here would throw the Fell Stinger and buff its attack. Well, Venomoth here just debuffs your opponent, so if he wins this matchup, he won't be buffed for the next matchup.
Like, you know at the very least what's coming here. Kingdra is likely going for another Swift here to pull the final protection. Is Swilus going to give that up here? It will be otherwise very tough to farm down this Kingdra. No, he doesn't put up the Protect Shield. Venomoth actually hangs on here. Now you have a shield advantage on your Swilus, and I like this play because even if there was the Beedrill comes in now. I think a Dark Pulse will take it out in almost one charge stack.
Wow, this game is going so fast. The Bug Bites here and the Dark Pulse. I don't know if Beedrill can take this.
Swilus is almost down already. Dark Pulse coming through. You could even go into the Spiritomb to get a Sucker Punch in. No, staying in for the farm. And no, he doesn't get the Fell Stinger off. And now how much health is there on his own Pokemon? Swilus is still quite healthy. Gets to the Body Slam here. Is this going to make a difference? There's still a little bit of health left on the Spiritomb, but the Swilus does have a Protect Shield.
Yeah, this Swilus needs to get to 2 charge moves here, and I think this Spiritomb might even get the farm down.
It might be. Sucker Punch is a hard-hitting fast attack even when resisted. Swilus gets to those charge stacks really quickly though, so can you get the Sucker Punch down? Can you get the Body Slam? Yes, he gets to the Body Slam!
Oh wow, 1 HP! Swilus telling GG's to Spartan, realizing that he just lost 0-2 to him.
The shiny Swilus coming through here for Spartan. Double Dragon might just be the way, and he takes the 2-0 win here very swiftly.
Yeah, I would say this is an upturn, right? Swilus being the UIC defending finalist here, taken down by a Swilus. Would you believe it?
Yeah, we've heard that Pokemon name a lot today, but it's not over for him just yet. He still goes to the loser side of the bracket, and of course, big congratulations to Spartan. He's been so consistent this season. I believe in the last 2 regional championships that he had played, he got back-to-back silver medals.
Yeah, this is a
When
player.
does he get gold?
I mean, he's really hungry for the gold. Maybe, okay, I don't want to say it, but you know, there's a golden trophy in this tournament, right? But Spartan, don't count him on this tournament because he's a force to be reckoned with. He's so in form right now, and he's very hungry.
If anyone can make the loose side bracket run, Swilus has proven before that he is capable of doing such kind of things. Yeah, this was just such a solid strategy from Spartan, right? If you don't see a Milotic, no Grimmsnarl, no Dragon Tail the Dunsparce, even though we haven't seen one at all yet today. The Dragon-type Pokemon are just so free. And that's what he really made use of. Of course, Swilus is weak to Bug-type Pokemon as well, but then you have Kingdra, which paces so quickly, and Venomoth charges slower, so you outpace it so comfortably with that Kingdra.
Yeah, Swilus is weak to that Venomoth, but it didn't get paired up against that Venomoth, so Spartan just had the calls there and just played marvelously, and he was not scared of that Venomoth. The Venomoth didn't work out so well in that game.
I believe that marks the second Latam trainer that we have on the winner's side of the bracket, making it to day 2. So Latam is showing up here, Martin.
Yeah, Latam is actually very hungry, right? Because this LAIC, they got stolen 3 trophies from them, so they are hungry to get them back.
3?
3 trophies, yeah, 3 out of 4. So they really want them back.
Wait, but who from Latam got that trophy then?
Kind of a washed player.
Washed guy, yes.
Yeah, you gotta count on him. So, but yeah, Latam coming back in force. Spartan actually, again, as we said, getting the revenge here from Worlds. So that must feel very well. But we could just go ahead and go into the next game, and we also have Latam again here on the left.
Introduce him to us.
Yeah, the left player is actually Angelo, and this player, some of you might not recognize him, but this is one really good player from Latam. He has done very well in the championship series. Maybe not that many tournaments he has participated in, but when he does, he performs really well.
Well, he is performing because he's again in the winners finals. We see again the Zweilos, no Kingdra this time, and an Ariados, which is an interesting pick. On the right side, we see Kokshak, who's been very consistent this season in the European Regional Championships. I believe he's like in the top 8, top 10 of the leaderboard on championship points. That just already says how consistent he is and has been. And obviously also in the winners finals, looking to get those championship points added as well. Kokshak is very well on his way, not to just the Worlds qualification, but also the Travel Awards.
Yeah, when you see Kokshak in a tournament, you expect him to do well. He's also regional champion, and he actually won.
He beat Tomahawk UK.
Yeah, and he won with a Victini.
Yes.
He's the only player that has won a regional championship with Victini. And you know, Victini, you have in your team, instant win.
Is that so? Why have you never played it then?
Yeah, because the power of Victini is not for me.
I think Tomahawk UK could really use it. He's hosting this weekend, but maybe if he runs a Victini sometimes, he can add a gold medal to that collection. He has 3 silver right now, and these trainers will be looking for those trophies. I believe that will be their first trophy as well. So let's see if they can make that. This is the winners finals of Group H. So yeah, making it to day 2 would be huge for these trainers.
Yeah, but no Victini here. It's not allowed. So
not allowed. No, would be a little bit too good if you have all if you have fire types into the 1000 bug type Pokemon we see here.
Yeah, but coming back, we get a Swilus again on the left side, which might be which might bait out that Beedrill, right?
It's a menace.
Yeah, if you don't use Beedrill, how do you stop these Swilus?
But Beedrill is like the only counter Kokshak has. If you look at his team, Kingdra, neutral. Spiritomb doesn't want to see it really. Dunsparce, only so-so. It doesn't have any fast attack pressure. Neither does Licky. And then Shadow Drapion, the charge attacks are generally resistant. Unless someone is running Sludge Bomb, but I doubt that. I don't think it's better than Aquatil.
Maybe there's one player in 500 that will run a Sludge Bomb, but I don't see...
Wait, Ice Fang Shadow Drapion.
Oh,
maybe.
How did nobody think about that?
Yeah, actually, well, this one has Poison Sting, so that we won't see it this time.
I was expecting something else. But let's talk about this Ariados, right? We have seen a lot of Bug type and Poison type Pokemon. Beedrill, Venomoth, and now we see Ariados.
Yeah, this Ariados...
Who's the better one?
It has Lunch and Megahorn, but the big difference between Ariados and Beedrill is the fast attack pressure. Because Ariados does not have Bug Bite, it has Poison Sting. It relies more on charge attack energy. But the thing is, you have Lunch. And Lunch, just like with Spidops, will debuff the opponent's attack. So it could set up for a farm down. The thing is, this is a meta where you usually don't really need switch advantage. So the odds are pretty high that your opponent is like, I'm not letting you farm me down. I'm just going to swap out of this.
Yeah, but debuff is so useful, right? You kind of artificially buff your Pokemon, right? You're like artificially bulkier, and that's the advantage that Ariados has. So we'll see if we see it in these games. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, let's see how Kokshak is going to adapt here to the Ariados, a very unique Pokemon that he may not have faced yet before. And yeah, Angelo, I hope we get to see it. It's a Pokemon that usually runs Trailblaze, and Trailblaze is not really an attack that you use here.
I have very important information. This Swilus is running Dragon Pulse.
Dragon Pulse! That's a little bit more energy than Dark Pulse, but also hits harder. Here we see the Shadow Drapion come out from Angelo, and we do see that Ariados in the back. But let's take a look here, because we have double rollout in the back. And we see the first catch already from Kokshak. It's an Aquatil. This is an excellent catch. It's not the most efficient charge attack from the Drapion, because it's not the same type of attack bonus. You do have some time to build up energy and swapping your own potentially. That will bait out the rollout user that Kokshak is looking for, but he has another one in the back though.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of switches here, and actually we're seeing both Lickys with Shadow Ball, so this matchup might go on for a little bit of time.
Imagine you would have got, obviously Kokshak's not going to throw Shadow Ball into Shadow Drapion, but that's kind of the downside that I find about Shadow Ball. It's a very, very efficient charge attack. In fact, when both Body Slam and Shadow Ball are neutral, Shadow Ball is a better attack to throw. But the thing is, in a meta full of normal type that are quite free to play, it's also possible that at some point your Shadow Ball gets caught on something like a Licky. It will deal no damage.
Yeah, but this Licky matchup is going for a while, and it's very important to get your energy up here, like have like 100 energy, so that if your opponent switches up, you have some energy to throw, right? And that's what Angelo's doing right here.
I would not be surprised if Angelo would swap out at some point, but it looks like he's launching another body slam. He's one rollout off another one here. Going for the undercharge. Do we see a switch or a potential farm down? And Kokshak is letting that farm down happen, but comes out with a body slam. I think you might even be able to get to a Shadow Ball in whatever comes in, but you don't want to throw it into Dunsparce. And it looks like that Angelo was being careful. He was looking to throw a Shadow Ball, but that's sort of Dunsparce was like, hold on a second.
Yeah, very nice reactions by Angelo, very nice plays by Kokshak, but actually getting aggressive here and throwing the Drapion in. There's so much energy here.
Right, Crunch is going to deal a lot of damage here. Dunsparce is a bulky Pokemon. At this point, Kokshak needs to think about what could be in the back here. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough to predict what will be here. Going for the Drone to take the shield, but your rollout fast attack damage still won't do as much. So Shadow Drapion can just hang in here for a bit.
Yeah, and it's very important because, he's really going to go aggressive here and throw it against the Drapion. But there's an Ariados in the back. It's going to resist everything from this Beedrill.
Yeah, it's not the most bulky Pokemon though, so I think honestly he's still after, and we see the defense drop even. That will actually be very helpful for that Ariados. Now it's finally revealed, not throwing a charge attack just yet, going for the X's, and this is where it would have been nice to have Drill Run.
Yeah, and that debuff might be huge because the Megacorn might take out the...
Wow, that actually does a lot of damage.
Half of HP of the Ariados gone, and going for the launch,
the lunge immediately. Wants to make sure that this Ariados hangs on just a little bit more. Perhaps Angelo knows the damage range just a little bit better than we do. The poisoning down is a little bit tough here. You still have protection than Angelo though.
Yeah, Angelo has to make a decision here.
Wait.
This Exeter is going to take...
I thought he was going to call the Velstinger.
I mean, that's a very tough call, but the Dunsparce has so much HP left.
Right, 2 attacks won't be enough yet. I think miscounted or attempted to catch there. Now go for the body slam. Does this put it into lunge range? And does Angelo have a lunge loaded? He's gonna need that charge. I don't think this is lunge range even if you will get there. Wow, I don't know.
But this rollout is stacking up. Might be in the lunge range. We will see. Oh,
yeah,
doesn't have the lunge.
Just barely one of the lunge. Dunsparce coming through here. It just deals super effective damage to way too much in this meta. Kokshak knows that. He takes advantage and he takes game number 1.
Yeah, what a game. Well, that was really close. If he did one extra fast move with his Gyarados, maybe got him the catch there. The final... The game was decided like in the final.
I think Kokshak just really sniffed out. My opponent's win condition is to go for a catch here. I'm not gonna throw right away. You know what I love the most about Kokshak? He just always looks confused, as if he doesn't know what he's doing. But he knows really well what he's doing, because he's winning very, very often in the championship series. And this catch, by the way, right? I love this, because you probably know as Beedrill user, my opponent is going to bait, because Beedrill is fragile, so I'm going to catch that bait on Licky Licky, and it will deal almost no damage.
And not only that, you expect Beedrill to have a good matchup against Drapion, right? Resisting the
so you don't expect the switch?
You don't expect the catch. And he doesn't. He suddenly does it, and that's an unexpected play.
I think that really set Kokshak apart in this match right here. And then having, I mean, he also kind of had the backline as an advantage there, because he had double rollout users, and Ariados was in the back there. While Ariados, when 2 shields are in play for both Pokemon, can deal with rollout users when shields are down. It's not going to be so good, because it really relies on the lunge debuffs.
Yeah, Angelo has to think if Ariados is actually the play here. And surprisingly, Beedrill wins the game here. Absolutely incredible.
Why is that incredible? That we've seen Beedrill all day.
I don't think we have seen Beedrill win that many games. So
yeah, Beedrill, I mean, it's a tough Pokemon to use because it's so fragile and it's so easy to just stack energy all over the place. I'm not surprised that we didn't see the Zweilos though. I think Kokshak is always expecting Zweilos, and that's why the Beedrill came out.
Yeah, he expected his opponent to expect, so he didn't bring the Zweilos, and yeah, the Beedrill came in.
It's the expect show here.
Yeah, so we'll see what both players expect in the second game here, how they adapt. They might be ready to go into the second game.
Angelo wants to be the 3rd Latam trainer to get through there on the winner's sides, on the winner's finals here. Yeah, both trainers still discussing just a little bit more and then deciding what to bring in. How do you adapt to this? When you see 2 rollout users on the other side, does that make the Bug-type Pokemon appealing to bring?
It is a bit tough, right? That Ariados can tank maybe the energy of the Beedrill, because he's expecting it, right? But maybe a rollout usually just a better answer. And yeah, the Shadow Ball, also the moveset is not the best.
Well, here we go. This is definitely something you don't want to throw Shadow Ball, and this is where Spiritomb goes for Rock Tomb, but perhaps we see Kokshak go for another catch. He has double rollout users in the back, so he has bulk to spare. No catch this time. We see the crunch being locked, and Kokshak boosts up the protection immediately. What this means for the matchup is that when both Pokemon use one Protect Shield, Spiritomb will actually win.
Yeah, that's the reason why Kokshak is going for the shield here. And look at that Arios in the back. What is Arios going to do this game?
We'll find out. I think that Kokshak really has this matchup pretty in a good advantage here. Of course, he has the double rollout users, but just winning the one shield scenario here is actually incredible because the Spiritomb will barely be able to get to the Rock Tomb before the next crunch.
Yeah, and Angelo needs to go for a catch here, but if you catch, you're going to get debuffed by the Rock Tomb, so is that really a catch? Oh, actually, Kokshak go over for the catch.
He went for the catch or just preserve the energy, and now a rollout sneaks through. Crunch is coming through as well. This is a debuff crunch, so it will do a little bit more damage, but the chip damage might just be necessary. The problem is that Angelo kind of has to, simply because he doesn't have an answer to a rollout user in the back. It's only his own Licky Licky.
Yeah, when you see a rollout user, you just throw your rollout user, you know, chip and dip strategy. And actually, it's going to be very important how Angelo manages the energy here, how much energy he gets out of this mirror matchup, and maybe if Kokshak gets a little bit aggressive.
Let's find out. Another body slam is coming through. This matchup is going to take a little while, but it's a great opportunity for both trainers to just gather energy. You see Angelo preserving a lot here. That is because he might sniff out the Dunsparce in the back. That means he needs to preserve this Licky Licky, save the energy, potentially swap back out at some point. We see Kokshak instead swap out and going for the Rock Tomb instead now. This Rock Tomb, I don't think secures a knockout. However, will bring the Licky Licky very low. Licky Licky would have to expend a whole Shadow Ball, but no, preserves the attack instead, and now the Octo comes through.
Yeah, he needs to expend all the energy in the dropping here. Oh,
the shield though.
He doesn't want to give up the Spiritomb, he just wants to get a farm down here.
Now all Protect Shields are down for Kokshak. Angelo still has one. There's some energy on this. Oh, but now going for the Shadow Ball. Now all the energy is gone from the Spiritomb. Wait, the undercharge.
What a play from Angelo. Oh, wants to get an uncharge, but there's still an Ariados in the back. You have a shield up, but a Licky Licky and a Dunsparce, and it's going to get a lot of energy here.
The problem is that Dunsparce now gets an energy head start, and that's exactly what you don't want as the Ariados. Ariados, I think, is going to need a lunch, maybe a Mega Horn afterwards. And look at that, Kokshak still has his own Licky Licky in the back as well.
Yeah, these rollouts are starting to add up, and the Rock Slide, you definitely don't want to take this. And I think Kokshak is one fast attack away from the second Rock Slide.
This is definitely the moment to use that final Protect Shield, but not before. Can you throw the lunge? No, he doesn't throw the lunge. Now the Rock Slide isn't debuffed. I guess that makes in some way sense, because you know that one Rock Slide won't be enough to knock out regardless. But look at that, you're almost knocked out here. Going for the, oh, I guess he predicted that the Licky Licky would come in. Expends the lunge. Angelo knows that that may have been his win condition, getting the lunge off, and now we see the switch. Going for the Shadow Ball. He's going for style points. Kokshak is taking game number 2.
Very well played by Kokshak, making the plays, making the moves, and securing his day 2 here.
On the winner's side as well, it's not over yet for Angelo. Incredible performance so far, getting here in the winners finals with that spicy Ariados. But Kokshak just a little bit ahead in the game here with the double rollout use. He kind of just sniffed out, okay, my opponent brought this spicy Pokemon. I think they rely on it. I'm just going to counter that Pokemon as much as possible, and that really worked.
Yeah, like Kokshak here bringing the double rollout, right? Like, what's your opponent gonna do? Like, he knows the Ariados was in the back, and was like, oh, you bring the Ariados in the back? I'm gonna get double rollout users, and your Ariados completely useless.
And Spiritomb. Spiritomb also resists Poison Sting, so it's also, and it has Rock Tomb. He had 3 Pokemon that dealt super effective into Bug-type Pokemon, so Ariados just kind of had a hard time there.
Yeah, Ariados was definitely not the play in this game, but there was a lot of micro decisions in the end game here that needed to be made. Angelo actually went for a prediction in the final, but it didn't work out.
Yeah, interesting, because Spiritomb generally wins the charge attack 30 tie. That is the moment when both Pokemon throw the charge attack at the same time, and the Pokemon with the higher attack stat would then have the priority to throw that charge attack. But in that case, Kokshak just kept the attack, didn't want to go for that, and tried to catch an Octil. It didn't really matter in the end anyway, because Licky Licky was unanswered by Angelo. He was forced to bring in his own. He didn't bring in his Ariados into Licky Licky. Maybe that was the play in hindsight, because Ariados doesn't take super effective damage from the charge attacks from Licky Licky. And who knows? If you aligned it a little bit different, it could have been more play.
Yeah, and talking about force, he was forced to throw the charge attack at the end of the game because you saw that Licky was so close to the Shadow Ball.
It had body slam already even.
Yeah, there was so much energy going around. So that Aridos, poor Aridos, got like throwing rocks, Shadow Balls, everything at him. He didn't have a good time.
I'm just thinking, right? Maybe if let's imagine, right? Ideal situation for Angelo. Quackshock actually did swap in the Licky, and Angelo gets the prediction correct, throws the launch, Licky goes down. Can you then get to the Mega Horn? In this case, Mega Horn does have the same type of attack bonus. We've seen it from Seeking most of the time. And then the damage is, cool, not that much. But from Ariados, it does a lot more.
Yeah, but I don't think he was getting there. That Ariados had very low HP, and I think he needed like maybe even 4 poison stings, so then you're gonna get like 3 rolls against you. There was no way out of that game.
Sad Spider gets squashed by stones, unfortunately. But yeah, that was a great set though, and we are going to have many more battles coming up as well as we move into the next winners finals. This is going to be an exciting one as well. I think most trainers will know the trainer on the left there. On the camera it's mirrored, so I'm going to point here. Rise to occasion, content creator, commentator, and very good competitor. And on the right side, Chris from Spain, a trainer who's come very far often at European regional championships.
Yeah, we gotta talk about these players. Rice has actually a record for winning a regional every single season.
Every single season!
He's the only player that has that and will ever have, at least for the time being. And Chris on the other side has been on a roll this season. Actually, he's in the top spots of the European leaderboard.
He has been. He was messaging me, do I have the travel award? Do I have to travel? Do I need to be top placement? And I was like, brother, you're top 4. You're good. The travel award, for those unaware, is a prize package that you can earn by having many championship points and get to the top of the leaderboard in a certain period. There's one for every international championship. There's also one for the world championships. And both these trainers, they have gotten that previously. If it was for this event or a previous event, they're familiar with that. So that's why it's important to, even if you don't win an entire event, just the championship points, getting like top 16 is already huge towards those prizes.
Yeah, and that's very important, right? Because we get a lot of ICs, right? And we each has a travel award. So maybe you think you have played enough tournaments for the season. No, a travel award comes in and you need to fight again for those points. Also go to your local tournaments. So that's what keeps you in the game, right? And you need to keep rolling and performing.
You can snowball that. Basically, if you get that travel award, that prize package to get to, for example, the North America International Championships in New Orleans in June, you know, and then you do well there and you can go to the next LAIC, you know, that's kind of how that works in the Championship Series. But let's focus back on this match here. We see 2 very meta teams here. I'm starting to think, like, maybe it's the time of the day. In the morning, I felt like, right in the morning in London here at least, we saw a lot of Milotic, we saw a lot of Spidops. And now all I see is Shadow Beedrill. And actually, there's not a Milotic, but Shadow Beedrill has really been coming up way more.
Yeah, we're seeing way too many Beedrill and not that many Spidops. We don't see any Spidops here, and we'll see if Beedrill comes into the game, but these teams are looking pretty similar, right?
Very similar. And the Beedrill also will run the same movesets again. Actually, hold on a second. Whoa. Chris has Drill Run on his Beedrill, so that means that if there will be a scenario where Chris is able to get shields down and Rice also has a Beedrill, he will be able to deal neutral damage to the opposing Beedrill and actually will knock out. Well, Rice will only have X-Scissor. Probably still will do a lot of damage. X-Scissor on the mirror Shadow Beedrill because both Pokemon are quite fragile. But he has that coverage there, and it will also take out an opposing Drapion in one single charge attack. So kind of an important detail here. And then we also have Power Punch on the Grimmsnarl from Chris. So some important notable things about the movesets that we have from these trainers.
Yeah, and these are the strats that some players bring to the table, right? Your opponent is not expecting Drill Run on the Beedrill, so maybe you don't even read the page that tells you they have the Drill Run.
This, I would say, is a decent lead for Chris here because you have the same type of bonus attack in the Sucker Punch. Well, Dunsparce, it is bulky, it will hang on in this matchup, and we see a catch immediately. That is kind of surprising considering Spiritomb is quite good into Dunsparce. However, it looks like Chris opting to save Spiritomb for something else potentially. But now the thing is, this Milotic is chipped into Rock Tomb plus Sucker Punch damage.
Yeah, but it's so fast, it might get to another Aqua Tail here. Rise to Occasion needs to take the decision if he goes straight for the Rock Tomb or tries to save more energy, but this Aqua Tail did so much damage here.
I would expect the shield to come. No, going for the charge attack priority tie. Will the Rock Tomb be enough to knock out Chris? Is going to let the Milotic go. I think that's kind of a safe play regardless, because now you can get the opposing Sucker Punch down. No, goes into the Drapion. Interesting play. Can farm up a little bit more energy, not as much before the next Rock Tomb, and we do see the perfect counting from Chris here. I do think an Aqua Tomb may have been enough. We see the shield come up from Rise to Occasion.
Yeah, expect the shield from Rise to Occasion, right? Because he wants to debuff this Drapion, and that's what's going to happen here, and getting the shield from Chris.
Drapion is actually quite a difficult Pokemon to deal with for even Dunsparce, just because of the pacing. And I think that's why Rise is looking to get their shields down. Now we see the switch into Spirit. Oh, but swapping into his Dunsparce instead of Drapion.
Yeah, a lot of aggressive plays here. You cannot get farm down there with the Spiritomb because you give a lot of advantage to your opponent, and that's why Rise Education is forced to his Dunsparce.
Well, I think that Drapion would have been a little bit better into Spiritomb, but I guess Rise Education is just holding on to his shields just a little bit more, because Dunsparce is bulkier. Shadow Drapion would take much more damage with from Spiritomb. So I guess that's why Rise Education went into Dunsparce here. And oh man, did Chris miss counter race? He's just going for a farm down. Looks like he puts on the protection immediately. He wants to hold on to his energy.
Yeah, I think this is intentional because he just want to Rock Tomb the backline Pokemon. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna bring your Spiritomb and get farmed down, or are
you cannot poison thing down?
Oh, he switched, and this might be a mistake because this poison thing is resisted. You cannot farm down the Spiritomb.
I don't know what's going on. Like, the thing is, you now have all the energy on the Spiritomb. He lets this go. You will get debuffed for the remainder of the match, but the timer is not going to be up on Chris' side, so Chris cannot switch out. The thing is, can Rise get this Drapion into Poison Sting plus Aqua Tail range, come out with another charge attack for the opposing Spiritomb, knowing that this Aqua Tail will do less than Rock Tomb? He does not put up the shield here.
Yeah, we see Chris winning charge attack priority here, but Rise doesn't care. He has 2 charge moves left, and if this Aqua Tail takes out the Drapion, he's gonna be close to a crunch here to take out the Spiritomb, or even with the Aqua Tail.
He's one Poison Sting off here, going for the Aqua Tail immediately. Spiritomb was very close to 2 charge attacks. Rise to Occasion made the right calls in this game though, with the Dunsparce into the Spiritomb, because now he had set up his Shadow Drapion to get to the final charge attack. This Aqua Tail, not the strongest attack, especially when debuffed, is going to be enough to knock out Spiritomb. Rise to Occasion takes game number 1.
Yeah, very well played by Rise to Occasion. The Drapion management in this matchup is super important, saving the energy, knowing when to switch, and Rise to Occasion played perfectly there. And he got a win and also got some very crucial information, because that Spiritomb actually won charge attack priority against that Drapion. So that probably means that Spiritomb also wins charge attack priority in the mirror.
I think Chris now also knows that it's safer to lead his own Shadow Drapion. Knowing that you'll win that match, does this get into the head of Rise to Occasion as well? Knowing that now, okay, it's safer for my opponent to lead Shadow Drapion, do I bring the Spiritomb another time?
Yeah, exactly. Maybe Rise is not going to be inclined to use that Drapion on the lead, knowing that he might lose the charge attack priority. But we will see how he adapts. He's 1-0 up, so he might test some stuff here in the second game.
Right, I really like the play where Rise to Occasion was pulling down the shields. Because let's say he didn't shield the Spiritomb earlier in that game to get shields from the Drapion from Chris, that Dunsparce may have had a pretty rough time into the Shadow Drapion. Because Shadow Drapion, when it can hide behind shields, it's just one of the best Pokemon in the meta, if not in the game.
Yeah, you would think that Dunsparce with ground coverage would be really good against the Drapion. But when shields are up and energy advantage for the Drapion, it's pretty bad for the Dunsparce, actually.
I don't know if it's bad, but as Dunsparce user, I find it annoying. I'm like, let me land this drill run, please. Stop shooting. And yeah, and then they catch it on the next Pokemon,
exactly.
and I'm angry.
Yeah, and these players can play around that, right? You can get a catch. You can take advantage of your 2-turn fast attack against 3-turn. Just do one fast move, catch, maybe even sneak. So very easy to play around.
Right, we saw Rise to Occasion make use of the bulk on the Dunsparce. Let's take a look for the next game here. Both trainers are ready. Here we go. We have the Shadow Drapion from Rise to Occasion into Spiritomb from Chris, but we've seen this before. This is not a bad matchup for Spiritomb if you correctly shield a Crunch as the first charge attack.
Yeah, we said Rise was not bringing the Drapion. Oh, he's going for the bait. This is very ballsy. And gets the shield. This is very huge.
And now Drapion will win the scenario where both Pokemon use one Protect shields.
Yeah, and Chris tried to go for the charge attack priority there. He knew he wanted, but also Rise knew that, so he didn't throw the charge attack.
Yeah, Spiritomb generally has a higher attack than Shadow Drapion. Still good to know. Crunch coming through here. I think Rise to Occasion is just going to play it out here. Make sure that it gets rid of the Spiritomb. No, another protection is being used by Chris.
Wow, Chris is out of shields for the rest of the game, and this Drapion is proving to be a bit annoying for Chris.
Let's take a look if Rise is going to... Yeah, he's saving the Shadow Drop here. Yes, you're double debuff, but this Spiritomb is so healthy, he cannot get rid of it quite quickly, so... Kind of an awkward situation for Rise.
How do you take out this Spiritomb? Oh, goes for the catch and unsuccessful.
I think we saw Rise wait just a second there, and that's why he didn't throw that attack there. He was waiting just a little bit.
Yeah, it's so hard to catch against Rise, but also we have to talk about the Beedrill in the back. What is Beedrill gonna do without shields?
That is going to be a good question, especially into a Pokemon like Licky. Drones coming through. A lot is on the line for this Dunsparce. Has to really carry its way through.
Yeah, and we have seen this matchup before, right? This Milotic can actually take those two drill runs, so it could build up a lot of energy, maybe switch out, and actually a charge attack priority here.
Yeah, which Milotic wins because it has a higher attack as well. Yeah, let's take a look here. The Aqua Tail comes through. Won't be enough to knock out just yet. I think that Licky looks so good in the back, though.
Yeah, and do you switch here as Chris? You don't want to give that Dunsparce the edge, right? And he's probably going to go for the switch. Actually, yeah, going for the Spiritomb switch. And going for the farm down. Oh, but Rise has dug 2 crunches loaded.
And here we go. Now the debuff is gone as well from the Rock Tombs earlier thrown in the game, because as you swap out, they're clear. Does this knock out the Spiritomb? No, just not yet. You have to go for another. I think maybe 2 points could have been enough to get the farm down here, and I think Rise might know that as well.
Yeah, Rise is not liking this. This Beedrill in the back has no shields, and he's going to give a farm down to potentially this Licky here. So how is going to Beedrill do anything in this game?
Well, we're about to find out. In comes Licky with that energy advantage. Can you get to the crunch? So that might actually be crucial. He gets to the crunch, but I think that Licky is simply going to outpace Beedrill to that charge. So it might come down to a potential catch.
Exactly. There's a catch here. There's a catch. Rise still has a way to come back from this game. This game is not over for any of these players. Earthquake has to land here.
Well, I think you can also just go for 2 bodies. No, going for the Earthquake. Is this, plus a few rollouts, going to be enough? Earthquake is a hard-hitting charge attack on Shadow Beedrill, but it doesn't even go into the red.
Oh my god, can this Beedrill actually get to a charge attack here?
Oh, it's an Aqua Tail though!
Oh, what a combo play by Chris is actually going to take out this Beedrill, and this is lights out for Rise to Occasion.
Aqua Tail is coming through, washes away the bug. How much energy is there on the Dunsparce? There's some energy, but no health, and Chris ties up the score.
Wow, what a crazy game. That Aqua Tail bank in the back was crucial in this game. That Beedrill was about to get to a charge attack, and Chris said, no, you're not getting there.
I thought that double body slam was the play just because there's a little bit more damage. It does take another rollout, but Beedrill doesn't pace exactly fast to its charge attacks. But I think Chris knew the matchup just... I go for the Earthquake, I have the Aqua Tail. All I have to make sure is that it doesn't get caught. It didn't get caught, so he won the game.
I think that Earthquake is genius, because if you do 2 body slams, you give your opponent
2 opportunities
double
to catch.
potential to catch. And Rise didn't expect that, because, you know, the good players are like, oh, he's going to expect me to throw here, so I'm going to do an extra fast move.
Mind games.
And yeah, the mind games are rolling in, and Chris was like, no, instantly throw the Earthquake. This game is done. He was calculated.
Just a fun fact. Both trainers are named Chris.
Yo, that's right. Interesting fact here. Which is going to be the Chris that comes out on top.
Who is the best Chris,
the best Chris?
In this matchup here? We're going to have a decisive game number 3 between Rise to Occasion on the left and Chris on the right. Very good battles that we saw there. Chris might not have the same achievements that Rise has, but he's definitely not worse of a trainer. He is to be looked out for.
Yeah, he really wants them. And again, we have a final between NA and EU. We have seen this throughout the day a lot. This is a tug of war between NA and EU. Who will come out on top?
Chris wants to stop NA from... I mean, that's the thing for most Europeans, right? Because we saw Nighttime Clasher training from North America take the LAIC. And I think kind of for all the Europeans that are like, I think we want to keep this one in region.
Yeah, if you go to a region that's not yours, you won't have too many people.
You're like the enemy, right?
Yeah, you don't have too many people in the crowd cheering for you, so it's a bit tougher, right? Like everyone's against you, but some players actually take that and use it to its favor. It's like, okay, I'm just gonna make everyone you know,
or
sad.
you just feel the energy from the trainers watching from home, because there are many trainers rooting for Rise, but let's see if Chris can pull through here. This is a pretty rough lead for Chris, on the right, and the other Chris on the left, Rise to Occasion, has a pretty good lead here in my opinion. But you probably do want to shield an Earthquake here as Rise to Occasion on the Spirit Tomb, because this sets you up so far. Now the energy is all drained from the Licky, and it's set up so much behind. This allows the Spirit Tomb to farm up more and more energy, and even debuff the next Pokemon as well.
That was a humongous shield. There's no way this Licky takes out the Spirit Tomb now, and it's going to be very hard to come back from this game.
Licky will get to another Earthquake. It is debuff though. Oh, we see the catch on the Dunsparce. Rise to Occasion, making all the plays, and he recognizes Spirit Tomb is valuable. I need to protect my precious Ghost.
What a beautiful catch. Saves the energy from the Spirit Tomb. All these Pokemon are healthy here and needs to be answered by a Spirit Tomb. This is not the place you want to be in.
Zeron's coming through. I don't think that you can get a Sucker Punch down before the next charge attack though, because this is still a pretty healthy Dunsparce. And let's take a look. Going to farm a little bit more energy. Charge attack priority die. Very good counting from Chris.
Oh, that was a very important charge attack priority, because this Dunsparce is not going to get that charge move out, and he got all the energy he needed there.
Oh, and it knocks out as well. I think Rise to Occasion was hoping to take that, and now going for the Rock Tomb right before the next Rock Tomb as well. I actually would have liked to see Rise to Occasion just use Protect Shield and farm up. It looks like he gets an opportunity anyway, because Chris is also using a Protect Shield here.
Yes, but he got a shield back, and he's probably going to shield here and go for the farm down. I don't think Chris is going to let him, but the next Pokemon is going to be debuff here.
Shields are now down for Rise to Occasion. In comes a fully healthy Milotic, but it's going to be debuffed going into the next matchup. Chris tried going for the Aqua Tail immediately, but not before the Rock Tomb here. This Shadow Ball could have hit really hard, but I think that's just safer to go for the Rock Tomb just in case it would get shielded.
Yeah, how do you come back from this game being Chris, right? Like, you need to call the Earthquake or something, but this Milotic is not going to do any damage here.
Wrap is coming through. This will drop the defense there. Knowing Chris, I have played against Chris before. He likes to no shield in these kind of scenarios. And let's take a look if he's going to call an Earthquake. He is thinking to himself, the Earthquake. Is it obvious here? No, he no shields the Body Slam. A great call here. Does this keep him in the game though?
Wow, what a shield from Chris, but all his Pokemon are really low HP. How is he going to come back from this game?
Yeah, and also Spirit Tomb still has a little bit of health on the side of Rise to Occasion as well, right? Take a look here. Body Slam is almost being charged. Trying to make a catch here. Can you get the rollout down now? Oh, that would be really close. The Licky would get very low. Throwing a charge attack though. Does this give Chris an opportunity to come back with the Milotic and get to an Aqua Tail?
Yeah, this is getting very close. Chris still has a shield here, and Rice went for the Body Slam. He's not liking this. He's doing for another charge.
Wait, let him cook. Let him cook. Yeah, putting on a Protect Shield. Licky has some energy, but Chris, Rice gets to another charge attack here. What can Milotic do? Chris is shaking his head on the right side because he has to take out Licky with his Milotic, and then Spirit Tomb as well. Spirit Tomb. Oh, he makes the catch though, but is that what you want to do?
Oh,
Rice Occasion knows the Spirit Tomb was more valuable. Do you get Dragon Tail down now before the rollout?
This is going to be Dragon Tail versus rollout. Who can get ahead of this? It's going to be so close. Can Milotic take the last rollout? No!
We're about to find out who goes down. Oh, Licky barely hangs on. 1 HP and a dream for Rise to Occasion.
Absolutely wonderful plays by Rise to Occasion there. That came down to the wire.
Incredible. This is just day one. This is just day one, Marto.
Like, we're in day one?
This is the first tournament you're casting. Tomorrow is going to be even crazier with these kind of battles. But this was just a taste of when there's so much at stake.
I don't think my heart can hold on to this. Like, how are we in day one? These are day 2 plays, day 3 plays. Like, absolutely incredible. If this is what's going on today, I don't know what to expect from tomorrow.
Marto, if I was holding an espresso cup, I would have dropped it and it would have shattered. Like I was holding my breath there for these kind of battles. They were crazy. And Chris, he still has a chance tomorrow as well. He will be going to the loser side of the bracket. So this was definitely not the last that we've seen of him. And the Spanish have just great support in the venue as well. We are definitely going to see him back.
Yeah, and this is the strength of the Spirit Tomb. If you can actually shield that Earthquake, the matchup goes south for you. Like, it completely starts snowballing, and that's what happened with Chris. It was so hard to come back from this game. It was super close, right? But after that, you have to make a lot of plays.
Right, and the Octil knocking out this Spiritomb at the very end. Like, Rise at this point was like doubting, did I make the correct call there? Because he needed the Spiritomb to actually get fast attack damage in, but Chris predicted that, and that's how this matchup got so incredibly close.
Yeah, Rise didn't even know he was winning that game. He was like, oh, did I make a mistake? Was that a throw? But his leaky hold on.
Those kind of haunt you. If you throw a game like that, it does happen to some of the best of us. But the best of us also learned their typing really well. And if you want to know more about how these trainers have learned their typing, stay tuned. We have just the right video for you.
All right, trainers, get ready to take some notes. It's time to study Pokemon types. In Pokemon Go, there are 18 total types. Some Pokemon have a single type, while others are dual type. You can identify a Pokemon's type in the inventory menu or on the top right of the battle screen, similar to the Pokemon TCG. Every attack in Pokemon Go has one type property. Similar to VGC, the type property of a Pokemon's charge attacks are displayed on screen during battle. We can use this scale to see how damage applies in Pokemon Go PvP. Neutral, resisted and super effective, double resisted and double super effective, and triple resisted. In VGC, flying type Pokemon are immune to ground type attacks. However, in Pokemon Go, no types are immune to other types. The closest comparison to immunity in Pokemon Go is triple resistance. More on that later. Unlike TCG, no Pokemon in Pokemon Go can use a special ability to remove their type's weaknesses. Therefore, every fast and charge attack will deal at least a tiny bit of damage, leading to improbable, unexpected, and exciting win conditions. Let's begin with the interactions between fire, grass, and water. Fire is super effective to grass, grass is super effective to water, and water is super effective to fire. When two single-type Pokemon battle, their attacks are usually neutral, resisted, or super effective. However, dual-type Pokemon are much more complex. To determine effectiveness for dual-type Pokemon, consider each type individually. For example, a Psychic-type Confusion from Bronzong will deal super effective damage to Poison and Fighting-type opponents. When Bronzong battles Toxicroak, that damage becomes double super effective, because Toxicroak is both a Fighting and Poison type. Some Pokemon single resist, double resist, or even triple resist attacks from other types. For example, Steel-type Pokemon single resist Dragon-type attacks, while Fairy-type Pokemon double resist Dragon. A Fairy and Steel-type Pokemon like Mawile will actually triple resist Dragon-type attacks. These are all of the double resistances in Pokemon Go. If you combine one of these double resistance interactions with another single resistance, you get triple resistance. Let's deep dive into a complex dual-type matchup, Beedrill versus Skeledirge. Beedrill's fast attack Poison Jab is neutral to fire, but resisted by Skeledirge's Ghost type. Skeledirge's Incinerate is neutral to Beedrill's Poison type, but super effective against its Bug type. Beedrill's X-Scissor, a Bug-type attack, is resisted by both Fire and Ghost, making it double resisted. Skeledirge's Disarming Voice is a Fairy-type attack, which is neutral versus Bug, but resisted by Beedrill's Poison type. Skeledirge's Shadow Ball is neutral to both Bug and Poison. Beedrill's Drill Run is neutral versus Ghost, but super effective versus Fire, resulting in super effective damage. Always keep a close eye on the screen while battling. Super effective or not very effective appear when Pokemon use their fast attacks. Protect shields turn red when shielding super effective damage, purple when shielding neutral damage, and blue when shielding resisted damage. Lastly, make sure to check the type icons at the top right corner of your screen. The power of a charge attack depends on the Pokemon using it, so an Earthquake from Swampert likely hits harder than one from Clodsire. A Pokemon that uses an attack that aligns with its type will receive a slight damage bonus, called Same Type Attack Bonus or Stab. Finally, buffs and debuffs can swing the momentum of an entire battle. An Icy Wind debuff will lower all of a Pokemon's attacks, and a Night Slash boost will raise them. That's all from me. Best of luck in your future battles, trainers.
Going to Championship Sunday.
There you have it, Inadequates. You can see the emotions. He cannot believe it.
I think the Pokemon type that I would be Fire, because I like to play a little bit more aggressive to try and confuse my opponents with some of the play styles that I do and try to get in their head a little bit.
But in comes Giratina. Inadequate says, no, no, no.
I started playing PvP when the Go Battle League came out, but as soon as Play Pokemon included Go in their competitive circuit, I immediately started playing as well. The closest one was the 2022 Europe International Championship, and that's where I joined. There were about 100 competitors, and I got to top 8 there. It was the first time I played in this format. After that, I went 0-2 in Liu, unfortunately, but I never gave up, and at some point, I just top cut almost every single tournament that I played.
The King of Utrecht wants to be the King of World Championships, and that's a top 3 at least finish for Inadequates.
My favorite memory is winning the Utrecht Special Event.
It wins the MP! Martijn is your Special Event champion!
And also just playing at the World Championship, it's very comparable. Just the support that I have, hearing the crowd go wild when I do something good.
And it looks like Inadequates is going to take this series 2-0.
The player that I admire the most is the previous world champion. It's Axon. He's a very humble, a very nice guy. And on top of that, he started making content creation after gaining fame with winning the world championships. And it has been very helpful to many new players.
You know, trial and error, just playing a lot, and you know, eventually you'll get a hang of it.
Something that I've learned since I've started competing is that you should never give up. Never give up in any battle. Obviously, when your Giratina's only tongue, it's probably over. But any other scenarios, I've won battles that I thought I could never win, but just keeping my head up and seeing if my opponent could slip just a little bit and I can still take the victory. That is something I will always remember in any battle that I play.
Welcome back, trainers, to the storied Excel Center here in London. I'm so excited to get back into the action as we work our way through the final steps of day number 1. Amanda, it's so good to be back with you. I feel like it's been a while.
Will, look who I see.
Again, we need the drum kit.
Yeah, and actually it's like, on second thought, maybe I don't want to see you very often anymore, but I am so excited because there are still quite a few matches to go. And I tell you what, there's been a lot of upsets, a lot of incredible plays, a lot of actually spicy-ish Pokemon that we've seen even in this condensed meta. And we're about to go even further. We're getting some more Day 2 competitors of our largest tournament yet to date.
Exactly right. We have seen some Shadow Venomoth. We have not seen any Obstagoon like I hope to see. And
or your Cricketune.
My heart is still holding out for the Cricketune, as you pointed out, Amanda. I would love to see that Pokemon, but I don't know if it's better than some of the other options that are out there. So I might be, sitting here waiting even longer still.
You know, we saw some of those highlight videos earlier today of the Excel Center. You brought it up that we are here. It has a big history with Pokemon Go because that's where our first ever World Championship was located. There's been so many European titles that have been formed here, and there's about to be another one this very weekend, but they have to get through all of these trainers to be able to get to that spot. These trainers have to face off against each other in the winners finals to see who will make it on that winner's side of Day 2. We have Sustenance Eater against Zardy, 2 out-of-region trainers.
I have so much to say about this pair right here, Amanda. So Sustenance Eater, the brother of Nighttime Clasher, doesn't have as many championships yet, but he is one of the better team builders in the entire community, and I've heard rumors that Nighttime Clasher actually just looks to his brother for guidance when it comes down to team composition. So I expect his team to be very well-rounded, and I expect him to know how to operate it very, very well. Zardy, on the other hand, a trainer that burst onto the scene when the Championship Series was first introduced for Pokemon Go, took a little time away from the game, stepped back from it competitively, but he is back, and he is arguably better than ever. Always one of Brazil's favorites, but he is crushing it this season.
He's so back, winning tournaments, showing everyone what he's got, hoping to take home an international title here in London, but he's got to get past Sustenance Eater to be able to do so. And I was talking with Marto earlier when we were on stream, and I said, you know, it's so crazy because Ariados is in that top 12, but I haven't seen it yet. I was just watching the last round, and I was like, oh, I see one now, and now I see one as well on Zardy's team.
Yeah, Ariados is a Pokemon that I think is kind of similar to Drapion in this rule set because trainers are familiar with it. They know how to operate it. They know how fast and how potent those Pokemon can be. And making that transition over into the EUIC limited meta has been very easy. It gives you those comfort picks. And actually, Zardy has both of the Pokemon I mentioned. I didn't even realize it until the graphic came up.
Not only that, he's got 2 Poison Sting users, being that Ariados and that Drapion, but also 2 rollout users, hitting that Dunsparce and that Licky Licky. Licky Licky is the top used Pokemon of day 1. That surprise pick, Melodic, also on there, and Spiritomb. Spiritomb's on both sides. Both of these trainers kind of, I think, have a big idea of what they want to do. It's been very successful so far for them in the tournament in day 1, but only one of them can continue that success on the winner's side of the bracket.
Well, look at the overall picks. I mean, 4 shared Pokemon on each side here, with the only differences being things like the Seaking or the Ariados. So we're going to see as Charizard brings us in here. We're going to get Seaking taking on Shadow Milotic.
Yeah, Charizard has to get out of there because these are water-type Pokemon that are taking to the stage here. Now, we will see the Melodic going for that wrap because obviously it's not going to be doing that much damage with the water type, but Sustenance Eater baiting here with that Icy Wind. Not only is it going to lower the Melodic's defense, it also took that first shield off of Zardy's side.
Exactly, wrap going to get fired off like you called out. If this connects, it won't do that much damage, but it does have that defense drop factor that you need to consider. And that Seaking just got a lot glassier in this matchup.
I love this play by Zardy going ahead. He knows he's going to outpace. He's getting to that wrap first, and he's throwing, and he's getting a shield back in kind from Sustenance Eater's side. So the defenses has been dropped a little bit. Now it's shield parity, and this time Sustenance Eater going for that heavy-hitting Megahorn. And Zardy uses both shields in this first part of the matchup.
I mean, this shield right here is a great call. Megahorn would have risked the knockout, but the swap out now by Sustenance Eater to avoid a farm down goes into the Spiritomb. Is going to take an Aqua Tail for his trouble, but his opponent is not going to do that much damage. I mean, Milotic is not known for its offensive output.
This is a Shadow, however, so it will be doing that 20% more, and it does pace rather quickly. Swapping out now, doing a little bit of what we call a chip and dip strategy, coming in with the Dunsparce to soak up the damage. Keep in mind, Zardy doesn't have any shields remaining. He used it both on that first Pokemon, so Dunsparce is going to have to take this, and yet another debuffing attack here. Now this drill run is not going to be as effective.
Yeah, it's going to be a little dangerous, though. I do think if it connects, that this Spiritomb will be within rollout down range. It's going to take probably 4 of those to get the job done, recognizing that Zardy, again, look at how aggressive, not even aggressive, but just how intentional he is with his throws.
Going ahead, letting that knock out on Sustenance Eater's side, and coming in now with the Licky Licky here. Licky Licky will be able to hit a body slam, but both of them, look at this, a simultaneous swap, not wondering who's going to win that charge attack priority, and Sustenance Eater's able to get to yet another Megahorn, this time with no Protect Shields remaining. It's guaranteed going to land on one of the bulky Pokemon here, taking it down to a little past half health.
So calm under pressure. I thought the rollouts might pick up the KO. He could have settled for the Icy Wind, but instead goes up for the Megahorn. That might make a massive difference in the end game here. Body Slam getting fired off. No shield from Sustenance Eater. Both trainers, again, on the same page, making the simultaneous swap, but now it comes down to this Licky Licky in the mirror.
Sustenance Eater has a shield left on his side, but only one Pokemon. Doesn't use a Protect Shield on that Licky Licky, even though it could have been a potential Earthquake. It's just a Body Slam here. We'll have to see how he wants to play it out, because this is an Earthquake. Zardy doesn't have any shields. This could be enough to knock out, and Sustenance Eater still has an uphill battle to climb, but it looks like he's ready for it.
Yeah, Licky Licky does have that Protect Shield in the back pocket. It's got a little bit of Sword Energy. No swap coming through. Zardy maybe thinking that 3 rollouts were what was needed for this next Body Slam. Maybe a rare misplay there. That connects. Milotic goes down, and I don't think that Dunsparce has much to say.
Well, you see, Dunsparce already does have a charge attack load. He is going to be at 2, but look how low it is. And actually, this can be sort of a charge attack priority potential depending who has the higher attack. Dunsparce looks like it does take it in this scenario, so that's something to take note of for game 2 and 3.
Yeah, the attack ranges for these Pokemon are very similar, and sometimes if trainers do decide to power up one with a higher attack, it can give them an edge in this matchup. Like you called out, that Dunsparce is going to win the charge attack party. That's very valuable information going into this next battle.
Absolutely. You'll see trainers a lot of times taking down some notes after game 1, or maybe in the middle of a matchup. Big things to note is how much energy do you think that your opponent swapped out with? How much energy do you have on a specific Pokemon or health? And another big one is who wins that charge attack priority tie, which means when you throw your charge attack at the same time as your opponent, one of them gets the chance to throw it first. That is the one with the higher attack. Sometimes it's actually, if they have the exact same attack stat, it's going to be a coin flip scenario where it could go to one person at one time and to the other the next.
Absolutely right. And I want to point this out as well. It can feel a little bit overwhelming to think of all the different attack spreads and all the different ways that you can win these matchups. Try to focus first on Pokemon that have the same fast attack turn duration. If you're looking at 3-turn Dragon Tail Dragalge versus 3-turn Rollout Dunsparce, that's a matchup you can focus on. You can kind of leverage that knowledge and use that to win close matchups. So going to this next battle, I'm kind of curious to see what these trainers are going to bring because it was back and forth. I think that Zardy really pushed pretty hard and tried to get the win there, but it just wasn't in the cards for him.
I mean, you called it out in the middle of the matchup there. Sustenance Eater not panicking and going for that Icy Wind. And instead building up, able to reach that Mega Horn, really just proved vital for him there because he took off so much health from the opposing Licky and he was able to save a shield for later on in the game. We're hopping straight into game number 2 here. We got that Seeking now up against the Spiritomb on the side of Zardy. Now the Seeking will be able to reach the attack first, but he's going ahead and just throwing right before the next one is available. This Icy Wind will lower the attack of the Spiritomb.
Yeah, this meta is so packed with neutral matchups. You're not going to see a whole lot of matchups where it absolutely is one-sided, and this is no exception to the rule. Shadow Ball's ready to go, though, and honestly, this is the same type of attack bonus. This might risk the KO, even in spite of the Icy Wind debuff.
So there is debuff. There is no shield. We're about to see it does knock out that Seeking. What is going to come in? The Spiritomb is quite low. I think that this is the correct call from Sustenance Eater coming in with his own. He might have to use a shield here because it could have been a very heavy-hitting Shadow Ball. The Rock Tomb will debuff the Spiritomb here, and now we'll see Zardy's actually opting to just swap out. He doesn't want to even risk it getting farmed down.
Yeah, I'm going to say this has been a very strong opening for Zardy. Landing that Shadow Ball into the opposing Seeking is a good start for him. And the swap into the Licky, we do see Sustenance Eater get that rollout through. That's going to help him a little bit, and it's going to soak this energy. But I do think Dunsparce is going to be difficult to overcome.
You see Dunsparce kind of look like it shook its head no there. Like, no, I didn't want it to land on this Pokemon, but it did. So we'll make the best of the scenario. Going for that drill run here. And it looks like no shield from Sustenance Eater side. Licky going ahead and just taking that.
Well, this is what we talked about with the same the same attack cycle and these Pokemon lining up against each other. Last time Dunsparce did win that charge attack priority. It happens again this time. So as these trainers are, I guess, working their way through this matchup, you're going to see that kind of gamble, like, do I throw now? Do I throw later? I want to avoid that charge attack priority, especially if you're Sustenance Eater.
Yeah, Zardy's keeping track of how much energy, but now there is a quick switch into the Spiritomb, and Sustenance Eater is not super heavy, but he says, okay, all right, here we go. I have to shield this up at this point, and now forcing him to just gain a ton of energy. I love this play by him. Immediately throwing the Rock Tomb, immediately going ahead and just lowering the attack of that Shadow Melodic.
Well, he's got to do something because Zardy's applying so much pressure. If you notice, both of his Pokemon in the back have not fainted. He still had 2 shields up until a couple seconds ago. So it's like he had 2 shields plus the sacrificial swap plus another Pokemon in the back. Sustenance Eater has to go on the offensive here.
I'm actually kind of curious why Zardy just was farming up more energy before throwing the Aqua Tail, because the second Rock Tomb was able to throw first. So now this does a little bit less. Maybe he's hoping for some extra farm with the Dragon Tail so he has something to throw back later, but I don't know. Yeah, wow, incredible catch by Sustenance Eater here under the Lickitung, soaking that damage from that Shadow Melodic.
I think it's fine, but if you look at the Spiritomb's health for Sustenance Eater, it's still very low, and this Bulky Milotic is at no risk of getting farmed down, and tries to make the swap, but Dunsparce might get the job done itself. Here comes a Body Slam.
Body Slam coming through from that Licky. It's gonna be enough to take out the Dunsparce, but Dunsparce has done its job, and let's see what is going to come right back in. It's going to be that Melodic. The real thing is, I don't think a Body Slam at this range is enough to knock out, even though the Shadows do take 20% more damage.
It's a little scary, right? That's going to connect. Shadow Milotic is weak. Spiritomb does not have the charge attack, though, and that is the critical turning point here as Zardy strikes back in game number 2 to tie up the series.
I tell you what, Zardy just turned up the heat there in that game, saying, okay, game number 1 was pretty close. I am going on the aggressive here, and I am going to make you respond to what I'm doing. A lot of quick swaps, a lot of really aggressive plays, and it really paid off for him in that game number 2 because we are going into a decisive game 3 in this winners finals. You love to see it.
Extremely decisive. I think that's the word I would use here because Zardy was not allowing his Pokemon to get farmed down. He was being very intentional about his charge attacks and his swaps. He was on the offensive the entire game. So, and it started here, right? It started with the Shadow Ball connecting into the Seeking, and then it kind of just snowballed from that point. So in my mind, I'm asking myself, is Sustenance Eater going to be a bit more defensive in the opening sequence of game number 3 and just try to avoid getting on the back heel? I mean, I think you have to, because Zardy is just going to keep on piling on the pressure.
I mean, let us know in the chat who you think is going to take this next game. Both of these trainers have been doing incredibly well in the tournament so far. And I mean, I think we've kind of seen a showcase of talent of both of them in these 2 matchups.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen kind of their best attributes, if I may, in their playstyles and approach. I mean, Sustenance Eater mechanically is spectacular. Zardy maybe caught a little bit lacking in that game 1, but he struck right back in game number 2. So again, this is the winners finals, right? This is a guaranteed spot on the winner side bracket in day 2. If you lose this series, you do fall to that loser side bracket and things get a little more precarious. So everybody wants to be on the winner's side going into day 2, and this is no exception.
And absolutely, one of the things that is so interesting to see is the different play styles of even between matchup number 1 and matchup number 2. Like you said, Zardy just played so decisively in that game number 2 that I think that the Sustenance Eater just felt like he had to respond. Maybe in turn, he's going to be the one who really starts leading the charge in this game number 3.
I think so. It all starts here, though. Spiritomb lead from Sustenance Eater into the Dunsparce. A great swap. Excellent timing as well to get off that rollout on his Licky Licky. This is kind of what we've seen, right? Licky Licky is such a blanket Pokemon, such a safe pick. You can swap it in, absorb damage, and kind of move the pieces around.
And I see that go ahead and just stay in, seems Zardy's plan. Just get a lot of energy on that Dunsparce. And now coming on with his own Licky Licky, recognizing, okay, I know that I can tank some of this damage. It is a bulky Pokemon. I have a lot of energy on the Dunsparce. So Zardy was opting for 2 rollout users in this game number 3.
Exactly. Our Pokemon are actually on even energy pacing, so we're going to find out which one of these wins charge attack priority. And not only does Zardy's Dunsparce beat the opposing Licky Licky to the punch on charge attack priority, his own Licky Licky does as well.
I know, it's like sticking his tongue out too, like taunting that Licky Licky, like saying, man, I think your attack just might be kind of low here, but this Earthquake will still be able to connect, puts him down to about even parity here, and now a quick aggressive swap by Sustenance Eater to be able to go ahead and take out that Licky Licky.
I love that, right? That's such a good play. And we talked about Zardy taking the initiative in game number 2. Sustenance Eater did exactly that there. The switch timer was not up. Zardy was out of energy. He had no options. That farm down was spectacular, and that's what set up the Rock Tomb. Spiritomb looking very good right now.
There's a lot of energy on this Dunsparce, but the rollouts aren't going to be doing too much. This is now debuffed. No protection used on that first one. You see Spiritomb's able to take it quite easily, but this other one will bring it down quite low. Sustenance Eater still has 2 shields left as a reminder here, and it looks like Zardy's doing an immediate pivot into his own, trying to do the same thing, but there's just so much energy.
Big Rock Tomb here. That was incredibly critical for Sustenance Eater. Not only does it pull the shield, it also debuffs. Zardy is Switch Lock, and it allows Sustenance Eater to bail that Pokemon out, get to his Shadow Drapion, and get some more gameplay.
Drapion able to reach for this crunch first, forcing Zardy to use that last Protect Shield here because this would do a lot of damage. He's hoping that he could have got off that Rock Tomb first, maybe be able to do a little bit of Sucker Punch damage. He does get the shield back in return, but you see Sustenance Eater already looking to the crowd, grinning a little bit of a mischievous grin. I think that he thinks he has it. If he can continue to play the way he's playing, it might be so, but he's got to get past his Spiritomb first.
We're going to find out. He still has that Licky Licky he can swap to, and the Protect Shield to boot. Crunch does a lot of damage here, and it connects Spiritomb down into the red. It's got the charge type. Do we see the swap? Do we see the cheeky swap? Oh, coming in with the Dunsparce. I don't think it's going to be enough, though.
Going ahead, trying to do everything that he can, but it's not quite enough here. This Drapion has too much energy, just too dangerous in the hands of Sustenance Eater. 1 Aqua Tail for the first one, and a second for the Spiritomb.
1 Aqua Tail, 2 Aqua Tail. Sustenance Eater is going to take this series versus one of Brazil's best in Zardy 2-1 and move on to day number 2.
You saw in the middle of that matchup there, Sustenance Eater kind of look up, look to the crowd, give a big grin, and at the end, he pumped his fist. He's so excited to be able to make it to day 2. This is an incredible run for this trainer. Once again, as a reminder, this is Nighttime Clasher's brother, but if he continues to play as well as he was playing in those matchups, if he continues to be such a good team builder that everyone relies on his team, sooner or later, Nighttime Clasher might be known as Sustenance Eater's brother.
Oh, okay,
we'll
okay.
Maybe we'll see after EUIC.
I'm here for it. Yeah, absolutely. I need some popcorn to see all that drama unfold. But seriously, I think there was a moment. You called it out. Sustenance Eater looked at the crowd. He started smiling. He kind of knew that he had it, right? In American football, that's like when the quarterback just lets the ball rip. They know they've got single coverage down the field. That wide receiver is wide open. Touchdown Chiefs, as our director Tim would like to say. And it looks like Sustenance Eater knew he had the game in the bag.
Going ahead now, look at this crunch after crunch, doing so much damage. And you have to respect what Zardy was trying to do. At the near the end, you recognize your win conditions and also your opponent's win conditions.
Yeah.
But Sustenance Eater was like, no, I know that the only way that I will lose this is if there is going to be some sort of a catch. I have to be very conscious instead, just continuing to farm away, Poison Sting after Poison Sting to have enough energy to throw 2 Aqua Tails at the end.
I appreciate you said that, right? Because for a lot of trainers, maybe they don't watch every regional competition. They don't keep up to date with as much of this content as you and I do.
But you should, because they're very good.
They're very fun, you guys. Come on, they're very, very exciting. But I will say, recognizing your opponent's win conditions is so critical in Pokemon Go PvP. We talk about team reading a lot, kind of recognizing what's strong from your team into theirs, but also kind of turning that table around and saying, what is my opponent likely to run into me? Then you get into the actual gameplay itself and you say, what's my opponent's win condition here? I know that I need to connect Aqua Tail into the Spiritomb, but what if they swap? What if they send in that Pokemon, absorb that energy, and put me behind? That's their win condition. And when you know both sides of the coin, you can better predict what the outcome is going to be.
Absolutely, because you saw that Zardy already had some energy on that Spiritomb. So if a play like that happened, it was just basically 1 or 2 sucker punches away. It really could have flipped. Zardy was one of our trainers from Brazil who was on our Latin America players to watch. He's still in this tournament, so we could still see him in day 2 as he has now dropped down to that loser's side of the bracket.
Don't count Zardy out, right? One of Brazil's best. We talk about him quite a bit. I'm so happy to see him back in the competitive circuit. But Sustenance Eater also has to start feeling pretty good about himself here. I mean, like I said, I've heard rumors, whispers, if I may, that he is the primary team architect of he and his brother, and seeing him succeed against a trainer like Zardy, that's got to give you so much confidence going into day 2 here at EUIC.
Absolutely. Over 500 competitors were registered for this. This was our biggest tournament so far. This is actually the biggest tournament for Pokemon so far, with, I believe they said in the opening ceremony, 7,000 competitors.
Almost 6,800. All right. Let's
That's a total,
get the stats.
Okay, we'll get the stats completely right. They said around 7,000. I believed them.
Yeah. We can't just have the Magikarp be bigger every time we catch it, right? We got to be honest about the stats. 6,800. Only. Next time. 7K. I'm calling it. I'm calling it right here.
Woo, that would be amazing. I love the fact that Pokemon just continues to grow and grow. We were talking about it when we were watching the opening ceremony, the nostalgia that it brings on for so many trainers, but also just being at these events, seeing how it's been changing and growing year after year, meeting new people, but also seeing some familiar faces time and time again. This is truly a big community, and I know that a lot of you guys feel exactly the same.
Yeah, again, the opening sequence there. If you're in the US or North America and you didn't catch the introduction to the broadcast this morning, go back and watch the VOD when we're done. I promise you will enjoy it. Seeing all the footage from the old Game Boy versions of Pokemon, incredible. Brought back so many memories for me and for you as well, right, Amanda?
Absolutely true. I was really jamming to the music.
The music was great, right? We have incredible openers here, especially at our international. So I hope you're following the main channels, because you don't want to miss NAIC coming up in just a few months.
Yes, but I hope that you're also following our channel, because just as a reminder, as you're continuing to watch, if your account is connected on Twitch, you're going to be able to get some nice drops. So we just talked about how Sustenance Eater is Nighttime Clasher's brother. Nighttime Clasher just won the last international championship, the Latin American ones, and you can get a dugong that's kind of inspired by the one that he used in that tournament. If you're connected to that, you're also going to get some other cool things like Charge TM, some candies. You want to make sure that you're watching is what I'm getting at.
An Elite TM, everybody. Don't forget about that. Let's check in on all of our fans watching at home. Let's see what you were saying on socials. Remember to use that special hashtag so we can find your post. Well, let's check this. This is from Don Stroud. What's going on here?
Uh-oh, they're in trouble. He's saying freedom for Eevee and Lillipup. Looks like they're kind of behind the gate there.
Yeah, it looks like they're from the in the outside.
They're being gate kept.
They're being gate kept. Oh my gosh, that's at the Pokemon Center here. Like Marto and I talked about, there's so many different little stands and arrangements and activations that you can go see at these international championships, whether it's the Pokemon Center here with our Eevee and Lillipup, right? Fenced in, or if it's the Flying Pikachu above all of us in the venue. Such incredible decorations here.
I love to see all these different posts. Please use it yourself, that hashtag Pokemon EUIC. This is from one of our TCG casters who is also a big competitor. And he said, just me and the boys back at EUIC as a competitor for the first time in 3 years. And he's going ahead, he's using that Pokemon Go AR. You see the Heracross in the background. That is his favorite Pokemon, and you see his son in his arms.
Let's be honest though, Amanda, that's not just Pokemon Go AR. If you watch the Super Bowl, that is the What's Your Favorite campaign, hashtag Pokemon 30 for the 30th year anniversary of our wonderful, wonderful franchise. What a great commercial. I loved it.
I did too. And I was like very interested to see whose favorite Pokemon was what. Mine is Sableye, just for the record. And Heracross, after Heracross here, another person was saying, Heracross and I made it to London. Can't wait for this year's Pokemon EUIC. You know what? Neither can we.
Well, I'll tell you what, Wiggler is absolutely right on the money in terms of Pokemon, because Heracross being a bug type, the EUIC limited meta being a largely bug type meta, she knows what's going on.
She absolutely does. And let's see, we have a couple more here. We are here, EUIC 2026. And look, I think in the background, that's that Pokemon Go truck that they were talking about, saying stop by this truck to see. Take a photo with it. Glad to see that someone is doing it.
Exactly. I also like her profile picture. I think our co-caster Inadequates also likes to do his makeup like that.
A little bit of clowning around.
A little, just having fun, just clowning around here and there. But what a good time! I'm so happy to see everybody's enjoying the event and actually enjoying the activations, not only inside the venue but also around the Excel Center.
There's so many things to do here. Even I know a lot of people are coming just as spectators to see how many Pokemon fans there are. I'll see all across the different games. Spin the Pokestops, see different people. I mean, truly, the European International Championship is a very, very special event, whether you're watching at home or here in the venue.
As we get our trainers set up on stage here, I got to shout out to our crowd as well. We've been hearing them all day long cheering, whether it's Pokemon Go's crowd or Pokemon Unite's crowd. Everybody is having a great time.
We're seeing a plushie toss, yes, and a great catch there by Le Suédois.
Honestly, Amanda, we call that a plushie audible. I'm pretty sure he's up there. He said, "Hut!" Up comes the plushie. Lucidius is ready to go. We got Lucidius going to take on Blissfully, and the return of a couple Pokemon that we saw earlier on in the broadcast but had not seen in quite a while, that being the Umbreon and Miltank from Blissfully.
I want to say Blissfully, I believe, was one of the first trainers in this meta to be able to hit that what we call legend position in the Go Battle League.
Oh, yeah.
And he is a very, very good trainer. Le Suédois is also a really good trainer from that area. So, I mean, this is a European matchup. These two have potentially played against each other in maybe a regional or special championship, but both of these trainers are here ready to make it on the big stage. I do want to point out the two Umbreons that we have seen play on stream have been done in very high levels, once by Arrow, once by Campia. If Blissfully is able to do it.
Le Suédois.
Si, oui.
Oui, okay.
It's French.
I might just abbreviate it as Le Sué because my French is not very, very good, if that is the language it is in. But let's have a fun time either way.
Let's see what they want to bring. Both of these trainers making it so far. Once again, each time we say it, we're like, we're in the winners finals, and people might be like, oh wow, this is almost done. But there's so many winners finals because we are down. Like there's
so many groups.
Group P, I believe that is like the ending group. So the fact that now that we are in group number K just kind of signifies that there are still a few more to go that we're going to be able to see on stream.
Tell you what, that's a lot of letters. If you are a Unite fan, do not ask Zoinks how many letters are in the alphabet, because if you're a trivia, he might not get that one exactly right. But that's neither here nor there. Let's check it out, the teams, and dive a little. Expect to see much of, and it is running Dazzling Gleam. So in my mind, Amanda, if I may, Sableye plays a lot like Grimmsnarl in the sense that you have a very kind of average fast attack, you're going to deal damage, gather energy. It doesn't excel at either of those two things, but its closing power is really where it shines. When you have the Dazzling Gleam, you can basically one-shot Kingdras, you can one-shot Dark types. You're so powerful. If Blissfully brings that Ghost and Dark type Pokemon that I know you love and enjoy, if it does come, I think it'll be the final Pokemon on the field and it will look to sweep.
what's so interesting, in my opinion, about the Sableye is the fact that because everyone was anticipating so many bug-type Pokemon like Spidops or like the Ariados or even like that Shadow Beedrill we've been seeing so often, we've been seeing a lot of normal-type rollout users.
That's right.
Licky, in fact, is the top used Pokemon in this meta, but Sableye's fast attacks don't really do anything to that Pokemon. So like you said, it's really relying on the charge attacks there. Not only that, the second most used Pokemon, that Shadow Drapion, just really does a number on Sableye. So, I mean, I think that Blissfully obviously has been able to make it to the winners finals. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to operate this sort of more unique team that we've seen. But Le Suédois, he's no stranger to success either, and very interested to see how he wants to play this with a double bug type on his team with that Shadow Beedrill and the Spidops.
I'm going to take it just a little step further. I think if you feel like you have 5 Pokemon on your team that are strong, and maybe you say, well, given my team composition here, maybe I struggle against Frostlass. Maybe that's one Pokemon I keep seeing in practice. I'm having a hard time. Maybe Sableye is a check for something like that. But this is a matchup I've been waiting for all day long. We finally get Grimmsnarl facing off against the Dragon type, and in comes a Miltank.
I mean, if you're Blissfully, I find the entire matchup here a little bit risky. I just want to check out what the moveset on that Grimmsnarl is real quick. It is Foul Play and Play Rough. That makes it a little bit easier for Blissfully. If it was on Power Up Punch, I think it could potentially just roll through this team here. But Le Suédois gets a lot of energy onto that Grimmsnarl, now swaps into a Dunsparce to start taking some of this energy that this Miltank is loading up.
Quick 5-second tip for everybody playing this cup in Go Battle League. I think if you want to beat dragons with your Miltank, you run Ice Beam. If you want to beat the Grimmsnarls, you bring Gyro Ball, and that's exactly what Blissfully has here. Drill Run coming through. This is not going to be quite enough. Blissfully knows that, but he's got to be careful to get off all this energy he has stored.
Going ahead now, just taking it, and then see a quick pivot back out, trying to let Kingdra be a little bit more impactful, but the switch timers are a little bit misaligned there since Le Suédois did stay in a little bit longer, able to throw this Drill Run, puts the Kingdra down to a little bit near half health, but now Kingdra just has the opportunity to farm up a little more energy.
Yeah, I think you said it perfectly. Trying to get value out of this Kingdra after it did see the Grimmsnarl in the lead. Drill Run coming through, again, not quite enough to knock out, but it does get perilously close. Gonna actually able to achieve this Outrage as well, which is really, really helpful. This one pick up the KO, actually.
And I think that you kind of have to read that it was definitely an outrage, right? It's like, okay, the Kingdra doesn't really have much use after this point. Grimmsnarl does come back in, and now just immediately, straight away, throwing that foul play here. Blissfully has 2 shields. He has 2 normal rollout users in the back up against the Kingdra that hasn't even been shown on Le Suédois' side.
Another foul play, almost back-to-back here by Le Suédois. That attack will do a little bit of damage, not probably worth the second shield quite yet, but what I'm looking at, Amanda, is that healthy Kingdra lurking in the back, and there's still 2 shields for the trainer on the right.
Going ahead now, throwing that body slam spam. It is able to knock out the Kingdra, or the Grimmsnarl, but now in comes that Kingdra with that raw power. Still 2 shields, and swiftly being able to make it up to a Swift. It will have to take a body slam, and it looks like Le Suédois is okay with that.
Yeah.
Going to let that one go through.
Check out the no shield, right? Not worried at all about an earthquake there. I think that's absolutely the right call. The Dragon Breaths are adding up. They're not as potent as they were in seasons past, but this Kingdra is just so balanced, it's so bulky, it can deal so much damage over time.
Yeah, the pacing of it is very, very helpful here. As you can see, there's already a Swift ready, but there is a ton of energy left on this Miltank here. I think he's got 2 body slams loaded. The first Swift going through, he's going to have to try to get up to a little bit more, because I don't know if that Dragon Breath pressure is even enough, because like we said, it's about the pacing nowadays.
Yeah, it really is, and Miltank is quick to the body slams, just like all the rollout users are. It does have the Gyro Ball. It's trying to go up another rollout, and that's just too much. It's unable to clutch up the attack, gets Dragon Breath down, and that is game 1 to Le Suédois.
You might be wondering, and I think he probably was trying to go for 2 body slams, because Le Suédois still had a shield left on his side. He needed to first strip away that shield before he could even put into that damage. That Miltank was just a little too low at that time, but that was a very, very close and well-played matchup by both of these trainers.
That's the thing, right? You have to play to your win condition. The double body slams was the best percentage chance that Blissfully had to win that battle. He could have just YOLO'd the Gyro Ball and just hoped things would have worked out. Maybe Le Suédois no shielded trying to flex, but again, that was just the riskier play. So the double body slams was definitely the right call.
But a great, great lead, and Le Suédois was just able to stay in that driver's seat there saying, okay, hey, Kingdra at the beginning with the Grimmsnarl. Grimmsnarl put in a lot of work. I know that our co-caster Inadequence was saying that he doesn't really believe in Grimmsnarl, but I mean, I think that every time we've seen it so far on stream, it's been doing a really, really nice job.
Okay. Let's bring it back a little bit. So not only did Inadequence say he was maybe a Grimmsnarl doubter, I'm not a Grimmsnarl believer either. And I think that the reason it had so much success in this battle was because, I don't know, it lined up against a Kingdra in the lead.
And also, there's no Dropion to be found on Blissfully's side, which is one of the biggest counters for that Grimmsnarl. So I would suspect that it would probably be brought quite often. It does soak the damage quite well also from like the Sableye or something like that, or from the Umbreon, since it both has a little bit of a dark typing.
And that's a wonderful point, right? It kind of limits Blissfully in how he can respond to it. And then when you have that Sucker Punch damage coming through and you're not dealing much damage in kind because you aren't bringing something with high octane, high offense, maybe it kind of boxes Blissfully in and he's forced to run Spite Ops to beat it. What do you think about that?
I will say, this is the second time now, and I understand that it is a condensed meta, but this is the second time I've seen a 2 rollout user team against a 2 bug type user team. Last time the bug type user team ended up winning, but they used them all of the games. This time it seems like they're kind of benched up for other pressure, and it looks like that's, if we take a peek at the backline, that's exactly what's going to continue on in this, kind of forcing Blissfully to play in a certain style, but there's not even a Grimmsnarl in this game number 2.
Yeah, look at that. The team composition there for Les Suédois includes the Kingdra this time in lieu of the Grimmsnarl. Drone coming through from the Dunsparce. A very neutral matchup, again, between these 2 normal rollout users, but it wasn't quite a charge attack priority. It looks like Miltank will get the body slam here.
Miltank going ahead and throwing that no protect shield used on the side of Les Suédois. Comfortable to just go up and get a little bit more energy. And these are sort of neutral matchups. I think they're both content to stay in it. Blissfully knows that there's 2 bug types on the other side, but I do have another rollout user in the back, so I guess I'll just try to bring it in now.
Yeah, well, why not send out the Licky Licky? It's such a comfortable pick, such a safe Pokemon to send out when you're not sure what to do next. Drill Run will come through as the Dunsparce continues its work, and the Kingdra comes out to finish the job.
I just want to say, Blissfully here, he's noticed that even though there are 2 bug-type Pokemon, which does so well against his Umbreon, he's got 2 rollout users, and perhaps Les Suédois is too afraid to use them. Makes a big risk in game number 2, and that could be in the backline. So, I mean, I'm very interested to see how this will play out, but if we could take it back to the present here, this Outrage would definitely be enough to knock out, gets that Protect Shield on the side of Blissfully, and Licky Tongue just continues to lick away, now going for the big heavy-hitting move, the Earthquake of his own.
I really like the shield there on the Outrage, and look at the no-shield Earthquake connecting. Kingdra goes down. Licky Licky is not known for dealing damage, but the Earthquake can strike, and it can be devastating. Out comes the Drapion, and a body slam as well. Good value.
I like this because I think that Blissfully recognized he wasn't going to get up to an Earthquake before the Drapion would be able to spam out an attack to knock it down. So just wants to chip away as much as possible. Not even so far showing his 3rd Pokemon here, just trying to get the shields. That's exactly what he does now, forcing that. But look how much energy is still on that Miltank, saying, okay, do you want another one? Do you want another one?
Amanda, earlier you called this the body slam spam. I'm going to upgrade it. We've seen 3 body slams back to back to back. This is the body slam barrage.
Oh, and here's a 4th one before the Nexus even loaded. Welcome to the Slam Drop. You had no shields left. You're going to have to take it. Let's move on. I think it's still in a decently comfortable position, but look at this. Blissfully hasn't even shown the 3rd. Finally, maybe getting this Miltank out of the way.
And you just cannot afford to continue taking rollouts as the Drapion, so he's forced to throw some energy. There's still a healthy Umbreon, which has not even seen the field yet. And I think that Blissfully is content doing damage with the Licky Licky instead.
This is actually really big. They chose to go for charge attack priority, which is really interesting because Les Suédois could have gone a little bit earlier here, but this Earthquake should be enough to knock out. And at this point, I just don't know, like, if the 3rd Pokemon is even going to show up.
Unreal. Absolutely unreal. 2v3, the odds stacked against him at a deficit. Blissfully is able to win match number 2.
Blissfully didn't even need to show that wild card, that Spice pick, that really risky play with the 2 bug-type Pokemon on the other side, and that puts him in such a powerful position for game number 3, because Les Suédois is now left thinking, what Pokemon could that have been? And maybe looking at the team composition, it's still, you don't know, because with
Yeah.
2 rollout users, it could have been any of the Pokemon on the other side.
Well, if he's on the same wavelength as us, he's probably thinking, well, Blissfully needed an answer to my Grimmsnarl, so if I had to just choose one, it likely would be Spidops. I mean, that would be my guess, right, as the third. But that ambiguity is going to be really tough going into game number 3. This is a decisive battle. You want as much information as you can possibly collect, and it looks like Le Suédois is kind of at an information deficit now.
And also, Blissfully played it in an aggressive sort of style, which we call ABA, with the rollout users being both in the lead and in the back, and that Umbreon kind of sandwiched in between. So, I mean, like, it's just sort of risky. Again, with there's 2 Bug-type Pokemon, but Le Suédois doesn't want to risk maybe bringing those into rollout users, and that's kind of what Blissfully used to take advantage of that game number 2.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, a lot of it comes down to knowing your strengths and not, you know, spending time trying to fix your weaknesses, but doubling down on what you already know your team is good at, what your strengths already are. And Blissfully, I mean, he's really turned this series around. I thought game 1 was very dominant for Le Suédois, and then he didn't even show his 3rd Pokemon as Blissfully won game number 2.
I know, we're talking about doubling down, and it was like tripling, quadrupling, even more than that down, with all of that body slams going through, just doing a ton of damage, really putting Blissfully in the driver's seat for that one. We are once again in a winner's finals going into a game 3. These trainers are playing so well. We're seeing so many different Pokemon being used. Let's get right into it. We're going to see that Shadow Dropion on the lead for Le Suédois up against Miltank once again on the side of Blissfully.
I really love this, right? Because Blissfully recognizes he's leaning into that body slam spam, that charge attack pressure he knows was the key to game number 2. Drapion's going to come out here and try to deal some damage, maybe get a defense drop. And I like Le Suédois is responding with a more offensive approach. Look at the swap.
Going ahead, swapping, catching that body slam onto the Dunsparce. Keep an eye on this Miltank, though. The defense has been dropped, but there's a ton of energy, and now that he's swapped out, all of that debuff is completely cleared. In comes Kingdra to just soak up all this Doran damage and start putting in some damage of its own.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at what point do you think we just see the Kingdra just throw that outrage, swing for the fences, and try to pick up the KO, or do you think he baits?
He's going ahead, charging up to 2, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Right before the next drill run is ready, throwing this outrage, and Le Suédois puts up a shield because he was about to click. I mean, I think that's a really smart call here. It would have knocked out the Dunsparce, and now he's able to just get a little more energy.
Exactly. I want to talk after the matchup about kind of like HP ambiguity and how all that works into knowing which charge attack is coming. But right now, the shield comes up there on the Kingdra and the drill run. But another outrage loaded, and the swap and the rollout to boot.
Wow, this is something that you're seeing a lot of high-level trainers being able to execute time and time again. Not only being able to catch an attack, but also getting a fast attack through of their own, which is just some extra free energy, which really can help put them in a driving seat going forward. This Dropion's coming back in to meet that Licky, and now a Crunch will be able to be thrown. Blissfully doesn't put up a shield here. He got the Crunch debuff on the first one, but not on the second one here. And now, this is the Earthquake. This will be enough to knock out. 1 shield remaining. Is he able to call it? He does!
Wow, Le Suédois keeps his Shadow Drapion in this game with the shield there. That would have devastated the Poison type. And what a call there. I mean, Blissfully, again, swinging for the fences again and again. Will he hit a home run here?
These trainers just know how to count, right? Just farming up as much energy as possible, knowing when the next one is reaching their charge attack, throwing right before. Masterful plays on both sides here. This is still anyone's game. No Protect Shields remaining on the side of Le Suédois. 1 shield remaining on the side of Blissfully, going for this Aqua Tail bait here and getting that last Protect Shield off of Blissfully's side.
I mean, at this range, you could argue the Aqua Tail plus a Poison Sting would pick up a knockout. So it's so perilous. It's so close. Blissfully and Le Suédois are running out of options. Body Slam coming through here. Will this be enough? It is same type attack bonus. Miltank delivers a knockout.
Going ahead, he still has basically 1 loaded as this Kingdra comes in, going ahead and throwing it. As a reminder, no Protect Shields for either trainer left on the field.
Do we have energy on the Kingdra from Blissfully? I think we do. Out it comes. He's gonna, oh, he tries to make the swap. Le Suédois can't quite pull it off.
Wow, just basically at 100 energy there from Blissfully, making sure that this Swift will be enough to connect, but still having the energy to be able to take out the Kingdra. Kingdra's coming back in. Outrage is loaded.
Wow, what an incredible play here by Blissfully. Outrage will connect. No shields in play. The Kingdra will bring down Le Suédois, sending him down to the loser side bracket in Group K.
Blissfully looking pretty blissful. Very happy about being able to make it on to day 2 on that winner's side side of the bracket. Nice handshake from both of these trainers here. Going on is such a huge accomplishment. This is a very, very good trainer who's had a couple decent runs in European tournaments, has a couple like top cuts, I believe, but never being able to quite make it onto that championship spot. What a better place to do it than here at the biggest tournament that we've had so far for Pokemon Go. I don't know. I think that making day 2 is a really, really good start.
I think performing at a high level throughout the season is obviously important, especially if you are trying to earn your Worlds qualification through the championship points. But there is something to be said about peaking at the right moments, about understanding the meta and having everything click when it's showtime. And I do think that Blissfully put on quite the performance for us against Les Suédois, who honestly gave him a lot too. Les Suédois was so incredibly impressive.
I think it's very difficult sometimes when you're looking at a team composition and you notice that you might have a little bit of a disadvantage, right?
Sure.
Having 2 bug-type Pokemon and seeing that your opponent has 2 rollout users kind of makes it, it's like, okay, do I not play any of them? Should I only play one of them? Well, Blissfully had a little bit more kind of like leeway of what he wanted to bring in. I mean, I think that having the Kingdra stuck against that Grimmsnarl at the beginning wasn't that great for him. Blissfully was able to take that game number 1, but Blissfully took back that control in the second 2 games.
So I want to talk a little bit about knowing when to throw charge attacks and when to bait. What we've seen a lot here is, I'll give you 2 examples. The first example is the Licky Licky Mirror. In that matchup, you often see the Licky Licky go straight for the Earthquake, right? Even shields, even energy, Earthquake right off the bat is a very safe play. What we're seeing a lot of trainers do, especially with Pokemon like Kingdra, is they'll whittle their opponent's Pokemon down to about half health, where the Outrage would threaten a KO, and the Swift would feel really, really bad to shield. And then they kind of put you in this weird, uncomfortable position. If you know for sure at full health, Outrage won't KO, you can likely no shield. But when you're at half health, and that could be the difference between a KO or keeping your Pokemon in the battle, it puts a lot more pressure on your opponent. And you're going to see a lot of the best trainers do that over and over. They're not going to shield obvious bait situations, and they're going to try to put their opponent in uncomfortable positions.
That's right, because you only have 2 shields for the game, and it is a big guessing game. I was like, okay, is my opponent going to bait, which we've seen so many trainers be able to do quite successfully and help win them matches, or are they going to go straight for that heavy-hitting attack? And sometimes it's actually even trainer preference. Sometimes if you've played against certain people time and time again, you notice, okay, they always go for the attack. I have to shield, and then that could change up everything in between when all of a sudden it's like, what? They baited. That's never happened before.
I mean, what's the saying? Always, sometimes bait, except maybe never always?
I think it was something like that with another sometimes and a perhaps at the end.
Maybe haps, I think, is another word that was created.
Perchance.
Perchance. On occasion, right? That being said, I'm really excited to see these trainers up on stage because if you've been following the championship series, you're probably very familiar with Galaxica Bolton, a trainer that's very famous for playing tons of Superior across the championship series circuit. And we have August Isley, who I think you might be a little more familiar with. This is a trainer, I believe, from the EU as well.
I actually think that he's a trainer from the US region. I know that Galaxica Bolton is from the European region. And you said that he normally played it with the Superior. Another thing about that was his Superior always had Leaf Tornado as one of its attacks, making it one of the funniest things. And we asked him, he said, are you bringing it to every tournament that you play? And he said, every tournament that it's viable. It's not viable for this tournament because it's not one of the 4 typings that is allowed in this condensed EUIC meta. So I'm interested to see the picks that he's brought, and I'm also interested to learn a little bit more about August Isley because this is the trainer that, once again, has probably had some upsets during this so far, being able to make it so far into this winner's side of the bracket.
I mean, when you watch Galaxica Bolton play, it's one of the most defeating sounds if you're on the other side of the stage, right? When you hear that and then and your attack falls because of the Leaf Tornado. It's like, oh my gosh, I cannot believe I just shielded that. So in my mind, I'm trying to figure out what kind of trickery is he going to be up to in this series? And I got to call it out, right? It's the first time we've seen it on stream, to my memory, Gliscopod.
I agree, and I'm just going to quickly check to see what the fast attack is. It's going to be a Fury Cutter Gliscopod. Makes sense in this bug type advantage, but I want to say one more thing. We just saw a team of 2 bug types against 2 rollout users. We're going to see that again on the flip side because Galaxica Bolton is running both the Dunsparce and that Licky Licky, and it looks like the other opponent is running that Shadow Beedrill and the Spite Ups.
You're exactly exactly right. So that dynamic will definitely come into play. I mean, when a third of your team is at a disadvantage versus a third of your opponent's team, it can really influence the Pokemon that you decide to bring to the battle. So August Isley, a trainer that isn't, I don't think, that often top cutting in the US, but is having a great performance here at EUIC. Going to take on one of Europe's staples in Galaxka Bolton.
Absolutely, and he's already been able to get a ton of championship points because with this many trainers here, the points and prizes just pour down, and I tell you what, already being in that winners finals is something that I would be definitely bragging about, saying, hey, did you know that I went to the largest tournament for Pokemon Go and I made it all the way to the winners finals? And then perhaps you say, do you know that I beat a regional champion in the winners finals? This could be a very, very big key momentum shift for August there.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, he does have Furret as well, a Pokemon that we've seen kind of sparingly. Honestly, in the early goings of practice for this meta, I did expect to see a lot more Furret. The tech here, right, is that a lot of trainers are actually running Quick Attack instead of Sucker Punch. Sucker Punch being the more common fast attacks in the Open Great League because there are so many Ghost-type targets in those formats. But another twist is that this Furret is not running Trailblaze Swift. A lot of time what we see is Swift and Brick Break.
Brick Break seems like the tech, right, for this type of tournament when there are so many normal type Pokemon that are rollout users. One thing I do want to bring about August, I'm looking up a little bit about him, and it looks like he's had a couple of decent placements in Louisville in 2025. He placed 13th, and in 2025 Milwaukee, he placed 9th. So overall, he's had some decent moments, but this is, I would say, arguably his best performance so far on a big stage.
Something I want to call out here as we get locked in for our first game is this Zweilous from Galaxka Bolton does not appear to be running Dark Pulse and Body Slam. That looks like a Dragon Pulse Zweilous.
Say what?
Say what? That's a lot of Dragon type damage if it does connect, and there are a couple of targets here on the board, mainly that's Kingdra for August Isley. I think that could be a really, really solid matchup.
I'm very interested to see how these two trainers want to play it out. This is the thing with big tournaments like this. There are so many big names that we don't get a chance to see many of them until they've reached this pinnacle point, until they've reached a big moment like the winners finals. But we're very familiar in Europe with Galaxka Bolton, but we're not so familiar seeing him play a team that doesn't have his favorite Pokemon on it. So,
exactly.
I mean, he does have a very aggressive play style, and I find it very interesting. We'll have to see if he'll be able to keep that aggression up against August.
I mean, I would almost argue that he's got a very experimental play style, right? He's also experimented with timeout teams, if my memory serves me correctly. That being teams that basically stall the match so long with all the Icy Wind debuffs and all those charge attacks that eventually the clock just runs out and the game is over. But let's see what he does here. As Slowpoke, or Slowbro, brings us in, we're going to get Spidops versus Kingdra.
We're finally seeing some Spidops action here, coming in with it up against the Kingdra, and we'll have to see how these two want to play it out. I know that some people are opting to have a Kingdra that has a little higher of an attack.
Sure.
And it looks like Spidops going ahead, just shielding up, doesn't want to take any chances here, and correctly shields that Outrage, keeping that Spidops nice and healthy.
Yeah, great shield there early on in this battle. Also, I'm a big fan of Galaxka Bolton's swipes for his bubbles. I call it the bow tie swipe.
Oh, wow, okay, that's a new name for it. Shielding up the launcher and an immediate swap out into that Dunsparce. And it looks like Spidops going ahead and staying in a little bit, wants to go for another attack. It's going to go ahead and lower the attack of this Dunsparce before swapping out himself. Look how composed August here, playing, now swapping into his Licky, the most used Pokemon of day one. And we'll see how he wants to play this out, because there's a lot of energy on this Dunsparce, but it's not going to be hitting as heavy.
Yeah, I think that the Spidops into Licky combo kind of served three purposes. The first is that he was able to get the rollout through after throwing the charge attack. The second is that the lunge debuffed the Dunsparce. And the third is that the lunge damage put this Dunsparce within earthquake range. So a lot of things going on, a lot of moving parts here from August Isley. And like you said, he's executing and he looks very calm.
And speaking of ranges, we're seeing now in this game number one between the two of them that it looks like the Dunsparce on the side of Galaxka Bolton does win that charge attack priority. So it does have that higher attack. It takes that Earthquake and it swaps out. In comes that Spiritomb here, only to take another Earthquake. There's one Protect Shield remaining on Galaxka Bolton's side. He has to decide if this is the moment to use it. He decides this could be the most impactful, the most hurtful charge attack. Correctly shields it up, and now comes the Kingdra.
Out comes Kingdra. Rock Tomb gets fired off by the Spiritomb from Galaxka Bolton. This is honestly not that much damage, but given the HP management and how important that is late game, I'm a little surprised to not see the shield here.
Now going ahead, just continuing to charge up. He is able to reach the outrage here. No Protect Shield on Galaxkabolt's side, and we'll have to see how much damage this will do after being debuffed. It is not quite enough to take it out, but that does a lot of damage. This could be maybe an attack-weighted Kingdra.
Yeah, this could actually turn the table a bit, but the Swift is loaded for Galaxkabolton, and he's able to farm all the way down after the Rock Tomb connects. Only the Spidops and Licky Licky for August Isley remaining. Comes in with the Bug type, and he can't swap out.
I mean, this is the big thing too. Kingdra has a lot of energy, going for the quote bow tie swipe here for that Swift, getting that last Protect Shield off of August's side. Keep in mind that Dunsparce is so low here. Tries to swap to catch the outrage, and even though he saw it go through, still able to do so. Incredible play by August there. And you see an under tap by Galaxkabolton here, but it just might be a little too little, a little too late.
Look at Spidops pouncing back onto the field to take full advantage of Licky Licky. Thank you for your sacrifice, absorbing the outrage damage. And like you called out, I mean, I could see August Isley feeling his way through that matchup. He knew that the outrage was coming. He knew when it was close, and he was maybe a half second early. But in spite of that all, he was still able to make the catch after switching out the Licky Licky. What an incredible play by August Isley, and he needed to do that to win. Yep. Let's be real.
Absolutely, and you can see it on both of their faces, right? They're recognizing, okay, this is the win condition, and Galaxkabolton realized at that moment too, yeah, that's when I lose. You saw him try to, first he was like, okay, I'm gonna undercharge the charge because I'm going to try to get up more energy, but there's no way he would have been able to get to another Swift even in time. August Isley kind of like swept the rug out under Galaxkabolton in that game number 1.
No, absolutely. I mean, throw the charge tag, throw the game kind of in this situation, because like you said, even with the undercharge, right? Even with only swiping a few bubbles there, he doesn't have enough HP to farm down. The undercharge is just too tough, especially when you're facing off against these Spidops and the Bug Bite pressure. And then Dunsparce was just one roll out too far from the rock slide to win that game. So very well played by August Isley.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. We'll have to see if he can keep that momentum going, because he just needs one more game to secure his spot on the winner's side of the bracket. In day 2, Galaxkabolton can do what we call a reverse sweep, winning the next game and the third. Definitely not out of the question for a trainer of his caliber. And very interested to see if we will see the Glycopod at any point.
Well, I'll tell you what, we did see from Galaxkabolton, I think it was the Kingdra as well as the Spiritomb and the Dunsparce. When you go up against August Isley, and the Spidops was so instrumental in his victory in game number 1, I think that kind of pushes your Zweilous on the bench too. If you're Galaxkabolton, maybe you see Zweilous as a neutral Pokemon that can work against the normal types, the triple normal from August Isley. But if you see Spidops every single game, you kind of run a 1 in 3 chance of aligning those two.
Yeah, absolutely true. And Galaxkabolton does take a lot of risks while he plays, so I'm not completely ruling it out. But the fact that we did see Spidops in such a key position and also doing so well for August in game 1, maybe it makes Galaxkabolton take another breath and be like, maybe I do keep it benched for the next game. But he has to do something kind of tricky. He has to play around this, because this is a big moment for Galaxkabolton. He wants to be able to win this, to be able to once again go into a decisive game 3 in the winners finals, because we've had quite a few of those in a row.
We really have, and we love the drama, right? It's awesome to see these trainers push each other to their limits, because everyone improves from this difficult competition. Galaxkabolton needs to get a win here in order to keep this series close. Otherwise, he will fall to that loser side bracket and then need to work his way into day number 2, which, again, from the loser side bracket, it is tough.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a great start for him, though. Having that Dunsparce lined up against that Spidops is going to at least put him on a better footing at the beginning here. August going ahead and staying in, trying to catch a rock slide onto that Kingdra, and now Kingdra is going to be able to have to take this drill run.
Only 9 turns to the Swift for Kingdra. It's already got one loaded. The outrage is a bit more energy intensive, but I do think a swap is likely coming here, because that Dunsparce is just so good against the Spidops. How could Spiritomb?
Spiritomb's coming into a Kingdra that has a lot of energy already loaded, and Galaxkabolton makes that smart call saying, you know what? I think that the Kingdra's going to throw right away that outrage, shielding it up, and I think we might see an aggressive farm down, because he knows he's not going to be able to get to another outrage before this point.
You said exactly right. I mean, that almost feels like a bait scenario there, but as we saw the final energy count, August Isley would not have been able to get to both of those charge attacks, so really, really tough for him. I do think that Galaxkabolton started this battle off on the right foot, and he's continued pacing forward. Here comes Spidops again.
Spidops going to have to use a shield here. This is a big moment, because obviously Rock against Bug, Hug is going to be super effective. You see that red shield go through. This is not going to be doing as much damage, especially now that it's already been debuffed. And we have to remember that Dunsparce still has some energy stored and is quite healthy on the side of Galactica Bolton. So going for yet another Rock Tomb, trying to just strip away either the other shield or at least get that Spidops even lower.
If my eyes do not, if my eyes do not deceive me, that's an extra small Spiritomb as well. So tiny but mighty. Out comes the Licky though to face off against the Kingdra, and there is a protection advantage for Galactica Bolton, so he can throw the Outrage and not worry about it.
Also, keep in mind here that this was basically a simultaneous swap. These trainers know what the other trainer is going to do. They're playing to the best of their abilities. You see August already kind of like shaking his head no, maybe saying, okay, I'm going to play this out. I'm going to try to do it the best that I can, but Galactica Bolton looking very confident here. Now changing his pattern to a square, and an Outrage. It does so much damage, getting the solo and a Swift to boot right before that body slam goes through.
Impeccable awareness there. Does not want to take the body slam and risk getting KO'd as the Kingdra. It still has a lot of work it can do with the Dragon Breath pressure. Out comes the Spidops, but the risk here is that you do get farmed down, so he's going to pivot into the Dunsparce and throw the Rock Slide immediately.
Rock Slide now coming through. No Protect Shields remaining on the side of August, and it looks like Galactica Bolton will tie up this series. Spidops still staying in it for a little bit longer, but the writing is on the wall.
Exactly. Still a Protect Shield and a lot of health there, so even if Spidops throws a charge attack there, it really needed 2 to make that that matchup realistically close.
Yeah, Galactica Bolton really taking a moment, thinking about it, saying, okay, I'm back in it, and now I could be in it to win it. Chat, once again, are you guys surprised? Are you entertained? We're going in to a decisive game 3.
Just so you know, everybody, that's how she talks all the time. She walks around and asks chat, what are you thinking? Even when chat's not really there.
And then I said, are you entertained? Do you like this? Should I do this?
Exactly. Well, I'll tell you what I like. I like game 3s, and that's what we're headed to as well as we take a look back at our battle number 2 from this series. I mean, again, the awareness here is so peak to be able to throw the Swift, avoid getting body slammed and KO'd, and then deal some extra damage, and then unpredictable switch timing there on the Dunsparce.
It was really, really well played by Galactica Bolton. You could tell that he recognized, okay, this is most likely an Outrage, and if it is, or even if it isn't, I think that he would have been willing to put both shields into that scenario, because just getting so much energy on that Spiritomb and keeping it as healthy as it was something that was able to really help flip the script there on that game. He threw 2 Rock Tombs into that Spidops and got both of the shields.
Correct. And even before that, I could feel the momentum starting to swing in the mid-game when we saw that Outrage get shielded, because I really feel if you're August Isley and you're able to bait with the Swift there in that matchup and then get to the Outrage, there might have been a sliver of hope, but unfortunately was not able to double up on the Outrage. So very, very close matchup. This whole game, I felt like came down to maybe 3 or 4 decisions, and that told the tale.
And not only that, 3 or 4 decisions, but split-second decisions, because this game is so fast-paced that if you stop to literally think for 1 second,
oh yeah, that's like an eternity.
Yeah, exactly. You're letting turns through. You're letting your opponent gain energy. If you're just a second slow on a swap, you are giving so much energy to your opponent. It doesn't seem like so much, but these are pivotal things that can completely change a matchup that is in a game that is so fast-paced.
If this is your first time watching competitive Pokemon Go, I just want to say a turn in Pokemon Go PvP is a half second, and 2 turns are 1 second, right? So you can kind of think of Pokemon Go PvP as a turn-based game, but also a time-based game. I don't think any other Pokemon property has that quite like Pokemon Go PvP does. And I mean, our trainers are tapping really fast. It's just because they don't want to miss any of those crucial turns.
I think that is something, not only is our game super engaging to watch, if you're just tuning in, you're probably watching because it's so interesting. You're seeing some interesting Pokemon. You're seeing players play some things that you're like, no, I haven't seen this in any other competitive circuit. But the more you watch and the more you begin to finesse your own game and your own knowledge, the more you realize, wow, there's so much that goes into the thoughts, not only about the turns, but also about what goes into picking your 3 Pokemon when you have a whole team of 6 once you see your opponent's team.
Definitely. And to circle back to that point, as we get our devices sorted on stage, we have not seen the Zweilous or the Glycopod there from Galactica Bolton. We also have not seen Furret or Beedrill from August Isley. I think a lot of that is what you called out at the beginning of this series, having 2 rollout users in the Dunsparce and Licky for Galactica Bolton, and then the 2 rollout users on the opposing side can kind of limit your bug options.
I want to say as well, I think a lot of people, when they were kind of scrimming for for this or like running teams, getting some opinions of their fellow teammates or friends. Ferret was popular earlier on, but it was popular with Quick Attack as its attack. But the Ferrets that I've seen, and I've only seen 2 of them, have both been running Sucker Punch as its fast attack. But Brick Break just seems to be absolutely necessary in this meta.
For some reason, I just have not casted any Ferret at all today.
Well, until now.
I
guess, I'm going ahead and looking since this is open team sheets. I like to see what they are opting to bring. And Sucker Punch is also an interesting tech.
Well, that makes me feel silly, because when we started this, I said, oh, I'm sure the Ferret's going to be running Quick Attack. I'm sure it doesn't have Trailblaze. I was wrong on both of those accounts,
That's pretty silly. As we call it, as Inadequate said, an oopsie whoopsie. That was a little bit of an oopsie whoopsie from BDSG.
He does talk like that pretty often when the cameras are not on.
You say that.
Yeah.
I'm always talking to, hey, chat, is this it? Do you like this? And Martine's just walking around going, oopsie whoopsie.
I mean, we have a very interesting group of casters here at EUIC, and I adore all of them, but they are very special. So as you get our trainers set up here, we've called double Bug Bite, we've called double normal, we've even seen some double darks. I have not seen triple normal until now with August Isley's team of the Licky Licky, the Dunsparce, and the Ferret. So if trainers are trying to decide which one of those they want to play, maybe in their own matches, real briefly, Amanda, in 30 seconds or less, tell us why they should pick each one of those.
But the normals.
The Licky Licky, the Dunsparce, or the Ferret. Go.
So Licky Licky was the most popular of day 1. It has great coverage, a lot of time offered with Earthquake and Body Slam. We see how quickly Body Slam goes through. Dunsparce just has really great charge attacks, being able to throw rock slides or being able to throw drill runs, so either rock or ground type. And Ferret just is a great kind of neutralizer for a lot of teams, being able to throw Brick Break, lowering the defense of the Pokemon, and it just is so darn cute.
We need some claps in the chat. Excellent, excellent breakdown there from Amanda. Later on, we'll ask her about Miltank and to compare that to the other 3 she previously mentioned. But for now, our trainers are going to get locked in here, and we will get into our battle very shortly. Again, this is a decisive game 3. Whoever wins this will enter day 2 on the winner's side bracket. Whoever loses will have to fight their way through at least one more opponent in order to meet their colleagues on the other side.
Yeah, going ahead, it looks like Galactic just taking a moment, looking over the teams a little bit. August looks pretty keyed in. He knows what he wants to play, saying, I'm ready for this game number 3. He's doing so well in this tournament. Just want to point out, he has had some nice plays in the 2025 season, but for 2026, this is his best so far, and on a big main stage. Who could ask for more?
Exactly. I mean, you want to be playing your best in the most important moments, and although we will only have one champion crowned on Sunday, I think all these trainers have shown such growth, such improvement, and just incredible resilience as they've made their way through the championship series, especially ones that we've had the pleasure of following, like Galactic Bolton.
Exactly true. He's someone who's been doing well year after year using specific Pokemon, but he's knowing now that this is a time where he gets a chance to show off a different sort of play style, a different team. He was able to take game number 2 quite decisively.
Yeah.
Will he be able to do so for this 3rd and final game between these 2 trainers?
I think we are ready. Let's see if our trainers have locked in, because they look like they are in gamer posture. Excuse me. We're going to get Licky Licky taking on Spiritomb.
And see how they want to play this out. Obviously, if you are Licky Licky in this scenario, you want to be going for that heavier hitting Earthquake. But if you talk about potential, what am I trying to say here? It makes it just so likely, right? If you know it's going to be an Earthquake, Galactic Bolton can easily predict or do something like he just did, catching onto that Dunsparce and just saving a ton of that energy on his own Spiritomb.
Exactly, almost like playing the percentage chance, right? Or the likelihood that something will happen. So, Bias going to come through here from the Licky Licky after already connected with the Earthquake. I gotta be honest, I think it's gonna take at least one more Body Slam, if not 2, to KO the Dunsparce.
And well, Dunsparce just continuing to gain some energy, throwing now that first drill run. You see a lot of energy loaded, brings that Licky Licky down a little bit into that, and now we once again see that charge attack or drill run coming through. Do you think it's enough? We saw how the last one did. It might be able to just hang on by a thread.
Oh, and it absolutely does. I'm glad you kept talking, because I was gonna call it the opposite. Here comes a Body Slam from the Licky Licky. Will this one be enough as the rollout attrition continues?
Rollouts just don't do that much damage. That's fast attack and a quick pivot by both. We saw how much energy that Spiritomb had. Now this is the time to use it on a Pokemon where you don't want that much attack pressure. That the Kingdra goes ahead and takes it. But now I think Galactic Bolton is once again in a good position.
The thing I'm learning about this matchup is that after you take that initial Rock Tomb from the Spiritomb, As Kingdra, you only have one option. You can just throw the Outrage. That's pretty much it, because you don't have time to get to 2 attacks, and the Swift is double resistant. It will not help you out very much in the matchup. So, again, forcing your opponent to be predictable. Galactica experience is shining through here.
And there is a lot of energy now on the Spirit Tomb, enough to once again throw another Rock Tomb to debuff. As a reminder, it's guaranteed, and it's also guaranteed to seemingly get these shields off August's side. Dunsparce taking it, and now a Kingdra of Galactica Boltons comes in. And these drill runs, though they're going to be starting to chunk away, they're not doing as much anymore.
I really like this play from Galactica Bolton as well, because catching on a 1-turn Dragon Breath user is incredibly difficult, and he's going to force August Isaac into the most uncomfortable catch attempt of his career. Here comes the Licky Swap, and he catches it anyway!
You thought it was difficult, but August says, watch me do it once again here. Galactica Bolton throws an Outrage onto a low health Licky Licky, and now I think August is back in it.
I cannot believe he was able to find that. I mean, talk about cracking the safe wide open. That combination was almost impossible to find. What a play by August Isaac. Isn't enough, though, to keep him in this series and win this match.
Another Outrage is coming through. There's only one Protect Shield remaining. August Isaac uses it there correctly, but now in comes in for a combination play. Spirit Tomb trying to get to that Rock Tomb, but it looks like Dunsparce is already on attack. Luckily, Galactica Bolton has a shield to spare.
Yeah, he's going to keep this Spirit Tomb in the game, and this is his last chance to take down August Isaac. He's got the Rock Tomb loaded, presses the correct charge attack. Believe me, there's a chance he could have clicked Shadow Ball, and we're very glad he did not. Rock Tomb, I don't think it's going to be enough, but it's really close. Dunsparce hangs on. Sucker Punch is just too much.
Going ahead, and Galactica Bolton says, okay, you may have fooled me. You may have had an incredible play, but I'm going to go ahead and take that match win. Galactica Bolton continues on that winner's side of the bracket.
There's so much to say as well about the resilience there, to have your hard-hitting charge attack caught, all of the wind taken out of your sails, and you just keep pushing forward. I think that so many trainers can have moments of brilliance, just flashes, right? But Galactica Bolton's experience is what piloted him through Game 2 and Game 3. He was so steady in the face of some incredible plays by August Isaac.
That was absolutely hype, though. I mean, you called it out. It's so hard to time to guess when they're going to throw, but that's exactly what August Isaac said. It's like, I think this is the Outrage moment, and that's exactly when it was.
Yeah, he had his finger on the pulse of the matchup, and I don't know if I've seen a more spectacular catch than that in a long time. August Isaac, I mean, the real deal. I fully anticipate that trainer will top cut, if not win, an event in NA this season or next.
I mean, go ahead and you could continue to keep an eye on him throughout this tournament here. This is the moment you see head in the hands of Galactica Bolton, but still able to overcome the odds, being able to catch that Earthquake early on and just save a lot of that energy on the Spirit Tomb. Look, it really proved vital in that end game there. Congratulations to him being able to move on in such fashion. And honestly, August just dropping down to that loser's side of the bracket.
I mean, if August Isaac can make the superior master sweat, I think that is an accolade all of its own. So I'm going to be following along with his progress in that loser side bracket to see if he can make day 2 still, because we have so many trainers here. There will be a hefty day 2 roster, and so many of these talented trainers that you've been watching today will be battling again tomorrow, so you do not want to miss that.
And there's so many. There's a lot of trainers. I mean, people are probably saying, what happened with Pato Man? He was knocked down to the loser's bracket quite early on in the tournament, so at that point, it's like, he may still be able to make day 2, but we won't be able to see it on screen. You'll need to tune in tomorrow to do so. We're still, once again, on that winner's side, and we're going through a couple more pods.
If these are the trainers I think they are, this is going to be insane.
They are.
They are who I think they are, which is?
It's going to be Tonton Batus, a previous EUIC champion, up against, I believe it's LNDS Oreo.
Oreo.
Did I say it right?
Exactly.
Oreo? Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna see what these trainers bring to the table. Oh my goodness. Okay, I don't want to talk about the Pokemon yet until we have the headphones on, but let's talk briefly about Tonton Batus, right? EUIC champion. You and I commentated that grand finals against Nezabethan. Incredible player, incredibly talented. Also, I would say the master of spice in the EU region, which is a tall bar to have.
That is very true.
In a region known for its creativity. And then you turn the tables to LNDS Aureo, a trainer that has been very consistent throughout the seasons. He isn't mentioned often in the same breath as Harjeff, as Corlash, but he did win his first event of his career this season. So he is actually in top form. playing better than ever before, and I'm really excited to see what he does against a former EUIC champ.
I mean, yes, you could argue like consistency is key, right? I mean, you're able to top cut open, you're able to really put a name for yourself, but once you have that championship title, I think it gives an extra boost of confidence saying, okay, I know how to do it. But Tauntaun's also done it before. He's been an international champion here on this very arena, and he also kind of cracked the code of that EUIC, which was a more open meta than this one was. More typings were allowed, and I believe it was a meta, there was a lot of Noctowl, Trevenant, and Lantern, so a lot of people were making a core around this Pokemon, and he ran a Shadow Dragonair, which really just ended up destroying his competition.
Exactly right. Tauntaun Battus. I'm thinking, okay, Amanda, pop quiz. I'm thinking of a Pokemon that he won an event with that was spicy. Let's see if we come to the same answer. You ready?
Oh.
3, 2, 1. Alolan Raticate.
Oh, I was going to say Seeking, but...
All right, well, no high five because we're not on the same wavelength. But let's get into these Pokemon trainers. We did see Tauntaun Battus bringing a pick that I have had my eyes on. It's Tyranitar. And that Pokemon can go absolutely berserk if it is put in the right position.
Now, the thing with Tyranitar is, in the past, maybe you've seen it played before. I mean, it's very, very squishy in the Great League. And before, it was running Smackdown, which took a little bit longer and actually is still pretty great against Bug-type Pokemon. So you'd think, oh yeah, maybe it's running Smackdown for this. But I'm just quickly checking to make sure. But yes, it is indeed running Dragon Breath.
Dragon Breath Tyranitar. That is a new tech. It recently gained access to that. And when you couple that energy-generating fast attack with something like Brutal Swing, you're talking about consistent, potent, same type attack bonus dark type damage that is just going to hammer the opponent. So if Tyranitar gets loose and it can avoid the bug types on the opposing side, if it can avoid taking an Aqua Tail from Milotic, it could absolutely explode.
So in a way, it also has a similar role as Milotic, where it is using a dragon type attack, but it's not a dragon type Pokemon. It's right in the lead. We're about to see it in action up against the Ariados side of Elandis Ariel. But one thing to keep in mind is that the lunge would have been super effective, so he tries to swap out, and Ariel did not fall for it.
This is an ABB team from Tauntaun Battus. He's protecting that Tyranitar with the double rollout users in the back, trying to shore up that bug-type weakness, so he's got to feel pretty good seeing the bug-type in the lead.
Now coming in with the Dunsparce of his own, trying to do his own catch, but there's just a lot of energy now on the Dunsparce. Yes, it is going to be a little bit attack lowered, but I think if you're Tauntaun, you're just comfortably able to chip away at this and try to maybe misalign the switch timers a little bit more, maybe try to get a more favorable matchup for yourself. But the Ariados has a charge attack with the bug typing for that Tyranitar. This drill run will also do a heavy amount. Do you want to swap back in a Tyranitar to a matchup like this?
I'm going to tell you that the high skill expression right now is the fact that this Dunsparce has a ton of energy for Elandis Oreo, and if you bring in the Tyranitar, you risk needing to shield. So swapping into the Licky Licky is very, very good for Tauntaun Battus here because he keeps this Dunsparce at bay and doesn't expose his most important Pokemon.
Also, you can see him taking some notes. You also see him banking some energy too. So now in comes the Milotic on the side of Ariel. There's still some energy on that Licky Licky. Body Slam #1 coming through. No Protect Shield use. Now we're starting to get some chip damage here because it just seemed like a lot of energy has been stored on these Pokemon so far.
Well, here's the thing, right? This becomes a game of mental juggling where you kind of lock away the energy amount for each of your Pokemon and you just kind of juggle it because it's out of sight, out of mind. You have to remember how much is on your own Dunsparce, how much is on your Tyranitar, or on the other side, banking the lunge on the Ariados. That can be really critical down the stretch, but you cannot forget how much energy you have.
I just want to point out here, the Aqua Tails on the Milotic are going to do so much to the Shadow Tyranitar, the drill run from the Dunsparce, and the lunge from the Ariados. I mean, he's got to use his Protect Shields if he wants to get any sort of usage out of it there, but did it not find its place in this game #1.
Switching into the Dunsparce, and this is actually a little bit surprising. You're going to lose 2 drill runs worth of energy if you don't shield here, and Tauntaun lets it go.
Lets it go through. Wow, that's incredible. I mean, are you just coming in to try to get a little bit of energy with that Tyranitar?
I think you go beast mode. You bring in the Tyranitar and you farm down. You've got 2 Protect Shields. You've got a Licky Licky in the back. Oh, it actually goes for the Brutal Swing. Great awareness to not give up the shield, but Elandis Oreo wants it.
He says, okay, well, I still want to get off this attack. I know it's super effective. I know that this is not a very bulky Pokemon. Will you use your shield here, Tauntaun, yes or no?
You see Oreo nodding? That's because he was able to survive that charge attack, and his Milotic was not weak enough to get KO'd. Letting it through on the Tyranitar because he knows the poison things are going to be resisted. I don't know. This is looking really perilous for Tauntaun.
Using this Protect Shield, such low health left on that Tyranitar, but is able to get up some energy here. There is also a Licky Licky that he can swap into. And I like this play throwing right before the next charge attack was available because there's no Protect Shields left remaining on Areo's side. But it is going to be a little bit debuffed here. This still could be very, very close. Going for lunge number 2, getting that last shield.
What do you do? Oh, you have to shield
I
here.
mean, I think you have to, right?
Yeah, Tauntaun's counting on the one-turn fast attack damage from the Dragon Breath to pick up the KO, and looking to make the swap now and absorb some more fast attack pressure. He's got the Licky Licky with barely any HP at all, and the Dunsparce is just too healthy for Areo, but the body slam comes through anyway. Wait, is there a way for Tauntaun to win this?
This could be still incredibly close. Tauntaun's trying to do everything possible here. Body slam coming through, and there is a drill run already loaded. Tauntaun opts to go for an attack, but I think it looked like he had a brutal swing.
No, he was one Dragon Breath away.
Okay, whew.
So when he came into the matchup, he just gathered the energy, but because Areo threw the charge attack right then, immediately, he's going to get that through first.
Amazing play there, and a great lead, but if you're Tauntaun now, are you scared to bring that Tyranitar? It has some interesting picks. We called it at the very beginning, a risky Pokemon, and I think we just saw why that is so risky in a game like this when it has super effective damage from all 3 of Areo's Pokemon.
Let me ask you a question, Amanda. Do you think a chef is scared in the kitchen?
Depends what's in the kitchen.
No. The answer
Depends
is,
what's in the kitchen.
The answer
That's
is no.
actually the answer.
The chef is never afraid in the kitchen. That is his domain, and Tauntaun Battus is never afraid at EUIC. I think Tyranitar comes back out, and I think that it is going to be devastating. That was the first attempt. I think that he will pilot it to success in game number 2.
Okay, well, I give you that, and I will say Tauntaun can definitely cook. So
I can't believe you thought about it for so long.
Well, I mean, I was just trying to think of what was in the kitchen.
All right, well, we're going to find out. We're going to find out what these trainers are cooking as you take a look back at our battle number 1. I think where things really went awry is when that Milotic got that Aqua Tail, because it took away that critical shield, or excuse me, it dealt a lot of damage to the Tyranitar, and at that point, it just didn't have enough HP to carry it through. Rock offers you some very specific resistances, a lot of them very useful in this meta, but even in spite of that, just not enough bulk to carry him through the matchup.
Tyranitar is such an interesting Pokemon. If you told me anyone at EUIC brought it, Tauntaun would have been my guess. Let's see if he does bring it for number 2, if he's doubling down. You're absolutely right. A cook isn't afraid of the kitchen at all. That Tyranitar is still in the game, just not in the lead. This time Licky Licky up against that Milotic.
ABA rollout strategy here from Tauntaun, probably trying to catch the Ariados in the lead, but LNDS Oreo is one step ahead, bringing in the Milotic to counter this neutral pick, and the Earthquake gets fired off immediately.
Going ahead, just throwing this attack. This will be heavier hitting. No Protect Shield used from Areo's side. Comfortable knowing, even though it is heavy hitting, not enough to knock out, and just gaining some more energy here. But opting to go for another fast attack, letting that body slam go through.
Yeah, the body slam is not going to quite be enough. We've been kind of eyeballing these damage calculations all day long. Out comes the Drapion, though. This is a little risky. I think you have to throw a Dark Sack to pick up the KO, right?
And I will not know. It's not going to pick up anything as this Dunsparce flies into the meta here. Crunch coming through. There is a potential for a debuff, but once again, just highlighting things about all of this. There's a very low health Milotic, but it has Aqua Tails, a lot of them loaded here. The Drapion has some as well, and there's still the Tyranitar in the back.
2 things. Areo's patience there after the swap to line up his poison stings was immaculate. The one-turn displacement from the swap can be very difficult to navigate, but he is a veteran of the game. And then the Crunch debuff as well. You saw him kind of nodding his head. He's very content with that. That means that this Dunsparce is within Aqua Tail range.
Now, see that the shield is coming up, just continuing to try to chip away here. Once again, we're talking about damage calculations. You see Tauntaun trying to figure out, okay, what is my best plan of action here? Not quite enough knockout, and a quick pivot by both of these trainers from the Dunsparce and the Tyranitar. And you see Areo kind of pick up saying, okay, I see what's happening here, and I'm going to immediately throw this attack.
So the question is, can the Tyranitar put this Dunsparce within Brutal Swing range? It's going to be a little bit faster than the Dunsparce is to the second drill run here. He's got to do a lot of damage really fast. Here comes Brutal Swing number 1.
I mean, here's the thing. No Protect Shield on the first one here. It's not going to even come close to knocking out, but the drill run is going to do a ton of damage. The switch timer is nowhere near ready.
It looks like Tauntaun Battus forced the charge attack priority tie, and in spite of that, Aureo still forgoes the shield. Brutal Swing connects, Dunsparce shrugs it off, and the drill run is ready to go.
Since this is a charge attack priority tie, now the switch timer is going to be up, but it's a little too late because this will be able to connect super effective damage, heavy damage indeed. One more rollout knocks out that Tyranitar, and now Tauntaun has to decide which rollout user he wants to come in. It's going to be that Licky. He's going to try to get up a little bit more energy. Very interesting play, doesn't even opt to throw to see who will win charge attack priority.
Yeah, I think in that situation, if you're Tauntaun Battus, you have to reach for your third Pokemon and try to catch a charge attack there, but it's just a road too far to travel. Aureo still has 2 Pokemon, plus a shield, plus, like you called out, the Aqua Tails, and you can see how much this win means to him. I mean, Tauntaun Battus is one of Europe's best, and Aureo just took him down.
Yeah, Aureo has a lot of momentum behind him. He was so excited. You saw Tauntaun concede early on. Great play between these two trainers, but only one can come out on top. That's Aureo. He's going into day number 2 on that winner's side of the bracket. You see him sit back down, just breathe a sigh of relief, and just soak it all in.
I'm telling you, you see so many of these players, you think it's just Pokemon, it's just fun, it's just games, but these players invest so much of their time, their energy, their emotion, their commitment into this battle system. And Aureo, you can see the emotions come out, right? He's so calm and composed, but when the match is over, it all comes rushing to the surface.
Yeah, you get so excited also for these trainers. When you see the emotion, you see how much it meant to them. When Patoman ended up winning EUIC last season, you remember, once he realized, he just kind of like crumpled down to the floor, and everyone felt how magical that was, how much that meant to him. And I think that made it mean much more to everyone else as well. They were like, they felt a part of it.
Exactly, right? I think that communication, right? We all play different Pokemon titles. I know you're here for Pokemon Go, but I think that the feeling is universal, and Pokemon is a universal language. So, Amanda, it's been incredible. We're going to throw to a little break here. We're going to talk about the Go Tour and maybe a couple other things as well. So, stay tuned.
Rise to occasion on the hunt.
He has been on an absolute heater, and he seems to be unstoppable right now.
My name is Chris Reisner. I'm originally from Wisconsin, but now I live in Dallas, Texas. I first got into competitive Pokemon in about 2020 when the pandemic had just started and I had some more time on my hands. When I found out that you could go to local tournaments and play against other trainers, that was really appealing to me. I was kind of the new guy that was just showing up and people didn't really know me, but I started to improve really quickly, and within about a year I was already winning some grassroots tournaments and had this quick sort of rise, if you will, in the circuit. It's just a game, right? But it really is like a microcosm for life, and I feel like every time I've gotten knocked down or have had embarrassing moments on stage where I just completely throw a game, I've always come back stronger. I took a little bit of a break, and it was good for me, I think, because watching these other tournaments play out, like EUIC that I didn't go to, you get that hunger back. My mindset coming to this tournament was just take it one game at a time and be deliberate with the lines that I was bringing, and I just didn't want to rush. I wanted to make sure I was taking my time, thinking my lines through. I was bringing a unique team that could maybe catch some people off guard with some picks they weren't expecting, like the Shadow Steelix and the Golisopod. The MVP of my team this weekend had to be the Golisopod. I was annoying people at the venue trying to trade for a Golisopod. There were some games where not only did it take out the lead Pokemon, but then it landed a move on the next Pokemon as well and just immediately put me in a great position. This time I lost right away on day 2, and I was able to keep climbing all the way through the loser's bracket. So this is probably the best loser's bracket run I've had. I fell just short in my last tournament. I was right there, one game away, maybe even one play away. So to come back from that and come back stronger is something I'm really proud of.
Rise to Occasion is your 2025 Vancouver Regional Pokemon Go champion. He has won a regional in 4 consecutive seasons.
Now that I'm automatically qualified for the World Championship, it definitely takes a little bit of pressure off to have some more fun with it. Some of my favorite moments from the past World Championships have just been seeing my friends succeed at the highest level. It's Axon winning the World Championship in Japan. To see him go all the way and be on the front page of a Japanese newspaper was amazing. In terms of my goals playing competitive Pokemon, I do want to try to go for the LAIC Travel Award to go back to Brazil. I think I've really learned that I just enjoy the process of putting the time in and practicing and doing my best to execute versus focusing more on the outcomes. Am I going to win Worlds this year? We'll see about that.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are here at the European International Championships in London, and we're in the late stages of day one. My name's Tomahawk UK. I am joined by Inadequance, and we have a final few games that we are super excited to show you.
Our next match is going to be Pidgeotto versus Paulashi. You may have heard of these trainers before. Yes, good to see you again, Tomahawk UK. I was wondering where you were actually today.
Honestly, I've just been enjoying so much of the action. I've been out into the crowds here at the European International Championships. There's so much to do. It's a fantastic event, and I know that so many people are having fun, but these players, they need to focus on the match at hand. On the left here, we've got Pidgeotto. He's a local here in London. I've played against him before, actually, in a local tournament, and for him to have got to this stage, I think that's a massive, massive achievement for this player to go up against someone of Paula's caliber. This is going to be a real challenge that I'm sure he'll be relishing.
He actually has Zweilous. Now, Zweilous has been a menace all day because this Dark and Dragon-type Pokemon has unique coverage that also covers, like, we've seen Kingdra a lot, right? Kingdra has very flexible play, but we see here the Licky Licky. Zweilous is not on the team of Pidgeotto here. Would have been a great pick, actually. However, we see more neutral play with Licky Licky and Double Water on the side of Paulasha. And on the side of Pidgeotto, we see Licky Licky and some safe picks in the Kingdra as well.
Now, one of the conversation topics for this event is the moveset for Licky Licky. And you can see Paula's opted for Shadow Ball there. And Pidgeotto, he's gone for the Earthquake. We've seen a lot of that. It's got great coverage against Pokemon such as Shadow Drapion. But it's also brilliant for this matchup where you can land that hard-hitting neutral attack.
2 Earthquakes should be enough to knock out most Licky Licky here. Paulasha obviously not going for Shadow Ball, going for the neutral Body Slam. The next one won't be enough to knock out yet, but may just put it in a farm down range. This is interesting information though, because we see right from the start that Paulasha wins Charge Attack Priority tie with her Licky Licky. That means that her Licky Licky has a higher attack stat than that of Pidgeotto.
Yeah, always great information to have. And when you see the amount of damage that lands from this Earthquake on Pidgeotto, what he could learn for next time is that he could get an extra rollout through rather than throwing on Charge Attack Priority and still land that Earthquake. He's not going to allow the farm down as this Sea King comes in, goes straight in with that Dunsparce to be met immediately by an Icy Wind, debuffing the attack of this normal type Pokemon.
Dunsparce will do even less damage now. Usually it already is a little bit, it doesn't really deal a lot of damage here because it doesn't have the same type attack bonus. Dunsparce is a normal type Pokemon that deals rock and ground type damage generally. We see the catch here on the Milotic, and obviously this is debuff, so it will do even less damage. And Milotic, quite a bulky Pokemon.
Yeah, I really like Milotic in this meta with the Dragon Tail adjustment and Aqua Tail being really, really quick to get to. It also has access to Wrap, which guarantees a debuff of the opponent, and Paula does not throw. Pidgeotto's catch doesn't really work, and actually Milotic gets even more value here, and Pidgeotto now needs to think, because whatever comes back in is going to be switch locked.
And keep in mind, all shields are still in place, so at some point Pidgeotto is going to have to use them. Milotic does win Charge Security tie, but I don't think that this Aqua Tail will be enough to knock out the Dunsparce.
Look how much energy is available on that Milotic for Paulasha. She's comfortable that she's drawn a shield away. She's going to give a shield back for this drill run. It wouldn't be enough to threaten a knockout, but there's so much value that this Milotic is going to continue to be able to get, and there is a full health Kingdra that we can see in the pack for Pidgeotto. Let's see if Paula is able to accommodate for that.
I'm surprised Paulasha did not go for a Charge Security tie here, but instead decides to farm a little bit more energy, perhaps swaps into the Seeking very shortly. No, in comes the Kingdra. Quick reflex by Paulasha, going for the Wrap immediately to lower the defense of this Kingdra. Now the Dragon Tail fast attack will deal even more damage on Kingdra. At this point, the clock is kind of ticking for Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto.
Now let's remember Kingdra, it's a dragon and water type Pokemon. That means it double resists the Aqua Tails from this Milotic. That's why Paulasha is opting for the Wrap instead. And as Inadequate says, the defense drops means that you can come in, and this Icy Wind, which wouldn't have otherwise knocked out, will do a massive amount of damage.
Does this knock out double debuff? Yes! That's exactly what Paulasha needed. The Wrap is going to wrap up this game for her as the Kingdra goes down, and now Seaking paces just quick enough to outpace Dunsparce to an Icy Wind that's going to set this game on ice. She takes game number 1.
Yeah, that is a great start for Paula in this winners finals of their group, but it is not over. It's a best of 3. That means Paula needs one more win, and Pidgeotto needs to take both games back-to-back if he wants to stay on the winner's side of the bracket.
Paulasha, a big Pokemon fan. Look at the plushies. She brought a shiny Gardevoir, a Furt, and a Drapion. From what I can see, actually, perhaps she might even have even more. But yeah, taking game number 1 here quite convincingly, making the catches necessary, but also Milotic really has been, in my opinion, the highlight of the day. I don't think anyone really saw so many of these Milotic coming.
I really like it when players bring plushies. It shows not only their partner Pokemon, Paula's brought that Gardevoir, it's a shiny Gardevoir plushie. She's brought it to lots of events in the past, but that Drapion as well. She's using a Shadow Drapion in this tournament. She wants it to obviously power through, but Milotic, as you say, it seems to be one of the standouts for me personally in this meta because it's so neutral. It has that water typing, which there are not a lot of super effective attacks available in this meta against it, but it doesn't struggle against the dragons that water types often do because of that Dragon Tail fast attack.
The thing is, the one Pokemon that had that electric type coverage and used to be a thing in this meta was Double. But ever since the rise of Spiritomb, and Spiders already was there, that already wasn't a great matchup for Double, but with the ghost type Pokemon Frostless and Spiritomb that were going to be more common as well, Double had less and less play. So now the water type Pokemon combined with Licky, normally Double covers those two, but they're safer to use. And we've seen this composition so many times. A rollout user plus Double water type Pokemon. Trainers like, I believe, Nighttime Clasher, Sustenance Eater. We saw out of pocket with these kind of compositions because they just work so safe. And even though they don't just hard answer everything, they allow you to just gain some momentum. Take some charge attacks, debuff the opponent with Ice Wind potentially, and Milotic answering the so safe Kingdra. Kingdra has been all over the place. It's really a staple.
Yeah, 2 very cool Pokemon. Some of my favorites.
They are pretty cool.
For sure. And actually on the caster predictions, I mentioned Kingdra and I mentioned Milotic as well. And for those people that are interested in using those Pokemon, whether or not you use the Shadow or the regular variant is also a question that players have had to consider coming into this event. The tricky thing with Milotic is Feebas is a relatively new addition to the Rocket rotation, and there's only a limited period where you can TM Frustration away. Many players probably didn't have access to a Shadow Milotic coming into this event. So if you're not seeing many, that could be a reason. I'd be very interested to see whether or not players adapt when a Shadow Milotic does come onto the other side of the field. Are they aware of the differences in those matchups and can they adapt in the moment?
The thing is with Shadow Milotic is that you usually feint to 2 charge attacks, and especially when it comes to a Pokemon like Dunsparce, you do not want to feint to 2 Drill Run there, and regular Milotic just takes the damage a little bit better.
One of the things I like though, the Aqua Tail from Shadow Milotic, it comes quickly and it hits really hard. So that Milotic pivots from a slightly more defensive option to a very aggressive pick. And so it could really depend on the team composition overall where the Shadows are beneficial. We can see for Paula, for example, Shadow Beedrill and Shadow Drapion are already slightly fragile picks, and Seaking doesn't have a huge amount of bulk anyway, so Milotic and Licky for her team look like a really strong combination. The question for her is, can she take them forward into this game number 2 and seal this victory?
Yeah, next question, does she bring it? We see Grimmsnarl into Licky. Now, this is something I kind of dislike about Licky, because 2 Body Slam are going to be enough to knock out. So when no shields are used, when no protection shields are used by any player in this particular lead matchup, Licky wins the 0 shield extremely hard.
Grimmsnarl, the only fairy type available in this meta, going for the foul play rather than for the super effective power up punch, and probably not throwing on optimal timing, not getting the best advantage from this matchup. So Pidgeotto's going to come out and go into a Licky of his own, taking this first Body Slam.
A bit of a late switch as well, so a rollout is not going through just yet there, but happy to soak the energy here and probably probably wants to use the Grimmsnarl for the Milotic, but now Paula is bringing the Milotic in here. The thing that Grimmsnarl does, it has the Fairy typing, and it's also the only Pokemon in this meta with the defensive Fairy typing. So anything that has a Dragon type fast attack, like Kingdra or Milotic, doesn't do super well into it. And that's why Paula likes to bring Milotic in here, just because it doesn't have to be meta. Not just with Grimmsnarl, it can also soak up damage here.
And one thing that's always worth noting is, do players bank an attack before they switch out? And we did see that from Paula. She took a body slam on her Licky Licky before she comes in with the Milotic, and she'll be looking to maybe aggressively use that energy as we go into the mid and maybe late game of this match.
Ooh, charge attack priority time. Milotic wins this. Pidgeotto knows that he's going to let this go. This is a great opportunity to get some energy with the Grimmsnarl, but we might see Paula just swap out immediately. No, she's staying in, going for another Aqua Tail, and this Aqua Tail will secure the knockout on Grimmsnarl, but no. Pidgeotto is not letting go of Grimmsnarl just yet, because the charge attacks can hit quite hard on pretty much anything.
And there it is. That's exactly what we were talking about earlier. The body slam that was banked now comes in for Paulasha, and Pidgeotto needs to have a think. Can you sucker punch down this Licky Licky, or will you need to throw an attack? He's not going to risk it. Comes in with the power punch very, very quickly, and Licky Licky will go down.
Yeah, I think that kind of had to, if he was going to stay in this matchup here. Paulasha has the shield advantage though on the Seaking, but Sucker Punch is boosted now. It's going to hit even harder. You cannot bring in Milotic. Milotic will not do any damage with the Dragon Tail, so we see Seaking come in, but it cannot get the back down before the Power Punch, not even before the foul play. You gotta use your protection here.
This is really, really good for Pidgeotto. That Grimmsnarl reaching the foul play, which would be boosted because of that power-up punch, getting a ton of value. But this Seaking has Icy Wing banked already, and that means the attack will drop of the Kingdra. Pidgeotto will need to reach for either 2 Swifts or 1 Outrage and be really conscious that Milotic is available for a catch in the Paula in the back.
Kingdra pace is just a little bit quicker, but no, going for the Ice Wind here. I think at this point, Paula is looking to swap in Milotic and either have Pidgeotto expend energy or get the fast attack down. And in comes the Milotic. Pidgeotto trying to get the final, but realizes too late he cannot do that.
And now Pidgeotto will be reaching for an attack against the Seaking before the Pex will take down the Kingdra. The question is, will the damage be enough?
Oh, the Dragon Tail landed.
The Dragon Tail landed. That means this Swift has to land and do enough damage, but 2 Icy Winds have debuffed that Kingdra, and I don't think this will be enough.
We're about to find out as the pack went through. Swift's coming in, but Seaking hangs on. Paulasha takes game number 2. She moves on to day 2 on the winner's side of the Europe International Championship. She already had won 1 trophy here 2 seasons ago. Can she do it again?
Paula is back. She goes into day 2 and she'll be so happy with that. I know she's worked so hard this season to get to the form that she's not quite reached yet, but this is a great opportunity here at the European International Championships to get the momentum. So many championship points available here this weekend.
Look, momentum is really a thing for top players, right? Because it's very easy to just lose this in a fraction of a moment. And I think the best example is Patoman. I think like 2 seasons ago or so, maybe a season and a half ago, people kind of have forgotten about Patoman because he hadn't performed as well for like, what, 3 or 4 tournaments, and then he comes back and he finds momentum. Now Patoman totally back in the conversation, and this might just be that point for Paula as well, where she comes back in the conversation of top player. We know that she's really good, but she hasn't top cut in a while, and as a competitor myself as well, this does get you at some time.
It can be really difficult when you're thinking about the psychology of attending these events and continuing to do well. You set yourself such high standards. Paulasha was at one point one of the best players in the world, and to be able to maintain consistency at that level is of course very, very difficult. But what she's got to her favor is that she is an incredible player, and when she really switches it on, she is so terrifying to go up against. And I think every player now, as you go into day 2, when you see Paula's name there is a part of you that goes,
it's not
which Paula's turning up? Because when she's in form, she is unstoppable.
Hey, you talked about that you really liked when trainers bring plushies, because it kind of just represents what their favorite Pokemon is.
Sure.
What plushie would you bring? What's your favorite plushie that you bring here?
I mean,
what would you bring to the UIC?
Pangoro has been one of my favorite Pokemon to use. Obviously not eligible in this particular meta. I think if I had a Milotic plushie, that would be one of my favorites. What about you?
Yeah, I think, well, I would love to bring Giratina. Unfortunately, not allowed here, but I do like the Dunsparce. Not Dunsparce, but the Dunsparce. Dunsparce. It has Dragon Tail as well, but it also plays a little bit quicker with Body Slam. I feel like Rock Slide or Driron has more interesting coverage than, because you hit things were super effective, while Aqua Tail is, well, it is widely unresisted, but in the mirror it makes it a little bit awkward because you're going for wraps or on Seeking as well. And then Wrap doesn't do a lot of damage. You have to rely on Dragon Tail, not the same type of attack bonus, and matchups become a little bit awkward.
And you said to me that you didn't want to play this weekend because you've only won with Giratina and it's not eligible, and that's the tricky thing about limited metas. Sometimes your favorite Pokemon you can't bring, and we saw They Love Jai right at the beginning of the day. He loves his Alolan Ninetales. He goes, I can't bring it this time. Strange Top, Lapras, he brings it every single event. Can't bring it. And all of these players have had to adapt for this meta, and I think that it's been really interesting this season to have LAIC and EUIC bring evolving limited metas, and I'm really excited to see what happens as we progress this season.
Well, that's something that I find interesting about trainers, right? Yes, sometimes you get far in the tournament, but is it a fluke or not? Are you really a good player? I think a good and complete player can adapt to any meta. And I think a great example, we're actually going to see this player later. I believe not just yet in this matchup right here, but one of the trainers we're going to get later is Pablo Dinos. And Pablo Dinos was a trainer 2 seasons ago, was extremely good. Top cut event after event after event. But then he lost his momentum.
Yes.
Right? So
I remember you played against him. You said he was one of the most difficult people you've ever played against.
He was very unpredictable, tried to roll the debuffs with the skull on Whiscash at the time, but can he do that now? Can he was that like a meta where like, okay, this is a Whiscash meta, I'm Pablo Dinos, Whiscash my Pokemon, I can do this now. And now he's back, right? So maybe some trainers just perform better in some metas.
Well, it's interesting because you do see so many top names, players that we see time and time again. Some perform better in the Open Great League. Some do not mind. Whatever the meta is, they know the game so well, they play so much. And one of the great things that we've had with these limited metas is that the Championship Series format has been available in the Go Battle League. So many of these players have been practicing week on week, not just in Show 6 tournaments, but also on the in-game ladder to see whether or not Pokemon suit their playstyle. And I think that that's been a really exciting way to prepare for this event.
And if you reach rank 20, you get a post that you can only get this. Do you have it yet? Do you have that post? Did you reach rank 20? Very nice, yeah. You get an Elite Charge CM as well through those rewards. You get it by watching the stream too.
And a Pikachu Libre, of course. It's a great opportunity to get a very rare costume Pikachu.
But listen, if you have 2 Elite Charge CMs, one from reaching rank 20, one from watching just us.
Get the drops.
Then you can build that double legacy attack Seeking. Both Icy Wind and Driron. Seeking is a Pokemon we've seen all over the place. We're not going to see it this time. Okay, we have to talk about the Pokemon on the left there soon. But Seeking, make sure you get that, because that is a very unique Pokemon, unique coverage.
And interestingly, in this meta, lots of players have been opting for Icy Wind and Mega Horn.
Yeah.
So if you're playing in this current meta, hold on to Mega Horn and then go back to the Drill Run, because that's a great ground type attack as well.
Mega Horn is great for dark type Pokemon specifically.
Now,
and
we know both of these players.
I do.
Tell us a little bit about them.
C. Leonardo on the left is a trainer from mostly from the grassroots formats, but lately has been rolling into the Championship Series as well. And we were talking about trainers that can adapt to any meta. I think C. Leonardo is one of those. He even has created metas for the grassroots formats and performs well in those as well. Maybe coincidence, maybe not.
And he is in form at the moment. He's just come off the back of a 3rd place performance at Birmingham earlier this season. And he is up against Keelio. Keelio is a Dutch battler. C. Leonardo, he's based originally in Italy, but he's actually based in England at the moment. So he knows so many of the players here. He's a huge name from the grassroots scene and from the Play Pokemon circuit. And he is going to look to build on the momentum he's had so far this season, because the European International Championships, if there's anywhere that a player wants to do well, it's definitely here.
And Keelio is maybe the underdog in this particular match, but he has the experience, has competed in many championships, has qualified for the World Championships last seasons, has played against many of the Dutch locals, and now he's up against the Shadow Venomoth with a Kingdra. This is a very neutral matchup. Bug Bite is going to add up a little bit more, but Kingdra pace is really quick, C. Leonardo has bulk to spare in the back though, so I would kind of expect at some point that he either tries to catch or just swaps out. No shield though, this does a lot of damage to Venomoth.
Yeah, Shadow Venomoth is so fragile, very similar to a Shadow Beedrill, but the difference is instead of going for a triple bug moveset, for example, you've got this poison coverage with Poison Fang, and that will guarantee a defense drop. So C. Leonardo lands that, goes straight into the Licky Licky. Keelio anticipates that and meets it with the Dunsparce, and now you've got these two very bulky, normal type rollout users up against each other, and the players will have an opportunity to take stock and have a think as to how they want to approach the rest of this game.
And we see Shadow Ball on the side of C. Leonardo as well. Normally you can go for an Earthquake and perhaps then a Body Slam or another Earthquake to get a knockout. Now that won't be possible. Well, I mean, you can throw Shadow Ball, it won't do a lot of damage. Generally, the Licky Licky is going for the Body Slam here. We have some time to spare here, so I just want to mention real quick, the Pokemon that C. Leonardo has on his team, quite spicy, wasn't brought in here. Hisuian Samurai is a Dark-type Pokemon and Water-type Pokemon that has access to Sacred Sword. And with that charge attack, it annihilates normal-type Pokemon. I think for this battle, C. Leonardo perhaps predicted that Keelio would bring something like the Spidops, and was a little bit afraid of it, because Spidops does eat up the Hisuian Samurott.
Yeah, and one of the other really key things about Hisuian Samurott, one of the very few Pokemon that resists both of the charge attacks from a Shadow Drapion.
Oh, and look at that. Keelio predicted the switch there, swapped into his own Grimmsnarl. He kept a Drill Run on his own Dunsparce, and with 2 shields up, Grimmsnarl, it doesn't have a lot of bulk, but it actually does quite okay here. Actually going for the foul play. I like this play, because I think for the first charge attack as C. Leonardo, you're not going to shield this, because if it is a power punch, you cannot do that. And now, I think Keelio is not even going to throw charge attacks anymore.
Well, the really interesting thing is that Keelio can choose to throw a charge attack and guarantee an attack rise regardless of what happens. So this is a good position for Keelio, and I think it's worth noting that this is one of his best performances in the Championship Series. He's a player that has played time and time again, but to get to the winners finals of this group at an international championship, that is an incredible achievement already, but he will not want to stop here. He's got some momentum in this game, and he will want to keep that momentum in this tournament. Can he take down a player of C. Leonardo's caliber?
Do you remember if there was any energy on the Licky Licky? Because there might be, and well, C. Leonardo answers for us. There is the Body Slam. But there's still a protection, I believe, on the side of C. Leonardo. So, like, do you have energy on the Kingdra? I think you have a little bit of energy there. Can you get to many charge attacks?
He's banked an attack on a Dunsparce, I think, if I remember correctly. But if he can farm this down, he then should have a Kingdra attack and a Dunsparce attack. This could be the key to victory for Keelio.
He lets it go.
I think C. Leonardo recognizes it. He lets it go.
C. Leonardo tried everything he could there, swapping in the Licky Licky to evaporate all the energy, but when he realized, oh man, I just barely didn't get to another charge stack, he knew the writing was on the wall. Keelio takes game number 1 against C. Leonardo.
And it is worth mentioning, for those of you that don't know, Keelio is the brother of Colin 6. Both of these players could be in day 2 if Keelio can pull his socks up here against C. Leonardo. He's got 1 game up, but he needs to win another one if he wants to progress in these group finals.
Pokemon Go PvP might just run in the veins of the family here, but I just really love how Keelio played this entire battle, because I feel like he just predicted everything correctly. Earlier in this battle, Keelio just kept simultaneously swapping with C. Leonardo, predicting that he would as well. And with that, he was never behind energy. He always had an attack stored. And it just kind of put Keelio ahead here and C. Leonardo behind, because he had no idea where to go with his Pokemon at that point.
And I also really like that he recognized the win condition in that game. We know Licky Licky charges to its first Body Slam so quickly. And it could have been the case that Keelio panicked through a Swift from that Kingdra into the Licky Licky. And if he had done so, that game could have been C. Leonardo's. Instead, he committed to the Dragon Breath farm down and gets that first victory.
I'm not gonna lie, Farid. I'm usually not so impressed by Grimmsnarl. I think this is the first time I saw Grimmsnarl win.
I really like Grimmsnarl. I think it's a...
The thing is, there's no Shadow Drapion this time on the side of C. Leonardo.
That's true.
Normally there's a Shadow Drapion. Grimmsnarl has an awful matchup into that. But there isn't one now. There is the Hisuian Samurai, but perhaps that's just less terrible of a matchup.
I think Grimmsnarl is a really cool pick. I think it's really fun, and I think that the way that Keelio used it there was so aggressive. As we noted, instead of going for the super effective Power Up Punch, going for that foul play on the basis that he assumed there would be no shield, putting that Dunsparce into a really tricky position. C. Leonardo now not sure how much he wants to invest in that Pokemon, because you don't want to be shielding Power Up Punches. That feels like, it feels painful when you do that.
there's something also important to keep in mind about this matchup. We have a switch clock of 45 seconds. So let's say you do go for double power-up punch. That means you stall the clock with an additional 10 seconds. That's an additional 10 seconds that C. Leonardo has to swap out and go for the body slam with that licky licky. So that's also a good reason to go for just sheer damage with the foul play. Throw a charge attack last. You don't want that clock to go up immediately before dealing as much damage as you can.
One of the interesting things to note from the event so far is the number of players that have opted for double normal as a strategy, and we've seen that on so many teams. Keelio, he doesn't have double normal. He's actually got double dark instead because of that Grimmsnarl paired with the Shadow Drapion. But what I'm really interested to see is the way he's using Kingdra super flexibly. He leads it again in this game, this time in the mirror. And will he shield up this Swift, knowing it's not an outrage? He's going to let this go.
Yeah, and you don't even have to counter. You can just tell by your own energy, basically, how far one is. I think Leonardo at this point might not even use Protect Shield either, because he already put the opposing Kingdra so low.
Now, both players will need to make a decision here, and I think Keelio is going to go first, coming in with that Dunsparce. And the problem is the rollouts don't do a huge amount of damage. That means C. Leonardo is able to farm up a ton, threaten an outrage, and potentially draw a shield away with this Swift, and he achieves exactly that. That is huge value for C. Leonardo. He's going to bank the rest of the energy before coming in with this super spicy Hisuian Samurott.
Keep in mind that Kingdra is one Dragon Breath away from another Swift, which could be very useful for later into either Grimmsnarl or Kingdra. And yes, like I said, it has access to Sacred Sword, but it's also very fragile. So 2 charge attacks from Dunsparce will knock out. A Sacred Sword is not going to knock out yet from here.
Yeah, Hisuian Samurott, a water and dark type Pokemon. There aren't many of those in this game, but Sacred Sword is so quick to reach, and it does do super effective damage. Will Keelio let the first one go? Let's see just how much it does.
Can you get to another one here? I think you can, but no, swapping out instead into the Grimmsnarl right away. But I think that this Hisuian Samurott might get to 2 charge attacks. It will resist the Sucker Punch damage. Keelio does not use a Protect Shield on this neutral Ice Wave, but it does so much damage.
And interestingly, the Hisuian Samurott is using Fury Cutter as a fast attack, and that does less damage than the Bug Bites from the fast pressure we've seen from Pokemon such as Shadow Beedrill and others. So the Grimmsnarl's been able to hold on comfortably here, now shielding up the second, but look at this for a combo play.
What a play by C. Leonardo. You took game number 1. Let me show you what I'm capable of. He brings back in the Kingdra to snipe all the energy from the Grimmsnarl. There's hardly any HP left on the side of Keelio, and C. Leonardo still has a third Pokemon to show still.
And of all Pokemon, it's a Licky Licky. No attack is going to one-shot a Licky Licky. So C. Leonardo doesn't even need to shield this. He's in a great position. And I think Keelio recognizes that this mountain might just be too high to climb in this game, and thinking ahead as we prepare for a decisive game number 3.
This is just the strength of the Kingdra. Kingdra has a very low energy cost charge attack in Swift. It doesn't hit super hard, but you get there so quickly. And then you have Outrage. If you can get bait a shield with Swift, it can just put you ahead so much in some of these battles. Makes Kingdra very much of a coin flip Pokemon there.
It's a really exciting Pokemon, water and dragon typing. That's not a particularly common typing either in Pokemon Go. And C. Leonardo will look to build on this momentum as we go into this game number 3. The winner of this next game will progress into day 2 here at the European International Championships on the winner's side of the bracket, and that is a great place to be.
I think once C. Leonardo realized, okay, the Spidops from Keelio is not coming out, perhaps Hisuian Samurott is easier to bring, and especially when a trainer doesn't go for switch advantage. I think that Keelio could have reached another charge stack there. But yeah, he decided to go into the Grimmsnarl instead, and Grimmsnarl with Dark-type fast attacks doesn't do that hot into the Hisuian Samurott, unfortunately.
Now, we've seen that C. Leonardo is shifting to this Kingdra pick of his own, and I wonder, does Keelio start to think about whether Spiritomb is a viable pick? That forces Kingdra to go up to Outrage before you can even begin to think about throwing a Swift, because we saw in that lead matchup, C. Leonardo didn't even bother. He threw the Swift before the Outrage was reached because he was comfortable with that lead matchup. How are these players each going to adjust as we prepare for game number 3?
We'll find out very shortly. I really like the Hisuian Samurott Samurott, a pick that I know some trainers have brought, but we haven't seen it on stream as much just yet. Sacred Sword is just such a staple of an attack to have in a meta infested with those normal type Pokemon. You hit super effective damage into normal type Pokemon, you probably have a very viable Pokemon for yourself.
At what point do you also think about that Spidops for Keelio? Because whilst the rollout users are super effective in terms of their fast attack, it's not that they're really pressuring with the damage, it's more that the bug bites from the Spidops aren't getting a lot of value. Bug bite is a good fast attack in terms of damage, but most of these bulky normal type Pokemon have high defense. That means bug bite per bug bite is not doing as much as if bug bite was landing on, let's say, for example, that Hisuian Samurott. So Keelio needs to think about how he wants to leverage and get the most value out of his Pokemon here.
But I think it's a little bit difficult because normal type Pokemon are so easy to bring in this meta, so Spidops is quite easy to cover with Dunsparce and Licky. And then he also has the Venomoth to top it off. But let's see Decisive game number 3. We have Rollout User versus Rollout User. In fact, Leonardo brought 2 of them even. We see again the Hisuian Samurott in the back. But let's see how this matchup is going to go first.
It looks like this could be a really neutral matchup across the board. And both of these players will be starting to plan already as we prepare for these rollout users just how they want to leverage their picks in the back. We can see Kingdra and Grimmsnarl for Keelio. See Leonardo on the other hand, he keeps leaning into this double normal strategy. Licky this time in the lead, Dunsparce in the back, and Hisuian Samurott as the potential aggressive pivot.
Yeah, I think that the Hisuian Samurott in the back is going to look really good, but we see a catch here on the other rollout user. I guess that's kind of where you want to have that expended the energy anyway if you went for it. Well, yeah, how do you answer this with Keelio? He goes in with the Kingdra, and that means that now the Grimmsnarl, it likely gets aligned to the Hisuian Samurott later.
And that's a really interesting matchup because Power Up Punch, although it's super effective, is being paired with the resisted Sucker Punches. But Hisuian Samurott is not a bulky Pokemon, and I think the Sucker Punches will still start to add up. I have no idea how that matchup will play out, and it could really depend on what the energy and shield situation is for these players, because right now, that was a great shield for C. Leonardo.
But let's see, going for the charge security tie, kind of a miscount there from C. Leonardo. I do think that you hang on to this Swift here, so still putting in some work with the Dunsparce, but Kingdra taking not just a shield, also putting the Dunsparce very low. That means you potentially could put a shield advantage on that Grimmsnarl, and I think that's exactly what Keelio is going to do here.
Yeah, great position for Keelio. If he comes in with the Grimmsnarl and farms it down, I think C. Leonardo needs to anticipate that. You don't really want to allow a huge energy advantage, but there's not much he can do. He comes in with this Hisuian Samurott, but it is a shield down, and instantly going for that power-up punch. It will be super effective, but it's not a particularly hard-hitting attack. But now these Sucker Punches, they might just start adding up a little bit more.
Yeah, let's see if what you said is going to happen here. If the Sucker Punch indeed are going to threaten this Hisuian Samurott, because yes, they're resisted. Hisuian's actually going to debuff this Hisuian Samurott. Sorry, this is the Grimmsnarl again. The thing is, you pay so quickly to power punch as well. He's going for the foul play. Resisted, does a little bit more damage still, but I love think C. Leonardo will shield this.
I like the effort from Keelio, and now the shield is there. The Dunsparce is going to lean. This Sacred Sword will do a lot of damage. I think this might threaten a knockout. It's going to be the most damage available on the board. But Keelio's going to let it land. That is a massive amount of damage, but Dunsparce holds on, and now the Licky comes in, and the combo play means that Keelio's in a bit of a tricky position. How do you close out this endgame?
I think that Grimmsnarl might even be in range of a body slam here, pretty much, and there's 2 of them loaded. C. Leonardo is looking to be in a very good position here.
I think you needed to shield the Sacred Sword from that Hisuian Samurott. It did the most damage available in the rest of this game. Body Slam will land. If it doesn't knock out, it's going to put Grimmsnarl so low, and I don't know if Grimmsnarl has the ability to be able to take out the Licky and the Kingdra and the Dunsparce in the back.
That's a lot to take for this Dark and Fairy type Pokemon. Power Punch. I don't think even the super effective Charge Sec will knock out the Licky. Grimmsnarl is going down. C. Leonardo is going through at the 2026 EUIC.
Third place in Birmingham, and now into day 2 here at EUIC, winning the winners finals of his group. C. Leonardo is on fire, and using that double combination of those normal rollout users like so many players have already, and I think it just goes to show when neutrality and bulk are paired together, it's really tough to get across.
And he just had bulk to spare, because we saw that even though the catch was like, okay, well, you caught your attack on something where you still throw Duron anyway, that Licky Licky came out with about maximized energy. Look, it comes back in here, almost has 3 body slam already at that point.
And it must be a little uncomfortable for Keelio knowing that he's shielding a body slam instead of the Sacred Sword that he could have shielded. But I think it's really exciting that Hisuian Samurott, the aggressive play it's had, I'd love to know more as to whether or not that's been a Pokemon that C. Leonardo has used a lot so far today, but I'm sure we're going to see plenty of it tomorrow.
I just like the composition that he brought there, right? He was like, okay, Samurott, cool, pretty good Pokemon, got me a win, second game. But if Spidops is coming, I kind of need to cover for that. It's very possible that I just showed how good Hisuian Samurott is. It checks your normal type Pokemon. I gotta protect that Pokemon. So he kind of just sandwiched with 2 rollout users, the Hisuian Samurott, to protect it from the Spidops, and I really like that. So as long as C. Leonardo can just save the energy everywhere and doesn't reveal the Hisuian Samurott, it is unlikely that it's going to be threatened hard by a Spidops.
And one of the interesting things in this meta is we've spoken for so long about ABB strategies, where you play something strong in the lead and then 2 Pokemon, similar Pokemon, in the back to bait out their collective weaknesses. The interesting thing about normal type Pokemon in this meta is, yes, of course you can play them in an ABB, but exactly as you say, you can play them wherever you want. There are no counter users that are really threatening anything. There's very little fighting pressure at all, and that allows both Licky Licky and Dunsparce to have great utility and coverage.
There's one Pokemon that I can think of, and it's Lopunny, but I haven't seen it yet on the stream. It has access to Double Kick, Focus Blast, Fire Punch, Ice Punch, had all the coverage. Looks like no one wants to bring
and it's
it.
One of your favorite Pokemon you were telling me as well.
Absolutely, I love Lopunny. And let's take a look at the trainers that we have on the stage here. We have Pablo Dinas, the trainer that I was just talking about. He's up against a trainer from Latam again. Latam was really showing up at the EUIC, Lindos Kanan.
I think one of the amazing things about international championships is the opportunity to come from across the world, represent your region, play on behalf of all of the friends and family at home supporting you. And we've seen so many players from all over the world do exactly that. We've already got players from LATAM in day 2. And of course, we've seen and mentioned players all the way from Japan and Australia and everywhere else as well. And coming here to London together because you play the same game, I think it's a pretty incredible thing to have.
Lindos Kanan is actually... So 2 seasons ago, one of the highlights of EUIC was Paulasha and her Magnezone. Absolutely electrifying performance. Lindos Kanan on the right side is actually the first trainer to have ever won a Pokemon Go championship with Shadow Magnezone. A trainer, just like Paulasha, who hasn't performed quite well in a while, but he does have those accolades of winning a regional championship, getting 2nd place at many other championships as well. So yeah, Lindos Kanan maybe making a comeback as well, but
well, one of the great things for Lindos Kanan is he's able to cycle travel awards as well. He's obviously doing so well, and coming over to the European International Championships, we know that there's huge amounts of prizes available, but the championship points contributing to the travel award race will be massive for him as well. Both of these players have had medals in the past. Both of these players will want a trophy here this weekend. They are at the stage where everything can make or break if you want to stay on the winner's side of the bracket. This is going to be the toughest game potentially of the day so far as they meet in these winners' finals of Group P. Who can come out on top, stay on the winner's side of the bracket as we go to day 2 here at EUIC.
And these trainers have battled all day, having a Jirachi plushie there, wishing for good luck. I think, is that a non-Shadow Venomoth on the team of Pablo Dinos? I don't think we've seen that before on the tournament.
I think lots of players have been opting for the Shadow for that extra damage from the fast attack especially. But not every player uses Shadow Pokemon. They are a little bit harder to get than the regular variants. It depends on the rocket rotations. It depends on TM and frustration away. But maybe there's more than that. Maybe Pablo Dinas recognizes something about the bulk of the regular version of Venomoth that he wants to use here. And it'll be interesting to see how it plays out in this match.
I love it when trainers show the tech that they know, right? Like you're like, what? This Pokemon can do this? That's crazy. He's clapping. The Spanish crowd probably being there for him, cheering. Yeah, it's going to be super exciting. We're going to have Spain versus Brazil here.
Now, we've mentioned double teams, right? We've mentioned double normal. We've mentioned double dark. Kanan, on the right there, if I'm not wrong, has triple dark.
3 Dark-type Pokemon, but none of them are weak to Bug because of the sub-typing. Makes it very interesting, but also quite safe to play all of these Pokemon into the Spidops from Pablondinas.
And I think one of the exciting things about this meta is that because of this, there's so much neutrality. You can play in so many different playstyles. You can use things in the lead and in the back. You can double up wherever you want because there isn't common weaknesses across the board. Shadow Drapion's only weakness is ground type. Spiritomb, on the other hand, its only weakness is...
It's fairy type Pokemon.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So all of these Pokemon are being able to use together, sharing the typing, so they have some common resistances, but very rarely share the same weaknesses.
I just want to say that looks like the Venomoth got some shadow flames around it right now, so it is actually the Shadow Venomoth for that extra fast attack
There's
pressure.
no genius tech behind it. It's just...
Well, maybe he does. Maybe we just haven't seen it yet.
Pablondinas changed his mind.
Right. But I think the Shadow Venomoth is quite safe into the team from Lindo's Kanan because there's only one counter, and that is Dunsparce. I'm really trying to say not the Dunsparce because it looks too much like the Dunsparce. But
Which I'm disappointed we haven't seen more of, to be honest.
Right?
It's
I
cool.
really wish I would have played the Dunsparce.
You can play Dunsparce and the Dunsparce on the same team. That's allowed.
Wow, why has no one thought of this, actually?
No one has gone that far.
And if you play Licky Licky, you have 3 rollout users, which are pretty much all safe.
If you played a Dunsparce, would you consider Dragon Tail?
I would absolutely run Dragon Tail, but I think the second charge deck of choice is a little bit difficult. I think Drill Run could be valuable for opposing Drapion, but I think that you probably want to go straight Body Slam because if Drapion shields your Drill Run, it becomes a little bit of an iffy matchup where you just get outpaced and it becomes nasty. While Rock Slide is just always valuable for an opposing bulky Spidops.
And the other thing, Rock and Ground, it's also known as Edge Quake coverage from the main video game where we saw Pokemon that had Stone Edge and Earthquake. It is a combination of aggressive offensive typing that is almost unresisted across the board. It's why Dunsparce in this meta is proving to be so successful. Very few Pokemon resist both of those charge attacks. And although Dunsparce doesn't hit particularly hard, having that coverage as well as its bulk makes it a really nice flexible option for these players.
Wow, look at who's been playing VGC.
I've had a lot of time backstage today, so
maybe a game you can become good at.
Maybe, but we'll see. Maybe I'm just better behind here telling you guys how it is.
Of course. Well, these trains are getting started, and I'm very excited to see. We've seen Double Bug all over the place. Well, what do you think of Double Bug? Is that the way to go in this meta? A lot of the Spanish have been bringing this kind of variant.
I think one of the really interesting things about the bug types that we're seeing is that all of them are using attacks that either buff or debuff, right? So Shadow Venomoth here, that Poison Fang dropping the defense. Lunge and Rock Tomb available for Spidops, debuffing the attack. And then even the Shadow Beedrill, it doesn't want to debuff its opponent. Instead, it's going to buff itself with that Fell Stinger. And we're actually seeing that strategy across the board. I know it's been mentioned earlier today as well. So many Pokemon using buffing and debuffing attacks. And I think knowing when to shield and knowing when to use those attacks could be the critical difference between good plays and great plays.
And great plays are going to be made on this stage right here. I believe this might just be one of the last winners finals that we have of the day. Who is gonna make it to the winner's side of day 2? That's where you wanna be when you are at the stage right now. Remember, this is a double elimination format, so if you lose, you still have a chance on the lose side of the bracket. But ideally, you wanna take that opportunity as far as possible.
And when you are on stage as well, these players also they've got the pressure of the big lights. They've got their friends and family supporting them, but they want to show off their skills, but they need to stay focused. We saw Pablondinas waving at the crowd earlier, but now he is locked in. It's an open team sheet format. That means you know all of the attacks on your opponent's side of the field. They know, for example, that LNDS Kanan's Grimmsnarl is opting for Play Rough instead of Power Up Punch, and these strategies and these differences could make all the difference.
Play Rough is a charge attack, fairy type charge attack that allows you to seal some matchups when no shields are in play. But generally, Grimmsnarl does not have the bulk to build up to some of those charge attacks. But imagine that you have a Grimmsnarl and you have a shield advantage and there's an opposing Drapion. Play Rough will deal decent neutral damage into pretty much anything in this meta.
When shields are up, on the other hand, using power-up punch to boost your own attack stat, get more value out of your sucker punches. That's the strategy Pablondinas is going to be going for with his Grimmsnarl, and we're going to find out which one plays out best here in this match.
Yeah, trainers are almost ready here, so stay tuned. We're about to get into these first matches here. Very curious to see as Linus Kanan getting into his gamer position. Trainers wishing each other's good luck. Here we go. Pablondinas on the left, Linus Kanan on the right. We have the shiny Shadow Venomoth. That's a very pretty Pokemon.
That is
into Spiritomb.
beautiful. Look at that Shadow Shiny Venomoth as it comes in with the Bug Bites against this Spiritomb. Spiritomb, a Ghost Dark-type Pokemon, using those Sucker Punches, and Shadow Venomoth goes down into the yellow, but actually that Spiritomb got there first. That's just how oppressive that Shadow Bug Bite damage is, and Pablondinas probably knows exactly how to play out this matchup. He's doing the damage, doing the shield, but then giving away alignment as he brings the Spidops out to be met by Dunsparce.
Going with 2 Bug-type Pokemon pretty much right off the bat, and on Charge Tech Purity Tai is a pretty risky and bold choice from Pablondinas, but so far I think it's kind of working out for him. He stored all the energy on his Shadow Venomoth. The opposing Spiritomb has had low health, and now this Dunsparce has been debuffed before it could even launch the first Charge Tech. I do think that 2 rollouts with 2 Rock Slides with some rollouts will still work out.
Now, we can also look at those backlines there, and we can see the Shadow Drapion on the side of LNDS Kanan. We can see, I think it was a Dunsparce for Pablondinas, and so both of these players need to think how they're going to leverage the rest of their Pokemon for this game. Remember that Shadow Venomoth still has energy banked, and this Spiritomb comes in, and just before it reaches an attack, Pablondinas is going to take it out with a drill run.
Yeah, interesting play from Kanan, because if you use a Protect Shield there, then the Dunsparce would get a full rollout down, which is not ideal either. However, now Dunsparce has expended some of its energy, and that's important because the Shadow Drapion does take super effective damage. You need the protections for the drill run.
Now, do you know what's interesting? Shadow Venomoth very rarely reaches a Bug Buzz, but my goodness, if it does and it lands, that's going to do a massive amount of damage. And now that that first shield has gone up, if Pablondinas can get the second, there is a huge question as to whether we might see a Bug Buzz land.
Look, I'm not biased or anything, but I wouldn't mind seeing a full Bug Buzz going in ever at some point. This likely will take the second shield. Now,
hold.
No shields anymore.
But Drapion has energy. Drapion has a lot of energy, and also LNDS can
But here it comes.
switch.
Here it comes. Can he get there? Can he get there? Oh, we see the catch attempt. It fills as Venomoth Bug Bites tries to Bug Bite down, but I think Venomoth has a very high attack stat. We might just see a buzzing attack coming soon.
This is going to be exciting. We're exciting. Martin's on his tiptoes. Here we go, gang. Let's find out how much Bug Buzz does. It does win charge attack priority, and I think LNDS Kanan knows exactly what's going to happen.
Bug Buzz is being charged. Here we go on the Shadow Drapion in the green. Here we go. Boom!
Heavy damage lands. Pablondinas takes game number 1. And what a way to seal it. That's the kind of damage we like to see. And this is the stage to show it off.
Man, do we not have more battles after this? Like that, oh my goodness. A Bug Buzz from a Shadow Venomoth?
Yeah, this could be a great way to end, but can Pablondinas build on that from game number 1? He still has to win again if he wants to progress. He doesn't want to waste that victory, because what a victory it was. We don't ever get to see that, and a shiny Shadow Venomoth nonetheless.
Beautiful. I mean, you heard us, right? I'm not that much of a shiny collector per se, but that looked gorgeous. That was a gorgeous Pokemon. Let's be real.
It makes it really exciting that we get to see some of these Pokemon, because these players go far and wide, go out of their way to try and get some of the rarest Pokemon in the game, and I've never seen one of these on stream before.
But look, this might just not be a Pokemon Pablondinas picked because he thought it was good. He's just there to flex. He's just there to flex with his Pokemon. He's like, okay, this is the opportunity. I can actually use this Pokemon. And it might just have like a random high attack, no defense, and a little bit of HP. It doesn't even matter. It's shiny, it's Shadow, it looks cool, and it just sealed a game for him on the broadcast.
Now, for those of you that don't know Pablondinas, he does love his shiny Pokemon. When we were back a couple of years ago in a meta where Lickitung was the king, Pablondinas
constantly showing off his yellow, shiny Lickitung day after day, event after event, and now shiny Venomoth could be his prized possession here this weekend in this limited meta at EUIC. Will we see it again? Yes, we will, as we get locked in for game number 2.
And let's take a look if this is about to go the same as in game number 1. I believe Pablo Dinas brought about the same team here. Lindus Kanan is bringing the Kingdra this time. This is kind of the benefit that Spiritomb has versus an opposing Beedrill, just because you don't fear Poison Fang, you would fear X-Scissor.
And now playing exactly the same way, Pablo Dinas lands, brings up the shield for the Rock Tomb and then switches out. This time goes into the Spidops, again met by the Dunsparce. Pablo Dinas has a strategy. It worked in game number 1. Will it play out the same here in game number 2?
I'm surprised that Lindus Kanan did not go for the Rock Slide before the launch, because then the Rock Slide would not have been debuffed. I mean, I know you need 2 charge stacks anyway, but you may as well deal more damage.
Now, the adjustment that we've actually seen here from LNDS Kanan, because it's the same team for Pablo Dinas, is Kingdra in the back instead of the Shadow Drapion. Kingdra, as a Water and Dragon type Pokemon, won't take super effective from the Drill Run in the way that Shadow Drapion will. That means it won't necessarily need to shield the attacks from Pablo Dinas' Dunsparce in the way that LNDS Kanan had to do in game number 1. And let's now see how this matchup plays out. No shield for the first Drill Run here.
An attempt to catch, but Pablo Dinas expends energy anyway because his chip damage into the Kingdras is pretty nice. Do keep in mind that there's still that protection on the side of Pablo Dinas, which he might just keep for the Shadow Venomoth. I think this kind of looks in the favor of Lindus Kanan because he now has an opportunity to build up energy, and Pablo Dinas is still staying in here. I mean, you have to go for a full outrage to actually deal damage here, or do we see another bait? No, we see the full outrage being launched here, and the immediate protect shield.
A great shield for Pablo Dinas. The problem with Kingdra instead of Shadow Drapion is it is slower to its harder hitting attack, and now that that outrage has been shielded, Pablo Dinas is in a pretty good position to put pressure on LNDS Kanan. Drill Run lands, and it looks like it just about holds on, but the rollout comes through, but onto the Spiritomb. Remember, folks, there is a Swift banked on that Kingdra, and that could make the difference in the end game.
And a Poison Fang. There's also a Poison Fang still on the Shadow Venomoth, so there's energy all over, but in comes the Venomoth. It's going for the Poison Fang. Oh, the energy from the Spiritomb is gone.
And also, if the Kingdra comes in, the Bug Bite from the Shadow Venomoth might take it down before Kingdra is even able to throw an attack. So I'm expecting perhaps the Dunsparce to come through here, maybe looking to throw an attack. Yes, it does. There are no shields remaining, and Pablo Dinas now needs to calculate, can he have enough to take out in this endgame with, I think it's just the Spidops, his Dunsparce left.
And there is the Drill from Lindus Kanan as well. Pablo Dinas knows that this game is looking very tough. I think this attack might not even knock out Dunsparce, but there's the Kingdra going for a swift victory.
Pablo Dinas knows it was just so close. Kingdra has the attack. It wins charge attack priority, and that is a great comeback for LNDS Kanan. Lots of pressure there in that second game, and we are going to have a decisive game 3.
I think Pablo Dinas at the end was just like, you know what, let me just predict. if I actually would have launched the charge stack on charge security type, predicting that Lindus Kanan would indeed switch out, and you know, he was happy he did. It didn't matter, it didn't win charge security tie, but hey, he made the call there, and predicting your opponent is exactly what you need in these final stages.
I think it's the right thing to do, just in case that Kingdra was one Dragon Breath off of the Swift, then it does make sense to throw the attack regardless, but for LNDS Kanan, he already had the Swift, he banked it really, really nicely. And also, Kingdra being able to have an attack in the end game, knowing it generally wins charge attack priority, is a really good tool to have. So brilliantly played by LNDS Kanan, and now these players have everything to fight for as we head into the final game of this match.
Pablo Dinas played the same line back to back. Is he going to change it up for the third game? The thing is about running the same line. If you run 2 of the 3 that are the same, you could really throw off your opponent. You might give them the idea you're running the same team and then change up one Pokemon.
And what adjustment do you make when you look at this team? Do you, from Pablo Dinas' perspective, do you think about that Kingdra? Do you reconsider the way that you want to have the lead? We've seen twice now. You're giving away shield advantage and switch advantage with the strategy of shielding the Venomoth and going into the Spidops. That does, on paper, give you a little bit of a setback. He got away with it in game number 1 because he had the advantageous matchup with
with Dunsparce into Shadow Drapion. When that didn't happen, it was really difficult for him to get value.
I feel like the only other neutral pick you could bring here as Pablo Dinas is that Kingdra. Because right now, with that ABA bug strategy, where you have the Shadow Venomoth in the lead and the Spidops in the back, I think Pablo Dinas kind of revealed his strategy already here. Because every time he leads it into Spiritomb, he shields, he basically bug bites until he has to use a Protect Shield for Rock Tomb, and then saves the energy, swaps into Spidops. He did that twice now, and it might just become a little bit predictable to play someone who's as good as Lindos Kanan.
I liked the approach from Pablo Dinas. Don't get me wrong, playing the same team going into game 2, knowing the way that he used game number 1, forcing his opponent to make the adjustment, but to his credit, LNDS Kanan did make that adjustment. We're going into game number 3, and both players have changed up their lead. We've got the Dunsparce into the Spidops. The rollout and Rock Slide pairing for that Dunsparce does give it a good matchup here, and Pablo Dinas is going to bank that energy and go into a Dunsparce of his own.
I like that play. The thing is, you cannot really soak the damage anywhere from Dunsparce, so I feel like a catch would have been really nice there. We see Lindos Kanan putting up a Protect Shield pretty much right away there, making sure that when he Rock Tombs the Drill will do much less damage.
Spiritomb getting value here. Rock Tomb, it is a great attack. We've seen it so much in the Championship Series, usually from a Credilli, occasionally from a Fortress as well. Now it's Spiritomb's time to shine, and Dunsparce will land this drill run, but it won't be anywhere near enough for a knockout.
Thing is, I think that this Dunsparce will be able to get to another charge attack, but by shielding the first charge attack earlier, the next one might just barely not knock out. I think that Spiritomb will barely hang on.
I think it will hang on, and I think that LNDS Kanan has played this really nicely. He's going to be able to try and get a Sucker Punch down onto the Dunsparce, and that means that whatever comes in...
Barely gets the charge attack off there at just 1 HP, this Spiritomb, and letting the Rock Tomb go there is going to do a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. Super effective Rock type attack and the attack drop onto the Bug type Spidops. Pablo Dinas didn't want to see that, and now he's stuck because he's switch locked, and LNDS Kanan comes in with the Kingdra, going to be hit by this debuffing lunge.
I think Kanan knows. I think Kanan knows it's going to be the Shadow Venomoth in the back. This Kingdra is going to get a Dragon Breath down, and he will have energy to spare. Keep in mind that Lindos Kanan has 2 Rock Slides stored on his Dunsparce as well. So at this point, I feel like you have to make a call here, and he does!
No! LNDS Kanan, he took the Bug Buzz in game number 1. Outrage coming through here in game number 3, and Pablo Dinas knows the writing's on the wall. Kanan wins this match, wins this series, and it looks like he's about to go through to day number 2 here at EUIC.
Squashing all the bugs on his way. You can run 1, you can run 2, but Dunsparce is unstoppable, storing all the energy there and just reading his opponent like a book. Well done by Lindos Kanan. Very much deserved to make it to day 2. He's going for the comeback.
Shiny Shadow Venomoth.
It was cool.
It was a really exciting pick, but LNDS Kanan, he says, look, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Didn't let it happen. But try and fool me 3 times, well, that's GG.
Yeah, and Latham has just been really representing the region very well here, making it to day 2. Multiple of them. I think Marto Galde, our co-caster, will be very excited to see that. And if you want to see more of day 2, we'll be back here on this channel. As you can see here, the time we start 9 AM local time.
I cannot wait. I cannot wait. We've had such a good day, but definitely you do not want to miss day number 2. So make sure that you are tuned in. We're going to have a great opening, and then we're going to get straight into all of the action. So many top players want to go for glory here this weekend.
Follow the channels and share your thoughts. And obviously, we're also going to have Twitch drops today as well. So make sure that you watch for the full 30 minutes to get that bar filled on Twitch. You get an Elite Charge TM, but you won't need it for Dugong, because this Dugong, inspired by Nighttime Clash's LAIC victory, it already has Icy Wind.
That's amazing, and it's not just Pokemon Go that you can get these drops for. All of the games come with some great opportunities to get value for this Hisuian Typhlosion. If you want the VG drops, make sure that you can redeem now. There's the code available. You can watch all of the broadcasts, get all of these rewards. This is the best time to be a Pokemon fan.
Then we take a look at the trading card game live. There's also rewards. You can get some swag there. As you can see, the Megazord X, such a cool Pokemon. You get the jacket now in-game. There's multiple things that you can get from Pokemon Go TCG Live. Just watch and earn Twitch drops to get all of the rewards that you see here.
So many rewards, so many things that you can come and do at these events, and we've been to almost every regional here in Europe this season. We're now at international championships. We're seeing players time and time again, fans time and time again. There's so much to do as we get to bigger and bigger events. What's been your standout for this weekend so far here in London?
I just wish that we saw more Drampa, but I really have been liking the Kingdra play as well. Like, it's just such a 50-50 play between Swift and Outrage. What about you, just real quick?
I mean, there's been so many great Pokemon battles, but it's actually been going out into the crowd, looking at everyone watching, and the way that you can sit out there and you see all of the games lined up one by one, and the lights, the show, the stage, the performance. I love that about international championships. I cannot wait for Worlds later this year.
Yeah, but for now, we are going to sign off. Make sure that you are here tomorrow. Thank you for everyone making day one possible. We will be here again at 9 a.m. local time in London. Make sure you are here to see you tomorrow.